Recorded Books Romance presents an unabridged recording of Against the Night by Cat Martin, narrated by Jack Garrett.
Chapter 1. Johnny Riggs was a night owl. Tonight he sat at a table at the Kitty Cat Club on Sunset Boulevard, watching a little blonde pole dancer with the hottest body he'd ever seen, and trying like hell not to get an erection. He reached for the Bud Light sitting in front of him, took a swallow, and set the barely touched bottle back down on the table. He wasn't there to get drunk. He wasn't there to get turned on by some sexy little piece of fluff. He was there to make a collar and a nice chunk of change. A former Army Ranger with a PI's license, Johnny spent most of his time in the bars and clubs of Los Angeles, digging up information for clients who could afford his fees, and the occasional recovery job, if the money was high enough. He glanced around the club, one of the better-run strip joints in the area, a place an out-of-town businessman could go for a little harmless fun and not feel like he was about to get mugged when he walked outside to catch a cab. Johnny knew the owner, a guy named Tate Waters, a reasonable sort who ran a clean operation. Tate knew Johnny was there to collect a skip, but Tate was a stand-up guy who did his best to stay on the right side of the law, and having a pervert around, Johnny's target, wasn't good for business. It was dark inside the club except for the neon beer signs behind the bar and the soft glow of lights over gilt-framed photos of 1950s strippers that hung on the walls. A row of colored spotlights lit the woman performing on stage. The place smelled like stale beer and cheap perfume, and rock music hid the sound of clinking bar glasses and the heavy breathing of the men. Customers sat in the darkness at small round tables, sipping whiskey or beer, staring toward the entertainment with big smiles on their faces. Johnny didn't blame them. He'd be wearing a big smile, too, along with a raging hard-on, if he wasn't there on business. He watched the woman on the stage. She was 25 or 6, a pretty little exotic dancer, wearing nothing but red-sequined pasties and a matching G-string. She wasn't just petite. She was dainty, little more than 5 feet tall, with the shiniest, straightest, long blonde hair he'd ever seen. Short bangs fluttered across her forehead, above a pair of blue eyes that made him shift in his seat against his growing arousal, and muttering a curse between his teeth. The music played, the beat steady, loud, and erotic. She raised a red spike heel, wrapped her calf around the pole, and slid up, then sank back down, rubbing the pole between her pale, perfectly proportioned legs. He felt a tug in his gut so strong he had to shove back his chair and get up from the table. Grabbing his beer bottle, he walked to the back of the club, where he could survey the room and put a little more distance between him and the scrumptious piece of ass on the stage. He scanned the patrons, keeping a careful watch for his target. Earlier in the week, he'd gotten a call from his ranger buddy in Houston. Trace Rollins owned a security firm with branches in Houston and Dallas. In the years since they'd left the Army, they had worked together a dozen times, most recently on an abduction case that had led them into Mexico. According to Trace, a guy named Ray Carroll had jumped bail and was on the run. Rumor was he had friends in L.A., and odds were good that was where he had gone to ground. Good old Ray had been arrested for possession and trafficking in child pornography, the lowest of the low as far as Johnny was concerned. He would have taken the guy down for free if he'd had to, which, fortunately, he didn't. The case was interesting because Ray was the grandson of the late Texas oil billionaire C.P. Carroll. C.P.'s widow was filthy rich, and she doted on her grandson, which, with that kind of money at his disposal, made Ray a flight risk. His bail had been set at $500,000, which his grandmother had posted. But Ray had taken off for parts unknown, leaving Grandma on the hook for a boatload of money if her boy wasn't caught and brought back to appear in court. For 10% of the bail fee, a cool $50,000 less a referral fee to Trace, Johnny had agreed to find him. Surprisingly, once he'd started digging, narrowing his search hadn't been all that hard. Since leopards didn't change their spots, and jackals like Ray were fairly predictable, it didn't take long to find out that Carol hung out in the local strip clubs. The kitty cat was his favorite. According to the bartender who ID'd the photo Johnny had shown him, a guy calling himself Ray Connors had been in the club both Wednesday and Thursday nights. Johnny had come in on Friday and again tonight, but so far hadn't seen any sign of him. Not until now. The black padded vinyl front door swung open, letting a thin slice of street noise into the club. Recalling the photo, Johnny recognized Ray Carroll as he ambled over to the bar. He was an average-looking 40-year-old with thinning brown hair and the kind of greasy smile you'd expect to see on a creep like him. He sat down on one of the black vinyl bar stools, and the bartender, a tall, spare, good-looking Hispanic guy named Dante, flashed Johnny a heads-up glance before taking Ray's drink order, a double Grey Goose martini on the rocks. A cocktail waitress walked past. The girls who performed also served drinks, though for that they wore a few more clothes. This one, a brunette, was tall and svelte, dressed in a little blue satin two-piece number, the bottom cut high on the sides, a built-in push-up bra shoving her heavy cleavage nearly over the top. Not indecent, but definitely less than the old bunny outfits they wore at the Playboy Club. Johnny sipped his beer, his attention fixed on Ray, who stared with fascination toward the stage. The dancer, Angel Fontaine, being not much bigger than a kid, was Ray's favorite, according to Dante. He watched as she dipped and swayed to the music, the red sequins on her nipples flashing in the spotlight, the light changing color to the rhythm of the music. Johnny tried to look away, but found himself as mesmerized as the drunks at the tables. Like the rest of her body, her breasts were perfectly formed, not too large, not too small, and tilted provocatively upward. Her face wasn't perfect, he had finally gotten around to noticing. Her mouth was a little too wide, making her pouty lips a little too pronounced. Her cheeks were as flawless as rose petals, but her chin was a little too pointy. She was the sexiest woman Johnny had ever seen. She turned, thrust her pale, luscious ass into the air, and wiggled it suggestively, and his groin tightened. If he didn't make his move soon, he wouldn't be able to walk, let alone make a collar. Ray came off his stool just then and started toward the stage. Johnny noticed the folded dollar bills in one hand as he approached the little blonde. Another man beat Ray to her, leaning over and stuffing a $10 bill into Angel's sequined G-string, the scrap of red barely covering the spot every guy in the place dreamed of touching. Angel whirled away from him and smiled, mouthing a thank you. When she turned her back, raised her arms above her head, and began swaying to the hard rock beat, another man stuffed a bill into the glittering strip of red around her waist above that sweet little ass. Ray moved closer, hovering as Angel approached the edge of the stage. He leaned toward her, stuffed the money into her G-string. He was grinning when he turned away, his mind on pussy instead of escape. Johnny made his move, slamming into Carol, knocking him over an empty table, both of them crashing to the floor. Ray struggled as Johnny caught his arm, cranked it behind his back, lifted and hauled him to his feet. Johnny caught sight of the club's big Asian bouncer moving toward them, but he didn't seem to be in much of a hurry. Guess he'd got word about the pervert, too. Carol squirmed in his grasp. "What the fuck? Who the hell are you?" "I'm your worst nightmare," Johnny said, cranking the arm a little higher, eliciting a satisfying grunt of pain. "I'm the guy who's going to make sure you get back to Houston safe and sound." Ray stumbled a couple of times as Johnny's heavy frame propelled him forward, slamming him into the wall beside the door. "I'm the guy who's going to put your sorry, sick ass back in jail." The moment the song ended and she stepped down from the stage, Amy started to tremble. "Angel," she reminded herself. "Angel, not Amy." "You okay?" Her roommate walked toward her, Babs McClure, Sugar Babs, she used as her stage name. She was 5'7", with a curvy figure and chin-length dark brown hair she sometimes covered with a hot pink wig. Amy managed to nod. "I will be in a minute." It was one thing to be out there beneath the spotlights, dancing almost naked as Angel Fontaine. Another entirely to be just a normal woman again. On stage, she could fool herself into thinking she was Angel, a woman who enjoyed every catcall, every wolf whistle from the men she danced in front of without her clothes. An illusion she worked tirelessly to achieve. But it didn't last long, once she stepped out of the spotlight. That was quite a scene. Babs cocked her head toward the side door, where the brawny, dark-haired man had just hauled a scummy-looking customer out of the club. Amy followed Babs's gaze, as if she hadn't noticed the brawl just a few feet in front of the stage. "Dante says the creep that guy busted is into kiddie porn." Amy shuddered. "He certainly looks the part." She crossed the backstage area and started up the stairs leading to the studio apartment she and Babs shared above the club. "So I guess the other guy is a cop or something?" "Or something." Babs fell into step beside her, pulled off her pink wig, and raked a hand through her dark hair. "He was in here last night, too." "I saw him." Babs grinned. "Hard to miss a guy who looks like that." Amy grinned back. No kidding. 6 feet of solid muscle, barrel-chested, with a thick neck and shoulders. As he'd walked, more like swaggered, toward the stage, she'd noticed a tattoo of an eagle on his very impressive biceps. Every move he made spoke of power and strength, and in a rugged, masculine way, he was handsome. "I asked Tate about him," Babs said. "Says his name is John Riggs. He's an ex-Army Ranger. Does PI work and pretty much anything else he can make a buck at." Babs rolled her eyes. What a hunk. Just hearing the words brought his image to mind. Dark brown hair, and eyes such a deep brown they looked black. Strong jaw, roughened by the shadow of a beard. He was the kind of guy who should have "dangerous" stamped on his forehead. Amy's mind slipped back to her performance on stage, and the way he had looked at her, his eyes following her every move. She had never felt a gaze so intense. It was late, nearly closing. Amy blew out a breath, suddenly exhausted. "You look like you could use a cup of coffee," Babs said, as they reached the small apartment they shared and Amy unlocked the door. There were other small apartments down the hall, cheap places for the girls to live. "I put on a fresh pot before I went downstairs." "Sounds good." The rich aroma filled the room as she stepped inside. She and Babs hadn't known each other long, yet Babs watched out for her. She was Amy's only confidant, the only person who knew the truth, knew she wasn't really an exotic dancer, had never done anything in her entire life remotely as wild as what she was doing now. She wasn't a stripper, a pole dancer, a lap dancer, or anything the least bit similar. She was a school teacher from Michigan, a woman who had absolutely no business being naked up on stage. They crossed the studio apartment, 2 single beds, a kitchenette, and a small living area with a sofa and chair. Babs went to the kitchen counter and took down 2 mugs, pouring coffee into each one. Amy grabbed her robe from the hook beside the door, slipped it on, and breathed a sigh of relief once she was more decently covered. Babs was still wearing her dark blue satin cocktail waitress costume. Sexy, but no worse than the bikinis women wore on the beach. She took the mug Babs held out to her, and they carried them over to the tiny round table in the corner. "So what about the hunk?" Babs asked, watching her over the rim of her cup. Amy's blonde brows went up. "What about him?" "He was certainly giving you the eye." Amy just shrugged. "When you're up there naked, they all give you the eye. This was different. And don't tell me you didn't notice." Oh, she'd noticed all right. She could feel the heat in those dark eyes all the way across the room. It was what that hot look did to her that was startling. The Kitty Cat Club was filled with men every night. None of them made her stomach flip the way a single look from John Riggs had. 2 nights in a row, he'd sat in the shadows, watching, his fierce gaze singularly focused on her. At the same time, he seemed aware of every other person in the room. "He got his man tonight," Amy sighed. "We won't be seeing him again." Babs sipped her coffee. "Want to bet?" Amy glanced up. "You don't think he'll come back because of me?" "I've been doing this for almost 3 years, hon. One thing you learn to recognize is when a man is interested. And let me tell you, honey, John Riggs has a major interest in you." Her stomach contracted. If she closed her eyes, she could almost feel the heat in those dark eyes burning into her. "You're crazy. He was here on business, that's all." $5? Amy laughed. "You're on." Chapter 2. The club was closed on Sunday, and John Riggs wasn't there the next night. As Amy finished her first dance set Tuesday evening, she felt oddly disappointed. She told herself it was just that she had been thinking she might ask him for help. He was a private investigator, after all, or something close to that. And he had been an Army Ranger. They were tough guys, she knew. And even if she hadn't read about them, one look at that hard jaw and powerful body would have made that clear. But he didn't come back. And the truth was she didn't have enough money to hire him if he had. She loved teaching, but it didn't pay that much to start with, and she wasn't a very good saver. Seemed like there was always something she needed for the kids in her class, and everything else went to rent and bills. Amy thought of the weeks before her arrival in L.A. Back home in Michigan, the children at Grand Rapids Elementary School had been ready for summer vacation. Amy was packed to leave the afternoon of the last day of school. As soon as she had seen the final child safely out of her kindergarten classroom, she had headed for the airport to catch her flight to L.A. From the airport, she had come directly to the Kitty Cat Club. It was the place where her sister, Rachel, was working when she had disappeared. The music stopped. Her set was over. Pulling dollar bills out of her tiny costume as she left the stage, she hurried upstairs to change into her cocktail waitress outfit. Thoughts of her sister crept in, along with a sharp pang of loss. Rachel had gone missing more than 6 weeks ago. The last place she had been seen was the Kitty Cat Club, where she worked as an exotic dancer. Babs had been Rachel's roommate and one of her closest friends, the person who had reported her missing when she failed to return to the apartment in time for her performance the following night. "At first, I just thought she was screwing off," Babs had told Amy on the phone, the first of many conversations that followed. "Maybe she got drunk or something, you know? Not that she usually did that kind of thing, but she'd been acting strange for more than a month, being secretive, staying out all night. She was seeing a couple of different guys, but she didn't talk much about them." More and more worried, Babs had called the police, who had taken a statement and started an investigation into Rachel's disappearance. It was Babs who had first contacted Amy. Several times a week after Rachel's disappearance had been reported, Amy had phoned the police from Michigan, pushing them, trying to make sure they were doing everything in their power to find her. So far, the police had come up with nothing, though Babs didn't believe they had tried very hard to find a missing dancer who worked at a place like the Kitty Cat Club. Babs had also kept calling, figuring 2 people pressing the police would get more results than 1. Babs had also done some digging on her own. She had talked to everyone who worked at the club, the bartenders and waitresses, the guys and gals on every shift. She hadn't expected any of them to be involved in Rachel's disappearance, and that was the conclusion she had come to in the end. If something terrible had happened, Amy sensed it had to have involved one of the club's customers, or someone Rachel was seeing. From the start, Babs and Amy had connected. Both of them cared about Rachel, and both were beginning to suspect the worst. Rachel had either been kidnapped or killed. As the weeks slipped past with no word from her, the devastating scenario seemed more and more likely. Amy's chest tightened. Though she and Rachel hadn't been close for years, they were still sisters, best friends once. Amy had decided to come to L.A. to find out what had happened. Since there was no way she could just walk up to a customer, tell them she was Amy Brewer, and ask them if they had murdered her sister, she and Babs had come up with a plan. Amy would go undercover, take the job Rachel's disappearance had left vacant, and start digging. Amy would find out what happened to Rachel, no matter what it took. Amy raced up the stairs to the apartment to get ready for her waitressing shift, hoping that maybe tonight she would turn up something useful. Her costume, a 2-piece dark blue satin number, just like Babs's, lay on the bed, ready for her to put on. Before Amy got to L.A., Babs had spoken to the club owner, Tate Waters, and told him she had a friend who was looking for a job. Waters had hired her, sight unseen, even though she had limited experience. Fortunately, Amy and her sister had both been blessed with good figures, and faces that weren't too bad either, so he didn't seem to regret giving her the job. Babs had promised to show her the ropes, and after her first self-conscious, clumsy efforts, she had been able to get through an entire performance on stage. A couple of summers ago, she had learned a self-hypnosis technique at a teaching seminar in Detroit. The trick was good for controlling anxiety and aiding in memory work. Amy had used the technique to help her get over her stage fright and embarrassment. She had always been a pretty good dancer, not the exotic sort, of course, and she had been on the cheering squad in high school. Her movements were fluid, and if she could forget she was almost naked, and gave in to the suggestion she put into her head, if she could manage to let herself go, she wasn't half bad. Which surprised the heck out of her. She guessed a person never really knew themselves completely. A last glance in the makeup mirror above the dresser, a few quick strokes of the brush through her long blonde hair, a dab of blush, and a fresh application of lipstick, and she was ready to go. Her stomach tightened. By some ironic twist, being on stage as Angel Fontaine was the easy part. Mingling with customers, putting up with the risque remarks while quietly digging for information that might lead to finding her sister, that was the tough part. And no amount of self-hypnosis had helped. She was nervous and edgy the entire time she worked the floor, always trying to stay just out of a customer's reach, trying to keep a smile on her face as the men flirted and propositioned her. Not that they were usually that bad. Tate wouldn't put up with harassment. And there was a house rule that the girls couldn't date the customers, which all of the regulars knew. And after a warning or two, if any of the men got too far out of line, Big Bojing, the bald-headed, oversized Asian bouncer who stood at the door with his legs splayed and his arms folded over his massive chest, looking like a half-ton Mr. Clean, made sure they left the club and never came back. The club allowed lap dancing, both in the bar and in private VIP rooms, which was a good way to make a little extra money, but so far she had never done one, and it wasn't something any of the girls had to do if they didn't want to. Tate was clear on that. Making her way over to the bar, Amy picked up a tray and headed for the table of new arrivals in her assigned section. One of the other dancers, a redhead who called herself Honeybee, kept their attention fixed on the stage until Amy could get their drink orders. She plastered on a smile. "Hello, gentlemen. What can I get for you?" An overweight businessman in a wrinkled three-piece suit was the first to reply. "A big taste of you, sweetheart, would suit me just fine." The other men laughed. Amy ignored a wave of nerves and turned her attention to the customer beside him, gray-haired and a little too bright-eyed. "For you, sir?" "Bombay martini," he said, his gaze still fixed on the stage. "Very dry, and I want it up." "Hell, Sam, a martini won't help you get it up." The men roared with laughter. Amy pretended not to have heard the remark, smiled, and took the rest of their orders, grateful she had already learned the majority of the drinks people wanted, and relieved there were no more comments. At the bar, Dante filled the orders, and she returned to the table to deliver the drinks, setting the right order in front of the right customer, which wasn't as easy as she would have guessed. Waitresses earned their money, she had learned in a very short time. More so when they were only half-dressed. Babs walked past just then, wearing a pale blue wig tonight. Far left corner, Kyle Bennett just walked in. Amy's gaze swung in that direction. She was getting used to the dimness, getting to know her way around the tables and chairs, better able to work in the low light than she had been when she had first started. She spotted Kyle Bennett, a regular customer and one of the men her sister had been dating in the weeks before her disappearance. He was sandy-haired, lean and elegant, almost effeminate. She might have thought he was gay, except for the lascivious look in his eyes when he watched the girls on stage. "Thanks," she said to Babs. Babs had tried talking to Bennett after Rachel first disappeared, but as soon as he found out she was Rachel's roommate, he'd clammed up tight. Amy knew she couldn't tell him her real name or her connection to Rachel. She took a breath to steady herself and started in Kyle Bennett's direction. There was no one else at the table, which would make things a little easier. "Hello, Mr. Bennett. What can I get you this evening?" He looked up at her and smiled. "Tanqueray and tonic, doll, and a little conversation." He wasn't handsome, but he was attractive, and so far, whenever she'd talked to him, he'd been polite. Entertaining the customers was part of the job, and it gave her the chance she needed to dig for information. "Let me get that for you, and I'll be right back." She hurried to the bar, waited for Dante to fill the order, then walked back to the table. "Here you go." Kyle stirred the drink with a plastic swizzle stick, tipped his head back to look up at her. "You know, Angel, with a face and figure like yours, you could be a whole lot more than just a dancer." She managed to look surprised. "You really think so?" "Sure I do. Hollywood is always looking for the next big name. Angel Fontaine could be it." Amy figured that was probably the line he had used on Rachel, who had come to Hollywood with dreams of becoming a star. He was rumored to be a movie producer, but no one really knew if it was true. Fortunately, she and Rachel looked nothing alike, Rachel being several inches taller, with softly curling dark brown hair and green eyes. Amy took after her mother's side of the family, Norwegians who had immigrated to Michigan during the past century to work in the logging industry. She gave him a bright, interested smile. "I've always dreamed of being famous. Do you really think I might have a chance?" "You'd have to do a screen test first, but I could arrange that for you. In fact, I'm working on a film right now that might have just the right part for you. What do you say?" She knew where this was leading, and her nerves kicked up. What would I have to do?" "When's your next day off?" She moistened her suddenly dry lips. "Thursday?" "All right, then. We'll do it Thursday. You just come to my house, and I'll have everything set." She swallowed, knowing she had to say yes. Then she thought of how Rachel had just disappeared as if she had never existed, how there was a chance this man might have had something to do with it, and a chill slipped down her spine. "I need to check with Tate, see if that will work in my schedule. If I had your number, I could give you a call and confirm." "Sure, sweet thing." He took out his wallet and handed her a business card. It was too dark to read what it said, but she had what she needed to find him. "Just remember," he said, "opportunities like this don't come along very often." She nodded, smiled. "I'm really grateful, Mr. Bennett. Truly, I am." His lips curved. "Keep my tab open, will you? I may stay for a while." His gaze ran over her, ended up on the cleavage pushed up in her blue satin top. Amy kept her smile in place. "No problem." She started walking, grateful to escape. She would call Kyle Bennett and set up the screen test, but she wasn't a fool. If she went to his house, she wanted to be sure Babs knew the address and time she was going to be there. She had almost reached the next table when she caught sight of a dark-haired man sitting in the shadows a few feet away. He was staring at her with intense brown eyes, and she felt the impact in every pore in her body. Babs breezed past her just then. "You owe me $5. Babs grinned as she hurried off with a tray of drinks propped on her shoulder. For several seconds, Amy just stood there, her gaze locked with his. Even in the dim neon light, she could see the outline of his muscular body, see the faint glint of the eagle tattoo on his biceps just below the sleeve of the tight black t-shirt he wore with a pair of black jeans. "Hello, Angel." His voice was rough and sexy, and just hearing it made her stomach quiver. He was even better looking than she had thought. She managed to smile. "Hello. May I get you a drink?" One of his dark eyebrows went up. She had slipped and used proper grammar, may instead of can, the way everyone else did. "I suppose you can. How about a Bud Light?" Most of the guys drank microbrews, which were the vogue these days. No one drank light beer, not in here. Except for John Riggs. She wondered if he was working. "Certainly. I mean, no problem. I'll be right back." He unsettled her, this man. Just looking at him made her heart pound and her mouth go dry. And when his eyes moved over her the way they were now, she could barely breathe. She headed for the bar and gave Dante the order. The handsome Latino tipped his head toward the man in the shadowy darkness. "That guy over there, his name's Johnny Riggs. You be careful, querida. That one is out of your league." Dante didn't know she wasn't really Angel, but he had been in the business long enough to recognize a novice. "I will. Thank you, Dante." He just nodded. She returned to the table with the beer, wondering if the bartender could tell how attracted she was to Johnny Riggs. Crazy as it was, she was a school teacher, for heaven's sake. Riggs was an ex-soldier, a hard, dangerous man, who clearly thought she was something she wasn't, interested in her for only one reason. On the other hand, she was attracted to him for the same exact reason. She hadn't been to bed with a man in years, and never a man like John Riggs. Her last boyfriend, Tom Coleman, was a history teacher, and their affair, bland as it was, had been over for nearly 2 years. She set Johnny's bottle of beer down in front of him, and he caught hold of her wrist. "Why don't you join me? You look like you need a break." She eased her hand from his. She didn't need a break. She wasn't tired. She was nervous. More so when she was talking to him. "What happened to that guy you arrested?" she asked, just to have something to say. "I didn't exactly arrest him. He jumped bail. I was hired to take him back to Houston so he could appear in court." "I see." "Probably not. It's kind of complicated." "I imagine it is." "When do you get off?" "What?" "I asked when you get off work." She gave him a wary glance. "Why?" "Because I want to take you out for a drink or a cup of coffee or something." Her chin firmed. "That isn't what you want, and we both know it." "I want you. Every man in the place wants you. But you don't look at the rest of them the way you look at me." She blushed clear to the toes of her high-heeled shoes. It was true. From the moment he first walked through the door last week, she could barely keep her eyes off him. Still, she couldn't believe he had come right out and said it. "Even if I wanted to, I couldn't go out with you. There's a rule against employees dating customers." "Which nobody pays attention to. Besides, I don't give a damn about the rules." "Look, I need this job, okay? Please don't make it hard for me." He chuckled. "Why not? You're making it plenty hard for me." Hot color washed into her cheeks. She turned to walk away, but Riggs caught her arm, his hold gentler than she expected. "Sorry. I was out of line. I won't do it again." He meant it. She could see it in his face. Why it pleased her, she refused to say. "I appreciate that." He let her go, and she hurried over to the next table. In a different way, she was even more relieved to escape John Riggs than she had been Kyle Bennett. What was there about him? Was she really that sexually deprived? A last glance in his direction, and her stomach lifted. Apparently, she was. Johnny watched the little dancer walk away. There was something off about Angel Fontaine, something he had picked up on when she took his drink order. On stage, she was confident, just another exotic dancer doing her job. But once she was out of the lights, she became a different person. shy and uncertain, barely able to make conversation with a man. All evening he had watched her. That she was new to the job was clear, but it was more than that. Some bone-deep difference that intrigued him. He liked solving puzzles. He wanted to solve the puzzle of Angel Fontaine. On top of that, she was beautiful, and he had a weakness for sexy blondes. He wanted her. There was no denying it. But he also wanted to know her story, her secret. Find out what that subtle incongruity was that drew him like a moth to a light bulb. And he thought that she wanted him too, though it was an attraction she clearly didn't want to feel. He chuckled and took a sip of his beer. Well, that was just too bad. He wasn't about to let her off the hook so easy. He was going to find out Angel's secret. He had a hunch, once he knew what it was, she would trust him enough to let their mutual attraction progress to its logical end. He wasn't in any hurry. If the stakes were high enough, Johnny could be a very patient man. You can't be serious. You don't really plan to go to Kyle Bennett's house. Babs pulled on a knee-length T-shirt with a teddy bear on the front in preparation for bed. I have to, Amy argued, as she slipped into a pair of soft flannel pajamas. It was 2:30 in the morning. The club was closed, and both of them were dead on their feet. Maybe I'll have a chance to look around. Find some kind of clue. You said he and Rachel dated for a while. Kyle probably made her all sorts of promises, lured her into going out with him by saying the kind of things he said to me. Rachel wanted to be a star. She might have trusted that he could help her get the break she needed. I don't like it. It's too dangerous. What if Kyle killed her? Maybe he'll make you disappear too. Amy ignored the little shiver that crawled down her spine. That's not going to happen, because you aren't going to let it. I'll call him tomorrow, get his address, and set up a time on Thursday to go to his house. If I'm not back in a couple of hours, you'll call the police. How's that going to help if you're already dead? Amy ignored that bit of wisdom and the little shiver it sent down her spine. Babs slipped between the sheets on her twin bed and pulled the covers up over her. How are you going to get there? You don't even have a car. Amy brightened. No, but you do. She gave her friend a sugary smile. And I know you're going to let me borrow it. Babs scoffed. Traffic's a lot different in L.A. than driving in Grand Rapids. Amy sat down on the edge of the bed. You said you'd help me. I know. It isn't the car. It's just that I'm afraid something will happen to you. We don't even know if Kyle's involved. Even if he isn't, he might try something. And then where will you be? Amy didn't want to think about that. Getting attacked by some Hollywood weirdo was a terrifying thought. Okay, so you'll loan me your car and your pepper spray. Babs laughed. I knew I liked you the first time I talked to you on the phone. Okay, we'll figure something out. She yawned behind her hand. Listen, what about getting the ranger guy to help you? He's supposed to be an expert on that kind of thing. Amy drew back the covers and slipped beneath the sheets. I thought about it, but I can't afford him. I saw you two talking tonight. Maybe he'll work for something besides money. Babs wiggled her eyebrows. I wouldn't suggest it except that you're thinking about doing it anyway. I am not thinking about doing it. Oh, she so was. She had always walked the straight and narrow, always been the good little girl. But since she had come to L.A. and started dancing half naked, she felt free for the first time in her life. She knew that if she got the chance, she was going to have sex with Johnny Riggs. Besides, he might not show up in here again. He'll show up. Babs was probably right. Just thinking of the determined way he had looked at her tonight made her stomach contract. Maybe I'll talk to him a little. See what he has to say. Good idea. Babs yawned again. In the meantime, turn out the light. We both need to get some sleep. Amy thought of the conversation she needed to have with Johnny Riggs. She closed her eyes, but she couldn't fall asleep. Chapter 3. Johnny arrived at Cisco's Cantina a little after 11 the following night. The bar, decorated in a south-of-the-border style, with cactus painted on the walls and leather-covered tables and chairs, was crowded. The clientele was mostly white-collar, lawyers and secretaries, corporate types and office assistants. A lot of men in designer jeans. The drinks were only moderately expensive, and at this time of night, the lights were turned low. Johnny was there to meet DEA Special Agent Kent Wheeler, who had been working for years to build a case against a high-level drug dealer named Carlos Ortega, one of the major players in the San Dimas cartel. Over the years, Johnny and Wheeler had helped each other a number of times, and tonight was no exception. "I appreciate your call," Wheeler said, joining him at the bar. A lean, athletically built man with slightly receding brown hair and a pale complexion. Johnny had left a message on the agent's cell phone that he had information Wheeler might need. "What have you got?" "Might be nothing, but my guy's pretty reliable. I had Ty Brody helping me with surveillance on a guy whose wife wanted to find out if he was cheating. According to Ty, turns out the husband wasn't screwing around. He's into some major shit with the San Dimas cartel." Wheeler whistled softly. "Got a name?" "Joseph Pandaro. Ty picked up on some of the guy's conversation with a couple of lowlifes down at the cave. Heard them talking about a big load of coke coming into the San Pedro docks at the end of the month." Wheeler was nodding. "We've been hearing rumors, nothing specific." "He didn't get a date, but it's sometime in the next few weeks." "Anything else?" Johnny shook his head. "I pulled the kid off the case. He's ex-military, tough as nails, but he doesn't have the street savvy to deal with thugs like those." Wheeler took a sip of his drink, nearly as untouched as Johnny's beer. "Thanks, I really appreciate the info. Just remember where you got it. I may need a favor sometime." It was quid pro quo, and both of them knew it. As a GS-13, the highest rank in the DEA, Wheeler was a powerhouse and dedicated to the service. At the moment, Johnny didn't need anything from him, but there would likely be a time when he would. From Cisco's, Johnny climbed into his black Ford Mustang GT and fired up the powerful V8 engine. He'd just bought the car, his pride and joy, a couple of months ago. Black leather interior, 412 horsepower, 5.0 engine. Plus he'd had a mechanic friend of his soup it up even more. The beast could really move. The car and his Harley Sportster helped him do his job and have a little fun while he was at it. He eased the car into traffic moving down Sunset, taking in the crowds prowling the sidewalks and the laughter and music spilling out of the clubs crowded together on each block. He wasn't ready to go back to his apartment up the hill. Not yet. His destination lay ahead. Just past La Cienega, he turned into the parking lot next to the Kitty Cat Club and slipped the car in one of the empty spaces. There was something he needed inside, and it wasn't a bottle of beer, though he'd probably have to settle for that again tonight. He climbed out of the Mustang, locked the car, and sauntered toward the door leading into the club. The music was blasting, a steady hard rock beat. The redhead he had seen the other night was dancing on stage. He glanced around, spotted his quarry, even before he reached what was lately becoming his regular table at the back of the room. Angel's gaze collided with his, and she nearly dropped her tray. Damn, she was cute. Johnny winked at her and smiled, sat down at the table, leaned back, and waited. Amy forced her legs to keep moving. She felt like an idiot. One glance at the man in the snug black t-shirt, and she'd turned into a bumbling fool. As she walked past Babs, her friend raised a hand and wiggled the tips of her fingers. "Still owe me that $5, kiddo. Tonight I intend to collect." "Okay, I owe you. But that doesn't mean he's here tonight for me." Babs just rolled her eyes and kept walking. Riggs was sitting in Amy's section. There was no way to avoid him. She took a calming breath, forced a note of cool into her demeanor, and started toward his table in the back. She pasted on a smile. "Welcome back to the Kitty Cat Club, Mr. Riggs. What would you like to drink?" A corner of his mouth edged up. He had the sexiest mouth. "You know my name. That means you asked. That's good. It's even better if you call me Johnny." Her mouth went dry. "Johnny. All right. What can I get for you, Johnny?" "Bud Light." His gaze slowly took in every inch of her body. Her stomach swirled as she turned and walked toward the bar to get his beer. She delivered drinks to a table on her way to his, then set the Bud Light bottle down in front of him. "Thanks." He tipped his head toward a girl named Ruby, who gyrated in a G-string, performing a lap dance for a customer sitting at a table not far away from his. "You do lap dances?" Amy's hand trembled, and she had to take a better grip on her tray. "No, I'm kind of new at this." Tate had suggested she wait until she was more comfortable with the customers. Her plan was not to do them at all. "That's so. How about doing one for me?" He was leaning back in his chair, those powerful arms crossed over his massive chest. He could have been wearing sunglasses for all she could read in those dark, dark eyes. "They, cost $50, she said, hoping the price would dissuade him. "Private costs $75. That's what I want." Her breath stalled. "That's a lot of money." The dancer got a percentage, a way to make extra cash. "Think you're worth it?" "I don't know." His smile came slow and easy, and it made her skin feel hot. "Oh, yeah," he said. "I think you'd be worth every dime." Her legs were shaking. Even if I said I would, you know you can't touch me." There were rules about what she could and couldn't do, how far she was allowed to go, what the customer could and couldn't do. She wasn't a prostitute, after all. She was a dancer. Well, actually, she was a kindergarten teacher, but he didn't know that. "I'll talk to Tate. Arrange for a private room." He slid back his chair and stood up. Even in 6-inch heels, she had to look up at him. When he started to leave, she grabbed his arm. "Wait a minute. I didn't say I'd do it." His mouth edged up. "What's the matter? You aren't afraid, are you?" She stiffened. Of course she was afraid. She was terrified. But she wasn't about to let him know. "No, of course not." "Good." He turned and started walking. As he sauntered off toward the owner, Amy stared after him. Oh, my God. She was going to do a lap dance for Johnny Riggs. And the weirdest part was, deep down in her womanly core, she wanted to do it. Johnny took a seat in one of the comfortable rooms the club provided for private dances. For $75, he got 3 songs. He wasn't sure he could handle one. The truth was, he had never bought a lap dance in his life. Watching a naked woman parade around in front of him just didn't cut it. Not unless he was taking her to bed. But there was something about this particular woman. He wanted her. More than he could remember wanting a woman in a very long time. Maybe ever. He had a feeling it wasn't going to happen. Not without a great deal of trouble. He was pushing her buttons, he knew. She wasn't comfortable dancing for him. Hell, she wasn't comfortable just being in the room with him. And yet he had a hunch the only way to reach her was to push her hard enough to cave. So he walked into the small, dimly lit room he had paid for, and sat down in the only piece of furniture inside, an overstuffed mauve velour chair. He took a long swallow on the fresh beer he'd picked up at the bar, then set the bottle down on the table built into the arm. Leaning back, he made himself comfortable and prepared to watch the show. "You're kidding, right?" Babs stood with Amy outside the door to one of the private lap dance rooms. She had changed back into her red sequin G-string and the red sequin pasties that covered her nipples. Proper attire for the show. "It's just a dance," she said, trying to sound more confident than she felt. "We need this man's help. I'm going to dance for him, and then I'm going to see if I can hire him to help us." Babs stood there in her shiny blue wig, the fake hair thick, straight, blunt cut, and just a little longer than her own dark hair. She planted her hands on her hips, a thoughtful look in her eyes. "Actually, it's not a bad idea. Nothing's going to happen. Tate's got cameras in there. He gets out of line, you just yell. Bo Jing comes and it's over." "I don't think he'll get out of line." She wasn't sure why she felt that way. She just did. "He's a pretty cool customer, all right. I can't see him turning into a lust-crazed maniac. On the other hand, sometimes the quiet ones are the ones you have to watch." "I'll keep that in mind." But as she walked into the room and spotted John Riggs in the chair positioned in front of the fake parquet dance floor, her mind went completely blank, and she couldn't think of anything at all. One of his big hands curled around the beer bottle, sitting on the built-in table. He watched every move she made as she approached, but he didn't get up from his chair. "Just so you know, this is a first for me, too." That surprised her. "Really?" "Really." "Why me?" He took a sip of his beer. "You intrigue me. I want to take you out. I'm hoping once you realize how harmless I am, you'll agree." He didn't look harmless. He looked like a big, lazy cat, ready to pounce at any moment. She thought of the help she needed to find her sister. In the time she had been in the club, she hadn't accomplished much. Getting an appointment with that cheeseball Kyle Bennett was the only real progress she had made. The music started just then, saving her from having to make some sort of comment. She took a few steps away from him, turned her back, and tried to fill her head with the heavy beat of the music, the thud of the bass, the rhythm of the drum. Tried to relax. It was a lot harder to perform in here than on stage. A lot more difficult to block out the image of John Riggs watching her every move, when she knew exactly what he was thinking. Knew he was here because he wanted her in his bed. The music swelled. She let her head fall back, felt her long, straight hair brush against her bottom. Instead of blocking him out of her mind, she decided to go with it, set her sexuality free, dance for Johnny Riggs, a man who attracted her physically as no one ever had. She slid her hands into her hair and lifted it away from the back of her neck, turned toward him, let the hair slide down around her shoulders. His face was partially hidden in shadow, but she could see his eyes, read his hunger. She moved toward him, stopped just inches away. Her breath rushed in and out, hot and sharp. She closed her eyes, let the music take over, arched her back, thrust out her breasts, and began to sway. Even with her eyes closed, she could feel him, feel the powerful lust he barely contained. Her body heated, softened, silently responded. Dear God, she had never felt anything like it. She undulated, lifted her hair, turned and let it glide down her back, then spun away. A few beats later, she sat down in his lap, facing him, reached up and ran her hands down the sides of his face. She could feel the late-night stubble along his jaw, and it drove her crazy. He was hard beneath her, iron hard inside his jeans, and throbbing. For an instant, she couldn't breathe. She forced herself up, forced her body to move away, to fall back into the dance. She spun and shimmied, then returned to his chair. She sat down facing him again, her legs splayed over his. Something shifted inside her, loosened, expanded, and desire took over. When she draped her arms around his neck, the last of her inhibitions slipped away. Amy leaned forward and kissed him. Just a soft melding of lips. It was against the rules to kiss a client during a lap dance, and yet she did it again. Another soft brush of lips that only made her want more. Every muscle in his body felt rigid beneath her, and yet the only thing that moved was the hot mouth gliding over hers, the lips that began to take instead of leisurely accept. She opened her mouth, and his tongue slid inside, and the next thing she knew, his arms were around her, crushing her against him, the kiss blazing hot, deep, and erotic. His hand found her breast, and the heat of his palm engulfed the fullness. She couldn't think, couldn't breathe. A little whimpering sound came from her throat, and in some deep part of her mind, sanity began to return. Johnny kissed her again, long and hard, and fear hit her. God in heaven, what was she doing? Trembling all over, Amy broke the kiss. Her heart was pounding with a combination of desire and embarrassment. She had never behaved so insanely, and she had never wanted anything more than Johnny Riggs. For an instant their eyes locked, his hot and dark, hers wild and frightened. Then the oddest thing happened. Johnny came out of the chair, with her still in his arms, and set her back on her feet. At the same instant, the music ended, the silence in the room, a second splash of cold water, hitting her squarely in the face. "Oh, my God," she said, backing away from him. "Oh, my God." She turned, started to run for the door. Johnny caught her wrist, turning her toward him before she could escape. "Easy, honey. Just take it easy." "I'm sorry," she said. I don't know what happened." "It's all right," he soothed, as if she were a frightened child. I'm not going to hurt you."
"I'm sorry," she said again, because she had broken the rules and she didn't understand how it had happened. He led her back over to the chair he had been sitting in only moments before and urged her down in the seat.
"We need to talk," he said, "but this isn't the place. What time do you get off work?"
She started shaking her head.
"Listen to me, Angel. We'll go out and have some coffee. I promise we won't do more than talk, all right?"
Her nerves settled a little. "This is the opportunity you've been wanting," she reminded herself. The chance to tell him about her sister and see if he would be willing to work out some sort of arrangement to help her. "I have to go back to work," she said lamely.
"When does your shift end?"
I'm on the early shift tonight. I get off at 11.
He nodded. "Good, that's good. I'll be waiting in the parking lot when you come outside."
She just stared at him. Johnny caught her chin and tipped it up, forcing her to look at him. She felt like crying and didn't know why.
"Just coffee. I give you my word."
Her throat ached. She had no idea why she believed him, but she did. He was a ranger, wasn't he? Surely rangers didn't lie. "All right." He bent and kissed her cheek.
"I'll see you at 11.
He didn't say more, just left her there, and quietly slipped outside the room. Babs hurried in after him. Amy was still sitting in the chair.
"Jesus, what happened? You look shell-shocked."
Amy blinked to keep from crying. "I don't know what happened. I completely lost control. He didn't. Riggs didn't. He was a gentleman. I was the one. I still can't believe it. God, I'm so embarrassed." Babs started to smile.
"Sounds like it went exactly the way we planned. When are you seeing him again?"
Amy glanced up. "What?"
"You're seeing him again, right?"
Amy nodded numbly. "Tonight, after my shift. We're going for coffee. He gave me his word we'd just talk."
Babs seemed to approve. "Smooth, not too pushy. I think I like this guy."
"I don't know what it is, Babs, but there's something about him." Her friend just smiled.
"Honey, you can say that again."
Johnny slid behind the wheel of the Mustang, tipped his head back against the headrest, and just sat there. Jesus. He couldn't quite catch his breath. He was still so hard he hurt, and at the same time he felt completely drained. Watching Angel Fontaine was like waging a war with himself, a war he'd barely won. He'd almost lost it tonight. But as hot as he'd been, and still was, as hot as Angel had been, and man, the lady was on fire. Something just wasn't right. He had to know what it was, and he was determined to find out. He believed she would show up tonight. Angel was even more baffled about what had happened in there than he was. Whoever she was, and he was sure Angel wasn't her name. She wasn't used to the kind of desire that had hit them both tonight. The kind that struck like lightning, turned into a blazing inferno, and flat out sucked you dry. In another minute, he'd have had her on the floor and been inside her. He still didn't know how he had managed to hang on to that last shred of control. Maybe it was his ranger training. Maybe it was seeing the fear in her pretty blue eyes when she had realized how close they both were to losing complete control. He raked a hand through his short, dark hair. He couldn't figure her out. And that was part of the attraction. Later tonight, he was going to find out what was going on with Angel Fontaine. Chapter 4. At the end of her shift, Amy changed into a pair of skinny jeans, tucked in a red print shirt, fastened a silver belt around her waist, and slid her feet into a pair of red, open-toed high heels. At 5'1", she was shorter than nearly everyone. High heels gave her a psychological boost as well as a physical one, and she almost always wore them. She glanced in the mirror. She had washed her face and removed her stage makeup. She ran a brush through her hair and fluffed her bangs, fastened a small gold hoop in each ear, then applied a little blush, mascara, and pale pink lipstick, nothing too heavy. She wasn't Angel now, and she didn't want to be. Amy thought of her performance in the private lap dance room and felt a rush of embarrassment. What in the world had possessed her? During her few relationships, she had never been the aggressor during sex and basically preferred it that way. But tonight something insane had come over her. She'd felt bold, empowered. She had practically attacked John Riggs right there in his chair. Closing her eyes to block out the image, she reached for her small red leather purse and slung the strap over her shoulder. She couldn't imagine what Riggs must think of her, or how she could possibly explain. At the apartment door, she paused. Maybe she should wait. Talk to him after a cooling-off period. It would certainly be easier to face him. On the other hand, maybe this was the perfect opportunity. With a sigh, she pulled open the door. The man was taking her out for coffee, nothing more. He had given her his word, and she believed him. This was the chance she needed. Maybe. She hadn't thought past the part about trying to hire him. She would just have to play it by ear. Babs met her as she crossed the backstage area toward the door leading out to the parking lot. Babs propped a hand on her hip. I talked to Tate. He says Riggs is an okay guy. Amy just nodded, trying to forget the feel of those hot, possessive lips moving over hers. I pressed the boss a little to see what I could find out, and Tate told me Riggs is a good investigator, but he doesn't work cheap. I had a feeling. It never hurts to ask, right? You never know till you try. Amy drew in a breath. I don't know quite what I'm going to say, but I guess I'll think of something. Are you kidding? After that little performance you gave him, the guy is going to be toast. Amy thought of her behavior during the dance and closed her eyes against a blush. I guess we'll see. She waved over her shoulder as she pushed open the door. I won't wait up, Babs teased with a grin, and Amy's stomach knotted. What would Riggs expect? What would she be willing to do? With a breath for courage, she stepped out into the parking lot and spotted him behind the wheel of a black Mustang. The car fit him perfectly, dark and powerful, dangerous and predatory. Her insides tightened. Dear God, how far would she be willing to go to get John Riggs to help her? Leaning back in the seat, Johnny spotted Angel the minute she walked out into the night. He knew the instant she saw him. She froze like a deer in the headlights, and Johnny didn't hesitate, just shoved open the car door and came out of his seat, started striding toward her. I'm glad you came, he said, with a smile meant to put her at ease. I know a little cafe just a couple of blocks away. We can get some coffee there. She nodded. He could feel the tension thrumming through her. Figured if he didn't get her out of there now, she was going to turn and run. It isn't that far, he said. setting a hand at her waist and urging her back to his car, not giving her time to change her mind. He led her around to the passenger door and helped her climb in, reached over and pulled the seatbelt across her lap and fastened the buckle. "Thank you." Always so polite, almost prim. Angel Fontaine was about as far from his idea of a stripper as a woman could get. And yet he had seen her up on stage, and she was hot. Maybe that was the appeal. Sweet and hot at the same time, sort of like cinnamon candy. He chuckled to himself as he slid behind the wheel. If Angel was a piece of candy, he'd be the man to eat her up. Looking uncomfortable, she shifted in her seat. "About what happened tonight, I want to apologize. I've never—"
"It was only a kiss, Angel. Nothing to get upset about."
She fell silent as he shoved the key into the ignition, and the engine roared to life, then started to purr. He drove toward the cafe, pulled into the lot, which was full, but his luck was holding, and a gray-haired couple in an old brown Buick was backing out. He parked in the space left behind, guided Angel inside, and they slid into an empty booth. The eatery had a kind of retro decor, with pink and white vinyl booths and a long lunch counter with a row of round stools. The cafe had been there for years, had once been called Norm's, but that was a long time ago. A waitress in a black skirt and white blouse showed up to take their order. Sheila, he recalled, frizzy blonde hair and big boobs. He was kind of a regular, though he rotated his meal stops to keep his information channels open. In his line of work, you never knew what rumors might come in handy. Sheila pulled a pencil from behind her ear. "Hey, handsome, what can I get you?" He looked across at Angel. Damn, she was pretty. More so, he thought, without all that makeup. He tried not to look at her mouth, since now he knew exactly how good she tasted. "What would you like?" "Just coffee," she said. "Cream, if it isn't too much trouble." "2 coffees," he said, "one with cream." "Thanks, Sheila." They made small talk for the short time it took for the coffee to arrive. Angel poured cream into her cup and daintily stirred. She looked up at him and smiled, but it looked a little forced. "I'm glad you asked me to come here." "Oh, yeah? Here we go," he thought. He'd known something was off. He had a hunch he was about to find out what it was. "The thing is, I heard you were a private investigator." "Of sorts." He took a drink from the heavy white china mug in front of him, set it back down on the formica-topped table. "That why you agreed to the dance? You wanted to talk to me about business?" Soft color washed into her cheeks. "That was part of it. I really don't know exactly what happened in there. I guess I got carried away." "Amen to that. So, what did you want to talk to me about?" "I, want to hire you." "You in some kind of trouble?" Her eyes rounded. "Me? No, of course not." "Of course not," he said with a hint of sarcasm she seemed to miss. "It's my sister. Her name is Rachel." "Then it's Rachel who's in trouble." "I don't know. A little over 6 weeks ago, Rachel disappeared. I talked to the police, of course. Bab says they haven't tried very hard, because she's an exotic dancer." He leaned back in his chair, trying not to be disappointed that her real interest came in wanting something from him. "So you want to hire me to find her, is that it?" "Not exactly. I want to hire you to help me find her. I could do some of the work, and that way it wouldn't cost as much." "Okay, I get it.
You want to hire me, but you don't have any money.
She sat up straighter in her seat. Well, I have a little. Some savings from my job back home. But I've gone through a lot of it for my plane ticket and phone calls. I could borrow some, maybe a couple $1,000. I get the feeling you don't come cheap.
She was right. He charged up to $1,000 a day, plus expenses. She looked across the booth at him, bit her plump bottom lip, and heat throbbed low in his groin. Her fingers tightened around the handle of her coffee mug, and the skin over her knuckles turned bone white.
I thought... You seem to be attracted to me. I thought maybe we could... She swallowed. Maybe we could, work something out.
A jolt of anger slipped through him. It began to fade when he noticed her face had turned as pale as the hand that gripped the mug. He hadn't pegged her for a prostitute. He looked at her, and he didn't buy it now. Still, he could be wrong. He stood up from the pink vinyl bench across from her. She had barely touched her coffee. He tossed down a 5 and a couple of 1s, more than enough for the coffee and a tip, and hauled her to her feet. Let's get out of here. Angel didn't protest when he caught her hand and led her toward the door. Didn't say a word as he guided her out of the coffee shop back to his car. But as she slid into the seat and fumbled to fasten her seatbelt, he saw that she was trembling. Johnny fired up the powerful engine, slipped the car into gear, and pulled out onto the busy street. It didn't take long to drive the winding road up the hill above Sunset to the guest house on the estate that was his home. He used the remote to open the gate, then turned into the long, narrow driveway, pulled into the guest house garage, and parked next to his Harley. Up the drive a little farther, the main house, a big white modern structure, edged out over the hill. Angel flashed a look at the motorcycle as he helped her out, but she made no comment. Just let him guide her up on the porch, waited while he unlocked the door, then walked past him into the entry. The lights of Los Angeles glittered in front of them through the wall of windows in the living room, a view that never failed to impress. She stared in that direction.
It's beautiful.
He tossed his keys into the glass dish on the table in the entry. I got lucky. I did some work for the lady who owns the estate. She's older, feels safer having someone living in the guest house. Eleanor Stiles was not only his landlady, but also a very close friend. She was 70 and smart as a whip.
Someone who was once an Army Ranger?
He shrugged. I suppose. My office is downstairs. I do most of my work out of the house. She looked calmer now, and yet he could feel her underlying tension. How about a drink? He asked. Maybe a glass of wine or something.
He sensed her relief. Wine sounds good.
White or red?
White, if you happen to have it open.
The most polite hooker he'd ever met. He opened the little fridge underneath the counter of the wet bar, took out an open bottle of Chardonnay and poured her a glass, pulled out a bud for himself and twisted off the cap. He carried the wine back to Angel, who stood in front of the window, staring out at the city lights.
It's amazing, isn't it? The lights go on forever.
I take it you aren't from L.A.
She shook her head. Michigan.
Detroit?
She steadied the glass, took a sip of wine. Grand Rapids.
Too old to be a runaway, but she was obviously new to the city. So you came here to find your sister? She looked up at him with those big blue eyes.
Yes. Johnny forced himself to concentrate.
Have you reported her disappearance to the cops?
I didn't, but Rachel's friend Barbara McClure called the police the day after she disappeared. They haven't found her or even a clue as to what happened to her. I'm not sure they're even still looking. He took a drink of his beer, set it down on a nearby table. Angel took a large, nervous swallow of her wine as he moved closer. Reaching out, he took the glass from her hand and set it down on the table next to his beer. "So now you want to hire me to help you find her?" "Yes." "And in exchange, you're willing to make a trade?" She swallowed, nodded. "I like this idea, Angel. I like it a hell of a lot." Then he hauled her into his arms, bent his head, and very thoroughly kissed her. Amy gripped Johnny's powerful shoulders and just hung on, reeling at the powerful jolt of desire that shook her. Hot lips, softer than they looked, moved over hers, nibbled the corners of her mouth. He deepened the kiss, coaxed her lips apart, and his tongue slid inside. Heat engulfed her. Need curled in her belly. She wanted to have his hands on her, wanted him to touch her. She wanted him to make love to her. She had never felt this way before, never experienced this intense, mindless hunger. She wanted to give in to it, let him have what he wanted, what she also wanted. She pressed herself more firmly against him, felt the heavy weight of his erection. He was going to help her. In return, she was paying him with her body. It didn't matter that she was selling herself like a prostitute, behaving like a whore. Her throat closed up. A little sob got caught there. She felt his mouth against the side of her neck, trailing scorching kisses along her throat, and her eyes stung. His fingers worked the buttons on her blouse, and tears welled. She wasn't a whore. She didn't sell herself to strangers. What about Rachel? What if she isn't dead? The awful thought both she and Babs secretly believed. What if she's in terrible trouble and there is no one to help her? He kissed her again, long and deep, but the desire was fading, replaced by a sick feeling in the pit of her stomach. The tears in her eyes slipped onto her cheeks. Johnny must have felt the wetness because he broke off the kiss and jerked away. "All right, that's it." Hard fingers dug into her shoulders. Her head came up as he backed her against the wall, and she stared into his dark, angry face. "Who the hell are you?" he demanded. "And don't even think of telling me your name is Angel Fontaine." She shook her head, misery sweeping over her. She had failed Rachel, failed herself. "I'm so sorry. I thought I could do it. I didn't mean to lead you on. I just—" Fresh tears welled, and the sob locked in her throat finally escaped. Johnny blew out a breath and eased her back into his arms. "It's all right. I had a feeling this wasn't going to work." He held her a moment, giving her time to compose herself, then moved away. "I was going to tell you my name," she said, brushing away a drop of wetness with the tip of her finger. "I didn't mean to deceive you. I just—" "You just what?" "There's something about you. I don't know, when I get around you, I can't seem to think straight." A corner of his mouth edged up, and some of his anger faded. "Go on, let's hear it." She swallowed. "My name is Amy Brewer. I'm not a stripper. I'm a kindergarten teacher." Johnny groaned. "The part about my sister is true. After Rachel disappeared, I flew out here from Grand Rapids. Babs, that's my roommate, Barbara McClure. She and Rachel worked together at the Kitty Cat Club. They were friends. Babs got me the job at the club, She helped me deal with my inhibitions and learn to dance, which wasn't all that easy. Eventually, I got the hang of it. And then I saw you, and I found out you were an investigator, and we sort of came up with this plan.
This plan being for you to sell yourself to me in exchange for my services.
Fresh tears welled. She wiped them away. I guess so. It sounded like a good idea at the time, considering.
Considering what?
She looked him in the face. Considering what happened in that room.
Johnny's eyes seemed to darken. There was no mistaking what she meant. She was attracted to him, or she wouldn't be sitting in his living room. Anything else?
There's more, but it isn't important now.
Why don't you let me decide that?
He led her over to the sofa, as modern as the rest of the apartment, which had high open ceilings, a sleek dark brown sofa and chairs, and everything perfectly in place. He was, after all, an ex-soldier. He picked up her wine glass and handed it back to her, grabbed his beer, and sat down beside her on the sofa.
Okay, tell me the rest.
Amy took a fortifying sip. Once I started my sister's old job, I began to dig around. That's the reason I came to L.A., to try to come up with information that might help me find her. There's a man my sister dated before she disappeared. His name is Kyle Bennett. He's supposed to be a movie producer. Tomorrow afternoon, I'm going over to his house for—
No way. I know Kyle Bennett, and the guy is a scumbag. He's about as much a movie producer as I am.
I kind of figured that, but it isn't the point. The point is, my sister came to Los Angeles to try to get into the movie business.
Gee, there's a good idea.
I know, but that's what she wanted to do. So she might have believed Kyle Bennett could help her. If she was involved with him, maybe he had some part in her disappearance.
Fine, I'll talk to him.
He isn't going to tell you anything. He'll be a lot more likely to open up to me than he will be to you.
You're a school teacher, remember? Not a cop. There is no way you should involve yourself in something like this.
It isn't as bad as it sounds. Babs knows Kyle's address and what time I should be back. If I don't get home when I'm supposed to, she's going to call the police. He just shook his head.
No way, no how.
She set the wine glass very carefully down on the coffee table and stood up. You've been very nice, Johnny, especially considering the way I've behaved. Now, I'd appreciate it if you would take me back to the club.
Shit.
I'm doing this. I'm going to find out what happened to my sister. He set down his beer and slowly stood up from the sofa.
He was a big man, powerfully built, intimidating just standing there in front of her. She forced herself not to back away.
Johnny looked down at her, and his breath whispered out in a sigh.
All right, I'll help you.
Amy opened her mouth to tell him she had changed her mind about paying him with sex, but he cut her off.
No strings,
he added.
I'll do some digging, see what I can come up with. I'll do what I can to find out what happened to your sister.
She started shaking her head.
What now?
I need to be involved in this. I owe it to Rachel. I can't just sit back and do nothing.
Were you listening to what I said? You aren't a cop. You aren't trained for this kind of work.
I'm keeping my appointment tomorrow with Kyle Bennett. I might find out something important. His jaw clenched and unclenched. He must have noticed the mutinous set of her chin because he simply nodded.
Fine. You're probably right about getting him to talk. But if I'm going to help you, we do things my way.
Is that understood?" He was an investigator. He knew what he was doing. She gave him the first sincere smile she had felt all evening. "Understood." "One last thing." "What's that?" "Sooner or later, I'm taking you to bed, but it won't be because you owe me. It'll be because the time is right, and you want me as much as I want you." Her stomach contracted. Just looking at him made her want him, but she knew he was right. Her mind wasn't ready, even if her body was more than willing. She didn't reply. God only knew what she might say if she did. "We'll talk more tomorrow," he said. "Right now it's time for me to take you home. I think we both know what will happen if we stay here much longer." Ignoring a rush of embarrassment, Amy nodded and let him guide her out the door. Of all the endings she could have imagined for the evening, this wasn't one of them. She wasn't sure if she was relieved or disappointed. Chapter 5. Johnny backed the Mustang out of the garage and headed down the hill. A freaking schoolteacher. Jesus, just his luck. At least his instincts hadn't been wrong. He shifted in the seat, trying to get comfortable. He'd had a hard-on non-stop since the first time he had seen Angel at the club. Not Angel, he corrected himself. Amy. Amy Brewer. Kindergarten teacher. Christ, how much worse could it get? "Nice car," she said, drawing his attention back to the moment. 412 horses under the hood of this little beauty. As they passed beneath a streetlight, he caught her soft smile. "When I was in high school, my dad had a Stingray. It was old, but it was hot. He was a mechanic, great with cars. Once in a while, he'd let me drive it." "You like cars?" "I do, yes. I love speed. I like to go fast, when it's safe. I like the sound a car makes when you step on the gas. I guess I picked it up from my dad." His lips faintly curved. The lady was just full of surprises. "So, your dad's still around?" If he was, the guy had to be crazy to let his daughter get involved in something as dangerous as this. "He died 3 years ago. He was cutting firewood. Tree split wrong. He was killed instantly." He could read the sorrow in her face. "That's too bad." "My mom's back in Grand Rapids. She didn't want me to come out here." "Imagine that." "She's afraid something will happen. She said losing one daughter was enough." He tossed a glance her way as he made the turn off Laurel Canyon onto Sunset and merged with the traffic. "Your mother's right. Snooping around the way you've been doing. That's dangerous business, honey." "Maybe. But so far I haven't found out much of anything. I'm hoping tomorrow will be different." "What time's your appointment?" 2:00 at Kyle's house. He lives in Bel Air, so it isn't that far a drive." "Bel Air, huh? Pretty ritzy for a scumbag. You got a car?" "Babs is lending me hers." "I need your cell number. Write it down on a piece of paper." She pulled a pen out of her purse and scribbled the number on the back of a kitty cat club napkin she dug out of the bottom. Johnny pulled into the parking lot and stopped beside the rear entrance. "If Tate gives you any trouble about being out with a customer, tell him I'm helping you with a personal problem. He knows what I do for a living. That should be enough to keep him off your back." "All right." Amy handed him the napkin, opened the car door, and got out. He rolled down his window as she walked around to his side of the car. "I'll call you late morning," he said, handing her a business card. "We need to work out the details before you go in. And I need to talk to your sister's friend Barbara. Can you make that happen?" "Babs usually sleeps till noon. but I can get her up a little early. I'll call. Set up a place for us to meet. She just nodded. Thank you, Johnny. I really appreciate this. Yeah, well, I'll see you tomorrow. He watched her walk into the club and realized it bothered him to think of her working in there. She was a school teacher, for Christ's sake. She shouldn't be dancing naked in a goddamn titty bar. He sighed as he turned the car around and drove away. There wasn't a damn thing he could do about it, except find her sister. Then he could send her sweet little schoolteacher ass back to Michigan, where it belonged. Amy usually slept late on her day off, but her nerves were strung too tight. Instead, as the sun came up, she dressed in a pair of white stretch Levi's and a pink t-shirt, left Babs asleep in the apartment, and walked a block down the street to a little espresso bar called the Caboose. I'll have a skinny double-shot latte, she said to the barista, a dark-haired girl with braces who didn't look old enough to be out of high school. With the chocolate biscotti in one hand and the coffee in the other, Amy sat down at one of the small, square tables. She reached over to the table next to hers and picked up an LA Times someone had left behind. She did a quick perusal, checked the local news, which was nothing but murder and mayhem, the weather, which never changed in sunny California, and the comics, which at least made her smile. When she finished her coffee, she headed back to the apartment and found Babs up and dressed in jeans and an orange tank top. Babs was extremely big-busted, so no matter what she wore, she looked top-heavy, as if she would topple onto the floor if she leaned too far over. "Oh, good, you're awake," Amy said. "My cell phone rang and woke me up," Babs grumbled. "Wrong number, can you believe?" "Why didn't you just go back to sleep?" "You said the ranger wanted to talk to me. I figured I might as well get up and get ready." Last night, Babs had still been awake when Amy got home. Her friend had been worried, she knew, though Babs would never admit it. Amy had told her all the gory details. How she had made a fool of herself by reneging on her sex-for-work proposal, and how John Riggs had again behaved as a gentleman. "Johnny was really great last night," Amy said. "I was starting to freak, and he knew it. He didn't push me. He agreed to help anyway." Babs scoffed. "Don't expect the same treatment from Kyle Bennett. Your sister said he was a real horse's ass." Amy grinned, having no difficulty imagining her outspoken sister saying something like that. The grin slid away. "I'm not looking forward to meeting him, especially not at his house. I feel a lot better knowing Johnny is going to be helping us." "You can say that again." Amy paced over to the window. The room they shared wasn't glamorous, their only view the parking lot below. Still, she felt safe here, with Bojang and Tate to look after them, Dante and the rest of the crew. In the beginning, she had worried that someone Rachel had worked with might have been responsible for her disappearance. But Tate screened his employees well, and after she got to know the men she worked with, she didn't believe they'd had anything to do with it. Along with that, no men were allowed upstairs, which was one of the reasons the girls liked living there. They could work, pay cheap rent, and save their money, and not be hassled by drunken kitty cat patrons. Amy walked over to the kitchen counter where Babs was making coffee. "Do you think he'll be able to find out what happened to her?" Babs pressed the start button on the coffee maker. She knew what Amy was asking. "In a city this size, women disappear all the time. Some of them are never seen again." A cold chill slipped through her. "You mean their bodies are never found?" "I'm sorry, honey, but yeah, that's what I mean. We pretend she's still out there, but I'm not sure either of us really believes it." "Oh, she's out there. We just don't know if she's alive or not. Until we're sure, one way or another, we'll do whatever it takes to find out." Amy felt better just hearing the words. They wouldn't give up. Not until they knew what had happened. She could handle Kyle Bennett. He was just a man, and their plan was a good one. At least it was a place to start. And now, she had John Riggs to help her. Johnny climbed the short flight of steps and shoved through the front door of the red brick building on North Wilcox Avenue. The Hollywood Community Police Station handled La Brea, Sunset, Hollywood, and a half-dozen surrounding communities. First thing this morning, he had run a check on Amy Brewer. Looked like she was exactly what she said, a kindergarten teacher from Grand Rapids. He groaned. Last night's hot kiss popped into his head, and he thought how much he still wanted her. Bit down on a curse and forced his mind back to business. He'd also run Rachel Brewer's name and read the few newspaper articles about her disappearance he'd found in the net, and anything else he could find out about her. It was a start, but not much help. Making his way over to the counter in the police station, he recognized Officer Gwen Michaels working behind the front desk. "Hey, Gwen." She looked up at him, and a smile broke over her face. "Johnny, you devil, where you been? And don't tell me you've been staying out of trouble, 'cause that just ain't happening, honey." Johnny grinned. "Trouble's my middle name, Gwen, you know that." "Sure do. So what can I do for you, J-Man?" Officer Michaels was in her 20s, black and gorgeous, and a damn fine officer on top of it. "Is Detective Vega around? I need to pick his brain a little." "I think he left a while ago, but let me check for you." She rotated her stool toward the computer on the desk in front of her, checked the monitor. "He's out on a call, not due back until the end of the day." "Leave him a message, will you? Ask him to give me a call when he gets in." "No problem." "Thanks, Gwen." "Take care, J-Man." He chuckled. She always called him that. He wondered why he'd never asked her out. Probably because she was a cop. When he got off work, police business was the last thing he wanted to think about. He headed for the door, wishing Vega had been in, but figuring he could count on the detective's help. He didn't get much resistance from the LAPD. In fact, he could usually depend on their cooperation with just about anything. His younger sister, Kate, had been an LAPD patrolman. 4 years ago, Katie had died in the line of duty during a bank robbery. At the time, Johnny had been in Mexico on some shit boat recovery job for J.D. Wendell, one of the dot-com billionaires. The 80-foot million-plus Lazara was chump change for Wendell, but the man wasn't about to let one of his employees get away with stealing it from him. As Johnny walked back to his car, he remembered returning to the States to find out he'd lost the sister he adored, and his chest tightened. Katie was the only real family he'd had. He sure didn't count the deadbeat dad who'd raised them in a crappy apartment off Los Feliz Boulevard. Max Riggs only worked hard enough to keep the power turned on and put a little food on the table. The rest of the time he was hustling some sucker out of his paycheck, or drinking and gambling with his buddies down at Pete's bar. With their mother long gone and never to be heard from again, Johnny and Katie were left to fend for themselves. He'd finally gotten over his mother's abandonment, though as a kid, he'd often wondered what he and Katie had done to drive her away. As he grew older, he liked to think he'd had some part in how well his kid sister had turned out. He had worked 2 jobs to buy her the clothes she needed for school. After he joined the Army, he'd sent money for City College, where she took classes in police science, and finally landed the spot she so badly wanted on the force. Katie had been well respected in the department, intelligent and competent, a young woman dedicated to her job. Officer Kate Riggs had been part of the police family, and with her death in the line of duty, forever would be, which made him family too, sort of. His Mustang sat at the curb. Johnny slid behind the wheel and fired up the engine. Sooner or later, he'd talk to Vega, who wasn't just a good cop, but also a friend. In the meantime, he'd see what information he could pry out of Rachel's sister and her friend. Amy's pretty face popped into his head. Only she wasn't Amy. She was Angel, flaunting her beautiful, mostly naked body up on stage. He could remember every delicious curve, every swing of her perfect little ass. Johnny closed his eyes, forcing the image away. It wasn't Angel he was helping. It was Amy, a freaking kindergarten teacher. Johnny cursed. Chapter 6. Amy's cell phone rang. She ran over to the kitchen table, dug it out of her purse, and pressed it against her ear. Hello? I'm on my way to the Sunset Deli. You know where it is? Johnny's husky voice made her stomach flutter. I know it. We eat there sometimes. It was on the opposite side of the street, just half a block from the club. I'll meet you there in 10 minutes. Bring your roommate along, and bring me a picture of your sister. Okay, we'll see you there. Amy ended the call and turned to Babs, who was finishing the last of her coffee. I take it that was Mr. Hot? Babs said. Amy nodded. He wants us to meet him at the Sunset Deli. Amy picked up her sister's acting portfolio, a book of photos Rachel used to take to auditions. Let's go. Babs took a last swallow of coffee, set her empty mug down on the kitchen counter, and grabbed her purse. Amy slung the strap of her white leather bag over her shoulder, and they headed for the door. She still had on the white jeans she'd worn that morning, but had changed out of her sneakers into strappy high-heeled sandals, and a pink silk blouse that tied up in front, showing her midriff. Kyle would be expecting an exotic dancer. She had to look at least a little like one. It didn't take long to reach the deli, a place they occasionally went for lunch. As they made their way between the tables, Johnny stood waiting at the back of the room. She could feel his eyes on her, dark and intense, taking in every curve, and her stomach did that same nervous flutter. He pulled out a couple of chairs around the wooden table, and she sat down, setting the portfolio in front of her. Amy tried for a smile, thought about what had happened between them last night, and her face heated up. She fixed her attention on Babs. This is my friend, Barbara McClure. As I said, Babs was Rachel's friend and roommate. Hello, Johnny. Babs flashed him a bright white smile. Johnny just nodded. Babs? Pulling out another chair, he sat down himself. If we're going to do this, I'm going to need as much information as I can get. You ready for that? Both of them nodded. Good. Then we might as well get started. Like a lot of places on Sunset, the deli had been there for years. The wooden floors were old and warped, the tables battered and scarred. Cured salami and loaves of crusty bread hung on the walls, and the smell of roasting meat and baking bread filled the air. As Johnny reached over and pulled the photo album toward him, a waitress in a dark green apron with Sunset Deli stamped in the front appeared to take their orders. A bagel and cream cheese for Babs, pastrami and rye for Johnny. Amy ordered coffee with cream. No way could she possibly eat with John Riggs sitting across from her, with his biceps bulging, a tight black T-shirt stretched over his massive chest, reminding her what she had missed out on last night. "You're not hungry?" he asked. Amy shook her head. "I had a little something earlier." He cast her a glance that said he wasn't convinced. Let's start at the beginning. His intense gaze held hers. First off, as long as you're in this, your angel, Amy Brewer, is still in Michigan as far as this investigation goes. You want answers, you got a hell of a better chance of getting them if you're Angel Fontaine, not Rachel's sister. Just an acquaintance. The thing is, I don't want anyone finding out you're playing detective. All you'll do is piss someone off. And if it happens to be the guy who had something to do with her disappearance, you could be next. You got it?
All right.
I'll need one of these photos.
Take whatever you need, she said, as he opened the portfolio. I had some extras made. He slid a 4x6 glossy out of a plastic sleeve. The photo of a beautiful girl with shoulder-length mink-brown hair and pale green eyes. The angle of her head gave her smile a hint of mischief.
Pretty girl, Johnny said, examining the picture.
Amy felt a tightening in her chest. Rachel's beautiful. She was homecoming queen in high school. She always had her pick of the boys. Johnny studied the photo as if he were trying to see deeper than the pretty smile and glossy dark hair.
How long since you last saw her?
Not since my dad's funeral, about 3 years. Rachel's 28. She left Grand Rapids when she turned 21, right after she finished City College. She came back to visit a couple of times, but it always ended in a fight with Mom. Rachel was smart. My parents wanted her to finish her education, but all Rachel wanted was to be on stage. She got the lead in a couple of high school plays, then did some local theater, and that was it. She believed she had found her calling. She was determined to become an actress.
Well, she was on stage, Babs drawled. But the Kitty Cat Club isn't exactly what your sister had in mind.
Johnny's mouth edged up. Then he returned his attention to Amy.
How about phone calls, email, that kind of thing?
We talked on the phone a few times a year, but it was mostly about superficial stuff. I didn't know she was working as a dancer until I talked to Babs. There's a computer in the office downstairs. The girls use it for email. She said she had a job as a cocktail waitress. I guess that was kind of the truth.
What about boyfriends?
She never mentioned anyone special. She never talked to me about her boyfriends or anything like that. And I never talked to her about mine. Johnny sliced her a glance.
You got a guy back home?
There was more to the question than it seemed. She could see it in his eyes. Amy shook her head. We broke up a couple of years ago. I'm not seeing anyone now. Johnny seemed to relax.
Any other family members out here?
No, just me. And I've only been here the past couple of weeks.
How about friends of hers from the past? People she knew back home?
Amy shook her head.
Anything about her you can think of that might help me find her?
I don't know. We drifted so far apart over the years. Amy smiled sadly. Rachel could really sing. A voice like a songbird, you know. Only she wasn't interested in a singing career. She wanted to be a serious actress. Johnny was making mental notes, she could tell.
Anything else? He asked.
Only that she wasn't the type to just go away and not tell anyone.
I'm sure you believe that, honey, but as you said, you don't really know your sister that well. Not anymore.
It was true, sadly. She should have come out to California sooner, tried to rebuild the close relationship they had once shared. The waitress arrived with their food, her coffee, and 2 glasses of iced tea. Johnny stuck the photo into his back pocket, picked up his pastrami sandwich, and dug in. Babs slathered her toasted bagel with cream cheese and jelly,
tore off a bite and began to nibble. Amy added a little cream to her coffee and managed to take a sip. "Who have you been talking to in the department?" Johnny asked around a mouthful of pastrami and rye. "A woman, Detective. Lieutenant Carla Meeks. I talk to her pretty much every day. She says they haven't come up with anything new." "Sometimes making a pest of yourself works. Sometimes it's just a distraction." She glanced down at the table. "I know." Johnny turned to Babs. "What did Rachel do before she started working at the Kitty Cat Club?" "She was a waitress down at Milt's coffee shop. But working at the club paid a lot better, and she wanted to save some money." "What for?" "I think she was hoping she'd get an acting job, and if she did, she wanted to have enough put away to get a place of her own. I know she did casting calls whenever she got the chance. As far as I know, not much ever came of it." "She dating anyone you know of? Besides Kyle Bennett, I mean." "I knew about Bennett, but she was only seeing him because she thought he might help her get a break. I know she and her mother never got along. I think she wanted to prove something to her." That was probably true, Amy thought with a pang. Rachel had desperately wanted her parents' approval, but it never came. After their dad's funeral, the split with her mother had only gotten worse. "What about Bennett?" Johnny asked. "I told her he wasn't for real," Babs said. "But Rachel had a lot of ambition. She did what she thought she needed to do." "So she was sleeping with him?" "I'm not really sure. I think she might have been playing him the same way he was trying to play her. The month before she disappeared, she kind of clammed up, you know? I figured she was seeing someone else, but she wouldn't talk about it. She only went out with Kyle a handful of times. She rarely mentioned where she was going, or who she was going out with." "Any problems with any of the customers? Anyone she blew off who might have had a grudge?" Babs shook her head, her dark, chin-length hair sliding around her cheeks. "Rachel kind of kept to herself. She and I were pretty good friends, but she didn't tell me everything. She was popular with the customers. Her stage name was Silky Summers. Everyone called her Silk." Babs had told Amy that. Still, hearing it now made her see her sister in a way she hadn't before. As a woman who did exotic dances for a living. Someone who could be made to disappear without much trouble and never be seen again. A trickle of unease slipped through her, reminding her that she was doing the very same thing. Johnny finished his sandwich, devouring it with manly enthusiasm and finishing the last of his fries. He waited impatiently while Babs finished her bagel, then shoved back his chair and came to his feet. "We need to get going. Time's slipping away, and Amy and I have a few things to work out before she meets Bennett." Her stomach sharply contracted. She glanced down at the pink and silver watch on her wrist. It was only costume jewelry, but it was pretty. A birthday gift from Rachel last year. "I'm ready whenever you are." The women stood up from the table while Johnny took care of the bill. Then he walked them out the door. As they stood on the sidewalk, Babs dug her car keys out of her purse. A little metal palm tree dangled from the end. She handed the keys to Amy. "Be careful. I don't have any insurance." Jesus. Johnny shook his head and raked a hand through his short, dark hair. Amy's fingers tightened around the keys. She drove a little Honda back home, and it was insured. Hopefully that would cover any problems, but she wasn't really sure. "I'll be careful." Babs waved and started walking back to the club, and Johnny led Amy toward his car, parked in the lot next to the deli. He pressed his key to unlock the Mustang, then opened the door. "Get in." Amy slipped into the passenger seat, and Johnny rounded the car and slid in on the driver's side. Reaching across her, he opened the glove box and pulled out a padded envelope. He tipped it over, and a silver, heart-shaped locket fell into his big hand. "I want you to wear this. There's a microphone inside. I'll be able to hear everything you say and whatever's going on inside the house. If you get in trouble, just sing out." Amy glanced up. "You're going to Bennett's house with me?" One of his dark eyebrows went up. "You thought I was going to let you go into that creep's place on your own? I told you that wasn't going to happen last night." "Yes, but—" "I drove by there this morning. Expensive area, plenty of parking on the street. I won't be far away if you get into trouble." The nerves returned. "Surely you don't think he'd do anything to hurt me?" "You never know with a weasel like that. Just remember, I'll be close enough to hear what's going on." Johnny swung the locket over her head and fastened the catch on the silver chain. Just the brush of his fingers against the back of her neck sent goosebumps over her skin. She glanced in the mirror. "My earrings are gold. They don't match." "Take them off," he said. Amy unfastened the small gold hoops and stuck them into her purse. She reached up and fingered the locket. "You have no idea how grateful I am for this." The edge of his mouth faintly curved. "Don't worry. When the time comes, you can show me just how grateful you are." A little curl of heat settled low in her stomach. He hadn't forgotten about last night. Amy tried not to be glad. Chapter 7. She had driven Babs's beat-up blue Chevy a few times before. Just little jaunts to the store or the drive-thru for some snack they wanted. Driving the car to Kyle Bennett's house was a far different thing. Amy took a deep breath and stuck the key into the ignition. The metal palm tree keychain clanking against the dash. She put the car in gear, pulled onto Sunset, and drove west toward Bel Air. During their brief phone conversation yesterday, Kyle had given her directions to his house. Following Sunset, a tight four-lane with everyone going too fast, she eventually reached Stone Canyon Road, turned right, then made a left onto Bellagio and continued up the winding streets until she came to the address he had given her. Every once in a while she caught a glimpse of Johnny's black Mustang in her rearview mirror, and knowing he was back there kept her from turning the Chevy around and speeding back down the hill. She wouldn't, she knew. Though her nerves were tingling and her stomach felt like a ball of snakes, she was committed to finding Rachel, no matter what it took. Amy slowed, checked the address stenciled on the curb in front of the house, and pulled the car over. The residence, a single-story, Spanish-style home, was nice but not pretentious, the kind of house she might have expected his parents to live in instead of Kyle. Turning off the engine, she sat for a moment collecting herself, then grabbed her bag, opened the door, and climbed out of the car. The place was well kept, the plants and shrubs along the brick walkway leading up to the house, neatly pruned and watered. She took a quick glance behind her, but saw no sign of Johnny. He would be parked around the corner, out of sight, she figured. At least he was out there somewhere. "I'm walking toward the front steps," she said into the mic, hidden inside the locket. Figuring she was still far enough from the windows, no one would see her talking to herself. She steadied her nerves as she pushed the doorbell, and heard it chime somewhere inside. It didn't take long for the door to swing open. A smiling Kyle Bennett stood in the doorway. "Come on in." He was dressed in designer jeans, loafers, and a yellow Izod knit shirt. His sandy hair neatly combed. He was casually GQ, exactly what she had expected. Amy walked into the Spanish-tiled entry, noticing a heavy wooden chandelier overhead, and Kyle closed the arched front door. He surveyed her, head to foot. "You look just as good in clothes as you do out of them. That's definitely a plus." She swallowed, not happy with the reminder he had seen her all but naked. Is everything ready for the screen test?" "My camera guy is running a little late, but he'll be here soon. Why don't we go into the studio and I'll fix us something to drink?" She let him guide her through the house into what looked like his study, done in dark wood paneling, with a wide, ornately carved oak desk and a dark brown leather sofa and chair. A camera on a tripod pointed toward the sofa, apparently where Bennett planned to film the audition. "Have a seat," he said. She sat down on the couch, nervously smoothed her palms over her white jeans. "What would you like to drink? Glass of white wine, maybe, or something stronger? How about I make you a Cosmo?" Amy shook her head. "A Diet Coke would be good, if it isn't too much trouble." "No trouble. I just figured you might want something to help you relax in front of the camera." I think I'd do better if I wasn't drinking anything alcoholic." His smile looked more feral than friendly. "How about some orange juice? It's pretty much all I've got." "That would be great." He walked over to the bar in the corner and began fixing their drinks. A blender sat in the back bar next to a row of mixes, and a pink silk geranium in a small woven basket. A couple of padded leather stools sat in front of the bar. Kyle returned with their drinks, handed her the orange juice, and sat down on the sofa beside her. He lifted his glass. "Here's to a great test today." Amy lifted her glass, and he clinked his against hers. She took a swallow, and then another, hoping it would help calm her nerves. "You know, a friend of mine came here for a screen test," she said, easing into the subject of her sister. One of his sandy eyebrows went up. "That right?" "Silky Summers. She worked at the club before I started." "Oh, sure, I knew Silk. I tried to help her." He shook his head. "It was sad, really. Silk had big dreams, but I'm afraid she didn't have much talent." "Is that right?" Amy thought that was probably a lie. Rachel was good at most everything. "She always wanted to be an actress." "They all do, sweetheart. But most of them just can't cut it." He smiled. "Not like you. I've got a good feeling about you, Angel. I've got a hunch you're going to show real promise." She took another sip of juice, buying herself some time. "I wonder what happened to her. Silky, I mean. You haven't heard from her, have you?" She yawned behind her hand, feeling a little tired, and wished she had slept better. "I mean, she thought you could get her into show business. I figured she would try to stay in touch with you." He shrugged his shoulders, which were slim, and made her think of Johnny's thick-shouldered, muscular build. "Haven't heard a word," he said. "The police asked me about her, you know. I told them I hadn't seen her for a couple of weeks before she disappeared." "She didn't say anything, then, about where she was going?" She felt like yawning again, but managed to resist. Kyle leaned in closely. "What's your interest in Silk?" Amy tried to shrug, but her shoulders barely moved. She owed me some money. I'd like to get it back." He relaxed at that.
"Stick with me, kiddo. You'll make plenty of money."
She looked up at him and tried to smile, but her eyelids felt heavy.
"Now that I think of it," Kyle said, "she did go out with a guy I knew. Kenny Reason. He's a DJ down at the Rembrandt Club. I introduced them. Maybe Kenny'll know where you can find her."
Amy blinked up at him owlishly. "Thanks." The more she stared, the fuzzier his features became. She started frowning. "I don't know what's the matter with me, but I'm starting to feel really funny." Kyle smiled kindly.
"You're probably just nervous. Why don't you lie down for a few minutes? I'll wake you up when my camera guy gets here."
She didn't want to lie down, but her mouth wouldn't move to form a protest. Instead, she let him help her to her feet, and the next thing she knew, she was leaning against him, letting him guide her down the hall. She caught a glimpse of a big king-size bed, realized in her foggy brain that something was terribly wrong. "Johnny," she whispered, and prayed he could hear her, as the world went suddenly black.
"Son of a bitch!"
Johnny was out of the car and charging down the sidewalk. He raced across Bennett's front yard, darted around the corner into the side yard, ran toward the rear of the house and up the back porch steps, where he could break in without being seen. The door was an older style with a curtained window. He pulled his Beretta from where he'd stuffed it into the back of his jeans, used the barrel to break the glass pane, and reached inside to turn the lock. No alarm went off as he opened the door. He kicked his way through the shattered glass on the Spanish tile floor and rushed toward the bedroom, figuring that was the most likely place Bennett would have taken her. The minute Amy had begun to slur her words, he knew what was happening, knew the Weasley little bastard had loaded her drink. The door at the end of the hall was closed. He paused when he reached it. Hearing Bennett's voice in a one-sided conversation, he clamped down on the rage swelling inside him, turned the knob, but found it locked. He raised his heavy boot and kicked the door open. He aimed the pistol at Bennett.
"Move, you little prick, and I swear I'll blow your head off."
Leaning over the bed, Kyle froze. Johnny's gaze shifted to Amy, who lay on her back on top of the mattress, completely unconscious. Bennett had unbuttoned her pink blouse, giving him a view of the plump cleavage above her push-up bra. He'd unzipped her white jeans, but that was as far as he'd gotten.
"Move away from her, now!"
Bennett held up his hands as if they could stop a bullet and backed away from the bed. Just beyond it, the closet doors were folded open, revealing a wall filled with kinky sex toys, padded handcuffs, a leather headdress, a roll of duct tape, and every shape and size of dildo imaginable. The rage returned, so thick and hot he could barely see. His finger itched where it curled against the trigger.
"Who are you?"
Bennett demanded, but his voice shook.
"What are you doing in my house?"
Johnny lowered the pistol, shoved it into his pants behind his back. He moved into the room, over toward the bed.
"Rape's against the law, buddy, or hadn't you heard?"
Bennett kept his hands in the air, trying to ward off the anger rippling toward him in waves.
"Take it easy, okay? This isn't what it looks like. Angel came over here on her own. We were just having a little fun."
"That's so." He looked down at Amy and felt a pinch in his chest. Now that she was there, he couldn't call the police. For Christ's sake, the lady was a goddamn kindergarten teacher. The last thing she needed was a sex scandal. Whatever kind of roofie Bennett had given her would knock her out for 8 to 12 hours. He needed to get her out of there. His gaze shifted back to Bennett, and his rage boiled back to the surface. If Amy had come on her own, Bennett would have raped her. It took every ounce of his will to not beat the guy into a bloody pulp. Instead, he strode to where Bennett cowered against the wall, grabbed his shirt, and started dragging him toward the closet. "What are you doing?" Bennett's weak struggles were almost funny. "Get away from me! Leave me alone!" "I'll leave you alone, you freak!" Johnny reached for the padded handcuffs hanging on a peg on the back wall of the closet, clamped them onto Bennett's slim wrists, then lifted him up and draped the chain linking the cuffs together over a peg on the wall. Bennett hung like a landed fish. "You can't do this!" "Yeah?" Reaching into his boot, Johnny pulled out his ranger knife and flipped it open. Bennett's eyes turned into watery, frightened orbs as Johnny held up the gleaming 6-inch serrated blade. "Oh, God, don't hurt me! Let me go!" "Not likely." Bennett closed his eyes as Johnny started cutting off his clothes. It took only minutes to have the bastard naked, except for his socks and shoes. Johnny reached up for one of the dildos. He knew where he'd like to shove it. But then again, Bennett might like it. Instead, he stuck it into the man's mouth, tore off a strip of duct tape, and slapped it over the end to hold it in place. Satisfied Bennett wouldn't choke to death or have trouble breathing, he grinned. "The cops are going to have a real laugh when they come to your rescue, buddy." Turning toward the bed, he reached down and fastened the buttons on Amy's blouse, zipped her jeans, and lifted her into his arms. "Come on, baby. Let's get you out of here." He flashed a last ruthless smile toward Kyle Bennett. "Have fun, kiddo." Closing the door behind him, Amy snuggled against his chest. Johnny carried her down the hall. Knowing a woman's most valuable possession was her purse, he ducked into Kyle's office, grabbed her small white bag, and left the house. He was taking the little dancer home with him, where once again he wouldn't be able to touch her. God had an amazing sense of humor. Johnny glanced at his heavy chrome wristwatch for the 20th time. 10 hours. Amy had been out like a light for 10 freaking hours. He wanted to go back and tear Kyle Bennett's head off. The guy deserved a far worse punishment than he'd gotten. Johnny would have been happy to rip him apart limb by limb if the little pervert hadn't been so puny. Instead, after he had brought Amy back to his house, he had used one of the disposable phones he kept on hand to call the police. He had given them Bennett's address and told them a man was in trouble and needed their help. He couldn't help grinning when he thought of the look on the officers' faces when they found Bennett naked and trussed up like a pig with his own kinky toys. He'd been tempted to call Vega, let him in on the fun, but he had more important work for his friend. He needed to talk to Rick in person. He wanted answers to his questions about Rachel, and he had a better shot at getting them face to face. In the meantime, he was keeping close tabs on Amy, regularly checking her pulse and breathing, making sure there weren't any unforeseen complications aside from the powerful hangover she was going to have when she woke up. He opened the bedroom door and looked down at her, lying on his bed. He had imagined her there a dozen times, but not like this. Johnny sighed. He hadn't taken off her clothes. Though she'd been dancing nearly naked in front of a room full of men, he had a hunch she would prefer to keep her clothes on, no matter how uncomfortable they might be. She was still sleeping soundly, he saw. Her long blonde hair spread around his pillow like a sleek gold curtain. He had taken off her high heels and tossed a blanket over her bare feet. He started to close the door and return to the living room when he saw her stir. Slowly, Amy opened her eyes. It seemed to take Herculean effort. When she moved, her body ached all over. She felt groggy and disoriented, her brain mushy and her stomach queasy. She must have been sleeping the sleep of the dead. Her gaze surveyed the bedroom. White walls, black bedside tables with silver lamps on top. A black dresser with silver handles. There were photos of motorcycles and fast cars on the walls. None of it looked familiar. With a panicky gasp, Amy jerked back the blanket that covered her. Her last memory, one of Kyle Bennett, leading her down the hall to his bedroom. "Easy, baby. You're safe. Everything's all right." Johnny's deep voice washed over her from a few feet away, and her fear began to recede. She saw him then, big, dark, and menacing, standing at the side of the bed. "Where am I?" "My house. I brought you here after Bennett drugged you." "Oh, my God." She shoved herself to an upright position, and pain slammed into her head. "Take it easy." Johnny reached out and eased her back down on the mattress. "You've been out for nearly 10 hours. You need to take it slow." What happened?" She looked down, saw she was wearing her clothes. He didn't...
He didn't have time to do much of anything. I was there, remember? Bennett put a roofie, that's a date rape drug, in your drink. I came in just a few minutes after he took you into his bedroom."
She closed her eyes, trying to replay the scene, but her memory was completely blank. Still, Johnny had been there, so nothing terrible had happened. She felt a sweep of relief. "What happened to Kyle? Did you call the police? Oh my God, I could lose my teaching job."
You could lose your job if someone back home finds out you've been working at the Kitty Cat Club. But you don't have to worry. I handled Bennett myself, and no one knows you were ever there.
She glanced at the biceps bulging beneath his t-shirt, thought of what might have happened if one of those powerful arms had connected with Bennett's face, and her eyes widened. What did you do to him?" Johnny grunted.
Nothing permanent, unfortunately. But the police found him naked and handcuffed in a bedroom full of kinky sex toys, so I don't think you'll be seeing him at the club for a while.
Kinky sex toys? Her stomach rolled. If Johnny hadn't gone with her, Kyle would have been using them on her while she had been unconscious. "I need to get up," she said, feeling suddenly sick. "I have to use the bathroom." Johnny reached down and took her arm, helped her sit up and swing her legs to the side of the bed. But the minute she tried to stand, nausea hit her. "Oh, God." Clamping a hand over her mouth, she bolted for the bathroom, bent over, and threw up what little there was in her stomach. Her hands were shaking as she flushed the toilet. She washed her hands, then cupped water in her palm and rinsed her mouth. In the mirror above the sink, she saw Johnny standing behind her in the open doorway. He pulled a washcloth off the towel rack and handed it over.
"Wash your face. You'll feel better."
Amy took the cloth from his hand, waited until he stepped back, and then closed the door. The last thing she wanted was for John Riggs to see her being sick. Fortunately, the cool cloth helped. By the time she came out of the bathroom, she felt a little better. Johnny was waiting, one thick shoulder propped against the wall a few feet away. He shoved off and came toward her.
"You're getting a little color back in your face. Feeling any better?"
She nodded, but sank back down on the edge of the bed. "If you hadn't been with me, Kyle would have raped me." She looked up as another thought struck. "Do you think he did that to Rachel?"
Babs said Rachel dated him a few times. Your sister had been working at the club for a couple of years. She was probably too savvy to fall for Bennett's tricks.
Unlike me, Amy said glumly.
You're a school teacher, honey. You've never been around guys like that. At least you found out what you're up against. You can let me handle things from here, and—
Wait a minute. She shot up off the bed, felt a jolt of pain in her head, and sank back down. You don't think this changes anything? I'm finding my sister, Johnny. I'm not letting some weirdo like Kyle Bennett keep that from happening.
Listen to me, Amy. You're in way over your head with this. What happened today should have shown you that.
She bit her lip. Maybe Bennett killed her. Maybe he drugged her and something went wrong. Maybe she died and he had to get rid of her body. Imagining her sister dead, she felt a sweep of pain mixed with anger. Amy steeled herself against it. It's possible, isn't it?
Anything's possible. Look, I've got a friend in the homicide department, Detective Vega. I'm hoping he'll let me take a look at your sister's missing persons file. I'll find out what the police know about Bennett's involvement with Rachel, and find out who else they might be looking at in regard to her disappearance.
She nodded, careful not to move too fast. All right, that sounds like a good idea.
I probably shouldn't encourage you, but if it makes you feel better, you got a name from Bennett before you passed out.
I did?
Kenny Reason. He's a disc jockey over at Rembrandt's.
Rembrandt's? I don't think I've heard of it.
It's a nightclub, not a strip joint. Fairly upscale clientele. Bennett said your sister dated Kenny for a while.
She must not have mentioned it to Babs. Maybe Mr. Reason will know something that will help.
Maybe.
Johnny glanced down at his watch.
It's getting late. If you're feeling well enough, I'll take you home. If you'd rather, you can spend the night in my guest room.
Amy shook her head. I need to go home.
Johnny didn't argue. This was one time sex didn't seem to be on either of their minds. Spotting her purse in the dresser, she rose carefully from the bed, walked over, and picked it up.
Whenever you're ready. She slung the purse strap over her shoulder. I really appreciate what you did today. There's no way I can ever thank you enough.
A hot gleam appeared in his eyes. Our business isn't finished. The next time you're in my bed, honey, I promise you won't be sleeping.
Chapter 8. Johnny called Rick Vega first thing Friday morning, and the detective agreed to meet him at the station. As she had the day before, Gwen Michaels sat behind the front desk. When she spotted Johnny walking toward her, she smiled. "Vega is expecting you," Gwen said. "You know where to find him."
"Thanks, Gwen."
Heading down the hall, he waved to a couple of beat cops he knew, turned the corner, and pushed through the doors of the detective bureau. The place was well lit, lined with rows of desks, each with its own computer, and always humming with activity as cops came and went. Rick motioned him over, and Johnny sauntered in his friend's direction, then sat down in the chair beside the desk. "Heard you were in here looking for me yesterday. I meant to call, but things got crazy." Vega was handsome as sin, about the same height as Johnny, with gleaming black hair, slicked back from his face, and smooth, dark skin, a bachelor who spent too much of his paycheck on the perfectly tailored suits he liked to wear.
"Not a problem." "Must be important if you're back again today." "I need a favor, Rick."
Vega scoffed. "So what's new?" Before he'd been promoted to detective in the homicide division, Rick had been his sister Katie's partner, which was how he and Rick had become such good friends.
"I need to take a look at a file. Girl reported missing a little over 6 weeks ago. Name's Rachel Brewer.
She worked over at the Kitty Cat Club. Vega frowned. Brewer, that name sounds familiar. At the club, she used the name Silky Summers, Johnny added. Rick shoved up from his chair and walked over to speak to Mitch, a balding older guy who, after a departmental shakeup, had just been reassigned as Vega's new partner. Mitch said something, and Rick headed back to his desk, his strides long and confident, not a wrinkle in his perfectly pressed navy blue suit. Though her death was not his fault, Vega had never forgiven himself for Katie getting killed that day in front of the bank. It was part of the reason the detective usually agreed to help him. Since Johnny helped the police in return as much as he could, he didn't feel a damn bit bad about benefiting from Vega's guilt. Rick sat back down and started typing on his keyboard, pulled up Rachel's missing persons file, and pushed the print button. I could catch holy hell for this. They say anything, tell them I'm working on a lead. I'll let them know if it comes to anything. It's still against the rules. But Rick handed Johnny the pages, spitting out of the printer. There weren't all that many. He studied the pages. Brewer, Rachel Carolyn, age 28. 5'7", 120 pounds, brown hair, green eyes. Employed 2 years as a dancer at the Kitty Cat Club. Before that, a waitress at Milt's coffee shop. Reported missing May 1st of this year. Most of which he already knew. He skimmed down the page, shuffled through the next and the next. Looks like the suits questioned Kyle Bennett. Rick made a rude sound in his throat. There's a real scumbag. She was scraping the bottom of the barrel if she was running with him. Rick started grinning. Matter of fact, we got a call on Bennett yesterday. Uniforms found him naked in some kinky sex deal. Johnny grinned. That's so. Rick eyed him with suspicion. You wouldn't know anything about that, would you? Johnny's shoulders went up in an innocent shrug. Who, me? Rick shook his head. I don't want to know. Johnny returned his attention to the pages in Rachel's file. According to this, Bennett said he hadn't seen Rachel for at least 2 weeks before she disappeared. Says the info checked out. The police had also interviewed the employees Rachel worked with at the club, but had come up empty. Mentions a realtor named Peter Brand. Doesn't say much, though, just that Brand knows Rachel through some charity he's involved with. Interesting. Looks like he has an alibi for the night she disappeared. Anything else? Vega asked. Says here she and Honeybee didn't get along. Honeybee? Redhead named Vicky Thomas, dancer at the club. Johnny remembered talking to her when he was hunting Ray Carroll, the skip he'd returned to Texas. I'll take another look at her. He studied the words in the page. Rachel's car is also missing. Blue 1998 Toyota Corolla. Haven't found a trace of it. Maybe she took off with a boyfriend. Maybe. But they didn't find her cell phone. And according to this, no calls were made from her number after she went missing. No new credit card charges either. Not good. If she'd just left town, she'd have taken her phone and cards and probably still be using them. Johnny glanced down. Had $1,800 in her savings account. None of it's been withdrawn. Nothing useful on the email she posted from the office where she works. Listen, you need to talk to Carla Meeks, Rick said. She's the detective assigned to Rachel's case. Maybe she can think of something that isn't in the file. Amy had mentioned her. Johnny knew her a little too well. He had broken his long-standing no-cop dating rule and hooked up with a good-looking lieutenant a couple of times. But they hadn't clicked as far as he was concerned. Unfortunately, Carla hadn't felt the same way,
and she was beyond pissed when he stopped calling. "I plan to," was all he said. He also wanted to talk to Kenny Reason, the DJ down at Rembrandt's, but it wasn't worth the department's time if it turned out to be nothing. "You run across anything, let me know, will you?" Rick nodded. "Same goes." Johnny shuffled the file pages back together and stood up from his chair. "Keep an eye on Bennett. The guy's giving roofies to the girls he brings to his house." "Shit." Johnny held up the pages as he started for the door. "Thanks, Rick. Good luck with it." Johnny left the department and headed to the downtown station on First Street that housed the missing persons unit, though he wasn't looking forward to his encounter with Carla Meeks, and he wasn't counting on getting much help from her either. Amy sat stiffly in the beauty chair at the studio salon, her head stuck under a dryer, hot air burning her scalp. After yesterday, she still felt a little out of sorts, but the last remnants of the roofie Bennett had given her had finally worn off, and she was ready for her shift this afternoon. She touched one of the curlers beneath the hood. When her hair finally dried, she'd have a head full of ringlets, bouncy little curls the beautician said would look just darling. The curls wouldn't be permanent, thank God. But she hadn't wanted her natural blonde hair dyed, and she didn't need it cut. Getting it curled was all she could think of as an excuse to talk to Sherry Mullins, Rachel's former beautician. It wasn't until yesterday that she'd come up with the idea of questioning her sister's hairdresser. Not until yesterday's fiasco with a pseudo-movie producer. When that near disaster had provided a clue, a lead, the police called it, she started trying to think outside the box. Think who might have information about Rachel, aside from the people who worked with her or were patrons of the club. The timer went off, ringing a little bell. The dryer shut down, and Sherry came over to get her. "Come on, let's see how you look." Like an idiot, she was sure, but a good shampoo would solve the problem and put her hair back to normal. She followed Sherry across the salon and climbed up in the chair in front of the mirror. The shop wasn't fancy, the contemporary furniture a little worn, the photos of male and female models showing different hairstyles, slightly dated. The pink silk flowers on the table were a little faded. The place wasn't fancy, but the prices weren't fancy either, which was the reason so many of the girls from the club came to the shop. "So where were we?" Amy asked, hoping to return the conversation to the topic they had been discussing before she went under the dryer, which, of course, was her sister. She wished she could just tell Sherry who she really was, but she'd promised Johnny. Sherry did the hair of half the girls from the club. News of Amy's true identity would be out within the hour. The beautician just laughed. "Are you kidding? These days I can barely remember where I parked my car." She was only in her 40s, but she was a smoker and she looked much older. Tiny wrinkles puckered around her mouth and the corners of her eyes, and her skin was rougher than it should have been. "Oh, I remember," Amy said, as if the memory had just returned. "We were talking about Rachel Brewer." Sherry, who had been doing Rachel's hair for years, knew her real name as well as the one she used on stage. "My roommate says Rachel's been missing for weeks. You don't think someone might have killed her, do you?" She widened her eyes and put as much drama behind the words as she could manage. She wasn't an actress. She left that to her sister. But she wanted the woman to be intrigued enough to keep talking. Maybe some new information would surface. Sherry started pulling out curlers. Her shoulder-length hair was dyed a little too black, and her eyebrows were plucked a little too thin. But she was friendly and well-liked by her customers, and she had been nice to Amy. "You never know anymore what can happen,"
Sherry said. "I know she was seeing a couple of different guys. Could be one of them got jealous." Amy's stomach squeezed. She had posed a similar theory about Kyle Bennett. Did she happen to mention their names? When Sherry began to look at her curiously, she added, "I wouldn't want to meet up with any of them at the club. I wouldn't feel safe." Sherry dragged out a couple more curlers, tossed them into the sink. "She talked about someone named Danny and a guy named Ken." "Kenny Reason?" "She didn't say. Rachel wasn't much of a gossip." She took the last curler out of Amy's hair and ran her hands through the now curly blonde mass. "Maybe one of them was giving her trouble, so she just left town. I sure hope nothing real bad happened to her." Amy made no reply. She was praying Sherry was right, and Rachel had simply left town. Maybe she'd gotten into some kind of trouble and had to get away before it got worse. Maybe she went into hiding somewhere until it was safe to return. But Amy couldn't make herself believe it. Johnny called Lieutenant Meeks from his cell phone. "I'm working on a case," he said, careful to keep the conversation brief. "If you've got the time, I'd like to talk to you about it." "All right." Her reply was perfectly professional, but he could hear the venom in her voice. "I'm on my way." He ended the call, and half an hour later, the lieutenant led him into one of the conference rooms in the downtown police station, and he sat down at the table across from her. The multi-story building on First Street was new, all sleek steel and glass, with the most modern equipment. Lieutenant Meeks, a member of the Missing Persons Unit, part of the Vice Squad, sat down at the table across from him. "So, what can I do for you, John?" She always called him that, always kept a distance between them, even when they'd been in bed. "I'm looking into the Brewer case. I'm working for her sister." She scoffed. "Good luck with that." She was average height, with short brown, naturally wavy hair. She was a year older than he was, good-looking in a stiff, uptight kind of way, and she had curves in all the right places. "The woman's a real pain in the neck," Carla said. He thought of the sexy little blonde pain in the neck he was helping and smiled slightly. "No doubt about it. She's determined to find Rachel. I'm trying to give her something new, something hopeful." Carla looked him over, gave him a catty smile. "Pretty girl. I imagine you'll be able to give her what she needs." He ignored the innuendo. "So what do you got I might be able to use?" Carla sighed, her mind back on business. "Not much. The night Rachel Brewer disappeared, no one saw her leave the club. Her roommate figured she was spending the night with one of the guys she was dating, maybe got to drinking, didn't want to drive. But she'd been keeping to herself the past few weeks, and the names we checked all had alibis." "Kyle Bennett?" "That's right. And a real estate agent named Peter Brand. He was attending a company function the night she disappeared." "Nothing on her cell?" he asked, just to see what she'd say. "Never found it, or her car. No calls made from her number after she went missing." "Anything else?" "No, but there's something you can do for me. The sister gave us an address in Culver City. Turns out it belongs to an actress friend of Rachel's, but the sister isn't staying there. Her cell number is all we've got. Where is she?" It wasn't exactly a secret, and Carla was a good cop. She'd understand the situation. "Amy took her sister's old job at the club. She's using the name Angel Fontaine. They don't know who she is, and it would be better for her if it stayed that way." Carla frowned. She'd better be careful. If her sister was into something kinky, it might come down on her. "That's what I've been telling her.
Eventually, I'm hoping she'll quit. In the meantime, I'm keeping an eye on her."
Carla gave him a knowing half-smile. "I'll just bet you are." Chapter 9. On the way back to the club, Amy wandered along Sunset into a couple of trendy dress shops. The boutiques were designed for young women, the prices on the top edge of affordable. The clothes, lots of black leather and lace, short skirts, and plenty of bare skin, were hardly her style, but it was fun to look. A hot little number caught her eye. At home, she would have been embarrassed for anyone to catch her admiring it, but this was California. She was a different person here, freer, more open to new ideas. Eventually, she would go back to being the simple, conservative young woman she was before. But for now, for this one brief moment in time, she was Angel Fontaine, and she could do anything she pleased. She went home with the sexy black outfit tucked in a Mitzi's boutique shopping bag, wondering if she would ever wear it. As she walked back into the club, she spotted Johnny sitting at the bar, his intense gaze finding her all the way across the room. He looked dark and rugged and amazingly handsome, and her stomach lifted alarmingly. This early in the afternoon, the club was mostly empty. It got busier as the sun went down. The Sunset Strip came alive at night. Johnny stood up as she approached, and she felt a little dizzy at the sight of all that masculinity so nicely packaged in black jeans and a t-shirt. Johnny grinned. "Hey, Goldilocks." She had almost forgotten her hair, forgotten that too much gel had turned her long, sleek strands into a riot of curls. She reached up and touched it, made a face at the springy texture. "It'll wash out," she said glumly. "I thought maybe you were going to change your act, bring in a couple of guys in bear suits." "Very funny." She managed to climb up on a bar stool, though being so short it wasn't easy. Johnny sat back down on the stool next to hers. "How you feeling?" "Normal again. Better than I should be feeling, considering." She looked across at Dante, who mopped the top of the bar in front of her with a clean white towel. "I could really use a Diet Coke, if you wouldn't mind." "You got it, Angel." The handsome Latino grinned, then turned to Johnny. "You want a beer or something?" "No thanks, I'm working." Amy sighed. "So was I. That's what happened to my hair." Johnny reached out and slid a hand into her bouncy blonde locks. "This I gotta hear." But Amy didn't reply. Transfixed by the feel of his fingers slipping through the heavy curls, she just sat there like a cat being stroked and wanting to purr. She felt his eyes on her, intense now, sensing her interest, the heat beginning to build between them. She wanted this man. Maybe it was time to do something about it. Maybe she should. Dante set an icy glass of diet soda in front of her and walked away, and Johnny's hand slid free of her hair. Amy swallowed. I went to see Rachel's hairdresser. I wanted to see if maybe she'd heard some gossip or something that might help us. Getting my hair done was the only excuse I could think of to talk to her. The curls were her idea." Johnny chuckled. "Do any good?" "Sherry, that's the stylist, said that Rachel was seeing a couple of different guys. One of them was named Ken. I figured Kenny Reason. The other man's name was Danny." "Danny. No reference to a Danny in the police reports." "You saw them?" He nodded. "My sister Katie was a cop before she died. Her former partner is a friend of mine." "You have had a sister?" He nodded. "She was killed during a bank robbery. She was a really great kid." She reached over and caught his hand. "Oh, Johnny, I'm so sorry." He ran his thumb over the back of her hand, and a little tremor went through her.
"Katie always wanted to be a cop," he said. "She was doing the job she loved, but she was way too young to die. She deserved to have more time."
She let go of his hand, though she didn't really want to. "Your sister is gone, and now so is mine. It isn't fair."
"There's still hope we'll find Rachel."
She took heart at that, managed to smile. "Yes, there is."
"Because of what happened to Katie, I get to call in a favor now and then. I got a look at Rachel's file, and I talked to Lieutenant Meeks. She pretty much hates you, by the way."
Amy laughed. "I know I've been a nuisance. I figured the squeaky wheel and all that."
"Doesn't always work."
She took a sip of Diet Coke. "So what did Lieutenant Meeks tell you?"
"Not much. Mentioned a real estate agent named Peter Brand. But according to the report, he came up clean."
"Nothing else?" He shook his head.
"Unfortunately, I'm not exactly on the lieutenant's favorite persons list either."
At her inquisitive look, he held up a hand.
"Don't ask."
Amy smiled. "You mean she didn't fall prey to all that Johnny Riggs charm?" He flashed a crooked grin.
"You think I'm charming?"
"Maybe. I think you can be very sweet at times, even if you won't admit it."
"Sweet? You think I'm sweet?"
She laughed. "You were sweet last night. You came to my rescue. You took care of me when I was sick. If it hadn't been for you, I would have been in serious trouble."
"I'm not sweet. How do you know I didn't ravish you when you were at my mercy?"
Her smile returned. "I don't think that's your style." Johnny reached out and touched her cheek. Just a feather-light brush of his fingers, yet goosebumps rose beneath her skin.
"You're right,"
he said.
"I want you wide awake when I take you. I want you to know exactly what I'm doing to you."
Amy couldn't breathe. He reached up and playfully tugged on one of her curls.
"In the meantime, no more detective work, okay?"
The curls bobbed as she firmly shook her head. "I'm not quitting. No way, no how." Hearing his own words played back to him, Johnny smiled. "In the past 2 days," Amy continued, "I've found out more than I have in the past 2 weeks. I need to talk to Kenny Reason, and I need to find out who this Danny person is."
"I'll talk to Reason, see what he has to say."
"I want to go with you. He might say something that clicks with me, or I might think of something to ask him you wouldn't." When he started shaking his head, she caught his arm. "You said Rembrandt's was a nightclub, an upscale place. If I'm with you, I won't be in any danger."
"I don't like it, Angel."
"You said you'd help me."
"I'm doing my damnedest, honey."
"Please, Johnny, I've got to do this. I owe it to Rachel." She looked up at him, trying to work her womanly wiles the way the other girls did. "Please." He sat there for several long moments, then gave up a sigh of defeat.
"All right, damn it, you can go. But we need to keep moving on this. Can you get off early tonight?"
One of the girls had called in sick, so she was working a split shift. "I'm off at 10. She had to be back by midnight, but she didn't want him to have an excuse not to take her.
"All right. I'll pick you up and we'll go to Rembrandt's. Until then, try to stay out of trouble."
The afternoon was slipping away. Johnny had a half-dozen calls to make on cases he'd been working, and paperwork to do back at his home office. Instead, he sat next to Amy at the Kitty Cat bar.
"Listen, I need to talk to Honeybee. You know where I can find her?" He told himself he was still working, even if he wasn't getting paid for it. The music shifted. The stage had been dark, but now the lights came on for the next performance. The spotlight shined on a black-haired dancer named Ruby. Then a blonde the announcer introduced as Brittany, a new addition to the show, strutted onto the stage. The entertainment continued from opening to closing, but during the day, performances were farther apart. "I'm not sure where Bea is," Amy said. Babs walked up next to them just then, a tray balanced on her shoulder. "Bea's on a break. She's in the employees' lounge." She tipped her head toward Amy. "You can take him back. It's okay for a guy to go in there as long as he's with one of the girls." On stage, the music swelled and the show began. Johnny barely noticed. He didn't give a whit about the naked women gyrating beneath the spotlights. He didn't get the clenching low in his groin that he felt when he watched Amy dancing as Angel, that he felt just sitting beside her. "Why do you need to see Bea?" Babs asked. The question dragged his thoughts back to the moment. "She and Rachel had a fight. I want to know what about." Amy looked up at Babs. "Did you know about that?" Babs nodded. "Why didn't you tell me?" "I like Bea. She and Rachel didn't get along very well, but I don't believe Bea had anything to do with her disappearance, and I didn't want to cause her any trouble." "So you aren't the one who told the police about the fight?" Johnny said. "No. Maybe Tate mentioned it." "What was the fight about?" he asked. Babs hesitated, then sighed. "Bea's got a kid, all right? Rachel thought she should see her little boy more often, but Bea's just not the kid type, you know? It's not her fault. It's just the way she is." Amy's smile looked wistful. "My sister was always soft-hearted. When we were little, she brought home a constant stream of stray dogs, cats, and injured birds. Kids and animals. Rachel loved them. We both did. I always thought she would make a great mother. We both wanted that someday." Johnny glanced down at Amy. She was a teacher. Of course she loved kids. She didn't belong in a place like the Kitty Cat Club. "Take me back to the lounge," he said to her, torn between wishing he could find her sister and send her back home, and wishing he could just take her to bed. Slipping down from the bar stool, she left her half-finished Diet Coke and led him toward the back of the club. He followed her into the employee lounge, which had a kitchenette along one wall, a coffee maker on the counter, and a couple of formica-top tables. Plastic chairs clustered around each one, and a dark blue vinyl sofa with light gray throw pillows, the color scheme of the club, rested against the wall. Honeybee sat at one of the tables, sipping thick black coffee out of a styrofoam cup, the only person in the lounge. He walked in her direction, paused a few feet away. "I'm John Riggs," he said. "We met last week. You helped me locate a guy named Ray Carroll." The redhead gave him a slow, sexy smile, her green eyes lingering a little too long on the bulge beneath the zipper of his jeans. "I remember you, honey. What can I do for you this time?" Clearly she was offering more than information, and Amy's pretty lips thinned, a good sign, he thought. "What were you and Rachel Brewer fighting about?" Bea didn't bother to deny it, just shrugged her shoulders. Dressed in the two-piece blue satin costume the girls wore to serve drinks, she was at least 5'10", with a mane of fiery red hair that tumbled in wild disarray around her shoulders. She was a pretty woman, though the years she had spent in the business were beginning to show. "Silk didn't approve the way I was raising my kid," Bea said. "That right?" "Yeah, that's right."
I don't have an old man, so Jimmy don't have a father. Silk thought I ought to do both jobs.
How old is he?
Jimmy's almost 4.
So you fought with her over the boy. Did it come to physical blows?
Bea just laughed. Are you kidding? Silk tried to convince me I should see the kid more often. I told her if she thought he was so neglected, she could take my place and visit him herself. Which I'm betting she did, Amy added. If Rachel thought someone needed mothering, she wouldn't have been able to resist. Yeah, she went to see him, Bea said. Jimmy was crazy about her. He hasn't been the same since she left.
Is that what you think happened? Johnny asked. Rachel packed up and left?
Bea fiddled with her cup, pressed a long red nail into the soft foam rim. I don't think Silk would have left Jimmy without saying goodbye. She had all the motherly instincts I never had. I think something happened to her. Silk and me, we were never friends. We were just too different. But she was good to Jimmy, and I wouldn't have wished anything bad on her. The styrofoam squeaked as Bea set the cup down on the table and stood up. Look, I've got to go. I need to change and be on stage in 15 minutes.
Thanks, Bea, Johnny said.
Any time, hon.
Bea flicked Amy a dismissive glance, then strode out of the lounge. Johnny set a hand at Amy's waist, urging her to follow.
She and I aren't best of friends either, Amy said, as they stood outside the door. But I believe her. I don't think Bea had any part in my sister's disappearance.
Rachel was concerned about Bea's son, Johnny said. Whatever she says, she's still a mother. I think she was grateful for Rachel's help. She had no reason to hurt her.
Amy's gaze went toward the stairs. My shift starts in 20 minutes. I've got to wash my hair and get ready. Even in the low light backstage, he could see those big blue eyes looking up at him, and heat settled low in his groin. Johnny thought of her gorgeous little body and that tiny red G-string, dancing in front of a bar full of leering men, and his stomach knotted. He wanted to haul her out of there, demand she quit, tell her she didn't belong in a place like this. But he had no say over her. Hell, he hadn't even taken her to bed. Instead, he was living in a constant state of arousal. It had to end, and soon. Christ, he needed a woman. Unfortunately, now that he'd met Amy, no other woman would do. He cleared his throat, but his words still came out husky.
I'll see you at 10.
Turning, he forced himself to walk away, trying not to wonder, when he finally made love to her, how much of Amy would turn out to be Angel Fontaine. Chapter 10. Going to Rembrandt's was bound to be interesting. Amy was glad she had purchased the sexy black dress from Mitzi's. The material was a soft knit with a lace midriff and a short, gently gathered skirt that clung to her curves. The lace top was cut low enough to show a little cleavage. It was odd. She'd been dancing practically naked, but she felt sexier tonight in her short black dress and black spike heels. Amy left the apartment and headed downstairs. Waiting at the bottom, Johnny followed her descent, his intense brown eyes raking her from head to foot.
Nice dress.
Her cheeks warmed. It was amazing how he could do that. She looked down, smoothed the skirt a little. Thanks. He was wearing his usual black jeans, but he had thrown a cream-colored sport coat over his black T-shirt and exchanged his high-top boots for a pair of black loafers, John Riggs's idea of dressing up. He looked good. Really good. He led her out of the club and over to his Mustang, helped her inside, and closed the door. Sliding into the driver's seat, he fastened his seatbelt, waited until she fastened hers, then cranked the powerful engine and eased the car out of the lot onto the street. Sunset Boulevard was lined with cars. There was never a time it wasn't. Johnny expertly wove the Mustang in and out of traffic, driving west down the Strip and beyond, through an area of elegant mansions that lined both sides of the road. It didn't take long to reach Rembrandt's, which was upstairs over a restaurant on Canton in Beverly Hills. Johnny pulled the car up to the valet parking attendant, handed the keys to a young man in a short white jacket, and a few minutes later they were climbing the stairs to the club. They paused on the landing outside the door, where a lean, good-looking African-American man collected the $10 per person cover charge. "Hey, man, good to see you," the bouncer said to Johnny, reaching out to shake his hand. "Good seeing you, too. What's up, TJ?" "Not much, man. Business is a little slow." "Probably just the economy," Johnny said. TJ looked at Amy, then back at Johnny, waiting for an introduction, but it never came. "I guess things are slow everywhere," TJ said, accepting a 20 from a couple who walked up behind them, a man in a pair of skinny designer jeans, the girl in tight black pants and a leopard print top. They disappeared inside the club, and TJ returned his attention to Johnny, who held up the photo of Rachel that Amy had given him. "You ever see this girl?" She was grinning, striking a cocky pose for the camera. Just seeing it made Amy's heart pinch. TJ nodded. "I seen her. She used to come in once in a while with a hot-looking brunette." "Babs would have mentioned it," Amy said. "So it was probably Mary Lou Kammer. She's an actress friend of Rachel's." Johnny cast her a glance. "That the address you gave the police?" "Yes. How did you know?" He rolled his eyes, but didn't bother to answer. He was a private investigator, for heaven's sake, and he was no fool. "The girl in the photo is Rachel Brewer," Johnny said to TJ. "She went missing a few weeks back. She dated Kenny Reason for a while. What can you tell me about him?" "Ken's all right. Not a big brain, but a straight shooter. I heard he was gay, but I don't really think so. I didn't know about him and the girl." Johnny pressed a folded-up 20 into TJ's palm and handed him another for their admission. "Thanks, man." Amy took Johnny's arm as they walked into the club. "I'll pay you back," she said. "You're already working for free. I don't expect you to pay for information." He flicked her a glance so sensual, her toes curled inside her spike heels. "I'm running a tab, baby. I plan to take it out in other ways." Her breath caught. Amazing how that kind of payback could actually sound so good. And the more she was coming to know him, the more she understood that money had nothing to do with him helping her, or how much he wanted her. The club throbbed with a deep, rhythmic beat. The interior was done in shades of burnt orange and midnight blue, and the bar was long and curved and ultra-modern. Johnny led her over to a quieter place in the shadows at the edge of the crowd, where they could survey the room and get a good view of the glassed-in area where the DJ sat. Wearing headphones with a mic, he worked behind a bank of dials and levers, controlling the tunes he played and the volume, adjusting the blaze of lights that roamed over the dance floor. "That's him," Johnny said, tipping his head toward the man behind the glass. "That's Reason. He's got a website with his picture." "He dresses nicely." Dark suit and burgundy shirt open at the throat. "But he isn't very good looking. Then again, I guess you can't tell much about a person by the way he looks." Johnny's dark eyes took in the short skirt that showed off her legs and came to rest on the shadow between her breasts. "Not much.
Take you, for example. You don't look much like a school teacher in that dress."
She toyed with the hem of her skirt, pleating the fabric between her fingers. "I won't be taking it with me when I go home, that's for sure. But here, things are different." He grunted.
"That's right, Dorothy. You ain't in Michigan anymore."
Amy laughed. "The thing is, since I came here, I've been finding out a lot about myself. Things I didn't know."
Such as?
Such as, I like it when men look at me the way you're looking at me now. I've never had that before." His eyebrows went up.
"You're kidding, right?"
"I'm afraid not. I was always so conservative. The clothes I wore, the way I wore my hair. The guys I dated saw me as a school teacher, first and last. I never really explored my sexuality."
"What else?"
he softly urged. "The thing is, when I'm on stage, I feel womanly, powerful. Until I came to L.A., I never thought that much about sex. I never would have believed exotic dancing could make me feel so sensual, so," she gasped as Johnny backed her up against the wall and took her mouth in a hot, demanding kiss. For an instant she forgot to breathe. She could feel his erection pressing into her, thick and hot with need. The music throbbed, and so did he. Amy wrapped her arms around his neck and kissed him back as hotly as he was kissing her. Dear God, the way his lips moved over hers, taking what he wanted, letting her know that he could give her exactly what she needed. Her body tingled, and her skin felt tight. His tongue slid into her mouth, while his big hands moved down to cup her bottom and draw her more firmly against him. Desire curled in her stomach. She was hot and wet. If he hadn't stopped right then, she would have melted into a puddle at his feet. "Easy," he whispered when he felt her trembling. Leaning down, he kissed the side of her neck, nipped an earlobe. "We're leaving," he said. "Now." As he started tugging her to the door, it dawned on her that they had been carrying on in a room full of people. He led her a couple more steps before she pulled away. Wait a minute. We can't just leave." He was breathing hard, staring at her with those hot brown eyes. "Why not?" We have to talk to Kenny. We have to find Rachel." Muscles bunched in a jaw, roughened by the shadow of a beard. He ran a hand over his face and took a deep breath. "I need a drink." "You're working." "That's why I need a drink." He led her up to the bar and ordered a Cosmo for her, Jack on the Rocks for himself. When the bartender delivered their drinks, he lifted the glass and downed the whiskey in a single gulp. "Jesus, I want you," he said. Amy trembled, her heart still thundering. Her mind remained foggy as she relived that incredible kiss. She forced the words past her tingling lips. "Rachel has to come first." With a thud, Johnny set his empty shot glass down on the bar. The bartender cast him a glance, silently asking if he wanted another. Johnny just shook his head. "You're right," he said. "We'll finish this later." Later? She inwardly groaned. Later she had to go back to work. She had purposely not told him because she was afraid he wouldn't let her come along. Johnny was going to kill her. She remembered the way the muscles tightened on his chest, the heavy erection pressing against her. Thought how much she wanted him to make love to her. Maybe I'll just kill myself. Taking her hand, he led her around the edge of the dance floor toward the man in the booth. Walking up beside him, Johnny pulled out his wallet and slid out a business card. It read simply, John Riggs, Private Investigation. The only other information was his cell phone number. Johnny handed it over. Kenny Reason read the card, started another song, set the lighting to match the beat of the music, took off his headphones, and stood up. The music was too loud for them to be able to hear, so he led them a little ways away, where they could talk over the noise. "What can I do for you?" the DJ asked. "We're looking for a girl named Rachel Brewer. You might know her as Silky Summers." "I know Silk. She and her friend used to come in here together." "You take her out?" "A couple of times. It was no big deal, just coffee after closing." "When was the last time you saw her?" "I don't know. Been quite a while. Well over a month. Silk went missing 6 weeks ago. You know about that?" "I heard." "You wouldn't know anything that might help us find her?" "The police asked me about her, but no, I can't think of anything. We were just friends, you know. She wanted to get into show business. Her girlfriend worked fairly often, bit parts in commercials, nothing permanent. Sometimes some of the movie crowd comes into the club. I know a few people. I tried to help Silk, but nothing ever came of it. I saw her dancing in here a couple of times after the last time we went for coffee. But I don't know who she was with." The song was coming to a close. The hip-hop dancers revved up and ready for the next tune. "Listen, I gotta go. I hope you find Silk. I liked her." Amy felt a tug at her heart. Everyone liked Rachel. She thought of Bea, who had made her feelings clear. And of course there were a couple of girls back in high school who were jealous of Rachel's good looks. And Mick Swenson, the boy she jilted when she was a senior. Well, almost everyone. One of Johnny's big hands wrapped around her arm, and he started for the door. "Come on, baby. Time to go home." She looked up at him. There was no mistaking which home he was talking about and what he meant to do when they got there. She moistened her lips. "I can't go home with you, Johnny. One of the girls called in sick, and I have to work the second half of her shift." He stopped and turned, his gaze dark and turbulent. "Let's get something straight. I told you from the start, I didn't expect any kind of payment, okay? If this thing between us isn't what I think it is—" "No, that isn't it. I swear it." To prove she wasn't just using him or being a tease, she went up on her toes and pressed her mouth against his. Neither of them moved. In an instant, the kiss turned hot, then went to searing. Her tongue was in his mouth, and his was in hers, and she thought she was going to have an orgasm right there in the back of the nightclub. Johnny broke the kiss. Jesus. Breathing hard, he raked a hand through his hair. "If you had any idea how much I want you." He took her hand, pressed it against the fly of his jeans. Amy's eyes widened. He was as hard as granite. "Honey, I don't know how much more of this I can take." Grabbing her wrist, he tugged her toward the door, led her outside and down the stairs. At the curb, they waited until the valet brought up his car. The young man helped her inside while Johnny tipped him, rounded the car, climbed in, and slammed his door. He didn't say a word as the car roared through traffic, punching in and out with a skill she couldn't help but admire. He was in a foul mood, and she didn't blame him. Not only had they gotten no new information, he was going home alone. Or maybe he wasn't. Her stomach tightened. A virile man like Johnny Riggs didn't go long without a woman. She wondered if he would find someone else. She didn't want that. But as much as she wanted him to make love to her, she was afraid of what would happen once he did. She knew the kind of guy he was, knew he wasn't a reliable, one-woman sort of man, while she was definitely a reliable, one-man sort of woman. She rode in silence the rest of the way back to the club, and Johnny walked her to the back door. The beat of the music throbbed inside, and his features darkened. He looked as if he wanted to say something, but in the end just shook his head. "I'll call you tomorrow." Amy nodded. Tomorrow she was going to see the woman who took care of Bee's little boy, assuming Babs would let her borrow the car. Rachel had been to see little Jimmy a number of times. Maybe the sitter had information they could use. Her gaze swung to the brawny man crossing the parking lot. Just the way he moved turned her on, the confident strides, the way the muscles in his legs lengthened and tightened as he strode toward his car. She was wildly attracted to him. She had never desired a man the way she did John Riggs, never even known she was capable of feeling such burning lust for a man. She was going to have sex with him. Wild, passionate, uninhibited sex as she had never experienced before. She just had to figure out when. Chapter 11. At 10 o'clock the following morning, Amy pulled Babs's rusty, dented blue heap of a Chevy up in front of the Culver City address Bea had given to Babs. Being a practical sort, before she'd left the apartment, she had phoned Alliance Insurance back in Grand Rapids and asked if she was covered driving someone else's uninsured car. They had assured her she was. At least if she wrecked it, she'd be able to get it fixed. She reread the tarnished brass numbers on the front of the house and turned off the motor, hoping it would start again. This morning the engine hadn't wanted to turn over, but she'd used a metal brush on the battery cables to remove the corrosion, as her dad had taught her. Cranked the engine, and it had fired right up. So far it seemed to be running all right. Thank God it was American-made instead of some foreign job, which would be totally Greek to her. Unfastening her seatbelt, she reached for the door handle, just as her cell started ringing. She dug it out of her purse, checked the caller ID, and recognized her mother's number. Amy pressed the phone against her ear. "Hey, Mom." "Hi, honey. I just wanted to check on you. When you didn't phone yesterday, I got worried." They talked every few days. Though her mom knew she was in L.A. looking for Rachel, she had no idea Amy had taken Rachel's exotic dancing job. "Everything's fine, Mom. I've got someone helping me now, a private investigator. We've already got a few leads." "I didn't think you could afford to hire someone." "We've, kind of gotten to be friends." That was a big fat lie. The heat burning between them had nothing to do with friendship. "Anyway, he's working for free." Kind of. He'd said he was running a tab, which could mean any number of things. One possibility made her stomach flutter. "So, you haven't heard any news?" Her mother always asked, though the answer was always the same. "No, Mom, not yet. Listen, I've got to run. I'm talking to a woman who takes care of a little boy Rachel used to visit. Maybe she'll have some news." "Your sister always loved children, just like you. Call me if you find out anything." "You know I will." "I wish you'd just come home and let the police handle this. I couldn't stand it if something happened to you, too." "I'm being careful, Mom. I promise." "I love you, honey. Love you too, Mom." Amy hung up and leaned her head back against the headrest. Talking to her mother was always draining.
She didn't want to lie, but she couldn't possibly tell her the truth. And neither was she ready to give up and go home. With a sigh, she reached for the door handle, then jumped and shrieked as the door jerked open and she nearly fell out of the car. "What the hell are you doing here?" Johnny stared down at her, his features dark and grim. "I could ask the same question of you." His scowl deepened. "I'm doing the job you aren't paying me to do." "I just want to talk to her, okay? I phoned earlier. Mrs. Zimmer said I could come over." "Fine, let's go." He caught her arm and started hauling her out of the car. Amy grabbed her purse and the bag she'd brought along and started walking in front of him toward the pale yellow, single-story wood-frame house. She crossed the porch and knocked on the door, and a few minutes later, a tall, thin woman with iron-gray hair pulled it open. "Mrs. Zimmer?" "That's right," the lady smiled. "You must be Angel." She hadn't told the sitter she was Rachel's sister. She was still playing a part, and the fewer people who knew the truth, the better. She glanced at Johnny and saw a dark look of warning. She was Angel until all of this was over. "That's right. And this is John Riggs, another friend of Rachel's." He flicked Amy a sideways glance and pasted on a smile that fortunately looked sincere. "Thank you for seeing us, Mrs. Zimmer." "Please come in." The woman stepped back out of the way, and they walked into the living room. It had olive-green shag carpet and a brown and olive plaid overstuffed sofa and chair. Old but serviceable. "I'm sorry about your friend," Mrs. Zimmer said. "I liked Rachel very much, and Jimmy adored her. I hope you find her and everything turns out all right." "That's what we're all hoping," Amy said. "Would either of you like a cup of tea?" the older woman asked, giving Johnny a quick once-over. The olive-drab T-shirt he wore had U.S. Army Rangers stamped on the front. It nearly matched the carpet. Though he had shaved, a faint shadow already darkened his jaw. Amy smiled. "It's nice of you to ask, but no thank you." The woman turned to Johnny, who looked like the ex-soldier he was, until he smiled at her sweetly and shook his head. "We're fine." A noise came from the hallway. An instant later, the sound of a little boy zooming his miniature Tonka truck into the living room drew their attention. He raced it right up to Mrs. Zimmer's sturdy brown leather shoes. "Jimmy, these are friends of Rachel's," the woman said, stepping a little away. "Mr. Riggs and Miss Fontaine." Jimmy's features turned solemn. He had his mother's red hair and pale, lightly freckled skin. At not quite 4 years old, he was tall for his age. He slowly came to his feet. "Is Rachel coming back?" Amy knelt in front of him, putting herself at eye level. "I don't know, sweetheart. Maybe she will." "Why did she go away? I really miss her." "I miss her too," Amy said, a lump forming in her throat. "I think maybe Rachel had to leave on some really important business. Otherwise, she would still be coming to see you." "She didn't even say goodbye." "I know. I'm sure she misses you, though, just like you miss her." She pulled the little stuffed bear she had bought at a souvenir shop out of the bag and held it out to him. Jimmy took the bear from her hand and grinned. "What do you say, Jimmy?" Mrs. Zimmer prodded. "Thank you." "You're welcome." Amy leaned over and hugged him, then came to her feet. Mrs. Zimmer reached down and picked Jimmy up, propped him on her hip. "Say goodbye, sweetie. It's time for your nap."
Will you come back and see me? Jimmy asked. I'll come back, Amy said, her eyes a little misty. Rachel must have loved the adorable little boy. I promise. Bye. Jimmy waved as Mrs. Zimmer carried him out of the living room and disappeared down the hall. A few minutes later, the woman walked back into the living room. He's a darling little boy, Amy said. Yes, he is. I feel like he's my own. Still, he misses his mom. She doesn't come by very often. So Jimmy stays with you full-time? Johnny asked. That's right. I guess that's how Rachel got involved, Amy added. She was kind of playing stand-in for Jimmy's mom. She's always loved children. Mrs. Zimmer smiled. That was clear the first time I saw the two of them together. Did Rachel ever bring anyone with her when she stopped by? Johnny asked. No, she always just came by herself. Did she mention any future plans she might have had? Amy asked. Any place she might have been going? You know, now that I think of it, Rachel said something about taking a vacation. Said she had met someone special, and he was taking her on a trip to the Caribbean. Amy's pulse kicked up. Did she mention his name? I'm afraid not. But I really don't think she ever went. Why is that? Johnny asked. Because at first, she seemed really excited about going. Then she kind of stopped talking about it. She didn't mention it at all the last time she came over. A few days later, Vicky said she had disappeared, said the police were worried something had happened to her. Vicky, that was Honeybee's real name. Anything else you can think of? Johnny asked. I'm afraid not. The woman smiled sadly. I like to think she ran off to some romantic island with her someone special, and they were so happy they didn't come back. Amy's throat closed up. Thank you, Mrs. Zimmer, Johnny said. Amy felt his hand settle gently at her waist as he guided her toward the door. I'll stop by again, if that's okay, she said, as they stepped out on the porch. And then Johnny was leading her down the steps to Babs's car and urging her in behind the wheel. She didn't realize she was crying until he pulled a folded white handkerchief out of his back pocket and handed it over. Amy wiped her eyes. I wish it were true. I wish she had fallen in love with some wonderful man and they had run off to some romantic island. Johnny's big hand came to rest on her shoulder. Maybe she did. We'll follow the lead. See if the information turns up anything new. How? Find out if her name pops up on any airline passenger lists. If it does, we'll see who was traveling with her. These days you have to use your real name when you fly. She frowned. Can you do that? Surely you can't just Google up passenger lists on the internet. How can you? Believe me, you don't want to know. Before she could make another comment, Johnny closed the car door. I'll call you if I come up with anything, he said through the closed window. She had no choice but to nod. He waited until she started the car, then walked back and climbed into his Mustang. Maybe they'd found another piece of the puzzle. It was hard to know for sure, but she had a feeling the information Mrs. Zimmer had supplied was part of the overall picture. It sounded as if Rachel had fallen in love. But if she had, clearly she hadn't told anyone who she was in love with. The question was, why not? As Johnny drove up the winding canyon road to the guest house, He tried not to think of Amy, of how sweet she had looked, kneeling in front of the little boy. In that moment, there was no sign of Angel Fontaine, just Amy Brewer, kindergarten teacher. He could tell she was good with kids. In those brief moments, she had fallen a little in love with Jimmy Thomas. She'd go back, he knew. She wouldn't abandon the little boy the way her sister had. Not that he believed Rachel had any choice in the matter. The girl had been missing for nearly 2 months. The odds of her being alive were slim at best. Still, it could happen. He pulled the Mustang into the garage. On the front porch, he wiped his heavy boots on the mat, opened the door, and started down the hall, heading straight for the stairs leading to his lower-floor office. It was a walkout the size of the entire upstairs, and, like the living room, had a wall of windows that looked out over the city. At one end of the room, there was a desk that housed his computer, a row of file cabinets, and a round chrome table with 4 black leather chairs. At the opposite end, a first-class home gym. He liked to stay in shape, and it was handy having the equipment he needed right there in his house. He sat down at the desk and pulled out his cell phone, dialed his ex-Ranger friend in Houston, Trace Rollins. "Hey, Ghost, how's married life treating you?" Ghost was Trace's Ranger name for how silently he could move. A longtime bachelor, the Texas cowboy had finally met the woman of his dreams. Maggie O'Connell Rollins was a well-known photographer. Trace had always had a weak spot for hot-tempered redheads, though over the years they had caused him nothing but trouble. This time, Johnny believed, his friend had finally found just the right one. "Hey, Hambone," Trace replied. The name Johnny had acquired because he could eat his weight in food and never gain a pound. "Married life is great. You need to find yourself a woman and give it a try." "I've found myself a woman. Not interested in wedding bells. I'd be happy just to get her in bed." "That's so. Not the kind of problem you usually have." A muscle tightened in his jaw. "Yeah, well, shit happens." Trace chuckled. "So, what can I do for you?" "You know that computer whiz kid you got working for you? Saul Greenway? What about him?" "I need him to do a little digging. See if he can find the name Rachel Carolyn Brewer on a passenger list somewhere. Probably a flight out of L.A., possibly to the Caribbean, around the 1st of May. If he gets a hit, I need to know who she was traveling with." "Not a small order, especially with the TSA and security the way it is these days." "No small order, but he can do it, right? I'm working a missing persons case for the missing girl's younger sister. There's still some hope Rachel might be alive." "I see. And this sister, she wouldn't be the one you're trying to get in bed?" Johnny grunted, trying not to see the image of Angel Fontaine dancing in her minuscule G-string. "That would be the one." Trace's smile reached him through the phone. "Let me talk to Saul. See what he can do. I'll be in touch." "Thanks, buddy." Johnny signed off and went to work on the files on top of his desk. An insurance fraud case and an irate husband. He'd call the husband, see if he could talk some sense into him, and put his part-time employee Tyler Brody on the insurance fraud, watching the guy who was supposed to be disabled, but was looking a lot like he wasn't. He made a call to Martin Lewis, the husband. Since he was busy with Amy and hated spying on errant spouses, he told Lewis the truth. He would be better off trusting his wife or divorcing her. Lewis, calmer than when he'd initially called, said he'd give it some thought. Johnny ended the call and looked up at the sound of a familiar voice. "Hey, Johnny." Tyler Brody worked freelance whenever Johnny needed him. On his last job, he had uncovered a possible drug deal, the info Johnny had reported to Special Agent Kent Wheeler. He wondered if the deal had ever gone down. "Hey, Ty, what's up?" "Hadn't heard from you in a while," Ty said. "Thought I'd drop by, see if you had any work for me." Tall, lean, and solidly built, with dark brown hair and hazel eyes, Ty had spent 4 years in the Marines, serving in Iraq. The kid had worked for Trace Rollins in Texas, wore beat-up cowboy boots, and had a slight Texas drawl. Ty was capable and tough, but young, and he didn't have much street savvy. Still, he was great at surveillance and good at gathering information. Johnny leaned back in his chair. "I was just getting ready to call you. Got an insurance fraud case. A fireman who put in a claim for early retirement after a work-related disability. The company thinks he's faking it, and they want evidence to prove it." He handed the file to Ty, who opened it and thumbed through the pages. "Doesn't look too tough? If the guy is guilty, it should be a walk in the park." Ty smiled. "Thanks. There's something else you might be able to do." Ty sank down in the chair beside the desk. "I'm all ears." "I'm working a missing persons case. Rachel Brewer, a dancer down at the Kitty Cat Club. She disappeared the 1st of May. She was a regular at Rembrandt's. I'm not sure where else she might have hung out. Maybe you can find out." Confident as always, Ty nodded. "Hey, no problem." Johnny filled him in on what they had so far, and gave him one of the photos he'd had made from the one Amy had given him. "Wow," Ty said, staring down at the picture. "She's a beauty." Her sister's not bad either, Johnny thought, but didn't say it. Ty stood up from the chair. "I'll get on this right away. I'll let you know if I come up with anything on the girl." Ty headed out, and Johnny went back to work, only to have another visitor a few minutes later. Johnny, are you down there?" His landlady's voice floated down from the top of the stairs. Eleanor Stiles had a key and didn't hesitate to let herself in, as long as she was sure he didn't have an overnight guest, which was rare, since he didn't like to wake up with a woman in his bed. He didn't like having to worry about what to say the morning after, when he was beyond ready for her to leave. "I'm here, Ellie. Come on down." She descended the stairs and walked toward him, a tall, slim woman with short, wavy, silver hair. She was wearing jeans and a lightweight sweatshirt. Sometimes she used his workout equipment, but usually when he wasn't there. "What's going on?" he asked, as she moved gracefully toward him. "A woman was here to see you. A lady police officer, a lieutenant named Meeks. She said she had information you might be interested in." If Carla had something for him, he wondered why she hadn't just called. "Thanks, Ellie. I'll call her." Ellie was giving him her famous cat-licking cream smile that said she knew more than she should. "All right, what is it?" "I don't think giving you information was the only thing the lieutenant wanted. I think she wanted to give you something a little more personal." One of his eyebrows went up. "Such as?" "Sex," he grunted. "And why would you think that?" "Because she said it was her day off, and she asked if she could wait. She wanted to know when you would be home. She had sex on her mind, for sure." His back teeth ground together. He never should have gone to bed with a woman. Besides Carla being a cop and someone he occasionally had to work with, he'd had a hell of a time finding a way to politely end the relationship, which wasn't a relationship at all, and nothing more than a two-night stand. Johnny almost smiled. Nothing worse than a woman scorned, with a Glock 9mm to back it up. Now it looked like his little visit had fired her up again. Or maybe she had something important to tell him. He could only hope. I had a hunch you wouldn't want some policewoman prowling around your house when you weren't home, so I told her you probably would be gone most of the day. She handed him Carla's LAPD card. Thanks, Ellie. I'll give her a call. Though, man, he didn't want to. It had been months since they'd last hooked up. He wasn't interested in going down that road again. Mind if I use your treadmill? She asked. Help yourself. She held a paperback book in her hand as she crossed the room toward the machine at the opposite end. Looked like a murder mystery, her favorite. She was pretty, Ellie called over her shoulder. He scoffed. She's also a cop who can cause me a lot of trouble. Ellie paused when she reached the machine. So, who's the new one? Johnny glanced up from the notes he was going over, stuff that related to the Brewer girl's disappearance. What new one? The woman who's snared your interest. You've been coming home at night, not early in the morning, so odds are you aren't sleeping with her, at least not yet. He tossed the papers down on his desk. I'm working a missing persons case, all right? I've been too busy to think of women. Except for the one who seemed to be on his mind 24 hours a day. I see. She didn't jump into bed with you the first time you kissed her, which means she's not like the rest. Maybe this one has a brain. He slid back his chair. I'm going out. Enjoy your workout. Ellie's laughter followed him up the stairs. I think this is a lady I'd like to meet. If only she knew, he thought. At least Ellie'd got one thing right. This one was definitely different. He went out to the garage, walked over to his car, and slid behind the wheel. But instead of starting the engine, he pulled out his cell phone, read the number off the card Ellie had given him, and phoned Lieutenant Meeks. My landlady said you stopped by, he said when she answered. You got something for me? Maybe. Mary Lou Kammer came into the station. You remember her? Rachel's friend? Her sister used Mary Lou's address as her contact location. The girl who had gone with Rachel to Rembrandt's. He planned to pay her a visit this afternoon. What did she want? Mary Lou found some travel brochures that had slipped down behind the cushions in her sofa. She thinks they may have fallen out of Rachel's purse. Looks like she was planning a trip to Belize. Belize. Fit into the puzzle he was mentally putting together. Who was she going with? Mary Lou didn't know. She said Rachel was being really secretive before she disappeared. That seemed to be the consensus. But if she was planning a trip, she was going with someone. Someone she didn't want anyone to know about. Shouted married man to him. Anything else? Actually, I was thinking, maybe we could get together for a beer or something. We could meet somewhere, or I could stop by your place. Jesus. Look, Carla, to tell you the truth, I'm kind of involved with someone. It wasn't exactly a lie. He planned to be very involved as soon as the lady was in his bed. If I wasn't, I'd jump at the chance to see you. You know that. Her voice hardened. Sure I do. Just like the last time. The phone went dead. He was pretty sure that would be the last info he got from Carla Meeks. He took a deep breath and stuck the key into the ignition. First Amy, then Ellie, now Carla. He fired up the powerful engine. He had things to do, and thankfully, at least for the moment, none of them involved women. Chapter 12. Just one more dance set, and the club would be closing. Amy glanced at the hands on the clock on the wall backstage. 2 minutes until showtime. Dressed in her dance costume, she listened for her cue and started up the stairs to the stage. The music was loud, and she knew the song well. It took a few seconds to orient herself, to clear her mind and let her body merge with the sounds. The rhythm was soft and seductive at first, and she began to sway to the beat. A few more bars, and she forgot that she was a proper, unassuming schoolteacher, a woman who lived a conservative life in an unassuming town in Michigan. Little by little, Amy Brewer faded and blossomed into Angel Fontaine. And Angel was good at this, she had discovered. The girls in the high school cheering squad weren't as athletic as the fancy squads today, but she could kick over her head and do the splits, and she did them now on stage. But here she wasn't dancing for the home team or the parents in the stands. She was playing to the eager crowd of males lined up in front of her. When she danced for them, she never felt more sexy, more alluring. These men wanted her, and though she didn't feel that same desire for them, she reveled in the power they gave her when she was on stage. She shimmied and glided, propped a foot on the pole, caught hold and twirled around it, moved up and down erotically. She felt like a seductress, a tigress. She felt as if she controlled every man in the room. For a few brief moments, she did. The music swelled. She arched her back and swung her head from side to side, swirling her long blonde hair around her hips. She ran the tip of her tongue over her bottom lip and closed her eyes, let out a soft, low moan. Then she opened her eyes and summoned a seductive smile. Let her gaze wander slowly, teasingly over the men. A movement in the distance caught her attention. A dark, forbidding man, sitting at one of the tables. Only his outline was visible, and yet she knew with every ounce of her soul who sat in the shadows at the back of the club. Johnny was here. Her breathing quickened. In the space between them, the air seemed to crackle with tension. The atmosphere thickened and heated as she moved, twirled, arched and swayed, dancing now for Johnny. The faces of the other men faded and disappeared. There was only one man now, and with every move, she let him know. The music swelled, reached a crescendo. Angel tipped her head back, rolled her head from side to side, and her hair slipped smoothly around her shoulders. Even from a distance, those fierce brown eyes watched her, the heat there burning with an intensity that made her insides go hot and liquid. Her nipples were hard, inside the glittering red pasties that covered the small pink crests. Her body softened, dampened with every throbbing beat. She watched him rise from his chair and start toward her, kept herself moving, though she couldn't quite breathe. The end of the set was nearing. She could barely remember how to finish, but her timing was good, and she struck the final pose at just the right moment. The men were on their feet, whistling and cheering, throwing dollar bills onto the stage. Her gaze searched for Johnny, but she couldn't find him. She hurried to pick up the money, knowing she had never danced so well, never been so perfectly in tune with her body. She ran off the stage, taking a last glance around the room, certain he was there somewhere, then turned and walked into the hard wall of his chest. "Johnny!" His name came out half sigh, half sob. I'm taking you home, he said, his voice deep and rough. There's no way you're telling me no. Not tonight. She shook her head. No, I mean, yes. I want you to take me home. She glanced toward the stairs. I need to change. His gaze ran over her, blazing hot, utterly insistent. I'll be waiting outside the door. Her apartment was empty, thank God. Babs was still working last call on the floor. She changed into a pair of red thong panties that didn't cover much more than her G-string, and a matching red lace push-up bra. Skinny jeans and a white tank top, a pair of red spike heels. She wasn't Amy tonight. Tonight, she was Angel Fontaine. Hurriedly, she washed off her stage makeup, applied a little fresh lipstick, a dab of blush, and some mascara, then stuck the makeup kit into the small travel bag that held her toothbrush, and headed for the back door. As promised, when she pushed it open, Johnny stood just outside. He looked her up and down, taking in the sexy jeans and high spike heels. Tonight you're Angel, right? She knew what he meant. Yes. He cast her a wicked glance, bent his head, and took her mouth in a ravishing kiss. Good. That's good. Johnny caught her hand, and they hurried to his car. In minutes, the Mustang was winding its way up the hill to his house overlooking the city. He parked in the garage next to his Harley. As soon as she stepped out of the car, his mouth swooped down over hers in a long, deep kiss, a hot, sexy kiss that made her insides liquid. Then he scooped her into his arms and started for the house. Beneath his T-shirt, his heart pounded nearly as hard as her own. He kissed her again as he climbed the few steps to the porch, making her head spin and her body go soft and warm. She hardly remembered him carrying her inside, closing and relocking the door. She knew they were in the entry, and Johnny was backing her up against the wall, and his tongue was in her mouth, and hers was in his, and she had never felt so hot and wild in her life. Johnny! Her arms locked around his thick neck. God, I need you. I know what you need. His heavy erection pressed against her. Baby, I'm gonna give you exactly what you need. And then her tank top was gone, and her high heels were missing. Her jeans and push-up bra were lying in a puddle on the floor. He paused a moment to look at her, his gaze dark and hot, his attention fixed on her red thong panties, and his expression turned so fierce, the muscles across her stomach contracted. There was lust in his eyes, and a wildness that at any other time would have frightened her. But tonight, she was Angel Fontaine, and she could handle a man like Johnny Riggs. He kissed her again, deeply and thoroughly, ripped away the tiny thong, lifted her up and wrapped her legs around his waist. She was open, exposed to him as he parted her sex and began to stroke her. Dear God, she was wet and hot, throbbing and burning with desire. She had never felt anything like it. She whimpered his name. It's all right, baby. His skillful hands continued to work their magic. Just let yourself go. And she did, giving in to the powerful climax that splintered through her body, pleasure so sweet and intense, she cried out his name. Johnny kissed her deeply. We'll explore your sexuality next time, he promised, repeating her earlier words. I've waited too long to have you." And then he was deep inside her. His hands cupped her bare bottom, holding her in place as he began to move. Her arms went around his neck, and she clung to him as he took her with deep, powerful strokes that made her hot and tight all over. She felt a second climax building, felt her muscles clenching around him. It wasn't until she came again that he followed her to release. Amy slumped against Johnny's wide, muscular chest. His T-shirt rubbed against her cheek, and a rush of embarrassment hit her when she realized she was naked while he still wore his clothes. He set her back on her feet, caught her horrified expression, and a soft chuckle rumbled in his chest. "I figured this would happen. You're Amy again, right?" She made a little sound in her throat. "You didn't even take off your pants." I couldn't wait. Scooping her up in his powerful arms, he strode off down the hall. I planned to remedy that in about 5 seconds. The minute she was settled in his king-size bed, he began to strip off his clothes. Any embarrassment she might have felt turned into fascination. She had never seen a man with a more spectacular body. Wide, thick-muscled shoulders, a deep chest, and heavily muscled arms. The tattoo of an eagle, wings spread, covered one bulging bicep. Johnny strode to the bed, naked and magnificent, and once more, heavily aroused. She tore her gaze away from all that masculinity and looked up into his face. "I didn't think men could do that." "Do what?" he asked, coming down on the mattress beside her. "Perform again so soon." He chuckled. "Not a problem for me." He leaned over to kiss her, but she held him off with a hand on his chest. "What about protection?" He grinned. "I'm definitely in bed with Amy. I took care of it. You don't have to worry. We won't have unprotected sex." She spotted the foil wrappers on the bedside table as he started to kiss her, but she held him off once more. What if you don't like being in bed with Amy?" A deep rumble vibrated the muscles across his chest. "Then I'll just turn Amy back into Angel. Here, I'll show you." This time when he kissed her, she didn't try to stop him. And in a very few minutes, as she dug her nails into his broad back and begged him for more, she understood exactly what he meant. A purple haze lightened the sky outside the bedroom window. Johnny had slept only briefly. He'd been too busy making love to the woman in his bed. Jesus, she was something. Amy or Angel, it didn't matter. Each was a beautiful, responsive woman, and in truth, the two were one and the same. Amy was the only one who didn't get that. She was part lady, part vixen. It was a heady mix for a man like him. Johnny watched her sleeping beside him, her long golden hair spread across his pillow, as he had imagined a dozen times. She was lying on her side, her back to him, the sheet bunched below her perfect little ass. He silently chuckled. She wanted to explore her sexuality. During the night, he had given her a few preliminary lessons, but he had let her off easy. This was new to her, he could see. In time, he would teach her about pleasure. In time. Frowning, he broke off the thought. Time was something they didn't have. They were working together, involved in a search that would eventually end, one way or another. Amy had a job in Michigan. By the end of the summer, she would be gone, out of his life for good. Which really was good, he told himself. Getting involved with a woman, any woman, was the last thing he wanted. He wasn't a settle-down kind of guy. It wasn't that he needed to screw a lot of women to feel like a man, the way some guys did. He just couldn't handle the closeness, the intimacy. Seemed like all his life, whenever he got close to a woman, he wound up getting hurt. First his mother, who had left when he was 8 years old. Then Katie getting killed. Then Lisa. He'd been crazy about Lisa Desmond, a woman he'd met a few years after he got out of the Rangers. He'd wanted to marry her, but Lisa was more interested in how much money he had in the bank than how much he loved her. Funny thing was, he had a lot more than he'd let on. His savings, while he was in the Army, which he had invested and had earned a tidy profit. Later, high-paying, off-the-record assignments, mercenary work. Jobs he'd taken he didn't like to think about, but had to be done. He hadn't told Lisa. He needed to know if her feelings for him were sincere, so he hadn't said anything about the money. And when he found a note telling him she'd left town with Aaron Sespe, a real estate broker down in Orange County, he had his answer. He wasn't good with relationships. He'd figured out long ago it was better to keep his emotions in check. Do what he was good at and not get mixed up with a woman who was either bound to die or leave him. He glanced down at Amy. He wanted her. He was hard again, even after making love to her most of the night. And she always seemed to want him. Figuring it was time to give her another lesson, he kissed the back of her neck and moved behind her, spoon fashion. She moaned as he eased her leg over his thigh and slid his erection inside. "Johnny," she sighed, whispering his name like an answered prayer. He smiled as he felt her body moisten and stretch around him, felt her skin flush as her arousal strengthened. In minutes, she came, and so did he, and afterward she kissed him softly, curled around him, and went back to sleep. Even as he held her, he reminded himself she wasn't for him, and never would be. The reminder kept him from falling asleep. His cell started playing the national anthem at 9 the next morning. Johnny grabbed the phone off the nightstand, swung his legs to the side of the bed, and walked out of the bedroom into the hall so he wouldn't disturb Amy. "Hey, Hambone. Hope I didn't wake you." He knew the voice. Dev Raines, one of his best friends. He yawned. Fortunately, he didn't need a lot of sleep, which, considering how little he'd gotten last night, was good. "Hey, Daredevil, what's up?" Dev's Ranger name, which he fully deserved. Of course, he was married now, living with his wife and adopted daughter in Scottsdale, and mostly settled down. Mostly. "I'm working a case in L.A., Dev said. Auto theft ring. Insurance companies getting tired of dishing out money for expensive stolen cars. Must be pros if they figured a way past the security systems. Those high-dollar jobs are really tough to steal. Which is why the police so far have zilch. I've got Chaz working on it." Dev had his own computer geek, a guy even better than Trace's whiz kid. "He's come up with a couple of names, people in the area with the technical know-how to pull it off. Delta Insurance is hoping I can figure out who's behind the thefts and find a way to get inside.
The thing is, I may need some backup. Hey, not a problem. Clive's in. Molly's not too happy about it, but you know Madman.
Johnny chuckled.
Another friend, Clive Monroe, lived in L.A., but they didn't see each other much now that Clive was married. Most of the time, he's a cream puff where his lady's concerned, but deep down, he hasn't changed much since he left the Rangers. He likes the action too much to quit completely. I promised Molly I'd make sure he didn't get hurt. Oh yeah, that worked great last time. In Mexico, on a rescue mission Dev had organized, Clive had taken a bullet in the shoulder. Luckily, it wasn't too serious, and Molly had only been mad at Dev for a couple of weeks. So what's the plan? Not sure yet. Lark's got to come to L.A. on business. Dev's wife was fairly famous in the fashion industry for her expensive Lark designer bags. I'm coming with her. We'll set up a meet. Sounds good. I'll get back to you. Dev hung up, and so did Johnny. Looked like he had another job lined up. Still, finding Rachel had to come first. He'd given Amy his word, and he wasn't about to break it. He'd work around the other. Walking naked back into the bedroom, he grabbed a t-shirt out of a drawer and pulled it on, then slid on his jeans. Snuggled beneath the covers, Amy stirred and her eyes cracked open. They widened as she glanced around the room and realized where she was. Resisting an urge to climb back in bed and make love to her again, he pulled open the dresser drawer, drew out a clean white t-shirt, and tossed it on top of the covers where she could reach it. "I'll make us some coffee," he said. "You look like you could use a cup." Amy spotted her clothes in a tangled heap on the floor, and her cheeks went pink. Grabbing the t-shirt, she pulled it over her head, glanced wistfully toward the bathroom, but made no attempt to leave the protection of the bed. His gaze zeroed in on her long, golden, sleep-tangled hair. She didn't seem to know the bed was the least safe place she could be. "Coffee first," he said a little gruffly. "Then you can hit the shower." Amy nodded, waited until he turned his back, and climbed down from the bed. Light, feminine footsteps hurried into the bathroom, and the door softly closed. Johnny smiled. A modest stripper. Now that was a new one. A few minutes later, Amy walked into the kitchen, yawning behind her hand. The t-shirt hung like a sack to her knees, and she wasn't wearing any makeup. His gaze ran from the peaks of her breasts down to her tiny feet and red-painted toenails. She looked sleepy and well-tumbled, and it turned him on like crazy. He should be thinking of a strategy to get her out of his house, the way he normally would. But all he wanted to do was take her back to bed. "You look good enough to eat." Amy's eyes widened. "Don't even think about giving me another one of your lessons." Amusement trickled through him. "No?" "Well, at least not right now." He laughed. He couldn't help it. "I guess we do have a few things to do besides try different positions." She blushed, as he knew she would. "We need to find my sister." "Exactly." He poured her a mug of coffee, added some of the coffee mate he kept for guests, then pressed the cup into her hands. Her palms curled around it, and she blew on the surface to cool it, took a tentative sip. Her eyes closed, and she sighed with pleasure. "That tastes wonderful. Thanks." Her gaze slid back toward the bedroom. "I'd better get dressed. You said I could use your shower." "Sure. Go ahead. The towels hanging next to the sink are clean." Amy turned and headed in that direction. Johnny didn't mention. He planned to join her. Chapter 13. Freshly showered and desperate for another cup of coffee, Amy walked barefoot back into Johnny's kitchen. Dressed in the jeans and white tank top she had worn the night before, her damp hair pulled into a rubber band at the nape of her neck, she carried her high-spike heels, which seemed absurdly wrong for the morning after. As she set her purse and makeup kit on the counter, she looked at Johnny and couldn't stop a blush. She had never had this much sex in her life. The man was insatiable. Worst of all, he made her feel that way, too. Just looking at him leaning against the kitchen counter in his jeans and Ranger t-shirt made her want to jump him again. It was embarrassing and ridiculous. After last night and this morning, she didn't have the strength. "You ready for another cup?" he asked, distracting her, thank God. "Absolutely." He poured her a mug and handed it over, opened the oven, and took out a tray of perfectly baked cinnamon rolls. The delicious aroma made her mouth water. "Wow, a man who can cook." Johnny chuckled. "They're out of a can, but I figured you could use a little nourishment." Oh, Lord, could she? Every bone and muscle in her body felt limp and sated. Her appetite was fierce, her stomach growling for food. She felt wonderful. Johnny frosted the rolls with the orange topping out of the can, took down a couple of plates and filled them, and they sat down at the table. Amy ate 2 delicious rolls. Johnny polished off the rest. The man could really eat, and yet he certainly didn't have a weight problem. Muscle burned more calories than fat did, she had read. Looking at the impressive muscles beneath his t-shirt, clearly that was the answer. She tore her gaze away. "So what's our plan for the day?" She licked a dab of frosting off her finger. "Yesterday I went to see your sister's friend, Mary Lou Kammer, so that's out of the way." "You talked to Mary Lou?" "I talked to her when I first got here, but she didn't know anything useful. She was nice, though. I met her through Babs. She knew I was going to take Rachel's old job. Mary Lou said I could use her address so the police wouldn't know I was working as Angel and living at the club." He took a sip of his coffee. "A couple of days ago, Mary Lou found some travel brochures down behind the cushions in her sofa. She thinks they fell out of your sister's purse." Amy's interest sharpened. Where was Rachel going? "Looks like Belize." Belize? That's in the Caribbean. That fits with what Mrs. Zimmer said. Have you heard anything from that friend you called about the passenger lists? "Trace Rollins." He shook his head. "Not yet." "Has Mary Lou told the police about the brochures?" "Yeah, she went to see Lieutenant Meeks, so we're all on the same page. Mary Lou confirmed that she and Rachel went to Rembrandt's more than once. She said your sister occasionally went there alone. She thinks maybe she met a guy, someone she was interested in. She thinks they might have been dating." "Danny?" "Maybe." Amy set her mug down on the table. "Let's go back to Rembrandt's, see if we can find Danny." "I stopped by last night before I came to the club to see you. I talked to TJ and Kenny. They said they knew a couple of guys named Danny who came in once in a while, but they didn't have any last names, and they never saw either of them with your sister." Amy chewed her lip. "Maybe if we went back, we could find the Danny that Rachel was seeing, or find out if there was somebody else." "We can try, but she could have met him anywhere." It was true, but they were running out of leads, and she was beginning to panic. She started to say something, but the doorbell rang just then. Johnny set his mug down and walked out of the kitchen to see who it was. A few minutes later, he strode back in with a handsome, black-haired Latino trailing behind him. In a perfectly fitted chocolate-brown suit and a pair of expensive loafers, the man was downright dapper. She bet women fell all over themselves for this guy. "Amy, this is Detective Rick Vega. Rick, meet Amy Brewer." His dark gaze skimmed her, sending a rush of color into her cheeks. From the way he was looking at her, he knew she had been there all night. She should have left earlier. Thank God she was fully clothed, though the way he was looking at her, she might as well have been naked. "Nice to meet you," he said, with just enough of a Spanish accent to sound sexy. Still, he wasn't her type. Not that she had a type. At least she hadn't until she'd met Johnny. "Back off, Rick." Johnny eyed him darkly. "This one's off limits." The detective actually flushed, faint color staining the bones in his cheeks. "Sorry." The stiffness in Johnny's shoulders eased. "Coffee?" "Sounds good." Johnny went over to the counter and poured the detective a cup. "Thanks." Vega took a sip, sighed with appreciation. "Late night?" Johnny asked. Vega smiled, flicked a glance toward Amy. There was no heat in his gaze this time. Johnny had made his ownership clear. Amy wasn't sure how she felt about that. "Probably no later than yours." Johnny's gaze slid over her like a warm caress. "Probably not." He took a sip of his coffee. "So what's got you up here on a weekend?" Vega tipped his head her way. "Maybe we should talk in private." "This about Amy's sister?" He nodded. "She's come a long way to find out what happened to her. Taken a few hard knocks trying to dig up information. She knew he was talking about Kyle Bennett and how close she had come to being raped. It made her stomach churn to think of it. She has a right to know." "If that's what you want." She isn't dead," Amy blurted out, her chest squeezing, as the thought struck that he might have come for that reason. "No, not that we know of." Vega took a drink of his coffee. "The thing is, I've been keeping an eye on Rachel's file. I figured if something new turned up, you'd want to know." "So what turned up?" "One of the undercover narcs picked up a rumor. Street talk has it Rachel was involved with Manny Ortega." Johnny hissed out a breath. "You can say that again," Vega added. "Who's Manny Ortega?" Amy asked. "He's the son of a big-time drug dealer," Johnny explained. "Carlos Ortega's a high-ranking member of the San Dimas cartel. Their territory runs from here all the way into the Baja Peninsula." "Carlos Ortega. El Caballo," Vega said. "They call him the Horse. He's into everything from cocaine to human trafficking and anything in between. So far, he's been able to skirt the law and get away with it. He's powerful and as mean as they come. Carlos lives on a guarded estate in Ensenada, but his son lives here in L.A., Johnny explained. The detective took a drink of his coffee. "Manny's tried to keep his nose clean, but Papa wants his little boy to take over the business. Manny's not a guy your sister should have gotten involved with." Amy's heart was beating a little too fast. "Maybe she wasn't. You said it was only a rumor." She looked over at Johnny, saw sympathy etched in his face. Her eyes widened. "Oh, my God. It wasn't Danny. It's Manny." And she could tell by looking at him. Johnny had already figured that out. Vega sipped his coffee. "If the rumor's true, she was playing with fire. If Ortega wanted her to disappear, we might not ever find her." Amy looked away. Her chest felt tight as she walked to the window above the kitchen sink and stared outside,
seeing nothing but sky and the flowers planted along the drive. It was clear today, not smoggy or cloudy as it was on occasion. The sun was shining, warming the kitchen, but Amy felt cold to the bone. "Listen, I've got to go." The detective took a last drink of his coffee, then set the empty mug on the kitchen counter. "It was nice meeting you, Amy." She turned. "You too, Detective. Whatever happens, I really appreciate your help." He just nodded. Johnny walked him to the door. Though Vega spoke softly, she could hear enough to know she was the topic of conversation. "She's a what?" Vega said incredulously. "Kindergarten teacher. I saw her dancing at the club. What the hell is a school teacher doing in a place like that?" She couldn't hear Johnny's reply, but she assumed he was saying she was trying to find her sister. Vega flicked her a final glance, and she thought it held a hint of respect that hadn't been there before. He mentioned something about Rachel, then disappeared out the door. When Johnny returned, his features looked grim. "That wasn't good news," he said. "Carlos Ortega's as bad as they come." Amy bit her lip and turned away. She'd heard his footfalls coming up behind her, then his arms slid around her waist, easing her back against his chest. His body heat dispelled some of her chill. "We'll keep looking," he said softly, "if that's what you want. But sooner or later, baby, you'll have to come to grips with the fact that your sister might have done something to piss off the wrong people. If she did." She turned in his arms and looked up at him. "If she did, she's probably dead." Johnny made no reply, which was a reply in itself. Amy swallowed, blinked back the faint burn of tears. "To tell you the truth, deep down I've been afraid she might be dead from the start. We weren't close anymore, and Rachel and my mother didn't always get along. But she wouldn't have wanted us to worry. She would have reached us by now if she could have." "I know it isn't what you planned, but maybe you should go home." Amy slipped out of his arms. "I came to find out what happened to her. That hasn't changed. I'm not leaving. Not until I know the truth." Johnny said nothing. "I don't expect you to keep working for free. You've done more than enough already." Johnny bent down and lightly brushed her lips. "I told you I'm running a tab. Last night was just a down payment." She fought a blush. Looping her arms around his neck, she went up on her toes and very softly kissed him. She knew he didn't expect that kind of payment, and never had. "Thank you," was all she said. Johnny was saved by the ringing of his cell. One little kiss, and he was getting hard. He couldn't remember a woman who aroused him the way Amy did. Still, he had work to do. Digging his phone out of the pocket of his jeans, he checked the caller ID. Trace Rawlins. "Hey, Ghost, you got something for me?" "Yes and no," Trace said. "No sign of Rachel Brewer on any airplane passenger manifests. Doesn't mean she didn't make the trip." Johnny frowned. "You're thinking they could have flown private?" "It's possible." "Probably needed a jet to travel that far." "So who was Rachel seeing with that kind of money?" Johnny thought of the news Rick Vega had brought. "Word is she might have been seeing Manny Ortega." "Carlos Ortega's son?" "That would be him." On the other end of the line, Johnny could hear the clatter of computer keys as Trace pounded the keyboard. "Looks like good old Carlos owns a citation, a sovereign, that's the big one. Maybe Manny borrowed it to make the trip. Or maybe Daddy took them down. Could be they left from right here in L.A. Let me talk to Saul, see if he can get the call numbers." For international travel, the pilot would have to file a flight plan. If it's Ortega's jet, it probably left from Ensenada. Maybe stopped here, maybe went direct. Still goes. Carlos wouldn't want to break any laws, at least not the minor ones. I'll get back to you. Thanks, and thanks Saul for me. Tell Annie to send me a bill. She was Trace's office manager, and she ran the place like a drill sergeant. Trace just laughed and hung up the phone. I guess your friend didn't find Rachel's name on any of the passenger lists. Johnny turned at the sound of Amy's voice. No. But you think they could have traveled in a private plane? Jet, most likely. And Carlos Ortega owns one. That's what you said. He nodded. Trace is going to see if a flight plan was filed for a trip to Belize around the time Rachel disappeared. Amy wrapped her arms around herself as if she were cold. Johnny knew she was thinking that if Rachel went to Belize with the son of a drug lord and didn't come back, she was probably dead. And she was exactly right. I need to go home. Would you take me back, please? His gaze found hers, and his jaw clenched. Taking Amy home meant taking her back to the Kitty Cat Club, where tonight she would be dancing naked in front of a room full of sex-hungry men. Every one of them would be fantasizing about the things he wanted to do to her in bed. His stomach burned. For the first time in years, Johnny had a woman in his house he didn't want to take home. You got your stuff? He asked, reminding himself that taking her back was the only real option he had. Aside from the fantastic sex, getting involved with a woman wasn't something he was willing to do. Amy picked her purse up off the counter, grabbed the small red canvas pouch beside it, her toothbrush and makeup, he figured, and almost smiled. Spending the night with a man she barely knew, Angel would have thrown caution to the wind. But Amy would want to be prepared. He wondered if she'd brought a handful of condoms, just in case. He corrected himself. Before last night, Amy would have figured one would be enough. As he walked her to the door, Johnny grinned. Chapter 14. The remote clicked, and the garage door began to swing open. They had almost reached the car when Amy heard someone behind them. Johnny! Oh, Johnny! She turned to see an older woman, wavy silver hair, trim figure, jogging toward them. A bemused expression settled on Johnny's face. Morning, Ellie. I didn't mean to bother you. I just happened to see you walk out of the house and thought I'd say hello. Yeah, well, hello. Dressed in a navy blue jogging suit with a white stripe down the leg, breathing a little faster from her exertion, Ellie gave Amy a very thorough inspection. When Johnny didn't introduce her, the woman smiled and stuck out her hand. Hi, I'm Eleanor Stiles. I live in the big house. And you must be... Uncertain whether to say she was Amy or Angel, she looked up at Johnny for guidance, and he blew out a long, slow breath. Ellie, this is Amy Brewer. I'm helping her find her sister. Oh, yes. I believe you mentioned you were working on a missing persons case. Ellie turned to Amy. I'm sorry to hear about your sister, but you've got a good man working for you. He'll do everything he can to find her. Amy glanced over at Johnny. He isn't really working for me. He's helping me. I really appreciate it. Ellie gave her an even more thorough perusal. I see. Listen, we've got to go, Johnny said. Setting a hand at Amy's waist, he steered her toward the car. It was nice meeting you, Mrs. Stiles, Amy called over her shoulder. It's just Ellie, she called back. And it was nice meeting you too, dear. Johnny said nothing as he backed out of the garage and the car rolled down the driveway. "She's your landlady, right?"
"That's right, my very nosy landlady."
"She seemed nice." He smiled.
"Ellie's great. Just kind of a busybody. She's been a very good friend."
Amy wondered if he had been living in Ellie's guest house when his sister had been killed. "How long have you known her?" He caught her eye in the mirror. Though he had only just shaved, a faint shadow had begun to darken his jaw.
"After I left the Army, I traveled around for a while. I did some private security work out of the country. I moved in a couple years after I got back to the States."
And they had been friends ever since, the kind of friend who would have helped him through the pain of losing his sister. As the Mustang continued down the hill, Amy thought of her own sister. Detective Vega believed Rachel had been involved with the son of a notorious drug lord, but there wasn't any proof, and rumor and conjecture didn't make it true. Both Babs and Mary Lou had told her very firmly that Rachel did not take drugs. She was only working at the club because the pay was better, room rent was cheap, and she could save more money. She was determined to become an actress. Drinking, partying, and getting involved with drugs would keep her from achieving her dream. "Maybe the rumors aren't true," Amy said aloud to Johnny as he turned onto Sunset, heading for the club. "Babs and Mary Lou said Rachel wasn't into drinking and partying. She wanted to be an actress more than anything. She wouldn't throw her dream away on a guy who was mixed up in something like that." Johnny flicked her a sideways glance.
"Manny's a good-looking guy. He's only a few years older than your sister, and he's charming. His father's the gangster, not Manny. It's Carlos who's the problem."
"You're thinking maybe Carlos didn't want his son getting involved with a stripper?"
"Yeah, something like that. At least not seriously involved."
"We need to talk to Manny."
"I plan to.
I'm going with you." He turned the car into the parking lot next to the club and pulled up near the back door.
"Not a chance."
Her chin went up. "You said the father was the criminal, not the son. As long as I'm with you—"
"No."
He turned off the engine, cracked the door open, rounded the car, and helped her climb out. "I want to go," she said.
"You're Angel Fontaine, remember? You don't have any reason to be talking to Manny Ortega."
He was right, damn it. She couldn't have it both ways. If she wanted to continue working undercover at the club, she had to be Angel. And a private investigator wouldn't take an exotic dancer with him to talk to a drug lord's son. "All right, you win." "For now," she added, her mind spinning ahead to what she might accomplish while he was talking to Ortega. "Tonight we're doing a private function, a bachelor party for one of the guys who works at Brand Realty. Peter Brand is the owner. He's the man you mentioned, the one in the police report." He nodded.
"I've seen his name on for sale signs on property all over town. He's got a dozen branch offices, makes a boatload of money. The cops say his alibi checks out. He hadn't seen your sister for a couple of weeks before she disappeared, and he was working the night she didn't come home."
"Still, if he's here tonight, I'm going to talk to him. See if he might know something useful."
Johnny's jaw hardened. "We've already been over this. I don't want you playing detective."
Amy jerked to a halt next to the door. "That's why I'm here, Johnny. Working at the club. I appreciate what you're doing. I can't begin to tell you how much. But I intend to do my part. I'm going to do everything I can to find out what happened to my sister. Damn it, Amy. It's Angel, and I have to go in." Johnny took a breath and released it slowly, clearly resigned that she was going to do exactly as she pleased.
You've got my number in your phone. Call me if you run into a problem." His dark gaze narrowed on her face. "And don't even think about leaving with that guy." Amy flashed him a smile. "I won't leave with him, I promise. I won't leave with anyone but you." A hot gleam appeared in his eyes. Apparently mollified, he nodded. "Fine." Turning, he strode back to his car. Amy watched him drive away and felt a sudden pang. Not only was she wildly attracted to him, but she liked him. Well, except when he was acting like a domineering, overprotective male. Liking him should have been good, but wasn't. A man like John Riggs wasn't someone she could afford to get involved with. He was the kind of guy you had fantasy one-night sex with and never saw again. He wasn't the kind of man a schoolteacher from Michigan took home to meet her mother. He was the wild, dangerous, reckless kind of guy who ended up breaking your heart. Detective Rick Vega returned to his desk in the Homicide Bureau at the Hollywood Community Police Station. Turning on his computer, he sat back to wait while the machine booted up. All the way back from Johnny's place, Rick had thought about Rachel Brewer and her sister Amy, the school teacher who had come to California from Michigan to find her. Clearly, Johnny was taken with the little blonde. Rick and Johnny had been friends since the day Rick had become Kate Riggs's partner. He had dropped in at Johnny's for a morning visit any number of times and never found a woman in his house. That Amy was still there the morning after said a lot. Johnny was helping her, which was great, since he was exceptionally good at his job, and the police so far had come up with squat. That Amy was working as a dancer in a strip club to dig up information was over-the-top insane. The lady wasn't a cop. She had no experience dealing with the kind of guys who frequented a place like the Kitty Cat Club. Still, he couldn't help admiring her moxie and her determination. It was obvious she loved her sister. It made him wonder what there was about Rachel Brewer that deserved that kind of loyalty. As soon as the computer was ready, he clicked on Google and typed in Rachel's name. Half a dozen Rachel Brewers popped up. He checked each listing, but none of them was the woman he was looking for. No Facebook, no Twitter, no LinkedIn. Nothing on any of the usual social networks. No web page. This last seemed a little odd to him. Rachel wanted to be an actress. Most would-be actresses had an internet presence of some sort. He knew working as a dancer didn't pay all that much, but she must have had friends who could have helped her. He typed in Silky Summers, did the same check on the people who popped up, and still came up with nothing. He leaned back in his chair, steepled his fingers, and studied the screen. Maybe instead of using her real name or her stripper name, she was using something else. On a hunch, he typed in Rachel Summers, a combination of the two, and the usual list of names popped up. She wasn't on any of the social networks, but he struck gold with the website www.rachelsummers.com. He recognized her instantly from the photo he had seen in her missing persons file. On the website, she had an entire photo portfolio. It was nicely done, the pictures all professional and tasteful. He jotted down the name of the photographer who had done the work, and there was a biography as well. Born in Grand Rapids, daughter of an auto mechanic dad and a homemaker mom. Graduated high school and city college with a 4.0 grade average, but didn't continue her education and instead moved to Hollywood to pursue an acting career. The site listed parts in Grand Rapids Little Theater productions of South Pacific, Camelot, and Our Town, and a couple of TV commercials as credits. He jotted down a contact number that probably belonged to her missing cell phone, pulled out the copy he had made of her file and saw that he was right, and that the second number listed belonged to her friend Mary Lou Kammer. He flipped back to the photos, tried to make the woman he had found on the web match the stripper Silky Summers he had once seen on stage. On occasion, he used the Kitty Cat Club for a meet with an informant. The owner, Tate Waters, was solidly pro-police, and the place was dark and noisy. At the time, Rachel hadn't made much of an impression. In fact, he hadn't remembered seeing her until he had pulled her file for Johnny. He dug around the web a little more, then went to www.kittycatclub.com just to see what might show up. A number of videos were posted. He recognized the dark-haired dancer, Silky Summers, among a row of video clips, and clicked on the image. The video lasted only a minute. Rachel had a beautiful body as well as a gorgeous face. But the thing that struck him was the detachment in her eyes, the distant quality that said she was only doing a job. She had no interest, no personal stake in her performance. Rachel was dancing, but her soul was somewhere else. Rick reached for the mouse, ready to end the session, paused for an instant, then flipped back to her webpage for one last glance. A line at the bottom of the site caught his attention. Rachel has been a long-time supporter of the Denison Children's Shelter. Donations can be made through the following link, www.denisonchildrensshelter.com. He clicked on the link, saw that it was a sanctuary for homeless children, and jotted down the address. Rick leaned back in his chair. He was beginning to think there was a lot more to Rachel Brewer than he had believed. Amy finished her second set for the evening and changed into her cocktail waitress outfit. So far, the realtors who had rented the club for the night had been fairly well behaved, but it wasn't that late yet. The Kitty Cat wasn't the kind of place most of the agents frequented, and they were dribbling out of the club a little at a time and heading home. The bridegroom was younger, and he and his friends were beginning to get pretty rowdy. Fortunately, there was a limo waiting for anyone who drank too much and needed a ride back to his house. When Peter Brand excused himself from the group and started for the door, Amy set her drink tray down on an empty table and hurried to intercept him. "Excuse me, Mr. Brand, I don't mean to bother you, but I was wondering if you might have a minute to talk before you leave." He eyed her with speculation. He had thick salt-and-pepper hair, and though he'd had a couple of glasses of beer, he wasn't drunk. He was in his 40s, attractive in a pair of stylish, silver-rimmed glasses. "My name is Angel," she said. "I'm a friend of Silky Summers." "I'm afraid I don't know anyone by that name." "I'm sorry, I meant to say Rachel Brewer. We were friends. I heard she went out with you a few times. I was wondering if you knew anything about her disappearance." He frowned. "The police asked me about Rachel. I told them I hadn't seen her in a couple of weeks." "I know. I was just hoping that maybe you could think of something. I'm really worried about her." Brand's blue eyes softened. "Rachel is a really nice girl, but we never dated. I told the police that. We knew each other through the Denison's Children's Shelter. Rachel volunteered there and helped us raise money for the home." Amy was stunned, and yet it was exactly like her. "My Rachel worked there?" He nodded. "Volunteered. Whenever she had the time. She was busy a lot, holding down a job and taking casting calls. I never knew she worked at the club until the police came to see me. As pretty as she was, I was surprised she'd never caught a break." Where is the shelter?" Brand gave her the address, which she jotted on a cocktail napkin. "Rachel loved the children in the shelter, and they loved her," Peter said. I'm sure they miss her."
"We all do. I really appreciate your help, Mr. Brand."
"It's just Peter, and I hope they find her." Amy watched him walk away, thinking that her sister continued to surprise her. First Jimmy, now the shelter for homeless children. The good news was, in talking to the real estate agent, she had come up with another place to look for information. She couldn't wait to tell Johnny. She tried not to wonder what he was doing tonight, which made her think of last night, and color washed into her cheeks. It was supposed to be a single night of wild fantasy sex, but here she was, wishing she was with him, wishing he would take her to bed again. With a sigh, she turned back to the tables surrounded by rowdy men, and went to get another round of drinks. Johnny shoved through the etched glass doors of the Vieux Carré, a ritzy supper club in downtown L.A. Manny Ortega was the owner of the place, along with a chain of El Pueblo Mexican restaurants that ran along the coast from L.A. to San Diego. A tuxedo-clad maitre d' stopped him as he walked through the door. Obviously, the leather jacket he wore over his T-shirt didn't meet the dress code for a swanky place like the Vieux Carré. "May I help you, sir?" Tall and thin, classy but not effeminate, Manny would have chosen him specifically to work the front of the club. "I'm looking for Manny Ortega. Word is he's usually here in the evenings." "Mr. Ortega takes pride in seeing the restaurant is properly run. Unfortunately, he isn't here tonight. In fact, he will be out of town for the rest of the week." Johnny glanced around the restaurant. A single large room, with an open 2-story ceiling surrounded by a dining balcony. It was Art Deco, with candlelit, linen-draped tables, and an expensive menu that served a combination of French and Cajun food. The internet gave it a 5-star rating. Manny had the money to make sure he could offer his customers the best of everything. The question was, where had he gotten it? "You know where I might be able to find him?" Johnny held up a $100 bill, pinched between his fingers. The maitre d' eyed the money, but didn't take the bait, and simply shook his head. "I'm sorry, I really don't know." Johnny stuffed the money into the pocket of his jeans and pulled out one of his nondescript business cards. "Give him this. Tell him I'd like to talk to him." "Certainly, Mr.—" The maitre d' looked down at the card. "Riggs?" The man stuck the card into the pocket of his tuxedo and turned his attention to the well-dressed couple who had come in behind Johnny. Johnny headed out into the night. As he handed his parking ticket to the valet and waited for the kid to bring up his car, he ignored an itch to head for the Kitty Cat Club. The urge to watch Angel Fontaine erotically dancing on stage was nearly irresistible. He reminded himself Brand Realty had rented the place for the night, and he wouldn't be welcome. His jaw tightened as he tipped the kid a $5 and slid behind the wheel. Since when had he ever given a fat rat's ass whether he was welcome or not? Shoving the car into gear, he stepped on the gas, leaving the restaurant rapidly disappearing in his mirror. The urge to see Amy hit him again as he roared up the on-ramp onto the 110 heading north. When he merged onto the Hollywood freeway and took the exit into Hollywood, it was all he could do not to keep driving until he reached the parking lot of the Kitty Cat Club. Instead, he turned up Laurel Canyon and forced himself to go home. Little Amy Brewer was getting under his skin, and he didn't like it. Not one bit. He was helping her, and that was fine. But he needed to put a little distance between them. Keep things businesslike. Still, as he climbed into bed alone, he thought of Amy and her sweet little body, and how good it had been to have her there beside him. It was hours before he fell asleep. Chapter 15. Johnny didn't show up at the club last night, and he hadn't called this morning. Maybe their night together had meant a lot more to her than it did to him. Maybe it had only been the fantasy, one-night sex Amy had imagined. The thought made her stomach churn. "So, where's Loverboy?" Babs asked, as Amy was getting dressed to leave the apartment. "I figured he'd show up last night for an encore." Amy tried for a nonchalant shrug. "I kind of thought so, too." One of Babs's dark eyebrows went up. "I thought you said the sex was fantastic. Amazing, even." Amy looked up at her, hoping her disappointment didn't show. "It was, at least for me." Babs smiled knowingly. "He'll be back. No way is one night going to be enough for a guy like that." Amy made no reply. She had no idea what John Riggs was thinking. She wasn't that experienced in bed. Maybe she just didn't do it for him. "Listen, I've got to run," she told Babs. "I've got some things to do before my shift starts." She worked from 6 until 2 tonight, and it was already afternoon. "You need my car?" "I appreciate the offer, but I've decided to rent one for a couple of days. I printed a coupon off the internet, so it isn't that expensive, and I can go wherever I need." Babs shrugged. "Whatever you think. I'll see you later." Amy headed out the door, then down the block to the national car rental place she had occasionally passed on her way to lunch. 20 minutes later, she drove out in a little white subcompact that got more than 30 miles to the gallon and headed for Culver City. Earlier, she had called Mrs. Zimmer, and the woman had been delighted that Angel was coming over again to see little Jimmy. As Amy stood on the porch and knocked on the door, she heard small feet pounding across the carpet. Jimmy pulled open the door. "Hello." "Hi, sweetie." She went down to his eye level, an arm behind her back, hiding his surprise. "Guess what I brought you?" The little boy's eyes widened. "A present?" "That's right." She handed him the box. "It's a puzzle. I thought maybe you'd let me help you put it together." Jimmy studied the box. The picture on the front showed cartoon animals in a jungle setting. Jimmy looked excited and at the same time uncertain. "Here, let me show you." Amy took the box from his small hands and pulled off the wrapper. From the corner of her eye, she saw Mrs. Zimmer standing a few feet away, a big smile on her face. "Can we use the coffee table?" Amy asked her. "Sure. Would you like a cup of tea while you're putting the puzzle together?" "I'd love one." Mrs. Zimmer disappeared into the kitchen, and Jimmy knelt on the carpet next to her as she dumped the puzzle pieces out on top of the table. "All we have to do is put the puzzle together, and we'll be able to see the picture." Jimmy watched as Amy stuck a couple of puzzle pieces together. "See how it works?" She could feel his excitement as he found a piece that locked into another piece. "Look, I did it!" "Yes, you did." She had chosen a puzzle that fit Jimmy's age, so it didn't take him long to see how putting the pieces together worked. Mrs. Zimmer set a steaming mug of tea next to her, and she took a warming sip. "Chamomile. It's wonderful. Thank you." The older woman smiled. "Thank you for coming. Jimmy's really been looking forward to your visit." "So have I," Amy said, which was true. She loved kids, always had. It was the reason she had decided to become a teacher. She returned her attention to the puzzle. It didn't take long to put the picture together. Jimmy looked so proud of himself when they finished that Amy reached over and hugged him. "That was really fun, Miss Fountain. Can we do it again?" "Fountain?" Amy bit back a smile. "Why don't you just call me Angel? And yes, we can do it again." They played with the puzzle for an hour, putting it together, taking it apart, then rebuilding it. She made a mental note to buy him some Lincoln logs. She used to love playing with them when she was a kid. Then it was time to leave. While Amy was saying her farewells to Mrs. Zimmer, Jimmy raced back to his bedroom. "I've really got to go," Amy said, checking her watch. "Jimmy, come say goodbye to Angel." A couple more minutes passed. "Jimmy!" The little boy raced out of the bedroom, waving a piece of yellow drawing paper in his hand. "I made a present for you." Amy took the paper and unfolded it. There was a stick drawing of a woman holding a little boy's hand. Both of them were smiling. It was signed with a row of X's and an oddly printed version of his name. "Those are kisses," Mrs. Zimmer explained. "His mother taught him that, and how to print his name." So Bea wasn't as immune to her son as she wanted people to believe. Interesting. Amy leaned down and hugged the boy. "Thank you, sweetie. Have fun with the puzzle." Jimmy looked up at her, his expression somber. "Are you coming back?" Amy smiled. "Of course I am. We're friends, aren't we?" Jimmy grinned and wildly nodded. "All right, then." Feeling a lump in her throat, Amy hugged him one last time, then waved to Mrs. Zimmer and headed for the door. Johnny's cell phone rang. He recognized the caller ID as belonging to Dev Raines. "What's up, Dare?" "Chaz came up with the info we needed to narrow down the search. We've set a time for the meet if it works for you. Tomorrow night at Lark's condo." The place they stayed when Dev's wife was working in L.A. "I'll be there with bells on. Since Lark's here with me, Clive's bringing Molly. I figured the ladies could talk while we make some plans. You can bring someone if you want." Did he want to bring Amy? It would be like taking a woman to meet his family. He shouldn't do it, he knew, and yet he wanted to. He blew out a breath. Hell, it was just a group of friends. It didn't mean anything. "Yeah, all right." "All right? That means you're bringing a date?" "If she can get off work." A long pause on the phone. "Great. We'll see you tomorrow night." He needed to call Amy. He didn't know her schedule. Maybe she'd have to work. Hell, maybe she wouldn't want to go. He brought up her cell number and pressed the button. "Hey, baby, it's me." "Johnny?" "Yeah." "I'm in the car. Let me pull over." She came back on the line a few seconds later. "Hi." The warmth in her voice made his chest feel tight. "I'm glad you called," she said. "I talked to Peter Brand last night, and guess what he told me?" "What did he tell you?" He didn't like her playing detective, especially when it involved some hotshot real estate broker. He'd been down that road once before. He said he and Rachel never dated. He said they worked together to raise money for the Denison Children's Shelter. I'm headed there now. The name rang a bell. He remembered seeing it in the police file, but since Brand's alibi checked out, he hadn't pursued it. Maybe it was time. "What's the address?" She gave him a number on Franklin. "All right, I'll meet you there." He ended the call before she could argue. This case was getting more and more interesting. A kindergarten teacher / exotic dancer, searching for an exotic dancer / social worker. He told himself the case was the reason he was meeting Amy, that he was just doing the job he'd volunteered for. He stepped on the gas pedal, weaving the car in and out of traffic, driving a little faster than he should have been. It was just the job, he told himself, and knew It was a big-ass lie. Amy pulled back into traffic, heading her little rented subcompact toward the address for the Denison Children's Shelter she had written on a cocktail napkin last night. Her heart was pounding, reminding her that Johnny would be meeting her there. She told herself he was just following the lead she had picked up last night, that his meeting her there didn't mean anything. She needed to stay focused on finding Rachel and let the man do his job. It didn't take too long to reach the shelter, which was in an actual house, she saw as she pulled up in front of the 2-story Spanish-style building with a red tile roof, the walls painted a soft shade of pink. The yard was neatly trimmed, and there was a big leafy tree in front that shaded the porch. As she headed up the walk, she heard children's laughter coming from inside. She had almost reached the front steps when the screen door opened, and a man walked out. Dressed in an expensive navy blue suit, he was extremely handsome. Johnny's detective friend, Rick Vega. "Detective Vega," she exclaimed, halting him directly in front of her. Clearly his mind had been on something else, and for an instant he didn't know who she was. "Amy Brewer," she reminded him, "Rachel's sister." "Yes, of course. Hello, Amy." He flicked a glance toward the house. "What are you doing here?" "Last night I spoke to a friend of Rachel's, a real estate agent named Peter Brand. Peter told me she volunteered here at the shelter." "Yes, so I discovered." "So you talked to them here? I assumed the police would have spoken to them already." Vega made no comment, and she realized he was thinking the same thing. But being a policeman himself, couldn't afford to agree. "Did you find out anything?" Amy pressed. "I talked to one of the counselors. Apparently Rachel came here often. Looks like whenever she wasn't working or trying to get an acting job, she was here. The kids adored her." Amy felt a pang in her heart. Heavy footsteps sounded behind her, coming up the walk. Amy turned to see Johnny striding toward her, and her stomach floated up beneath her ribs. His gaze skimmed over her, went to the detective. "You hear about Rachel? I didn't think you were working that case." "I'm not. I just ran across a connection between her and the shelter and thought I'd follow up." "I really appreciate what you're doing," Amy said to him. Vega just nodded. "I've got to go. Good luck in there. Maybe you'll get something I missed." Vega strode off down the walkway, and Johnny turned to Amy. He didn't say a word, just slid his hands into her hair, cupped the back of her head, bent and very thoroughly kissed her. She was trembling, her lips tingling, when Johnny let her go. He tipped his head toward the house. "We're here," he said a little gruffly. "We might as well go in." The door stood open to let in the warm June air. Just a screen blocked the entrance. Johnny rapped on the doorframe, and a young woman with short blonde hair appeared on the opposite side of the screen. "Hello, may I help you?" "My name is Amy Brewer. Rachel Brewer was my sister." Rachel wasn't Silky here at the shelter, so Amy didn't need to be Angel. "Peter Brand told me she volunteered here on occasion." "Why, yes, she did." "I'm John Riggs. I'm a private investigator. I'm helping Amy locate her sister." "Please come in." She opened the screen door and stepped back out of the way. Amy walked in ahead of Johnny into the foyer. In the living room off to one side, a group of children of various ages huddled around the coffee table, playing a game of Candyland. Amy smiled. She and Rachel used to play that game as kids. "My name is Eileen Caulfield," the woman said. She was wearing jeans and a Denison Shelter t-shirt that read, "Where there's love, there's hope." "I liked Rachel very much. We all did."
Why don't we go someplace we can talk? Eileen led them into the dining room and indicated they should sit down at a long oak table that seated at least 12 people. Detective Vega was just here, Eileen explained. He spoke to Melinda Richards. She's the director of the shelter. I'm afraid she's gone to lunch, but maybe I can help. Thank you, Amy said. Peter told us Rachel was missing. We're all praying for her. Amy's heart squeezed.
When was the last time Rachel was here? Johnny asked.
Just before the 1st of May. She couldn't stay long. She said she had some errands to run. I thought maybe she was trying out for a part or something. She wanted so much to be an actress.
She say anything about going on a trip? Johnny asked.
Not then, but earlier. A couple of weeks before that, she mentioned she was going to the Caribbean. She seemed really excited about it. Johnny flicked a glance at Amy. Another confirmation that Rachel was planning a trip. Did she say exactly where she was going? Amy asked. She might have. If she did, I don't remember.
Could it have been Belize? Johnny asked.
The woman frowned, then shook her head. I don't know. She did say that she and a friend would be staying in some fancy villa, but that was a week or so earlier. She didn't mention it after that.
Amy's heart was pounding. She happened to say who she was going with? Johnny asked.
No, but I think she was dating someone she really liked. She seemed happy, you know? I thought maybe she had met someone really special. Rachel deserved a man like that.
But she had never told anyone his name. If she was seeing Manny Ortega, a drug dealer's son, she might not want anyone to know. Anything else you can tell us? Johnny asked.
I wish I could. Like I said, she didn't mention the trip after the first time. We appreciate your help, Eileen. They left the house a few minutes later and headed down the concrete path to the street. I rented a car, Amy said. That little white one over there. Johnny walked her over, waited until she unlocked the car and opened the door. Did you talk to Manny Ortega? She asked.
I went to his place last night, a restaurant called the Vieux Carré. Manny wasn't there. He left town yesterday. He'll be gone for the rest of the week.
Disappointment slipped through her. Oh.
I'll talk to him as soon as he gets back. Sooner if I can find him.
Amy just nodded.
Listen, I was wondering...
He cleared his throat.
I've got some friends coming to town. I'm going over for dinner tomorrow night, do a little business. I was wondering if you would maybe, like to come with me. I mean, if you can get off work.
He seemed nervous. She couldn't believe it. He was always so firmly in control. She beamed him with a smile. Tuesday's one of my nights off this week, so yes, I'd love to meet your friends.
Johnny looked down at his feet. It won't be anything fancy, so you don't have to dress up or anything.
Okay. What time?
I'll pick you up at 6. That'll give us time to get downtown.
All right. She glanced at her watch. She needed to get back to work, but she didn't really want to leave. I'd better go.
Yeah.
She started to get into the car, but Johnny turned her into his arms and kissed her, a hot, deep kiss that should have embarrassed her since they were standing right there on the street. Instead, she slid her arms around his neck and kissed him back. Johnny broke away. The hot gleam in his eyes said he wanted a lot more than kisses.
I'll see you tomorrow night,
he said gruffly, then stood back as she got into the car. Her hands were trembling so badly she could barely stick the key into the ignition, She finally got the engine running. When she looked back out the window, Johnny was gone. Chapter 16. Rick Vega pulled off Melrose down a lane lined with box hedges and palm trees and stopped at the gatehouse at the entrance to Paramount Studios. The place was impressive. Rick knew a little of the history. Everyone did who lived in L.A. Paramount was the oldest running studio. Started way back in 1912. Every major actor from Rudolph Valentino and Mae West, Gary Cooper and Elvis, to Mel Gibson and Sean Connery had made movies there. The guard leaned through the window, and Rick flipped open his badge. "I need to talk to Marvin Bixler. He's the director on the LAPD Blue series." Information he had received from Melinda Richards at the children's shelter. According to Melinda, Rachel had interviewed for a part in a new TV series, a takeoff on the old NYPD Blue show. She had been waiting to hear from the studio when she had disappeared. He hadn't thought to give the information to Johnny, figured his friend would get the news when he talked to the people at the shelter. And Rick wanted to check it out himself. "They're shooting in Studio 12, the guard said, after a quick look at his notes. "It's around the corner, near the back of the lot." He handed Rick a clipboard. "You'll need to sign in." He printed his name on the appropriate line, noted the date and time, and signed his name, then handed the board back to the guard. "Go on in." Rick drove his brown, unmarked Chevy police car toward the back of the lot, parked, and went into the big steel building, number 12, the guard had indicated. It was huge. He figured somewhere around 15,000 square feet of soundstage, with every conceivable sort of staging equipment. He snagged a guy in the lighting crew, young, with short brown hair combed skyward, as the man walked past. Rick held up his badge. "LAPD, I'm looking for Marvin Bixler." "You one of the technical advisors? Marv's over there." He pointed across the set. "The bald guy with the mustache." "Thanks." No point in correcting him. Rick wasn't there to give advice. He just wanted information. "Mr. Bixler?" "Yes?" "LAPD, I need a few minutes of your time." "Look, we won't be needing you for at least a few hours. Why don't you wait over—" "I'm not here as an advisor. I'm hoping you'll be able to help me with a missing persons case." The director's gaze sharpened. "All right, sure, go ahead." "I was told a woman named Rachel Brewer tried out for a part in your series. A few days later, she disappeared, and no one has seen her since." "I heard about that. She was using the name Rachel Summers, so I didn't put it together till I saw her photo in the newspaper. Rachel was a really talented young actress. She was perfect for the role of Heather Stone, one of the female officers in the show. Tough, but a heart of gold. I felt like I'd made a real find." "So Rachel got the part?" "Would have. No one ever reached her to tell her the news. Then we'd heard she'd disappeared. Damn shame." "Did you interview Rachel yourself?" He nodded. "She talked to the producer and ran some lines with a couple of the lead actors in the show as well. We all agreed she was perfect for Heather." "You ever meet any of her friends? A man, maybe, or a girlfriend?" "She interviewed more than once, but she always came by herself. She was beautiful. Attracted plenty of male attention, I can tell you." He shook his head. "Hard lady to replace, but we had no choice. We were scheduled to start shooting a few weeks after she disappeared." Rick pulled out an LAPD business card and handed it over. "If you think of anything that might help us find her, I'd appreciate a call." Bixler read the card, then stuffed it into his shirt pocket. "Happy to help if I can." When someone yelled his name, he started toward a group of actors dressed in blue uniforms standing on the stage. Rick turned and headed for the door. Beautiful and talented, generous and caring. This was not the woman in the department's missing persons file. Those documents portrayed Rachel as a woman on the lowest rung of society, with few friends, most of whom were other exotic dancers. A stripper without much of a future, maybe even a prostitute. Then the whispers began linking her with Manny Ortega and the possibility she had been involved with drugs. It didn't make sense. The next time he saw Johnny, he'd relay the conversation he'd had with Bixler. He figured in some small way Amy would be pleased to know her sister had finally gotten the break she had been working so hard to get. He'd do that much. But this wasn't his case, and he was spending department time on a matter that shouldn't have involved him. He was supposed to be investigating a homicide down on Sunset that appeared to be gang-related. But there was something about this case that bothered him. Something that niggled the back of his mind, but stayed just out of reach. He told himself to mind his own business, that he needed to refocus, stay away from the Brewer case. Rick was determined to convince himself. Johnny stood at the far end of the bar, talking to Tate Waters, a man in his late 40s. When his hair had begun to thin, Tate had had a transplant, which had only half-ass worked. Now his head was covered with little spikes of hair and what looked like cornrows. Aside from that, with his slender build and blue eyes, he wasn't bad-looking, and amazingly enough, he was happily married to a lady named Linda, who kept his account books. "I hear you're helping Amy look into what happened to her sister," Tate said. Hearing Amy's real name jerked Johnny's attention away from where Angel danced, moving as if she owned the stage and every man in the room. His head whipped toward Waters. "What did you just say?" One of Tate's dark eyebrows went up. "You didn't think I knew her real name? I know everything that happens in this place. I knew as soon as I met her. She looks nothing like Rachel, but they both have a way about them. The way they move, the way they walk. And Angel was way too interested in what had happened to Silky Summers. It wasn't hard to find out who she really was." Johnny looked hard at Tate. "The fewer people who know, the better. We still don't know what happened to Rachel. Angel asks too many questions, and somebody might decide to shut her up." Tate's blue eyes shifted toward the stage. "I'm with you there. I've tried to keep an eye on her. I put her on the early shift as much as I can, but I don't want the other girls to think I'm playing favorites. Which you are. A little. These women expect me to protect them. Somehow, I let Rachel down. There have been rumors she was seeing Manny Ortega. You know who he is? The drug lord's son? Haven't seen him in here. Guy does his best to protect his reputation. Since he can't escape the connection to his family, it hasn't done him much good. So he didn't come in to see Rachel. No, she didn't date much, at least not that I know of. Rachel wanted to be a star, and she had the talent and brains to make it happen." Johnny looked back at the stage. Amy hadn't spotted him, which gave him a chance to watch her without completely losing it. She was a really good dancer. Lithe, graceful, sensuous. Every movement spoke of pure, unadulterated sex, and every man in the place wanted to carry her off over his shoulder. Johnny was one of them. Worse yet, he didn't want her dancing for anyone but him. He didn't want the other men to lust after her the way he did. He tried to separate the nearly naked woman on stage from the sweet little school teacher who had shared his bed. But it wasn't working. He ground his jaw, told himself he had no say over her. Still. "Looks like trouble's brewing," Tate said, his gaze sweeping over the crowd of men to a group in the middle of the room who were starting to shove back their chairs. Tate started walking. "If I hear anything useful, I'll let you know." Johnny watched the club owner make his way toward the men pushing and shoving, yelling obscenities near the front of the stage. Across the room, the big Asian bouncer, Bo Jing, was also walking toward the men. The show came to a close, and Angel disappeared off stage, heading upstairs to change. Johnny watched the scuffle that broke into a full-blown Donnybrook and smiled, glad for once he wasn't in the middle of it. Bo Jing gripped one guy by the back of the neck, grabbed another the same way, and started hauling them toward the door, one in each massive hand. Tate was reading another guy the riot act. From the corner of his eye, Johnny saw Babs rushing toward him, and he didn't like the look on her face. "Johnny, some guy's got Angel." Johnny was on his feet and running. Babs pointed toward the backstage area, where girls started and ended their shows. He ran past her, and Babs fell in right behind him. "I think he might have forced her into the equipment room," Babs shouted as he charged in that direction. There was a sign printed on the door in big black letters, "Employees Only." When he shoved the door open, he saw Angel struggling beneath the weight of the slick-looking muscle jock Johnny had seen sitting alone at one of the tables. He had her on her back, sprawled over a workbench, and was fumbling with his zipper. Johnny's vision turned red. "You low-life prick, get away from her!" Before he realized he had moved, he was dragging the man off Amy, slamming a fist into his face. He brought his knee up hard into the guy's privates, and the jerk let out a shriek of pain. Johnny didn't stop. He hit him and hit him and hit him. When the man crashed into a heap on the floor, Johnny grabbed him by the hair, dragged his head up, and hit him again. He wanted to hurt him, wanted to beat him to a bloody pulp. He wanted to kill him. Johnny, please stop." Amy's voice, high-pitched and nearly hysterical, finally cut through his rage. When he glanced over to where she stood, he saw that she was trembling, the little red pasties missing from her nipples, her arms hugging her chest in a futile attempt to cover herself. Johnny stepped over the unconscious man on the floor, reached for her, and folded her into his arms. He forced himself to breathe. "It's all right, baby. I've got you. You're okay. You're safe." "Johnny." She melted against him and just hung on. She was crying and shaking, and he wanted to destroy the man who had tried to hurt her. "It's all right," he whispered into her ear. "It's all right." Babs rushed in, carrying a red silk dressing robe, and wrapped it around Amy. "Honey, are you okay?" Babs asked. He didn't hurt you, did he?" Amy shook her head. Her eyes filled. "Johnny got here in time." She swallowed and glanced away, tears rolling down her cheeks. Johnny eased her back into his arms. "You don't have to cry. You're safe. You're with me." Amy swallowed. Still shaking, she hung on for a couple of seconds longer, took a deep breath, and straightened away from him, pulling the sash on her robe a little tighter. I'm okay." "Should we call the police?" Babs asked. "The boss won't like it. Tate has his own way of handling guys like these. Usually saves the cops a lot of trouble." Tate Waters stormed into the tiny room, which was getting more and more crowded. He took in the scene in an instant. Then Bo Jing appeared in the doorway, filling it completely. "You all right?" Tate asked Amy. She wet her trembling lips. "Johnny came just in time." Tate looked down at the man on the floor. "This the scum who assaulted you?" Amy nodded. "I saw him out in the audience. I didn't see him disappear, but he was waiting backstage when I came off. Bo Jing is usually there, but he was helping you with the fight out front." Tate turned to the massive Asian, standing a few feet away. "Get this piece of shit out of here. Make sure he never comes back." "You got it, boss." Johnny didn't have to ask how the massive man was going to manage that. He was pretty sure he knew. Bo lifted the guy as if he were a kitten, tossed him over his shoulder, and did a fireman's carry out the door. Tate turned to Amy. "Tomorrow's your day off. Why don't you take an extra day? You'll feel better after a little time away from this place." "Good idea," Johnny agreed, thinking if he had his way, the extra day off was going to escalate into a week, then the rest of the summer. He wanted Angel Fontaine's dancing career to end. Maybe after what had almost happened, Amy would realize he was right and give up trying to help him find her sister. He grunted. Good luck with that. Chapter 17. For the second time, she had nearly been raped. Her run-in with Kyle Bennett had been frightening, but tonight had been a real eye-opener. Even in the club, with men like Tate and Bo Jing to watch out for the girls, she wasn't really safe. She looked over at Johnny, who stared straight ahead as he drove his Mustang up the hill to the guest house. After demanding she go with him, and refusing to take no for an answer, he hadn't said 3 words since they'd left the parking lot. She knew he was angry. What had happened, he believed, was partly her fault. "You shouldn't have been there in the first place," he growled into the silence between them, proving she was right. "You can't get a room full of men all hot and bothered and not expect sooner or later some jackass will act on his urges." "It's my job. Lots of women do it." "Women with a lot more street savvy than you have. If that bastard had gone after Babs, his balls would be aching a lot more than they are right now. Christ, you don't even know how to defend yourself." She looked up at him. "That's not true. I've had self-defense classes." He scoffed. "Yeah? Well, why didn't you try to defend yourself tonight?" She glanced away. Why hadn't she? "For one thing, it's been a long time since I took the course. And Bo is usually there to watch out for us when we come off stage. Tonight he was busy, and the guy took me by surprise." "So if you'd realized the bastard was going to attack you, you would have been prepared?" "Yes. Plus, I would have been a lot more prepared if I had been wearing clothes." His dark eyes ran over her and made her think of sex, which, after what had happened, should have been the last thing on her mind. He pulled into his garage, and they got out of the car and walked into the house. She had changed into jeans and a t-shirt before they left the club, and brought a small overnight bag he had insisted she pack to get her through the next 2 days. She wasn't sure what Johnny expected from her tonight. She wasn't sure what she wanted from him. Instead of going into the living room, he carried her bag down the hall and dropped it off in the master bedroom. "Come on," he said, urging her toward the stairs leading to the level below. She followed him down, waited while he turned on the lights. Taking her hand, he led her across the room, which was the size of the entire upstairs, over to where he had set up a home gym. There was all kinds of workout equipment, a treadmill and weights, a padded mat stretched out on the floor in front of the big picture windows that looked out over the city.
Johnny led her up onto the mat, then turned to face her. "Okay, I'm going to attack you. You've got fair warning. Let's see what you can do."
"Are you crazy?"
Apparently he was, because he dove for her, took her down easily on the thick foam pad. "I thought you said you knew self-defense." Amy gritted her teeth as she pushed to her feet. "I said I'd had classes. I also said I was out of practice." "Let's try it again." He came in the same way he had before. Amy grunted as he took her easily down to the mat. But her limited training was beginning to come back to her. Mr. Stevens, the gym teacher who taught the class, was very determined that each of his female students learn to protect herself. "That's okay," Johnny said. "Tomorrow I'll show you some moves." Amy accepted the hand he offered and let him pull her to her feet. "Try it again," she said. A little tilt of amusement curved his lips. "You sure?" "Come on, do it again." She splayed her legs, readied herself. She wouldn't have this much time to prepare for a real attack, but still. Johnny rushed her, and she braced herself. At the last second, she sidestepped, letting his momentum carry him toward the mat, whirled and kicked him in the stomach as he went down. An oof of surprise escaped. "Oh my God, I didn't hurt you, did I?" Johnny just grinned. "Okay, that was better. Here, let's try this." He turned her around. "Pretend I'm coming at you from behind." Amy braced herself, felt the heavy movement of his feet on the mat. He came up fast, and she almost missed her chance. But her hours in class were finally coming back to her. A last-minute duck and twist, and she pitched him over her shoulder. Johnny sprawled on the mat, looking stunned. "I can't believe it." With a triumphant smile, Amy clamped her hands on her hips. "I told you I had classes." Johnny bounced effortlessly to his feet. "So you did." He looked her over, head to foot. "You're so damned little, you're going to have to be ruthless if you want to stay safe. Pretend I'm coming at you head on." She knew what to do. "No way. I'm supposed to gouge out your eyes or slap my hands over your ears to break your eardrums. Sorry, but I'm not going to do that." He came in anyway, caught her around the waist, and dragged her hard against him. "Try it." "No." What she really wanted to do was kiss him, not hurt him. "Do it, damn it." He made her just mad enough. She went for his ears, but he blocked the blow. She went for his eyes, but he knocked her hands away. Good girl. With a little more practice, you might just have a chance. That said, he knocked her legs out from under her, dropping her down on the mat, and came down on top of her, careful to keep most of his weight on his elbows so he wouldn't hurt her. Like I said, you need practice. But I have to give you credit. You know a lot more than most women. Amy barely heard the words. With his powerful body pressing her down on the mat, all she could think of was how it had felt when both of them were naked. She moistened her lips, and his gaze fixed on her mouth. His eyes glinted, darkened, his breathing quickened, and she realized he was aroused. Amy reached up and slid her arms around his neck, pulled his head down for a kiss, and Johnny kissed her back. He tasted yeasty from the beer he'd drunk, and smelled like soap and man. Her insides went hot. She could feel the bulge of his erection behind the fly of his jeans, remembered how good it had felt when he was inside her. "Are you sure about this?" he asked between soft, nibbling kisses. "After what happened, I wasn't sure you'd want—" She cut off his words with another burning kiss. It was like a nuclear explosion, a scorching heat that swept them both away.
Amy slid her fingers into his thick, dark hair and arched upward, wishing their clothes were off and she could feel all those beautiful muscles against her bare skin. Johnny groaned. God, I want you so much. She wanted him, too. She reached for the hem of his T-shirt, pulled it free of his jeans and off over his head. Johnny did the same to hers. She wasn't wearing a bra. Not much point tonight. And she was beginning to get used to going around half naked. So pretty, he said, bending his head to take a nipple between his teeth. The bud was stiff and aching. Oh, dear God, it felt good. Johnny suckled and tasted, laved and pulled the fullness of her breast deep into his mouth. Amy whimpered. The snap popped open on his jeans, and then he was tossing her high heels away and dragging her pants down over her hips. Her little white bikini panties went next. He parted her legs a little wider, kissed his way up her thighs. Then his mouth settled over her sex. Oh, oh, oh. She couldn't catch her breath. She had never let a man do this. Actually, none had tried. But no way was Johnny backing off, and so she let him have his way. She felt his tongue sliding over her most sensitive places, and heat erupted inside her. Her skin prickled, and her stomach quivered. Her body drew taut as a bowstring, and her eyes rolled back, and then she flew over the edge. "Johnny!" she cried out, her climax so sharp and sweet, it was almost painful. She barely noticed when he left her. Then he was back, beautifully naked, settling himself between her legs. He came up over her, claimed her mouth in a hot, wet kiss, and drove himself deeply inside. For a moment he stilled. The tension in his shoulders eased, as if he were finally where he wanted to be, needed to be. "Johnny," she whispered, feeling the ridiculous sting of tears. Reaching up to touch his face, she swallowed against the lump that formed in her throat. When he started to move in a slow, easy rhythm, she melted from the inside out. Johnny kissed her and kissed her until she was squirming beneath him, digging her nails into the heavy muscles across his shoulders, urging him faster, deeper, harder, arching upward, demanding more. Johnny gave it to her, drove into her as if he claimed her in some way. Then she was there, soaring, soaring, so sweet, so impossibly delicious. She felt his big, hard body stiffen, felt the powerful surges of his climax deep in her womb. Seconds seemed like hours, her mind spinning, filled with thoughts of him. Then they were drifting back down, finding their way back to earth. She registered the burn of his late-night beard against the side of her neck, and the dampness of her skin as he moved off her, settled himself at her side. Amy's eyes widened. For the first time she realized they had just made love on the floor in his gym. Johnny's cell phone started playing. He grabbed it off the nightstand, got out of bed so he wouldn't wake Amy, then realized she wasn't there. The rich smell of coffee hit him, and he smiled as he pressed the phone against his ear. "Riggs, it's Trace. Saul found your flight plan, Ortega's jet. The tail numbers were blocked, but the rest went unsaid. The kid was good, one of the best. At any rate, the flight was scheduled to leave from Ensenada at 8 a.m. May 2, stop over in L.A. to pick up passengers, then arrive in Belize City late in the afternoon." She'd been missing a couple of days by then. If they took her by force, they could have stashed her somewhere, then loaded her on the plane. Or she went without being coerced. Could be. Did you find the return? Yeah, a week later, May 9. And here's the interesting part. The pilot and 4 passengers left LAX on the 2nd. The pilot and 3 passengers returned direct to Ensenada. Not good news. No. A pause on the other end of the line. You still seeing the little sister? Johnny flicked a glance toward the door, heard Amy in the kitchen talking on her cell phone. I guess you could say that. We're having supper with Dev and Clive and their wives. That's so. Trace's tone held a note of interest, since it was way out of character for Johnny to take a woman to meet the men he considered family. Don't get your hopes up, he said. Amy's a great lady, but I'd make a lousy husband. Plus, she's leaving the end of the summer. Sooner if we find out what happened to her sister. Too bad. Say hello to the guys and gals. Will do. If you need anything more, Cantrell's back from Mexico. He's running things here while Maggie and I are in Australia. Finally taking that honeymoon you've been planning? Well-deserved honeymoon. Johnny smiled. Have a good time. Try to see something besides the inside of a hotel room. Trace laughed and ended the call. Padding across the room, Johnny grabbed his jeans off the back of a chair where he'd tossed them last night, dragged them on, and headed for the kitchen. Amy was still on the phone. As he walked into the room, she looked up at him and smiled, and that simple gesture made his chest clamp down. This wasn't good. She returned her attention to the phone in her hand. I'm doing fine, Mom, really. She rolled her pretty blue eyes. We know a lot more now than we did a few weeks ago. Her mother said something on the other end of the line. I'm not giving up, Mom. Not yet. Amy started nodding. I'll be careful, Mom, I promise. She signed off and cast him a glance. She looked sleep-rumpled and as satisfied as a lazy cat. And thinking about the times he'd made love to her last night made him want her all over again. Barefoot and shirtless, he padded toward her. Your mom, I take it? She sighed. We always have the same conversation. She presses me to come home, and I tell her I'm staying. Maybe she's right. Her chin shot up. Not you too. Making his way over to the counter, he poured himself a cup of coffee, tasted it, and grimaced. Next time, maybe you could put a little coffee in the coffee. Her eyebrows went up, and he realized he'd said, next time, as if there was going to be one. Something he had refused to contemplate until now. Okay, I'll make it stronger. Next time. He didn't reply. Just having a woman in his kitchen the morning after was a novelty. He wished it didn't feel so good having her there. Are we still going to dinner tonight? She asked. Game plan's on as far as I know. So what do we do today? We've followed every lead, and we still don't know much more than when we started. Did you hear from your friend about the flight plan? He'd almost been hoping this wouldn't come up. He had even thought about lying. Trace called this morning. His whiz kid found the flight plan. Ortega's jet flew out of Ensenada, made a stop in L.A. to pick up passengers, then headed for Belize. Oh, my God. When? A couple of days after your sister disappeared. Do you think she was on that plane? His gut tightened. I think she could have been. Which meant he had to go to Belize, and Amy wasn't going with him. But he wasn't ready to tell her that. The bad news is the jet flew south with 4 people and returned with only 3. That was the part he'd been dreading. Amy's face went pale. She sank down on one of the kitchen chairs. I have to go down there. Here we go. If she left on Ortega's jet, then somebody's got to go down there. But first we need to dig a little deeper, try to find something that will confirm she was on the plane, or locate someone in Belize who saw her once she got there. Hell, she may have been one of the ones who came back. We need more information. But if he didn't get it soon, he'd go anyway. That he didn't say. I'll get on it, he continued. I know some people who might be able to help us. Like DEA agent Kent Wheeler. Wheeler had been after Ortega for years. He knew as much about the drug lords' movements as any man on earth. He might be able to find out who was on that plane, and which of them didn't return. In the meantime, tonight we're having dinner with friends. He'd promised to help Dev, promised to help Amy. He was still working other cases. He felt like a juggler trying to keep all his plates in the air. Would you like me to fix you some breakfast? Amy asked. I looked in the fridge. You've got bacon and eggs. I'm a pretty decent cook. His interest stirred and his stomach rumbled. You can cook. Hey, I'm from the Midwest. Of course I can cook. He hesitated, thinking of all the work he had to do downstairs. It must have shown in his face. It'll take me a while, Amy said. Go do whatever it is you need to do. I'll call you when it's ready. He nodded, flashed her a grateful smile. Sounds good. As he took off down the hall, the thought occurred, I could get used to having a woman around. Which wiped the smile right off his face. No way was that happening. Not now, not any time in the future. He was just doing the lady a favor, and enjoying great sex with a knockout babe. That was all there was to it. Johnny headed for his lower floor office, forcing his mind to focus on work. He needed to find out if Rachel Brewer was on that jet. He needed to find out whether or not she was still alive. But deep in his gut, he was afraid he already knew the answer. Chapter 18. When supper was over, Johnny and the other men, Clive Monroe and Dev Raines, went to the living room of the ultra-modern downtown condo that was Devon Lark's home when she was in L.A. for work. Clive was big, buff, and sandy-haired. Dev was lean and hard, blue-eyed, and movie star handsome. One of the best-looking men Amy had ever seen. He should have looked almost pretty, but instead he just looked tough and masculine, and as dangerous as Johnny. The men talked business, while Amy, Lark, and Molly sat at a stainless steel table in the state-of-the-art kitchen, drinking wine. The entire apartment was high-tech and beautifully furnished, though not at all what Amy would choose for herself. She didn't have Lark's flash, or her amazing confidence, at least when she wasn't on stage. Amy hid a smile. Johnny had introduced her to his friends as a friend, a school teacher from Michigan who had come to California to search for her missing sister. It was the truth. Clearly, he would never lie to these people. He just hadn't mentioned the part about her dancing, which he knew would have embarrassed her. After introductions had been made and each had poured a glass of wine, they sat down for dinner in the dining room and enjoyed a delicious catered Italian meal. Focaccia bread, linguine, ravioli and cream sauce, misto salad, and tiramisu for dessert. Amy was nervous at first, since it was clear these people were more than just Johnny's friends. They were his family, and they loved him. But Molly, a petite, curvy redhead who was very pregnant, had put Amy at ease from the moment they had met. "You two make a great-looking couple," she said. "Johnny must think a lot of you. He's never brought a woman to meet his friends before." Amy wondered about that, but made no comment. Tall and gorgeous, with a stunning figure and crimson-streaked, short dark hair, Lark was a little more standoffish. She was reserving her judgment, it was clear, making sure Amy was good enough for Johnny. Obviously, Lark loved him like a brother, and would go to any lengths to protect him. "So, how long have you two been seeing each other?" Lark asked. "Not long," Amy said. "We met sort of accidentally. I found out he was a private investigator, but I didn't have enough money to hire him. But Johnny agreed to help me anyway. He's really been sweet." A look passed between the women. Maybe sweet wasn't how they saw Johnny, but deep down Amy knew he really was. And Amy didn't think Lark needed to worry. Whatever Johnny felt for her had more to do with sex than any sort of long-term commitment. Amy refused to think about what she felt for him. "So when is your baby due?" she asked Molly. "It's a boy, and he's due next month. With a husband like Clive, it didn't take me long to get pregnant. I mean, he was a ranger, right?" She grinned. "We all know what that means." "What?" Amy blurted out before she could stop herself. Molly grinned. "It means they're all oversexed and highly potent." Lark laughed, and Amy blushed. They talked about Lark's little girl, Chrissy, who had stayed in Phoenix with her nanny so she wouldn't miss a special friend's birthday party. Somehow the conversation came round to how Dev had helped Lark find the child after the little girl's adoptive parents were killed. Johnny and Clive had been involved in her rescue, which explained the strong bond the couples felt for each other. As the evening progressed, Amy began to relax. "Johnny must think you're pretty special," Lark said, looking pointedly in Amy's direction. "He's usually kind of a loner, keeps his personal life separate even from his friends." Amy tried for a nonchalant shrug. "We're having fun. I have to go back to Michigan the end of the summer, so it isn't going to be a long-term relationship." There must have been something telling in her face, because Lark looked at her with a trace of sympathy. "Sometimes things change," she said softly. Amy took a sip of her white wine. "Not for Johnny. Even if things were different, he isn't ready to settle down. I don't think he ever will be." The other two women exchanged glances. Then both of them smiled knowingly. Amy had no idea what that meant. Johnny settled back against the white sofa after the guys tossed a mountain of colored throw pillows into a pile on the floor to make room for them to sit. He took a sip of his beer. "So that's all we've got to go on." "So far," Dev said. "Chaz came up with 3 names, guys reported to be in the L.A. area and have the expertise to disable the alarms and steal the cars. Chaz could find out almost anything, as long as you didn't ask him how he did it. Stealing luxury cars is a real bitch today," Clive said. "With the GPS systems they've got now, the engine can be turned off remotely. Even if the thief gets inside, he can wind up in a car going nowhere." "True," Johnny said, "but the satellite folks won't turn off the engine unless they can stop the vehicle without causing an accident." "So the OnStar people wait till it's safe," Clive argued. "By then, the cops are on the way. Thieves still can't get away clean." "That's the rub," Johnny said. "They can't steal the car and get away with it, unless they disable the GPS without setting off any alarms. And the system's buried so deep in the wiring the thief can't tear it out. Which means the only way for them to get the car is to block the signal, Dev said. Take some brains for that, Clive said. Dev took a drink of his wine. Which brings us back to the three names Chaz came up with: Jack Romano, Reggie Silvers, and Sergio Dolinsky. Romano worked for General Motors in the auto design division. He was highly thought of, till he decided he could make more money selling GM secrets to their competitors. Reggie Silvers was jailed for hacking into the DMV. Cops never found out what he planned to do with the info. And Dolinsky? Johnny asked. Worked for the Russian mob. Busted for manipulating the betting at the Santa Anita racetrack. All of them have the know-how to pull off something like this, and all of them are currently out of jail. So, how do we figure which one? Clive asked. Dev set his wine glass on the glass coffee table. Lark's got to get home to Chrissy, but I'll be staying in town a while, doing my best to dig up the info we need and find out where the cars are being rebuilt. I just wanted to bring you guys up to speed and make sure you'll be able to come in if this gets hairy. I'm in, Clive said. Me too. I may have to make a trip out of the country, but if I go, I won't be gone long. Amy's sister, right? Dev said. Johnny nodded. We got a tip she may have been taken to Belize. You must have talked to Ghost. Trace Rollins knew what was going on with Rachel. Johnny had left Dev out of the loop, figuring his friend had enough on his plate with a new wife and kid and his auto theft investigation. I talked to him. Dev grinned. Now that I've met your lady, I can see how you got into this so deep. She's not my lady. Just a real nice girl who needed help. Johnny tried not to think of Angel on stage or Amy in his bed. Nice was far too bland a word. You said she was a kindergarten teacher? Clive added, tipping back his beer. Not exactly your usual style. No, but then you haven't seen her dance, he thought. I'm just trying to do her a favor. Oh, yeah, Dev said. I could see that when you looked at her like she was Little Red Riding Hood and you were the big bad wolf. Clive grinned. Yeah, like you were about to self-combust. Johnny grunted. Very funny. He was grateful when Dev took a breath and brought the conversation back to business. So we're all on the same page. I'll be working on this, and you guys provide backup if I need it. I've got a man who can do some checking, Johnny said. Name's Tyler Brody, former Marine. Not long in experience at this kind of thing, but useful. Kid has a way of coming up with information. I'll have him give you a call. Sounds good. We're set then, Clive said, coming to his feet. If I decide to leave town, I'll let you know, Johnny added, figuring he'd be back from Belize by the time Dev's info had all come together. Now that their business was finished, Johnny followed the men back into the kitchen. Dev's brilliant blue eyes went straight to Lark, ran over her as if he couldn't wait for the rest of them to leave so he could haul her off to bed. Clive smiled at his pregnant little Molly with the sappiest, proudest expression Johnny had ever seen. Johnny told himself the only thing his eyes revealed when he looked at Amy was a strong dose of lust, and prayed to God it was the truth. Darkness hovered over the bright glow of lights along the Sunset Strip. Johnny sat in a rawhide chair in the bar at Cisco's Cantina, listening to the sound of trumpets blasting out a spicy Mexican tune. At this late hour, the crowd had faded to a few remaining tables. He ordered a beer and quietly waited for Special Agent Kent Wheeler. He was hoping to get something, some crumb of information that might confirm or deny Carlos or Manny Ortega's involvement with Rachel Brewer. All day, he'd been working one case or another. Ty had found the info they needed to close the insurance fraud case. A fireman who was golfing and playing football with his buddies while he collected disability payments, supposedly in far too much pain to work. But Ty hadn't found anything more on Rachel's movements around the city. Instead, Johnny put him to work trying to come up with a location for the chop shop Deb was searching for that was rebuilding expensive stolen cars. "If you find them," Johnny had said to Ty, "whatever you do, don't try to get inside. Just give me the info and back off. We've got a team put together to deal with it once we have what we need." "Okay, but I want in," Ty said. "I know how to follow orders, and I'm good." The kid still had the Marine gung-ho gleam in his eyes. Might be interesting to give him a try. "I'll think about it," Johnny said. "You just find out where they're working on those cars." After his meeting with Ty, he'd called Wheeler and told him he was looking for information on the Ortegas. Wheeler had called back to set up a meet. During the day, Johnny had been in and out of his home office at least 3 times. He didn't like to think about how hard it was to stay away from Amy, who was watching TV right upstairs. Force himself to think about work and not spend the day in bed with her. Since it was her last day off, she had used the exercise equipment in the gym, warming up, she said, for the round of self-defense techniques he planned to show her. Then she'd made coffee for Ellie, who had blatantly showed up at his door, probably to give Amy another once-over. He had a bad feeling about that. The women would likely get along a little too well, which could lead to serious trouble for him. At least Amy wasn't down at the club being Angel, asking dangerous questions, strutting around without her clothes and flaunting her luscious little body. And she would be waiting for him when he got home from his meeting with Wheeler, something he shouldn't be grinning about, but stupidly was. The music in the cantina changed tempo, increased to a hot salsa beat, drawing him back to the moment. Across the room, he spotted Kent Wheeler's slim frame walking toward him. Wheeler sat down across from him, the silver in his thin brown hair glinting in the light of the candle on the table. "I've got something for you, not much. I figure I owe you after the tip you gave me on that shipment into San Pedro. How'd that pan out? Didn't see anything about a bust in the papers." "We were there. The shipment came in just like you guys said, but there was nothing in the containers. They knew we were coming." "You got a leak then?" "Looks that way. Could have been some other problem." A cocktail waitress appeared. Johnny's bud was nearly full. Wheeler passed, and the waitress disappeared. "What about Pandaro?" Johnny asked. He was the errant husband Ty had been following, who turned out to be involved with the San Dimas cartel. "He's disappeared off the map." "Not good. No, it isn't. So, what about Ortega's connection to Rachel Brewer?" The question he was meeting Wheeler to ask. "I've heard the same rumors you have. Manny was supposed to be seeing her, but there isn't any proof. He denies it, and he has a solid alibi for the night the girl disappeared." "Doing what?" "Working at the Vieux Carré. 12 people saw him that night." "Or he paid 12 people to say they saw him." "Either way." "Where is he now?" "No one seems to know. He isn't in town, though. His condo's empty. Supposed to be back the end of the week." Nothing new there. Johnny took a swig of his beer. "I've been following a lead that puts Rachel on Ortega's jet to Belize. 2 days after her disappearance from the Kitty Cat Club. Nothing solid yet. You keep pretty close tabs on Ortega. Got anything that might confirm it? According to our sources, the jet made a trip to Belize on May 2. Ortega's got a villa in the southern part of the country, big, well-guarded. We know a woman was on the plane. We know the jet arrived in Belize City. No idea of the identity of the female passenger or where the passengers went after the jet landed. Johnny raked his hands through his hair. He thought of Amy and her missing sister, and a knot tightened in his belly. What about the return? Did the woman come back on the plane? According to the flight plan, the jet returned from Belize nonstop to Ensenada. Reported 3 passengers aboard. We don't know who they were. So they could have left her in Belize. If they did, she's in more trouble than Pandaro. If she's still alive. Yeah. Johnny blew out a breath. Looks like I'm going to Belize. I can put you in touch with someone there, a local we work with. Nathan Dietz can get you where you need to go and anything else you need. Best I can do. That'd be great. Wheeler stood up. Keep us posted, will you? You know it. Johnny watched him turn and walk away, dreading the confrontation he was about to have with Amy. She'd want to go with him, and he wasn't about to take her. He wished she didn't know he was meeting with Wheeler. He'd rather tell her the bad news after he took her to bed, which likely wouldn't happen once she knew she would be staying in L.A. Chapter 19. Sitting in the living room, waiting for Johnny, mostly staring out at the lights of the city, Amy finally gave up and headed down the hall to his bedroom. She took her time changing out of the tight jeans, crop top, and heels she'd put on earlier, wanting to look good for him, and instead slipped into one of his Ranger t-shirts. It was well past midnight, but as she slipped beneath the covers of his bed, she wasn't the least bit sleepy. Sometime tonight, Johnny would be talking to a drug enforcement agent, and that agent might have news about Rachel. As it got later and Johnny didn't come home, her nerves grew more and more taut and kept her on edge. She was dying to know what he had found out about Rachel. He might even have learned something that would tell them whether her sister was alive or dead. But Johnny was a night person. He worked late hours, and had warned her he probably wouldn't be home until the bars closed. She glanced at the clock. 1 a.m. She was beginning to feel a little drowsy. Maybe if she closed her eyes, she would fall asleep. If she did, she knew Johnny would wake her when he climbed into bed. The thought made her pulse kick up. All she had to do was think of that strong male body, and she was hot for him. It was kind of amazing, considering she had never felt that way about a man before. She yawned as she reached over to turn off the light on the bedside table, heard the sound of the front door opening, and paused. The thud of heavy boots coming down the hall had her sitting up in bed, swinging her legs to the edge of the mattress. "Johnny?" she called. Though she was already so aware of him, she recognized the cadence of his footsteps. "It's me," he answered, stepping into the room. Amy shot out of bed and hurried toward him. "Did you meet with Wheeler? What did he say?" Johnny rubbed his forehead. He didn't have much. He knew about the plane trip to Belize. He said there was a woman aboard. Amy's stomach knotted. So Rachel was one of the passengers. Could be. Or could be any other woman in L.A. But the timing, everything fits. Did he say if the woman returned?
Said he didn't know.
Amy gripped his arm. She could be down there, Johnny. My sister could be in Belize. I have to go. See if anyone there has seen her. Johnny gently caught her shoulders.
I'll go. I'll get a plane out tomorrow if I can. Wheeler gave me the name of a contact, someone who can help me while I'm there. I'll go down, ask around, see if I can find anything that will prove she was actually in Belize.
Amy felt a rush of relief. We need to get on the internet, book some airline tickets. I'll pay, of course. The pay at the club isn't much, but my tips have been terrific.
His eyes darkened. I'll bet.
So we're leaving tomorrow? Johnny shook his head.
You can't go with me, baby. The places I'll be going aren't places you'd want to be. Let me handle this for you.
She studied his ruggedly handsome face. He was planning to leave her home. She couldn't believe it. I can't stay here and do nothing. Rachel's my sister. I need to be there.
It's too dangerous. And we don't know for sure your sister was ever there.
Anger began to churn in her stomach. I'm going. Don't even think you're leaving me here. If Rachel's in Belize, she would have called if she could. That she hasn't means she's in some kind of trouble. Which means if we find her, she's going to need me.
All right, I'll go down first, find out what I can. If the information looks promising, you can join me.
Her expression went from stubborn to mutinous. I'm going. Johnny's grip on her shoulders tightened.
Damn it, you're staying right here. If Rachel was on that plane, she was somehow involved with Ortega. If that's true, then she was playing with fire. The man is a ruthless, conscienceless animal. I won't let you get into something that might just get you killed.
Amy worked to rein in her temper. Arguing wasn't going to sway him. She would do what she had to, what she had come to Los Angeles to do. She was going to Belize, one way or another. They went to bed angry, lying on the mattress with their backs to each other, the clock ticking off the seconds, both of them wide awake. An hour later, Amy rolled onto her back and looked up at the ceiling. In our family, my dad and mom had a rule.
Yeah, what's that?
Johnny growled from the other side of the bed. They never went to bed angry. They might argue again in the morning, but at night, they were together. It worked great for almost 30 years. Johnny rolled over beside her.
Amy, I just don't want you getting hurt.
I know. He ran a finger along her cheek.
I missed you tonight.
I missed you too.
And then he was kissing her, and she was kissing him back, and her heart felt a whole lot lighter.
It didn't take long for her body to soften and warm, responding to him the way it always did. And then they were making love. Amy smiled into the darkness. At least for tonight. Everything was going to be all right. Her smile slipped a little. In the morning, that was probably going to change. Johnny yawned as he eased out of bed late the next morning. While Amy was still asleep, he went downstairs to his office and sat in front of his computer. Once the machine had booted up, he went on the net and booked an open-ended flight to Belize. He thought of last night and smiled. Amy's parents must have been pretty smart people. He liked their rule, liked the idea of never going to bed angry. He liked making love to her after they had made up. The attraction between them was as strong as ever. The problem was, his attraction to her went deeper than just sex, and that was not good. He was letting down his guard, getting in too deep. He needed to pull back a little, keep his emotions in check. He told himself it was better that Amy was staying here in L.A., going back to the club this afternoon, that he didn't mind her working tonight, dancing on stage for the men. What a fucking lie. He hated just thinking about it. Worse yet, he would be out of the country, nowhere near if she needed him. He tried not to remember what had happened to his own sister. How he'd been in Mexico when Katie was killed. Not that he could have prevented it. Still. The smell of coffee reached him, brought him up from behind his desk. He headed for the stairs, then ambled down the hall toward the kitchen. "I made it stronger," Amy said proudly, handing him a mug of the steaming dark brew. "I hope you like it." "Thanks." He took a sip. Not nearly strong enough for him, since the stuff he made would straighten nails, but a hell of a lot better than before. "I borrowed some Bisquick from Ellie and baked a coffee cake for breakfast. I figured it would hold us over till lunch. Though it's so late, this kind of is lunch. At any rate, it's almost done." Leaning down, she opened the oven door, and the aroma of brown sugar and cinnamon filled the air. Johnny inhaled deeply. "Oh, man, that smells good." "My grandmother's recipe. All of the Brewer women are excellent cooks." Johnny's stomach rumbled. They sat down at the kitchen table and drank coffee, and ate the delicious cinnamon crumb cake. Johnny sighed contentedly as he leaned back in his chair. "You really are a good cook." One of her golden eyebrows went up. "Are you kidding? If you had anything in the house to cook with, I could make you something really impressive." He eyed her over the rim of his cup. "Yeah, like what?" "Let's see. Bacon and egg casserole with green chilies and salsa? Or maybe some sourdough waffles with fresh strawberries and cream." Johnny's mouth watered. "That's just cruel," he grumbled, knowing she was going back to her apartment at the club, and he wouldn't have any more breakfast with her for a while. Amy laughed. He stood up from his chair. "The food was great, but I'd better get going. I've got some things to do, and I need to pack. I'm flying out tonight." Amy stood up too. "I need to do that too." He eyed her sharply. "You're packing your stuff to go back to the club, right?" She just smiled. "I'm packing for the trip I'm taking to Belize." "Bullshit." Amy set her coffee mug very carefully down on the table. "Belize is a tourist destination, Johnny. Not the edge of the world. They even speak English there. I'm going, with or without you." His jaw tightened as he fought to hang on to his temper. He should have known last night was too easy. "Exactly what do you think you're going to do once you get there?" "The same thing you plan to do. Ask questions and hope to get answers." "No. You can't stop me. You don't own me, John Riggs. You can't tell me what to do." He forced his jaw to unclench. "You'd need contacts. People to point you in the right direction. Aside from that, do you have any idea how dangerous this could turn out to be?" "I'm aware of what might happen. I would definitely be safer if I went down there with you, but I swear to God, Amy, I'm going, Johnny." He fought for control, felt it slipping away. "The flight is probably full. If it is, I'll get another one and meet you there." "You don't have a passport." She gave him a fake smile. Actually, I do. He made one last try. I thought you had to work. I called Tate this morning. I told him I needed a few more days off, and he said it was okay. Johnny wanted to keep arguing, tie her up to keep her safe if he had to. But the way she'd been asking questions all over town, she might be in danger right here in L.A. He thought again of Katie. He couldn't handle it if something happened to Amy because he wasn't there to protect her. And she was just flat out wearing him down. Rachel was her sister. Amy was determined to find her. One thing he had learned: it was hard to say no to Amy. "What airline?" she asked, pushing him, knowing she had him beat. "United," he growled. It was too late to catch the early flight. This one departs tonight, 12:30 a.m. out of LAX, stopover in Houston. "May I use your computer?" His shoulders felt tight as his mouth curved up in a sarcastic smile. "Why not?" Amy grinned. "I'll be right back." She wasn't gone long, and her grin was still in place when she walked back into the kitchen. "All done. I didn't know your seat number, so we won't be sitting together, but that's okay." His patience thinned once more. "Nothing about this is okay." "I'll need to go by my apartment before we leave. Can we do that sometime today?" "Sure. We've got all the time in the world. After all, you'll need your bikini since we're going on vacation." Amy sliced him a glance, but ignored the sarcasm. Just hurried off down the hall to load her clothes back into the overnight bag she had brought with her. Johnny followed, his own packing to do, his mood even grimmer than before. He was going to Belize. Amy was going with him. How that had happened, he still couldn't quite figure out. Chapter 20. Amy sat in the back of the plane next to Johnny on the second leg of the trip. They had arrived from LAX at George Bush International Airport at 5:31 a.m. Houston time. They'd made the best of the 3.5-hour layover, mostly dozing upright in one of the terminal chairs, then had breakfast and climbed aboard a flight leaving for Belize at 9:30 that morning. As soon as the captain had turned off the fasten seatbelt sign, Johnny had stormed down the aisle and rudely demanded the man sitting next to her trade him seats and move to the front of the plane. "My bag is stowed back here," the man protested, reluctant to make the switch. Johnny nodded toward Amy and said, "Look, buddy, you'll be doing me a big favor. Know what I mean?" Realizing the big barrel-chested man towering over him wasn't taking no for an answer, the passenger pushed his horn-rimmed glasses up on his nose and gave in. "All right, fine," he said, making a show of pulling his carry-on out of the overhead bin and dragging it up the aisle. Johnny plunked down in the seat beside her. Amy cast him a sideways glance. "You know, you were terribly rude to that man. You could have asked him nicely." "I'm not in the mood to be nice." He'd been angry and sullen since they left his house. He didn't want her to go, but he was stuck with her, and both of them knew it. "Well, it wasn't your finest moment." Johnny sighed, scrubbed a hand over his face. "Okay, you're right. It wasn't that poor joker's fault you're heading into a situation that might get you killed. Or this whole thing might be nothing but a wild goose chase." "True enough." Amy glanced away. "I hope not." Johnny reached over and laced his fingers with hers. "So do I." Amy smiled, and Johnny relaxed against his seat. "All right, you're here. From now on, I'll try to make the best of it." "That's good.
and maybe I'll be more helpful than you think." He flashed her a look. "Yeah, right." Amy ignored the remark. Just opened the Dean Koontz thriller novel she had been trying to read since the night before they left, and buried her nose in the pages. Johnny tipped his head back and immediately fell asleep. As tired as she was from their late departure and her inability to sleep in the terminal, Amy wished she could do the same. She didn't realize she had actually drifted off until the landing gear locked into place, jolting her awake, and the plane began its final descent. She turned to Johnny, who was wide awake and watching her sleep. "We're here," she said, both excited and a little fearful. "I didn't think to ask before. Have you ever been to Belize?" "I was here when I was in the Rangers. At the time, we were involved in some unofficial business in Honduras. Belize was just a short hop away. My buddies and I caught a ride in a supply plane, came on down to do some diving." "Well, that's bound to be helpful. I looked up some information on Belize when I was on your computer. It's supposed to be a little-known tropical paradise. You know, until today, the only time I've been out of the country was a trip with some friends to Canada. That's when I got my passport." Johnny rolled his eyes. "Great." Amy reached over, closed her fingers around his biceps, felt it bunch. "I won't be any trouble, Johnny. I promise." A little more of his tension eased. "The truth is, I don't really blame you. If there was a chance in hell my sister was still alive and I thought maybe I could find her, I wouldn't let anything between heaven and earth stop me from trying." As the plane touched down on the tarmac and rolled toward the terminal, he leaned over and brushed a light kiss on her lips. "You ready for this?" Amy nodded, took a deep breath. "I'm ready." Johnny didn't say more as they grabbed their bags out of the overhead bin. They had each brought a carry-on, but no checked luggage, so they headed straight for customs and passed through easily. Thank God she had thought to toss her passport into her suitcase when she had packed for L.A., in case of an emergency, which this certainly was. From customs, they made their way toward the exit. Johnny stopped at the currency window and exchanged some U.S. dollars for Belizean money. "Most places take American," he said. 2 Belize dollars for 1 U.S. This is just in case." "Shouldn't I get some too?" Johnny handed her some bills. "Let's go. Wheeler's contact should be waiting. We'll see what intel he's been able to scrounge up for us." As they shoved through the glass door leading out to the street, Amy started to tell him she was keeping her fingers crossed. But the instant she opened her mouth, a wave of hot, wet air hit her like a damp rag over a blowtorch, and she couldn't say a word. Her head spun. I can't breathe." Johnny just kept walking. Hotter than a bitch, the tropics in the summer. As Amy gasped for breath, he didn't even slow down, just set his hand at her waist and guided her toward a tall black man in his mid-30s, wearing a short-sleeved blue-flowered shirt and a wide-brimmed straw hat. "Nathan Dietz?" "Yes, I am Dietz." He spoke in a deep voice, with a crisp British accent, tinged with a trace of the Creole spoken in the Caribbean. The men shook hands. "You know why we're here," Johnny said. Dietz nodded. "Agent Wheeler's email contained the information you sent regarding the missing woman, as well as a photograph. Rachel Brewer. This is her sister, Amy." She ignored the squares dancing in front of her eyes and dragged in another lungful of humid air. "It's very nice to meet you, Mr. Dietz." "It's just Nate, or Dietz." He tipped his head toward the parking lot.
My van is over there. We can talk on the way to the plane."
Johnny just nodded as if he knew exactly what was going on. "What plane?" Amy asked. "We just got off the plane." Dietz talked to her over his shoulder.
"We are flying into Placentia. Ortega's villa is a few miles south. It is less than 100 miles away, but the roads in this country are primitive. Flying is far more efficient."
They started toward the parking lot, tugging their rolling bags behind them over the uneven asphalt. Palm trees waved along the streets in front of the airport, but the breeze did nothing to cool the air. Dietz slid open the van door. Johnny helped her climb into the back seat, and the men climbed into the front. The vehicle had to be 120 degrees inside. The air conditioner was already cranked to high as Dietz started the engine, but the wind blasting out of the vents was even hotter than the air outside. Perspiration soaked through her clothes. She had never felt anything like it. "What kind of intel have you been able to dig up on the girl?" Johnny asked. "Can you confirm Rachel Brewer was on Ortega's jet?"
"I have very good sources, people who can be trusted. One of them recognized a photo as one of the passengers who arrived on Ortega's last trip. She is very beautiful, the sort of face a man remembers."
Amy's heart started pounding. Oh, God, Rachel was here, or at least she had been seen. "How about Manny Ortega? Was he on the plane?"
"Carlos was among the passengers. No one knows if his son was with him."
"What else?"
"The woman left with Ortega and the others on the private plane he uses to get him to his villa. I can only assume that is where they were going."
"You know whether the girl was on Ortega's jet when it left Belize a week later?"
"My people only saw Ortega and 2 other men left on the plane. The woman may have left at a later date. I do not know. That is all I was able to find out. There hasn't been much time. Until I received Agent Wheeler's message, I knew nothing about the woman's disappearance."
Amy forced herself to breathe. Her sister had been there. They still couldn't be sure, but it looked as if she hadn't returned with the plane. If that was so... She refused to finish the thought. "If you know my sister came here with Ortega, we should go to the police, get them to start searching for her here."
"I am afraid that is not possible. There is no real proof. The word of an airport worker against a powerful man like Carlos Ortega, the police will do nothing. All you will do is put Ortega on alert."
"He's right," Johnny said. "If Rachel is here and still alive, going to the police would only put her in danger." Amy's chest squeezed. Johnny and Dietz were right. If Ortega hadn't killed Rachel already, he might do it now if he found out people believed he was involved in her disappearance. Amy fixed her eyes on the road ahead. It was lined with palm trees, and the asphalt in front of them seemed to melt into the sand, which was everywhere. As they neared Belize City, she saw that it sprawled across a flat plain bordered by endless water. The van turned off the main road and began winding its way through the narrow, crowded streets, and her attention sharpened. Whatever she had expected, this wasn't it. The buildings were shabby and run down. The signs in the stores were faded, and laundry hung from ropes tied between salt-corroded balconies. She reminded herself this was a third-world country, but she had never been to a third-world country, and she wasn't really prepared for the level of poverty or the way people lived. Still, they seemed happy. Most were smiling as they walked the streets, black-skinned women in colorful sarongs, little children in ragged clothes playing kickball and laughing,
dogs barking as they ran along beside the van. Dietz kept driving until they were on the opposite side of town. A little ways farther along the road, a private airstrip loomed off to the left. Dietz pulled the van through the gate of a chain-link fence and drove up beside a small single-engine plane. Amy eyed the plane with trepidation. "Another first, I gather," Johnny said. "Well, yes. I've never flown in a plane this size." Amy steeled herself. "But I'm sure it will be an interesting experience." Johnny smiled knowingly as he stowed her bag and his own, and Dietz stowed the bag he had carried out of the van. Amy leaned toward Johnny, speaking softly. "I know this can't be cheap. As I said, I've got a little money in the bank, not much, but my mom has some money from Dad's life insurance policy. I know she'd loan me some. I can call her when we get back." Dietz must have heard her. "The plane is at your disposal. Agent Wheeler says he owes you." "We'll worry about all of that later," Johnny said, and urged her toward the tiny red and white plane. Johnny led Amy to a spot in the shade under the wing of the aircraft. Her pretty face was flushed, her white shirt and navy shorts soaked clear through with perspiration. The blonde hair she had pulled into a ponytail hung limply down her back. She was hot and sweaty and miserable, but he had to give her credit. So far, she hadn't complained. "This is Marcos Westby." Dietz appeared beside them with the pilot of the little Cessna 180, a man with skin even darker than Dietz's. "He will get us safely where we need to go." "Do not worry," Westby said to Amy, his accent a mix of British and Creole. "It is a very short flight, and the plane is well maintained." Johnny wasn't sure she believed it, but she gamely climbed into one of the 4 worn leather seats. Dietz climbed in beside her. The pilot slid in behind the controls, and Johnny sat in the co-pilot seat. In minutes they were taxiing down the runway, the wheels lifting off the ground. Amy's hand went to her middle as if she tried to calm the butterflies in her stomach. "You okay?" Johnny asked, speaking loud enough for her to hear. She looked down at the ground falling away as the plane went higher, the short strip of tarmac shrinking to the size of a narrow black ribbon. "I'm fine. It takes a little getting used to." He'd been in the air so many times he didn't give it much thought, but it didn't seem to take long for Amy to forget her fears and become fascinated with the flight. "It's beautiful," she said. "You can't appreciate the view from 30,000 feet the way you can from here." Johnny settled back in his seat, while Amy stared out the window at the vast stretches of green below, tropical forest interspersed with rivers, and the wide expanse of turquoise ocean off to the east side of the plain. Hundreds of tiny islands and cays sprang up in the water along the coastline of Belize, some inhabited, most of them not. The trip to Placentia wasn't long, and soon the plane began its descent. Dietz leaned toward him, speaking over the roar of the engine. "We will do a flyover, give you a look at the Las Palmas compound." Johnny nodded. The plane swooped a little lower, and he could make out a huge yellow 2-story villa shaped in a U that fronted the sea. A road snaked toward it through a patch of jungle, turned into a gated approach. The place was entirely fenced, but only a couple of gardeners and the guard in the gatehouse could be seen. "When Ortega is not in residence, the security is somewhat relaxed." Johnny gave another nod, and the pilot swung away, buzzing a short way to the north, then descending again toward a small local airport. Dietz had a rental car waiting, a nondescript brown 4-door Ford. They tossed their stuff into the trunk,
and the car made the short drive to a place called the Orchid Inn. The building was pink stucco with white trim, 2 stories, with a walkway beneath the roof around the second floor, providing access to the upstairs rooms. "It is not fancy," Dietz said, "but here you will be unremarked among the tourists, though they are much fewer this time of year. And the property is surrounded by the sea and open land on either side. I reserved only 1 room. Will you need another?" Johnny flashed a look at Amy. "No," was all he said. He opened the car door, letting in a fresh round of heat. Though the sea was an inviting blue-green and the sand a sugary white, the sunlight was blinding, and the temperature as sizzling as it had been since they stepped off the jet in Belize City. It wasn't high season in paradise. Dietz handed Johnny a room key. "Number 22, that is upstairs. I have the other items you requested as well." "Fine, let's take the gear inside." Johnny took Amy's carry-on and his own and started up the stairs, while Dietz carried the black vinyl bag he had brought aboard the plane. The room looked like a shabby version of a Motel 6, stripped of even the smallest luxury. Just a queen-size bed, a dresser, and 2 nightstands. 2 wooden chairs sat across from each other at a small round table. But Amy wasn't looking at the room. She was standing in front of the big plate glass window, staring at the spectacular view of the sea. As far as he was concerned, the best view was the curve of her pretty little backside. And the best news was, the air conditioner was humming away, the ceiling fan rotating over the bed, making the room feel almost chill. Dietz slung his black vinyl bag onto the table and unzipped it, then stepped back out of the way to let Johnny inspect the contents. Standing next to him, Amy's eyes widened as he pulled out a shiny black handgun. "Sig Sauer P250 9mm. He popped the clip, saw it was fully loaded, and shoved it back in place with the flat of his hand. Lifting the weapon, he aimed it toward the door, then slowly brought it back down. "Nice choice. There's an extra clip and ammunition in the bag. There was also a shoulder holster." Johnny pulled it out and set it on the table. He'd asked for a backup weapon. There was a lightweight revolver, Ruger LCR 38 Special, in the bag, housed in an ankle holster. "This'll do just fine," he said, stowing the weapon back in the bag. There was a SOG knife, 4-inch blade, which he drew out of its sheath, slid back in, and shoved into the top of his high, lace-up boot. When he glanced over at Amy, he saw that her face was pale. "Odds are I won't be needing any of this," he said, just to put some color back in her cheeks. "But you never know." "Better to be armed," Dietz said. "This country can eat you alive if you're not careful." Johnny turned his attention to the map Dietz rolled out on the table. "Ortega's Villa, Las Palmas, is well known here," Dietz said. "You've seen an aerial view of the house and grounds. There is an envelope in the bag with a map of the area, aerial photos, and directions to the house, which is back down the Peninsula Road on the mainland." Dietz took out the envelope and handed it to Johnny, satisfied he had given him the information he needed. "I'll take you back to the airport," Johnny said to Dietz. "Around dusk, I'll take a drive by the property." He wanted to see the compound from the road, take a look at possible approaches. He'd like nothing better than to get inside, but unless he had reason to believe Rachel might still be in there, it wasn't worth the risk. "Anything else I should know?" Dietz shook his head. "I wish I had more. But as I said, time has been short." "We haven't come up with much on our end either. This is the first real lead we've had. Is there anything else I can get you? Dietz asked. I'll let you know if there is. The phone service here is not good. Johnny tipped his head toward his carry-on. Satellite phone, not a problem. When you're ready to return to Belize City, give me a call. And be careful, my friend. Ortega. He is a businessman first, but also extremely ruthless. A man with no conscience. Which is why he's been so successful. This is true. Dietz handed Johnny the keys to the rental car. I will take that ride you promised. Johnny turned to Amy. It's only a mile or so back to the airport. I won't be gone long. Amy just nodded as he and Dietz headed out the door. Don't let anyone in, Johnny said to her. And from the fear in her pretty blue eyes, he figured this time she would do what he said. Amy's heart was pounding. Somehow the danger Johnny had warned her about had seemed a distant possibility. Never had she imagined it could mean weapons and death. She thought of Rachel, thought of men who carried guns and knives, and shivered. She forced a breath of frosty air into her lungs. After the scorching heat outside, the room felt icy cold. She was glad for the bracing chill that chased away a little of her fear. Few people knew they were in Belize, she reminded herself. Ortega was thousands of miles away, and he had no idea they had discovered information that would link him to Rachel's disappearance. She flicked a glance toward the tiny bathroom. She needed to shower and change into fresh clothes. Not that it would do much good once she walked back out the door later. Johnny planned to drive by Ortega's estate, and she meant to go with him. She wanted to know as much about the place as she could. Rachel might be in there. There was no way to know if she was still alive. But Amy had been given a fresh surge of hope, and she refused to consider the alternative. And whether Johnny believed it or not, she could be useful. She was smart, and she was determined. And she was a teacher, so she learned very fast. Amy opened her carry-on and pulled out a pair of khaki shorts, a pink tank top, and a pair of sandals to exchange for her sneakers. With a fortifying breath, Amy headed for the bathroom and a much-needed shower. Chapter 21. It started raining, pouring out of the sky in buckets. Johnny stepped through the door and saw Amy sitting on the bed, combing her damp blonde hair. Amy had showered and changed. Just looking at her made him want her. It's the rainy season now, he said, ignoring the hard-on he was getting, walking instead to the window. June to November. It's the same in the rest of Central America. You were there, you said, with the Rangers? I was there, but I wasn't, if you know what I mean. It means you can't talk about it, right? Right. And he didn't really want to. He did his best not to think about some of the things he had seen, some of the things he'd had to do. Heading for his carry-on, he took out a small notebook computer, set it up on the table. Do they have wireless service here? Amy asked, the brush stroking down through her long, sleek hair. He wanted to go over there and run his fingers through the silky strands, set his mouth on the side of her neck. He wanted to do a lot more than that. But now wasn't the time. I'm on satellite, he said, sitting down at the table. I tethered the computer to the sat phone. I drove the length of the peninsula on my way back, took a quick look around. I want to find out a little more about the area. Dietz said Placentia is the closest town of any size to Las Palmas. That's right. Farther down the road, there's a string of restaurants, motels, and shops. He smiled. There's even a day spa. You can get your toes painted. Amy shot him a look. She wouldn't be going to any day spa, that look said. She was there to find her sister. Setting the brush aside, she walked up behind where he sat at the computer, reading the info he'd brought up on southern Belize, a history of the area that went all the way back to the Maya, through pirates and Puritans to the present-day government. The language was primarily English, except for the Garifuna spoken in parts of the south. The local flora included hundreds of varieties of orchids. There were giant iguana lizards, and toucans were the national bird. He Googled Placentia. Population 600, he read. Not many people, but the entire country is largely unpopulated. He searched until his brain was stuffed with what was likely useless information, then turned off the computer and stripped off his T-shirt. I need a shower, he said, walking toward the bathroom, naked to the waist. Amy's gaze fixed on his chest and didn't move away. A corner of his mouth edged up. I wish I had time to do something about that look in your eyes, but it'll have to wait. Her cheeks turned pink, and she glanced away. The afternoon's nearly gone. I want to be at the villa by nightfall. Since we haven't eaten all day, we'll get something to eat now. Then I'll head for Ortega's. Her pretty mouth tightened. He recognized her mulish, I'm going with you expression, and he knew he was in for trouble. The rain had stopped by the time they left the motel. At a place called the Blue Lagoon that overlooked the water, they ate conch soup and fresh lobster. In cooler weather, the walls of the building were opened out to let in the breeze, and diners ate al fresco, sitting at tables out in the open air. Too damn hot for that now, Johnny thought. The AC was running full blast, but it was only moderately cool at the battered wooden table. But the food was worth the discomfort. I'm stuffed, Amy said, shoving her plate away. I can't eat another bite. Johnny pulled her dish to his side of the table, then finished off the rest of her lobster and coleslaw. As soon as the food was gone, he asked for the check, paid the bill, and took a look at his watch. Time to go. It was an 18-mile drive up the road to the mainland, a little farther on to Las Palmas. He wanted to be settled somewhere out of sight, while there was still enough light to see. They reached the car, and he settled her inside, then backed out of the lot and drove toward the motel. Remember how you said on the plane that you were going to make the best of my being here? Amy asked. He cast her a sideways glance. Yeah, what about it? I don't want to fight with you about everything we do. Then we won't. She shifted in the seat to face him. So you'll take me with you tonight. He inwardly groaned. He had figured this was coming. Damn it, he wanted her safe, not staking out some drug lord's house. You promised me on the plane you wouldn't be any trouble. And I won't be. I want to go. I might see something, think of something that would help. I'm not coming right back. I'm staying there, doing surveillance. I don't care. If I go, I can help you. We can take turns watching. That way both of us can get a little sleep. He wanted to say no, but he knew how important this was to her. From what Dietz had said, and what he had seen from the plane, with Ortega out of the country, security at the house was lax. Being there wouldn't be completely without risk, but if something didn't look right, he could leave. All right, you can go. Her eyebrows went up in surprise. Really? Really. But you'll have to do what I say. I will, I promise. She looked so excited he was almost glad he'd let her come with him.
He pulled the car into the motel parking lot and made a quick trip up the outside stairs to the room to retrieve the gear he needed. He returned with the bag, the semi-auto and the shoulder holster under a red-flowered shirt, the ankle gun hidden by his khaki pants. The knife was already in his boot. They drove the paved road up the peninsula, turned slightly inland, and pulled onto the gravel road shown on Dietz's map. The lane ran parallel to the ocean, passing the entrance to the villa, marked by a big spiked wrought iron gate. The road beyond it leading to the villa was paved. Johnny drove by the house, continuing past the service entrance a little farther down the gravel road from the main entrance. He made a U-turn, waited a few minutes, then drove back to the place he had spotted where he could back the car into the foliage out of sight. From there, they could watch both entrances and not be seen. Johnny turned off the engine. "You might as well relax," he said, pushing his seat all the way back. "It's gonna be a long night." There was no one driving the stretch of gravel road that passed the house. From the air, Amy had seen the commanding two-story residence built in a U-shape that backed up to the sea. She had also noticed a swimming pool in the huge yard that sloped down to the beach, a long white dock with what appeared to be a sailboat and a big fancy cabin cruiser tied to it. There was also some kind of boathouse. Except for the beach and the dock behind the villa, the house and gardens were entirely surrounded by wrought iron fencing. As they sat in the car with the windows rolled down, trying to ignore the heat, dusk settled around them, and the night sounds began. Insects chirping, monkeys chattering in the trees, scuffling noises in the foliage hiding the car. The air was so hot and thick, it was hard to drag a breath into her lungs. Amy figured it must not cool off in Belize until the fall, but without the direct sun, it was bearable. When she slapped at a mosquito, Johnny turned around and unzipped the bag he had tossed into the back seat. A can of mosquito spray appeared in one of his hands. "Malaria can be a problem down here. Close your eyes." She did as he said, wrinkling her nose at the acrid smell as he sprayed her body and even her clothes. Then he sprayed himself and settled back to wait. She had never thought of Johnny as a patient man, but clearly he was used to this kind of work. "What should we be watching for?" she asked. "Anything or anybody moving around out there." Which hadn't happened so far, since there didn't seem to be a soul in the area except the guard in the gatehouse. But the small structure sat off the main road, halfway up the paved road leading to the villa. Amy checked her watch. It was a few minutes past 9 o'clock, when a battered old pickup drove down the service road away from the house. The vehicle stopped in front of another iron gate, which automatically swung open, and the pickup drove through, followed by a dinged-up ancient yellow car with a shiny red fender, apparently a replacement for one that had been wrecked. A rusty flatbed truck was last in line, before the gate swung closed behind them. "They're heading home," Johnny said. "It's the end of their shift." "Employees? That's who they are?" "Kitchen staff, housekeepers, gardeners, maybe. Anyone who isn't live-in." Amy watched the ragged-looking vehicles drive past. A man and woman in the pickup, 4 women in the battered yellow car, and 2 men in the flatbed truck, the wheels bouncing along the uneven road toward the tiny village of Riversdale or on to Placentia. "It would take a lot of people to run a place like this," Amy said. "I wonder if the kitchen help does the shopping." "Probably," Johnny said absently. "I saw a couple of grocery stores in Placentia when we went to supper. There are stands that sell fresh vegetables and fish, but the cook would still need staples like flour and sugar, and, of course, cleaning supplies."
Johnny looked at her with something a little more substantial than indulgence. Good thought. Riversdale's too small for a real store. Has to be Placentia. Something to keep in mind. An hour passed. The guard in the gatehouse was relieved by another man, both of them wearing short pants uniforms that appeared to be white, but it was getting too dark to tell for sure. Amy fell asleep a little later, then woke up with a start when Johnny lightly shook her shoulder. Easy, everything's okay. It's late. I want to take a look around. Pulling up his pant leg, he jerked the revolver she had seen earlier out of the holster strapped around his boot. I don't suppose you have any idea how to use one of these things. She straightened. I do, actually. My dad and I went deer hunting all the time. I mean, I never actually shot a deer or anything, but I know how to do it. Good, so you've used a rifle. How about a handgun? Target practice? Daddy owned a .38 revolver. It looked a lot like yours. He showed me how to use it. It's been a long time, but I think I can remember. There's an empty chamber beneath the hammer. He put the gun in her hand, wrapped her fingers around it. Just hold it in front of you. Keep your arms straight. Cock it and fire. Then just keep firing. Her mouth felt dry. I remember. Listen, you aren't going to need it. But if something doesn't look right, pull off a shot and I'll come running, okay? She managed to smile and hoped it didn't look wobbly. I'll be fine. Johnny reached up and pulled the bulb out of the overhead light. He rifled through his bag and took out a pair of binoculars. Night vision, he explained, looping the strap around his neck. Quietly opening the door, he rounded the car to her side, leaned through the window, and pressed a hot, hard kiss on her mouth. I'll be back as soon as I can. Amy watched him disappear soundlessly into the underbrush, barely moving a leaf. Insects hummed, and darkness closed around her. There was no moon tonight, which was probably good, considering they were out there spying on a drug lord. Amy fixed her eyes on the house. Only the low lights illuminating the path to the front door burned through the night. She sank down in the seat, cradling the pistol in her lap, praying she wouldn't have to use it. Johnny circled the exterior of the compound. The iron fence was over 7 feet high, with spikes along the top. It wasn't electric, but was undoubtedly hooked to a sophisticated alarm system. He'd spotted a man patrolling the grounds. Another walked the long stretch of beach behind the house. Both were currently out of sight. He looked at the fence, wishing he could get into the compound, but he didn't have the equipment to disable the alarm system. And it wasn't really worth trying to get in if Rachel wasn't in the house. He moved along the fence line. There were no lights shining through any of the windows, no sounds coming from inside. There were probably a few live-in employees, but by now they'd be asleep. Johnny didn't like the conclusion he was coming to. He couldn't see a man as powerful as Ortega taking the risk of holding a woman prisoner in his villa, not with servants and guards and the visitors Ortega often entertained. If Rachel had been brought to the house and hadn't returned on the plane, likely she was dead. Not a theory he intended to share with Amy. Not yet. He reached the beach, careful to stay out of sight in the dense foliage and palms along the shore, noted the location of the guard patrolling the area, waited until the man disappeared out of sight, then made his way to the boathouse. It was solidly locked, but looking through the window, he could see a big white cigarette boat. They were fast, and Jesus, this one was a beauty. More expensive toys to bolster Ortega's ego? Or was it used for something else? Satisfied with his preliminary observations, Johnny left the dock area and began making his way along the fence line back to the car. He approached quietly. Stopping a few feet away from the vehicle, he reached down and picked up a pebble, tossed it onto the hood on the opposite side from where he stood. Amy's gun came up, pointed straight out the window. Good girl, he thought. It's me, he said softly before he came closer. Don't shoot. She relaxed against the seat, lowered the gun back into her lap. Johnny slid into the driver's seat and started the engine. Did you see anything? Amy asked anxiously, as they rolled quietly off down the road. 2 additional guards besides the guy in the gatehouse. There's probably a couple of live-in servants, but for now, that's it. Can you get inside? I'd have to disable the system, and I don't have what I need to do that. And to tell you the truth, I don't think she's there. Why not? Not enough activity. We've been here for hours. Nothing looks suspicious. And Ortega is a very careful man. It's not his style to leave a loose end like your sister. And that's what she'd be if he was keeping her prisoner in his house. Maybe she's there voluntarily. Johnny raked a hand through his hair. It's possible, I suppose. If she's Manny's girlfriend and he brought her down here. But if that's the case, why hasn't she called? Amy glanced away. They needed more information, needed to know if Rachel was still in Belize, and finding out wouldn't be easy. Nor would finding Rachel Brewer's body if she was dead, which was becoming more and more likely. Rachel would have called. Amy didn't doubt it for an instant. Which meant that if she were still in Belize, she was being prevented from calling her family, held against her will. Or she was dead. Amy's heart twisted. She wasn't ready to accept that, not yet. They had only been in the country 1 day. She rested her head against the window, which was once again rolled up and the air conditioner blasting. The jungle rushed past in the darkness. As Johnny turned the rental car onto the long strip of asphalt leading back to their motel, the ocean appeared as a vast black stretch of nothing. It didn't take long to reach the parking lot, and a few minutes later they were climbing the stairs to their room at the Orchid Inn. All the way home, Amy's chest was squeezing. They knew now that Rachel had actually been in Belize, been a passenger aboard Carlos Ortega's jet. Ortega was a notorious drug lord, a man with a brutal reputation. What had he done to her sister? As they walked through the door of the room, Amy brushed a tear from her cheek. Johnny moved silently past her across the room. He unbuttoned his shirt and removed his shoulder holster, took off his ankle gun, and set the rest of his gear down on the table. Feeling sad to her bones, Amy walked over to the window and stared out at the dark swatch of ocean. You bring that bikini I mentioned? Johnny asked from behind her. She turned to face him, shrugged. It's the Caribbean. I brought it. Too hot to sunbathe, that's for sure. Not too hot for a swim. Sitting down on the edge of the bed, he removed his ankle gun and knife, unlaced and pulled off his boots. Come on. You need a distraction. A familiar gleam appeared in his dark eyes. I plan to give you one. Amy just looked at him. She was tired and depressed, worried that her worst fears for her sister were about to be confirmed. And yet when she looked at Johnny, standing there in the trunks she hadn't noticed him putting on, she felt a tingle of desire she hadn't expected to feel. Maybe if he made love to her,
she could stop thinking of Rachel and what might have happened. For a while, maybe she could forget. She pulled out a yellow bikini from the bag, stripped off her clothes, and put it on. Her fingers seemed not to be working, and for a moment she had trouble hooking the top behind her back. "I'd offer to help you," Johnny said gruffly. "But if I do, we'll never make it to the water." She managed to smile. Johnny grabbed one of the big beach towels the hotel provided, the only luxury that came with the room, and they headed for the door. They padded toward the water, Amy curling her toes in the warm, soft sand, Johnny holding onto her hand. It felt good to have him there beside her. Too good. He always seemed to be there when she needed him. Always seemed to know what to do to make her feel better. She didn't want her feelings for him to grow any deeper than they were already, but she couldn't seem to stop it from happening. Amy sighed. She would worry about all of that later. Tonight, she needed him to touch her, make love to her, make her forget. And because he was Johnny, he seemed to know. Chapter 22. Johnny unfolded the beach towel and spread it on the sand at the edge of the water. They had walked a ways away from the motel, and as dark as it was, there was little chance of being seen. He glanced over at Amy, who stared out at the ocean, her thoughts a million miles away. Though he couldn't see her face, he could read her thoughts as clearly as if she spoke them. She was thinking about her sister. She was thinking exactly what Johnny was thinking, that if Ortega brought Rachel to Belize and didn't take her home, she was probably dead. The why was the part he couldn't figure. Unless Ortega was protecting Manny from a woman he didn't see as good enough for his son. But bringing Rachel all the way to Belize seemed like a lot of trouble, when he could have just gotten rid of her in L.A. Johnny reached out and caught Amy's hand, tugged her down the slope into the surf and out into the sea. She needed to forget about Rachel, and for a while, he could make that happen. Leaning over, he gave her a soft, deep kiss, turned and dove under the water. A few seconds later, he popped up, wiped water from his face, and raked back his hair. "Feels great," he said. "You're gonna love it, I promise." The ocean was warm, more like swimming in a bathtub than the sea. Amy dove in and disappeared beneath the surface. He felt a tug on his leg, a small hand trying to knock him off balance. Grinning, he let her drag him under. She came up laughing, and Johnny surfaced beside her, a fake scowl on his face. "You'll pay for that one, sweetheart." Amy shrieked as he scooped her into his arms, lifted her high in the air, then dropped her into the water. They played like kids, splashing and laughing, forgetting for a while the reason they were there. It was after 3 a.m, not a soul around. Johnny caught her hand and tugged her toward a little dock that protruded into the ocean. A stack of kayaks sat on top, waiting for eager tourists to rent them. He turned to Amy, bent his head, and kissed her, softly at first, then more deeply. "Baby, you're wearing too many clothes." Unfastening the hook that held her bikini top in place, he slipped it off and tossed it up on the wooden dock. A tug on the strings holding the bottom in place, and he tossed it up next to her top. His trunks joined them. He could easily touch the sandy bottom, though Amy was a little too short and had to keep her arms around his neck to stay afloat. Perfect. God, he loved kissing her. She tasted so sweet, so female, and so damned sexy. Her nipples tightened against his chest as he lifted her, wrapped her legs around his waist. He kissed the side of her neck, nibbled an ear, claimed her mouth again. The water lapped around them, warm and seductive. The night was dark and erotic, kicking his lust into high gear. With her long hair streaming over her breasts and her lips pouty from his kisses, she was a mermaid escaped from the sea. His erection throbbed. From the moment he had first seen her dancing as Angel Fontaine, he had wanted her more than any other woman. His tongue slid over her plump bottom lip, testing the fullness, the sweetness. He kissed her softly this time. He wasn't sure why. And Amy made a funny little sound in her throat. Reaching beneath the water, he ran a hand along her thigh, found her sex, and began to stroke her. He wanted to be inside her so bad he ached, but he didn't want to rush her. Instead, he deepened the kiss, caught her soft little moan in his mouth. She was trembling, squirming in his arms, as ready as he was. The condoms he'd brought were lying on the beach towel. Cupping her luscious little bottom in his hands, he started sloshing through the water toward the shore. The beach towel was spread at the edge of the sand. Careful to keep his weight off her, he lowered her onto the towel and came down on top of her, kissed her hotly, took her deeply with his tongue. Those delicate, pink-tipped breasts beckoned him to taste them. Amy moaned as he took the fullness into his mouth, tugged and laved until she squirmed beneath him. "Johnny, please." Her soft pleas made him harder still. "Soon, baby." Ripping open one of the foil packets, he sheathed himself, then turned onto his back and lifted her up to straddle him. "Damn, I want you." She felt feather-light as she adjusted herself, took him deep inside. Her eyes were closed, her golden hair wet and falling like a curtain around her shoulders. She was magnificent. Something sweet settled inside him, something he had never felt before and didn't want to feel now. He steeled himself against it, felt her rock against him, concentrated on making it good for her. "That's right, baby. This time you're the one in control." A sweet smile touched her lips. Amy arched her back, thrusting her pretty breasts toward him. Her head fell back, and wet strands of long blonde hair teased his thighs. When she began to move, it took all his will not to explode right then and there. But he had promised to let her explore her sexuality, and he wanted to watch her when she came. As he kneaded her breasts, Amy moved faster, up and down, little mewling sounds coming from her throat, driving him crazy. When she started to come, he gripped her hips and drove himself deep, thrust into her again and again, reached his peak just an instant after she did. Amy slumped onto his chest, and for long seconds, he just held her. She was so small, so sweet. His throat felt tight. He wanted to hold her forever. It was crazy, insane. He wasn't the guy for Amy. He wasn't the guy for any woman. He eased her off him, settled her beside him. For a while they looked up at the stars, a spray of diamonds against the black night sky. A feeling of contentment settled over him he didn't want to feel. He released a slow breath. "We need to go in, try to get some sleep." Amy just nodded. For several long moments, neither of them moved. Slowly he rose, reached down, and pulled her to her feet. Arm in arm, they walked back into the warm sea to cleanse themselves and put on their bathing suits for the trip back to the motel. Neither of them spoke on the way. There was nothing either of them could say, and too much on their minds. Amy lay in bed, pretending to sleep, as Johnny, dressed in loose-fitting khaki pants and a navy blue t-shirt, grabbed his gear bag and left the motel room. He had written her a note and left it on the table. Scrambling out of bed, she grabbed the note and quickly read the words. Gone to the villa for more intel. Home before supper. Stay out of trouble, Johnny. Johnny was gone for the day. She smiled. Perfect. There was an idea she wanted to explore, and she was afraid he wouldn't give her the chance. Writing him a note in case he came back early, she took a quick shower and put on a pair of tan shorts and a loose-fitting yellow t-shirt. Her stomach rumbled. After supper last night, they had brought some bakery goodies for breakfast, and Johnny had set the bag out on the table. It was still early. They'd only had a few hours' sleep. Shoving her feet into her sandals, she picked up the purse, grabbed a sweet roll out of the bag, and headed for the door, ready to put her plan in motion. Yesterday, she had noticed a shuttle that ran along the beach, carrying tourists from their motels into the village. There were shops, restaurants, bars, and boutiques all along the ocean, and the grocery store where she was headed. There were several in the village, but the Paradise Market looked like a place the locals would shop. Standing in front of the motel, she waited for the shuttle to approach, finally spotted it trundling down the road, waved it over, and climbed aboard. It was early. There were only 2 other passengers aboard, a couple of tourists from the way they were dressed, and the camera hanging around the man's neck. A long stretch of sandy beach ran all the way into the village. Though there weren't as many tourists this time of year, the beaches and warm, clear water, perfect for diving, helped the motels and restaurants stay in business. Amy got off the bus a little ways from the store, stopped in one of the open-air boutiques, and bought herself a wide-brimmed straw hat, then stuffed her long blonde ponytail up underneath. With a pair of big white sunglasses to cover her eyes, she figured she looked like any of the tourists exploring the town. And she wouldn't be all that recognizable after she left. From the boutique, she made her way to the coffee shop next door to the market. Last night, 3 vehicles full of Las Palmas employees had left the villa. If any of them showed up in the parking lot, she would talk to whoever was in the car. It was a long shot, but so was everything that had led them here. It was how detective work was done, she imagined, following hunches, running down leads, looking into whatever information could be found. She went to the counter and ordered a cup of thick, dark Belizean blend, then sat down in front of the window to wait. An hour passed. She went next door and bought a magazine to read to pass the time. Another half hour had passed when a rusty flatbed truck pulled into the parking lot. For an instant, her heartbeat quickened. But there was something off about the truck, something that didn't look right. She knew cars. This wasn't the truck she had seen last night. Her shoulders sagged. It was a stretch to think she would be in exactly the right place when someone from Ortega's villa arrived to do the shopping. But around here, she figured people shopped for fresh fruit and vegetables nearly every day. And if someone did come to town from the villa, they would probably shop early, and they would come to the Paradise Market. She glanced at the slender black woman working behind the counter. There was no one else in the coffee shop, and with the heat and the laid-back attitude of the people, no one seemed to care that she still sat at the rickety wooden table sipping a drink.
an iced tea now that she had finished her coffee. Mentally, she decided to wait another hour. At 10 o'clock, she would give up and go back to the motel. It was 9:45 when the dented yellow car with the red front fender pulled into the lot. Amy shot up from the hard wooden bench she'd been sitting on and moved closer to the window. 2 dark-skinned women got out. One went over to an open-air fruit stand. The other went into the market. Only a single vendor worked at the fruit stand. Amy headed in that direction. Johnny lay on his belly, hidden in the foliage outside the fenced compound of Las Palmas. A pair of binoculars focused on the house. All day, the servants had been going about their business. The gardener pruning and clipping the plants and blooming flowers. Pink, orange, purple, beautiful white orchids. A guard patrolled the grounds, while another walked the beach behind the house. No sign of any guests, or anyone other than Ortega's employees. Johnny timed the rounds the guards were making, a 20-minute pattern they seemed to follow consistently. He wished he could get past the alarm system and into the house, satisfy himself that Rachel wasn't there. She wasn't. He was almost completely convinced. And getting inside wasn't going to happen, not without the equipment he needed. The crunch of car wheels churning up the gravel road caught his attention, and he turned to see a newer model silver pickup heading for the service entrance. The gate swung open, and the pickup drove toward the house. Through the binoculars, Johnny could see 2 men in the truck, a pale, skinny blonde, and a man who looked like a local. The bed of the truck was filled with crates and boxes. But the truck didn't stop at the back of the villa to unload. Instead, it continued down to the dock. The men jumped out of the truck and began to lift the boxes out of the bed and carry them into the boathouse. Johnny scanned the area, saw no other movement, and returned his attention to the activity in and out of the boathouse. Something was up. Propped on his elbows, Johnny glassed the boathouse and prepared to wait. Amy approached the bone-thin woman with a woven basket on her hip, picking vegetables from the stand. She was dressed in a red and white flowered sarong, an orange-checked turban around her head. Amy almost smiled. Caribbean people were nothing if not colorful. Amy waited until the woman finished her transaction, bartering in thickly accented English for corn, carrots, peppers, onions, and tomatoes. Once the basket was full and she started to walk away, Amy moved up beside her. "You work at Las Palmas," Amy said pleasantly. "I drove by the villa yesterday. It's a very beautiful place." "It is a lovely place," the woman said. "I have a friend who visited there recently." She pulled Rachel's photo out of her purse. "I was wondering if you might have seen her when she was there." The woman's gaze ran over the photo, and something flickered in her eyes. An instant of recognition, Amy was sure. Then her features tightened, and she firmly shook her head. "I have not seen her. Please, leave me alone." "She's my sister," Amy pressed. "She's been missing for weeks, and I'm trying to find her. I was hoping—" "Go away," the woman snapped, and stalked off toward the fish stand across the way. Amy let her go. No help there, she thought. Though she believed the woman had indeed seen Rachel. She was frightened, that much was clear, which made Amy even more frightened for her sister. Pulling a Kleenex out of her purse, Amy blotted the perspiration from her forehead and headed for the market where the second woman had gone. The aisles were crowded with foodstuffs. Sacks of flour, bags of sugar, paper goods, and cases of bottled water.
She spotted the second person she had seen getting out of the yellow and red car. A thin, older woman, with skin so black and shiny it was almost iridescent. Amy walked directly up to her, blocking her escape. "Hello, my name is Amy," she smiled. "You work at Las Palmas, don't you?" The woman lifted a bag of rice into her cart. "I am one of the cooks." "It's a beautiful place. So big, though. It must be hard to take care of." The woman smiled, showing crooked teeth. "It takes a lot of hard work. A friend of mine was there for a visit recently. I wonder if you might know her." Amy dragged the photo out of her purse and held it up for the woman to see. "Her name is Rachel Brewer." The woman's whole body tightened. When she just kept staring at the picture, Amy rushed to continue. "Rachel is my sister. I've been looking for her for weeks. I know she was here with the man who owns the villa, Carlos Ortega. She was here, but she never came home." The woman trembled. "You must leave this place. I warn you, it is not safe for you here. If Senor Ortega finds out you are looking for your sister, bad things will happen." Amy's chest clamped down. "What do you mean?" The woman swallowed, the whites of her eyes a little too prominent as she glanced around to make sure no one could hear. "You are in danger. You must go now." She pushed the cart forward, but Amy refused to budge. "Please, if there is anything you know that will help me, please tell me. I'll never tell anyone, I promise." The woman's black eyes darted around the store. "If he finds out what you are doing, he will take you away as he did your sister, as he did my daughter, Taylor." "Where did he take them?" Amy asked softly, urgently. Frightened now herself, she followed the woman's frantic gaze. But the man behind the cash register was a good distance away and busy with a customer. "To the island. A very bad place. He took my Taylor there, and others. None ever return. It is too late for your sister. Go back where you came from before it is too late." The woman shoved the cart forward, determined now, forcing Amy out of the way. Inside her chest, her heart was pounding an erratic tattoo. There were islands and cays all along the coast. Many were privately owned, she knew from the book on Belize she had bought at the airport in Houston. If Ortega had taken Rachel to a private island, maybe she was still alive, and maybe they could find her. By the time Amy hurried out of the store, the yellow car with the red fender was gone. The shuttle was just arriving. Ignoring the heat beating down on her, she ran toward the vehicle idling in the lot, and hurriedly climbed aboard. Chapter 23. The heat was making him drowsy. It was the hottest time of day, and even in the deep shade of the thick tropical foliage, it was sweltering. It was the heavy rumble of an engine that had his head jerking up, and Johnny realized he had almost fallen asleep. He trained his binoculars on the boathouse and saw the big white cigarette boat being slowly eased out and into the water. The men from the silver pickup were aboard, the skinny blond man at the helm. The crates and boxes were stacked around them, but nothing indicated what was inside. Swinging the keel of the boat toward the open sea, the driver increased the throttle, and the boat began to build up speed. Johnny watched it head out to sea, moving faster and faster, until it finally disappeared from view. What the hell was Ortega delivering? And where? Johnny couldn't imagine Ortega risking a drug deal this close to one of his private homes. But there was no way to know for sure. Forcing himself to ignore the heat, Johnny settled in to wait for the boat's return. When it didn't come back within the hour, he packed up his gear and headed for the car he had hidden down the road. A few minutes later, he was driving back to the motel, a little more eager to get there than he wanted to be. When he got there, Amy wasn't in the room. Next to the note he had left for her that morning was a second piece of paper. Gone to the village, back before supper, Amy. Son of a bitch. Maybe she had just gone to get something to eat. A sweet roll wasn't enough food for the day. If she had, she should have been back by now. Johnny crumpled the note in his fist. He had specifically told her to stay out of trouble. But Amy's middle name was Trouble. If she wasn't back in the next half hour, he was going after her. 20 minutes later, he was pacing the floor, contemplating the notion of paddling her sweet little ass. A rush of relief hit him when he heard the key in the lock. The door swung open, and Amy walked in. She slammed the door and ran toward him. "Johnny, oh, thank God you're here." "Yeah, well, you won't be glad when I get finished with you." She just rolled her eyes. "I told you to stay out of trouble. Where the hell have you been?" "I've been doing exactly what we came to do. I found out where they took Rachel." "What?" "That's right. Ortega owns an island somewhere along the coast. He's taken other women there, and that's where he took Rachel." "How the hell did you find that out?" "I went to the market this morning. Remember last night I was thinking that one of the servants in the house probably did the shopping in the village?" He frowned. "So you went there and started asking questions." "And I got lucky. I recognized the yellow car from last night, the one with the red fender. There were 2 women inside. One of them recognized Rachel's picture. She said Ortega took her to his island. The woman warned me that I should leave before something bad happens to me, too." That was exactly why he hadn't wanted her involved in this. "Asking questions that might get you killed. That's your idea of staying out of trouble." "I'm here to find my sister, Johnny. All we have to do is find the island Ortega owns." "That's all, huh?" But her information could be right on the money, he had to admit. It fit with the boat full of supplies he'd seen leaving the dock. If Ortega owned an island, that's where the crates and boxes were likely headed. "What makes you think this woman was telling you the truth?" "Because Ortega took her daughter there, Taylor," she said. "Because Taylor never came back. She was terrified, Johnny. But she didn't want to see the same thing happen to another girl." Johnny sank down on the bed, ran his hands through his hair. "Christ. We have to find that island." "Then what?" he asked, glancing up. "If she's there, we need a way to get her off. We'd need men, equipment, weapons." Amy's shoulders slumped. "We have to find a way," she said softly, desperately. Johnny's chest tightened. Then his sat phone started ringing, saving him from having to reply. He dug it out of his pocket, pushed the button, and pressed the phone against his ear. "Riggs, got some intel for you." Jake Cantrell's deep voice boomed over the line. Jake was a longtime friend, a former Marine sniper and Force Recon, one tough son of a bitch. He'd been part of the job with Dev Raines down in Mexico. He was now back in Texas, working with Trace. "Fire away," Johnny said. "Before he and Maggie left for Australia, Trace filled me in on your missing persons case. Saul flagged the tail numbers on Ortega's jet for any new flight plans his pilot might file. A few minutes ago, one popped up on the screen. Tomorrow morning,
Ortega's on his way back to Belize."
Johnny hissed a curse.
"You there now? Trey said you might be headed down there."
"I'm here.
We're about 20 miles from Las Palmas. That's Ortega's villa."
We?
Amy Brewer is with me, Rachel's sister."
So I heard.
"Guess you finally got her in bed."
Fuck you, Cantrell. Hell of a thing when his buddies knew more about his love life than he did. Jake just laughed.
"Come up with anything?"
"We got a lead on the girl," Johnny said.
"Amy was able to get close to one of Ortega's servants. Looks like he might have taken Rachel to an offshore island. I'm guessing he owns it. We need to find the location, but even if we do, it's going to take time to put a rescue operation together. Assuming the girl's still alive,"
he added quietly, for Amy's sake.
"Saul can find the location. I can help with the other. I'm only a 2-hour flight away. I've got a friend, ex-SEAL. Could come in handy for the kind of operation you're facing."
"Might be a wild goose chase. We're pretty sure he took her out there. We have no idea what's happened to her since."
"I'll get Saul on it and call you back."
"Thanks, Jake." Johnny paced the room for an hour, while Amy busied herself reading. Johnny stole a glance at where she stretched out on the bed with a pillow beneath her head, and tried not to think of what had happened on the beach towel last night. If he did, he was in trouble. He smiled. Both of them were in trouble. He glanced at the clock. It could take hours to find the island. It hadn't shown up on any of the intel Johnny had seen about Ortega, or been able to dig up on his computer. Hell, the ownership was probably so buried even the whiz kid couldn't find it. His stomach rumbled. He hadn't eaten anything but a sweet roll all day.
"You hungry?"
he asked Amy. She sat up, set the book on the nightstand. "Starving."
"Let's drive into town and get something to eat."
"Great."
But just as they headed for the door, the sat phone started to ring. "We found it,"
Cantrell said into the phone.
"Took a while. Ortega's good at hiding information, but Saul's even better at finding it. The island is owned by a company called Genesis, which is owned by a company called Encore. Encore's corporate offices include a guy named Raymond Dominguez. Dominguez is one of the men in Ortega's inner circle."
"Where's the location?"
"About 23 miles due east of Las Palmas. Satellite map shows heavy vegetation, some kind of structure near the center of the island."
"I'll check it out." He could find the preliminary info he needed on Google Earth. It was a different world these days.
"There's a flight out of here in the morning," Jake said. "We'll be on it. We'll figure things out when we get there. I'll have our contact waiting for you when you get here. Name's Nathan Dietz. He can get you down to Placentia. What about weapons? You armed?"
"Yeah."
"I've got connections in the area. I'll take care of the rest of the weapons and ammo and whatever equipment we'll need."
Mexico, Central and South America were Cantrell's specialty, though he'd also done some work for the Saudis over the years.
"All right, then,"
Johnny said. "Looks like we're a go."
"I'll see you tomorrow. Tell your lady to keep the faith. She isn't my... hell, never mind."
Cantrell signed off, and Johnny hung up the phone. Amy stared at him, unconsciously biting her lip. "Your friends are coming to help us?"
"Looks that way."
"I don't have much money, but I'll find a way to pay them. I'll do whatever it takes." Johnny walked over, settled his hands on her shoulders.
"Listen, baby. A lot of this is payback. Some of it's quid pro quo. Some of it's just because we're friends. Don't worry about the money. None of us are hurting."
She looked up at him, big blue eyes sparkling with tears. "We're going to find her. I know we are."
"Maybe.
Cantrell says to keep the faith." She smiled, but a tear rolled down her cheek. "I think I'm going to like him." Johnny hauled her into his arms and very thoroughly kissed her. "Just don't like him too much," he said. It was still early morning when Rick Vega turned down the long paved driveway off Highway 1 along the Malibu coastline into the entrance of the Moore estate. Behind the main house, a single-story bungalow overlooked the sea. Rick drove farther up the lane, parked his unmarked brown Chevy in a guest parking spot, and turned off the engine. Following a gray stone walkway to the front door of the bungalow, he knocked and took a step back. A minute later, a man's deep voice came from the other side of the door. "Who is it?" "Police, open up." The deadbolt slid back and the door swung open. Manny Ortega stood across from him. "Detective Vega, Mr. Ortega, LAPD. I've got a few questions I need to ask you." Ortega looked over Rick's shoulder, searching for more police, but he was the only one there. "How the hell did you find me?" Manny was a good-looking 25-year-old, tall, with black hair and dark brown eyes. He was wearing a pair of baggy navy blue swim trunks and flip-flops, no shirt, and the kid was ripped. "I called in a few favors. Found out David Moore's son is a friend of yours. I put two and two together. I need to ask you a couple of questions about a woman named Rachel Brewer." Unlike his dad, Manny wasn't good at hiding his emotions. Clearly, he knew who Rachel was. "I talked to the cops about this already." Interesting. No mention in any of the reports he'd seen. "Just a couple more questions. Mind if I come in?" Manny stepped back, letting Rick walk past him into the living room. The bungalow was small, just a living room, kitchen, and bedroom, but the view was spectacular, with windows overlooking the cliffs onto the beach and an endless stretch of ocean. The sight of a petite, black-haired Hispanic girl walking out of the bedroom in a bikini beneath a gauzy cover-up wasn't bad either. "This is my fiancée, Crystal Sanchez. Hon, this is Detective Vega." "Nice to meet you," Rick said. "You too," the girl said. Rick thought of Rachel, a stripper from the Kitty Cat Club, and the relationship she might have had with Manny. "Is there someplace we can speak in private?" he asked. "Like I said, Crystal's my fiancée. I don't have anything to hide. You can ask your questions in front of her." "All right. I came to find out if you had a relationship with Rachel Brewer." "No, absolutely not." "Rumor has it the two of you were seeing each other." "Not true. I never took her out, never took her to bed. Nothing like that." "But you knew her." Manny glanced away. "I saw her a couple of times in the Vieux Carré." "Who with?" Manny licked his lips. Rick waited for the lie. The kid was a lousy liar. "I don't remember, just some guy. What matters is it wasn't me." That part was true. Watching him, Rick was fairly certain. "I need to know who she was with. I'd like to see your security tapes for the 2-week period leading up to her disappearance." "We don't have security cameras at the Vieux Carré. Our clientele is adamant about their privacy." Which was probably also true, a lesson learned from Daddy. "Is there anything at all you can tell us that might be of help?" "Not a thing." "Rachel Brewer was last seen departing your father's jet after it landed in Belize." Information Johnny had confirmed when he'd called this morning. The reason Rick had volunteered to make another attempt at finding Manny. Well, one of the reasons. The other was that he hadn't been able to get Rachel Brewer out of his head. The kid just stood there staring, looking as if he had just been poleaxed. "I wouldn't know anything about that. My father and I rarely see each other." But clearly he knew something about the connection between Rachel and his dad. From the look of panic on his face, Manny didn't, however, know Rachel had been on his father's plane. "Sure you don't have anything else you want to tell me?" The kid just shook his head. Rick handed him a business card. "If you come up with anything that might be helpful, give me a call." The kid swallowed, nodded. "I should remind you that aiding and abetting criminal activity is a felony. If you know something, now is the time to say so." Manny shook his head. His fiancée wrapped her fingers gently around his arm. "Manny isn't like his dad," she said. "He does his best to stay clear of all that." Rick nodded. In a way, he felt sorry for the kid. It had to be tough being the son of a notorious gangster. "Think about what I said." Rick turned to leave, wishing he'd found out more. As soon as he reached his car, he called Johnny's satellite number. "It's Rick. Manny wasn't involved with Rachel. It was someone else. At least that's my take." "Where'd you find him?" "I did a little digging. He was staying at a friend's place in Malibu. I think Manny knows who Rachel was seeing, but he isn't saying. And he didn't know about his dad hauling Rachel off to Belize." A sigh whispered out on the other end of the phone. "That still leaves us with a question mark as to how she got involved with his father. But at least we're pretty sure where he took her. Saul located an island owned by the Genesis Corporation. If you dig deep enough, and I mean deep, you come up with a link to Ortega. You think Rachel's still on the island?" "In one form or another," Johnny said. And Rick knew he meant she was there somewhere, either alive or dead. Rick's jaw felt tight. "You going in?" "Cantrell's flying down with a buddy. We'll recon the place, figure a way to get in and take a look around. What we'll find, I don't know." Rick knew what they would likely find. Nothing at all. Not without dragging half the Caribbean Sea. It gave him a headache to think of it. "Well, good luck, my friend." "Thanks. And thanks for the intel." Johnny hung up, and so did Rick. He'd found out a little. Not enough. Rick walked back into the station and found Lieutenant Carla Meeks waiting, and got his ass chewed for inserting himself in a case he wasn't working. He wondered if it was worth it. Chapter 24. The air conditioner roared, sending a stream of cold air into the motel room. Amy stood at the window. Outside, the late morning heat and humidity were building, the sun blazing down on the white sand beaches, a light breeze pushing the sails of the boats out on the water. Johnny finished his call and set the satellite phone down on the small round table in the corner. "That was Vega," he said. "Manny wasn't seeing Rachel." Amy felt a sweep of relief, until it struck her. Oh my God, so it wasn't Manny after all. It was Danny, just like her hairdresser said. Johnny started frowning. "I guess that's probably right. So who the hell is Danny?" "If Rachel's on that island, she'll be able to tell us." "Yeah," Johnny said, but Amy could see he wasn't convinced. Johnny believed Rachel was dead. It was the logical conclusion. Rachel had been missing for 2 full months. If she was alive, she would have called, tried to contact her family in some way. Amy tried to prepare herself, but her chest squeezed painfully. "Cantrell ought to be here soon," Johnny said. "We'll get things figured out once he's here." Amy looked over at the phone. "I hate to ask, but would it be all right if I called my mother? I don't want her to worry." Johnny cast her a glance. "Yeah, no need for her to worry. Her daughter's in Belize for a couple of days, tracking down a notorious drug lord. No problem at all." Amy drilled him with a glare. "Go ahead and call her." She put the call through, and she and her mother talked briefly. Amy didn't mention she wasn't in L.A. "I wish you'd come home," her mother said, as she always did. "I will, Mom, soon, I promise." As she ended the call and set the phone back down on the table, she glanced over at Johnny and felt a soft pang in her heart. One way or another, all of this would soon be over. It would be time for her to go back to Michigan. Time for her to end her charade as Angel Fontaine and her summer fling with Johnny Riggs. A summer fling that didn't feel like a fling at all. She reminded herself she had known from the start it couldn't go further. John Riggs was who he was, a sexy, dangerous man who made her heart flutter with a single glance. And she was who she was, a kindergarten teacher from Michigan. The phone started ringing. Johnny picked it up, nodded at something that was said. "I'm on my way." "They're here?" "Plane just landed at the airport. Let's go." "It's only a mile down the road. I'll just wait for you here, where it's nice and cool," she thought. "Not gonna happen. You forget about your little trip to the grocery store? People know you're looking for your sister. Get your purse and let's go." He was right, of course. The woman in the grocery store wouldn't say a word. She was too frightened. But the first woman, the one she hadn't mentioned to Johnny, she might tell someone. And if she did... Amy grabbed her purse and headed out the door. The plane was on the ground when they got there. Johnny waved to the pilot of the little 180 as it turned at the end of the tarmac and started taxiing back the way it had come, revved its engine, and prepared to take off. Jake Cantrell strode toward him across the asphalt, 6'5" of solid muscle. Johnny glanced at Amy to see her reaction. She was staring wide-eyed, but not the way Angel Fontaine had looked at Johnny when he'd first walked into the Kitty Cat Club. That was one hell of a relief. She gave the man walking beside Jake a once-over, but nothing more. He was dark-haired like Jake, with the same blue eyes, but his were ice-cold, his face more ruggedly carved, a good-looking man just the same. "Johnny Riggs, meet Ben Slocum," Jake said. "And I presume this is Amy Brewer." "That's right." Ben reached out to shake Johnny's hand. "Riggs?" Johnny shook. "Slocum?" "Hello," Amy said a little shyly. "It's nice to meet you both. Thank you so much for coming." "Car's over here," Johnny said. The men threw their gear bags into the trunk and climbed in for the brief drive back to the motel. "Dietz ordered the pilot to fly over the island before we landed. Didn't see much security. Ortega's arrogant enough to think no one can connect him to the island. He probably feels safe there." They reached the motel, and Johnny tossed Jake a key to the room 2 doors down from his. Jake and Ben carried their gear inside the double room, and Johnny and Amy followed. "You able to get what we need?" Johnny asked. Jake unzipped one of the bags he'd picked up in Belize City after Dietz had met them at the airport. "A couple of handguns, some heavy artillery, AR-15s, and my personal favorite." "A hand grenade?" Amy asked, her eyes wide as she stared at the device. "Flash grenade," Jake corrected. "Big boom and bright light. Creates a diversion." Johnny grinned. "Came in handy last time." "Last time?" Amy asked, looking even more uncertain. "Long story," Jake said. "I got us a boat lined up," Johnny said, bringing them back on track. He had gone out early that morning and found what they needed. "Guy who owns it gives speedboat rides to tourists. I gave it a trial run, and man, that baby is fast. Long as it gets us there and back," Slocum said darkly. Being an ex-SEAL, he'd been around plenty of boats. Probably not that picky, as long as it didn't sink and got the job done. Jake pulled a map out of his gear bag and unrolled it. With 3 big men circling the table, Amy all but disappeared. Still, Johnny could see her, peering between their shoulders, closely following everything that was going on. So far, she'd been a real trooper. But then she still believed her sister was alive. Odds were, even their trip to the island might not give her the answers she wanted. Ortega was careful. They might not find a damn thing. The hours slipped past. The men wouldn't leave for the island until after dark. Amy watched them in awe. They were all ex-military, true professionals. She couldn't help but be impressed. While they took a break from their planning, Johnny made a food run. He returned from the village with bags of deep-fried fish and chips, Cokes, burgers, and a thermos of coffee. They dug in as if they were starving. "We've got a little problem," Johnny said between bites as the men wolfed down the food. He tipped his head in her direction. "We can't afford to leave a man behind to protect Amy. And I don't like leaving her here alone. Not after she's been sniffing around, asking questions about her sister." "Getting answers, too, as I recall," Jake reminded him, and Amy gave him a warm little thank-you smile. After all, she was the one who'd found out about the island. She'd been helpful, even if Johnny didn't want to admit it. "Maybe so," he grumbled, "but we need to find a safe place to stash her while we're gone." "We'll move her down the road to another motel," Jake suggested. "Yeah, that's what I was thinking. I still don't like it, but I can't see any other way." "She wouldn't be able to use a weapon by any chance, would she?" Ben Slocum's ice-blue eyes slid over her coolly. She might as well have been a lamp on the bedside table. "I'm right here, guys," she said a little tartly. "I can hear every word you say, and I can shoot a gun if I have to." "I'll leave her my ankle gun," Johnny said. "She knows how to handle a .38. Jake looked impressed. Amy sipped her Diet Coke and glanced at the clock. It was only 9 p.m. "It's been a long day," Johnny said. "Why don't we crash for a couple of hours? Be ready to leave at midnight." "Sounds good," Jake agreed. Slocum walked over and stretched out on one of the double beds. "I could use a little shut-eye." He was sound asleep by the time Johnny led her out the door, and Jake locked it behind them. It had been a long day, and Amy was tired, but tonight the men were going on a mission to find her sister, and her nerves were strung too tight to think about sleeping. She turned the light on and jerked to a stop, just inside the door. "What is it?" Johnny pulled the pistol out of his shoulder holster. "Someone's been in here. My bag wasn't zipped all the way. Now it is." He reached out an arm and eased her back against the wall. "Stay here."
Her heart was beating too fast. Holding the gun upright against his chest, Johnny checked the closet, then silently made his way toward the tiny bathroom. He flattened himself against the wall, turned the knob, and shoved open the door. Bringing the gun into position in front of him, he disappeared inside. He came out an instant later, looking relieved. Nobody here. Amy's heart began to slow. She headed for the bathroom, walked inside to take a look around. I left my makeup bag on the right side of the counter, but it was closer to the sink. Like most women, she knew immediately if any of her things had been disturbed. In her apartment, she knew where every dish went, every pot and pan. Someone had definitely been in their motel room. "You sure?" Johnny asked. "Positive." "Let's take a look, see if anything's missing." Both of them went through their bags. There wasn't much besides their clothes in the room. Her passport was with her in her purse, along with her wallet and money. Johnny was carrying his weapons. He had tossed his gear bag, which held the extra ammunition, into the trunk of the car when they had left for the airport. "I don't think they took anything," she said. "It wasn't much to take," Johnny said. "Maybe it was the cleaning staff." "We left a do not disturb sign on the door. They wouldn't have come into the room." "Probably not." "Could have been a burglar looking for money." "Could be, but I doubt it." He took another glance around. "Ortega's at the villa by now. Maybe his people got wind of our activity. Maybe they're trying to pin down who we are. If that's the case, they didn't find out much." Johnny fixed her with a look. "Pack your stuff. When we leave, we won't be coming back." A little chill went through her. They were leaving the Orchid Inn. Amy said a silent prayer that before they left Belize and headed back to the States, they would find Rachel, or at least find out what had happened to her. She closed her eyes and tried not to think what that might be. Chapter 25. "We got everything?" Johnny asked, as he waited for the men to file past him out of the room onto the balcony that led to the stairs. "We're packed and ready." Cantrell hoisted his duffel bag over his shoulder and started walking. Johnny had interrupted the men's brief nap with the news that his room had been tossed and the motel was no longer safe, which meant all of them were leaving. But even if Ortega had found out Amy Brewer was in Placentia looking for her sister, he wouldn't know they had located his island and that there were 3 armed men ready to invade his private domain. Amy spoke softly from beside him. "It's my fault we have to leave. I was asking questions about Rachel. I talked to 2 different women. I told them I was her sister. I should have figured someone at the villa would find out." She looked so miserable, Johnny wrapped an arm around her shoulders and pulled her against his side. "You don't get answers without asking questions. We wouldn't know about the island if it weren't for you." "You did what you had to," Jake said as they reached the car. "It does, however, pose a problem." He looked over at Johnny. "You aren't gonna like this, buddy, and I'm usually the last guy to go for something like this. But I'm thinking we should take her with us." Johnny's whole body tightened. "No way." Slocum was nodding. "Good idea. We leave her with the boat or somewhere safe on the island, go in and see if we can locate her sister, then pick her up on the way out." "It's too damn dangerous," Johnny argued. "Something happens to us. She's left in Ortega's hands." "We leave her here without protection, she's liable to end up dead," Slocum said flatly. "Or we'll be looking for 2 missing women." Amy squeezed Johnny's hand. "Ben's right. I'm safer with you than I am without you. And if you find Rachel,
She might need me. A muscle tightened in Johnny's jaw. Damn it! Jake reached for the door handle, opened the front passenger side of the rental car, and settled Amy in the seat next to the driver. Time to go, boys and girls. Ducking his head, he slid into the back seat behind her, while Slocum rounded the car and climbed in on the opposite side. Johnny slid behind the wheel, the three men filling the car completely. Reluctantly, he started the engine, knowing the guys were right. He didn't have time to arrange protection for Amy, and even if he did, he wouldn't trust someone else to keep her safe. Instead of driving farther down the road to another motel, Johnny pointed the car toward town and the small private dock he had found yesterday. Both sail and motorboats drifted in their slips, most of them available for tourist excursions, or half or full-day rentals. Near the end of the dock, the boat he had paid way too much to rent for the next 2 days bobbed beneath its canvas cover. Jake opened the trunk of the car. You got anything dark to wear in your bag? He said to Amy. Navy blue t-shirt? He unzipped her bag and stepped out of the way. Put it on. Fuck, Johnny grumbled, thinking that taking her on this mission was the last thing he wanted. The men turned their backs as Amy changed from her white cotton blouse to the loose-fitting t-shirt. She was already wearing a pair of navy shorts. Not exactly the stuff for a midnight outing in the jungle, but Amy hadn't figured on coming along either. Okay, I'm ready. Jake unzipped his bag, pulled out a black baseball cap, and jammed it on her head. It came all the way to her ears. Put your hair up underneath. She tucked her long blonde ponytail up out of sight and tightened the band on the cap so it almost fit her. The men set their gear bags down on the dock, and Jake and Ben pulled the canvas cover off the boat. Wow, Amy said. Donzi 28ZX with twin Merc 370s. Sweet. Jake just stared. Ben Slocum actually grinned. What? Amy looked over at the men. I'm from Michigan. We've got water on 3 sides. Her dad was a mechanic, Johnny explained. Liked fast cars. Boats, too, looks like. He jumped into the cockpit, then reached up to catch the gear bags as Ben tossed them down. Definitely a nice ride, Jake said, giving the boat a thorough inspection. It was candy apple red with orange flames running the length of it. Good thing it's a dark night. It was near moonless, just a sliver of light, mostly hidden beneath a thin layer of clouds. Nothing to outline the boat on the water. Tops out at around 100, Johnny said, giving the wheel a loving pat. Guy charges $75 a head for a 20-minute ride. He reached up and helped Amy aboard. I wonder what else he uses it for, Ben said darkly. Drug smuggling was a big problem in Belize. Silver or lead was the saying. Take the money and keep quiet, or end up with a bullet in your head. Slocum unfastened the line and jumped into the boat, and they settled themselves in the black padded vinyl seats. Johnny fired up the big Mercury engines and idled the boat away from the dock. As soon as they were a respectable distance from the shore, he pushed the power lever forward, and the boat picked up speed. The Donzi was as quick and powerful as its owner had boasted, hitting the top of the waves, then settling in and skimming over the flat, calm sea. Johnny eased the throttle a little faster, the wind rushing past his face, pressing his black t-shirt and camo pants against his body. There was no adrenaline rush like speed. From the corner of his eye, he caught Amy's grin. She loved to go fast, always had. Amy allowed herself to enjoy the thrill of racing through the darkness, the boat skimming effortlessly over the smooth Caribbean Sea. It was the rise of an island in the distance, some time later, that shattered her brief tranquility and brought her crashing back to reality. They were on a deadly mission. Whatever happened tonight, they had come to the end of their search. 15 degrees to port, Jake said, reading the map and the GPS coordinates as Johnny piloted the boat. "Isn't that it?" Amy asked, pointing toward the island that was now disappearing behind them. "Not the right one." There were dozens of islands out there, some little more than sandbars, others mountainous and completely covered with vegetation. From the Google Earth satellite photos Johnny had shown her on the computer, Ortega's mountainous island was mostly tropical jungle. The boat continued its adjusted course, and a few minutes later, Amy spotted another island on the horizon. They were still some ways away when Johnny slowed the engines. "The dock's on the leeward side," Jake said. "We need to come in windward." Johnny turned the wheel, heading the boat in that direction as per their plan, circling the island and coming in from the side facing the open sea. As the engine slowed and the boat drifted closer, Ben stood up and peeled off his shirt. She had noticed he was the only one wearing a swimsuit and not camouflage. She had also noticed the guy was totally ripped. But then all three of the men, each built a little differently, were prime examples of the perfect male body. Slocum slipped silently over the side of the boat and disappeared beneath the surface of the water, barely causing a ripple. "Where's he going?" Amy asked. "He's checking things out," Johnny explained, "making sure it's safe to go ashore." "The lagoon's dead ahead," Jake said, looking down at the map. Johnny idled the boat a safe distance away, waiting for Slocum's signal. The night was on their side, only a faint rim of white around a fingernail moon that was mostly hidden by passing clouds. Along the shore, a tiny light flashed 3 times. "That's the signal," Jake said, and Johnny eased the throttle forward. Every second it took to reach the lagoon seemed like an hour to Amy. She had seen stuff like this in movies, men on combat missions, armed with automatic weapons. But she had never thought she'd be smack in the middle of something like this. As the boat drifted toward the beach, her nerves kicked up another notch. Her mouth was dry, but her palms were damp. Johnny shut down the engines, and he and Jake jumped out and pulled the boat up onto the sand beneath some overhanging foliage. Jake started hauling out their gear, while Johnny lifted her out of the boat. The men broke off some big leafy branches and covered the parts of the boat that were exposed. While they worked, Ben appeared and hurriedly changed into his camis, and then the men assembled their gear. "I want you to wait for us here," Johnny said, crouching in front of where Amy stood half-hidden beneath a low-growing palm. His black T-shirt, wet and clinging, outlined the powerful muscles across his chest. He was wearing black face paint, and he wiped some off and drew marks down her nose and across her cheeks. All of them smelled like the mosquito repellent they were wearing. Amy stared up at Johnny, who had never looked tougher or more completely male. He pressed his .38 revolver into her hand. "I want you to stay out of sight. Anyone comes, just stay hidden until we get back. If you get in trouble, fire off a round. Can you do that?" She just nodded, her throat too dry to speak. "God, I hate leaving you here." And then he caught her chin between his fingers, bent and pressed a hot, hard kiss on her mouth. "Be careful," she managed to squeak out, still tasting him on her lips. Other words crowded her throat. "I love you, Johnny. Amy didn't say them. She was aghast to realize she had even thought them. She couldn't afford to love a man like John Riggs. One look at him in his flak vest and camouflage pants, a long-barreled automatic weapon slung across his chest, a pistol in his shoulder harness, and a knife strapped to his leg, and it was clear he wasn't the man for her. "I'll be back as soon as I can." Johnny reached out and gently touched her cheek, and then he and the other two men disappeared into the dense tropical foliage. Ignoring the sound of insects and the small animals scurrying around nearby, Amy settled herself deeper in the greenery to wait, and prayed with all her heart that the men would find Rachel and return to her safe. They spotted two guards moving in opposite directions. Ben continued scouting ahead. Jake went after the guard heading north, while Johnny took the one patrolling the south end of the island. Dressed in a khaki uniform, a slouch hat pulled low on his head, and carrying an automatic weapon, the man moved easily through the jungle. For several minutes, Johnny studied his quarry, noting his movements, the slow, easy strides that said he was used to the routine. The wiry guard paused for a moment, yawned behind his hand. The guy wasn't expecting trouble, which was exactly what Johnny planned to give him. Circling quietly around in front, Johnny crouched beneath the flat leaves of a giant elephant ear plant. When the guard reached the spot directly to his right, he sprang out of hiding, came up behind him, wrapped an arm around the man's throat, pressed a forearm against the back of his neck, and squeezed. His struggles weakened as his air supply faded, and then he went out like a light, slumping down on the path. Johnny took the guard's automatic weapon, popped the clip, and tossed it one way into the foliage, tossed the weapon in the opposite direction. He used a plastic zip cord to bind his wrists, another to bind his feet, gagged him, and dragged him off the path. He checked his watch. Time to head for the rendezvous point. With any luck, he'd get there right on schedule. The night sounds faded into an ominous silence. Amy's heartbeat quickened as she caught the shuffle of something moving through the foliage in the darkness, heavy footfalls walking a nearby path in the jungle. She eased farther back into the shrubs and dense growth of plants and flowers, hoping she could make herself invisible to whoever was out there. The shuffling sounds halted. From where she hid, all she could see was a pair of men's lace-up boots. They didn't belong to Johnny, Jake, or Ben, and fear slid through her. Her pulse accelerated into a pounding roar in her ears. Her fingers tightened around the pistol in her lap. But Johnny and the others were out there trying to find Rachel. She'd be damned if she would fire a shot and call them back unless she absolutely had to. Unfortunately, as the thud of a second set of footfalls began to reach her, she realized she might not have another choice. Please, God. Amy held her breath, afraid the men might hear the whisper of air passing in and out of her lungs. Something was said in Spanish, and then the second man started walking away. She dared a slow breath, praying both of them would leave, that they wouldn't spot the boat hidden a few feet away among the leafy bushes. She could no longer see the second man, and for an instant she was sure the man in front of her was going to walk away. Then the leaves erupted behind her, and strong hands grabbed her around the waist. Amy struggled as he dragged her backward. When the man in front of her shoved the bushes aside and reached for her too, Amy thrust her arm straight out in front of her and cocked the pistol. Chapter 26. It didn't take long to reach the rendezvous point they had chosen. Trying not to worry about Amy, Johnny did a belly crawl up to where Jake lay in the foliage, propped on his elbows, studying the house 50 yards away through a pair of binoculars. "House sits right at the top of the hill, just like in the satellite pictures," Johnny said, zeroing his own binoculars in on the house. "I don't think Ortega figured on Google Earth when he built the place." The open, white, single-story residence wasn't large like the villa, but it was fashioned in an elegant Spanish style, with wide red-tile decks off the living room and each of the 3 bedrooms that looked out over the sea. The lights were on inside, and soft lights illuminated the decks, making it easy for them to see through the huge plate-glass windows. But so far, there had been no sign of Rachel or any other woman, just a houseboy and a couple of other male servants. "No problem with the guard?" Jake asked him. Johnny grinned. "He's napping peacefully. Yours?" "Decided he'd rather sit this one out." Johnny chuckled. Smart move. So 2 of Ortega's soldiers were out of commission. Slocum was still doing recon and hadn't yet reached the rendezvous point. "That's Ortega," Johnny said, recognizing the man moving around on the other side of the windows from the photos he had seen. 2 men with him. "They aren't protection," Jake said. "Dressed more like guests. Both Caucasian, one blonde, one dark-haired. Both in Bermuda shorts and short-sleeve sports shirts." Carlos Ortega was lean and fit, with thick, silver-tinged black hair. He was wearing a turquoise silk shirt, loose-fitting ivory slacks, and a pair of sandals. Jake checked the time. "Plane must have gotten in late. Doesn't look like they've been here long." Johnny focused on the house. "You're right. Bottle of rum on the bar is almost full." Jake glanced around. "Ben should be back any minute, unless he ran into trouble." So far, they'd only seen the 2 guards, but Slocum might have encountered more. Still, it wasn't the small army Ortega surrounded himself with at the villa. He definitely felt safe here. The SEAL returned as silently as he had slipped off into the jungle. "I didn't see anyone else. Some sign, though. Could be another man out there, maybe more." Not good. Amy was on the island. If one of Ortega's men spotted her, she was in trouble. "There's another building on the leeward side," Slocum said. "Kind of a bungalow. It's hidden back in the foliage, maybe 100 yards out." Johnny caught movement inside the house. "Something's going on." Training his binoculars on the men, he saw them walking toward a glass door at the far end of the living room. Ortega slid it open and stepped out onto the deck. "Looks like they're heading out," Johnny said, as Ortega stepped off the deck and started leading the men down a path into the jungle. A man they hadn't noticed before fell in behind the group. Big, brawny, civilian clothes, but the way he moved, the way he surveyed his surroundings without actually looking, marked him as a professional. Let's see what they're up to. Staying low, Johnny had just begun to move out when the distant crack of a gunshot split the air. It sounded as if it had come from the beach down by the lagoon where they'd hidden the boat. Amy. His gut clenched as a jolt of adrenaline shot through his blood. "Go, I'm right behind you," Jake said. "Ben can keep an eye on things here." Johnny didn't hesitate. All he could think of was getting to Amy. But the darkness made speed impossible. He wouldn't be much good to her if he wound up falling into some ravine. Keeping low and out of sight, he moved farther into the jungle, Jake a few steps behind. A little ways down the hill, they split up, both of them heading for the lagoon from different angles. Johnny reached the beach first, headed straight for the spot he'd left Amy. The ground around the place she had been hiding was churned up, indicating a struggle. But Amy wasn't there. A knot twisted hard in his gut. Johnny pulled in a deep breath, steadying himself. Using his little 4-inch LED light, he checked the area, spotted a pair of men's boot tracks in the mud on an overgrown path leading away from the lagoon. He looked up as Jake appeared, coming in from the other direction. "Boat's where we left it," Jake said. "Where's Amy?" Johnny just shook his head. His chest was clamping down so hard he could barely breathe. The shot had been Amy's signal for help. She was in trouble, and he hadn't been able to reach her. He steeled himself, pointed into the undergrowth. 2 sets of boot prints. There's a game trail leading up the hill. They must have taken her with them. Jake followed his gaze up the path. The darkness had been their friend when they had arrived. Now it was their enemy. "So, let's go find her," Jake said calmly, words that helped him push past his fear. In the blackness, the overgrown, meandering path was hard to see. As the better tracker, Jake started up the trail in front of him. The clouds had thinned, helping them a little. At the first turn in the path, Jake paused, pointed to the footprints that moved along ahead of him. "One set of tracks is deeper. Either he's a lot heavier, or he's carrying something." The knot in Johnny's stomach tightened. He was carrying something, all right, and Johnny knew what that something was. The men fell back into step, moving silently. The clouds floated apart for a moment, and a thin ray of moonlight illuminated the way. Then Johnny's light flashed over a drop of something shiny on a leaf overgrowing the trail. He reached out and touched it, rubbed the wetness between his fingers, smelled it. "Blood," he said, and rage boiled up inside him. "Take it easy. We don't know it's hers. It better not be." Jake started forward, moving as silently as the heavy foliage would allow. They needed to find Amy, disarm the men as quietly as possible, and complete their mission. But if they hurt his woman, they were dead men. The rope binding her wrists cut into Amy's flesh. The gag in her mouth tasted like sweat and tobacco as she bobbed along, and the guard's meaty shoulder dug painfully into her belly. Her baseball cap was long gone, her hair loose from its ponytail. The other man walked behind them, holding his bleeding arm, his rifle slung across his back. He swore at her through gritted teeth, calling her foul names in Spanish. She had shot him, though she hadn't really done it on purpose. She'd been hoping she could warn him away and signal Johnny at the same time. Instead, she'd nicked his arm. Not that she felt bad about it. These were the men who'd brought Rachel to the island, Ortega's men. She shuddered. And now they had her. Fear curled in her stomach. She prayed Johnny had heard the shot, and that he would come for her. Told herself all she had to do was stay alive until he got there. As the man who carried her reached a fork in the trail and started upward again, she spotted a building ahead. A house, she saw, white, single-story, elegant, with lots of windows facing the sea. The men continued past it, walking rapidly down the narrow, nearly invisible path. Leaves and branches slapped at her face as they pushed through the foliage. Behind the gag, her mouth was cotton dry. A little ways farther down the trail, the faint outline of a second, much smaller structure appeared in the darkness, and the men increased their pace, eager to reach their destination. The next thing she knew, she was being carried inside the building, dumped onto a sofa in what appeared to be the living room. A guard stood inside the door, wearing the same beige uniform as the others. Another man, big and powerfully built, stood next to the bar. Dark hair, dark eyes, wearing tan slacks and a sports shirt. He might have passed for a guest if it weren't for the cold look in his eyes and the hard lines of his face. Amy swallowed past a lump of fear as a well-dressed Hispanic male approached where she lay on the sofa, still bound and gagged, staring up at him. "Señorita Brewer, I assume." She couldn't reply with the dirty rag tied over her mouth, and in a way she was grateful, since she had no idea what to say. The man motioned for the guard who had carried her inside to untie the gag. The one with the injured arm had wrapped a towel around it. Apparently he wasn't hurt all that badly. Unfortunately. Even after the gag was removed, her mouth felt bone dry. He eyed her coldly. "I know who you are. I heard you were in Placentia asking questions. I am your host, Carlos Ortega." The edge of his mouth curved into a smile that wasn't. "It is my property upon which you trespass. I assume you are here to visit your sister?" Her eyes widened. "She's here? Rachel's alive?" One of his silver-tinged black eyebrows went up. "Why wouldn't she be? Quite a beautiful young woman, your sister. Killing such an exceptional creature would be a waste. Do you not agree?" "Yes, but—" She wanted to believe what the man was saying, wanted it with all her heart. But looking at Ortega and the hard-faced soldiers he employed, she failed miserably. "Who brought you here?" Ortega continued pleasantly. He held a crystal bar glass filled with ice and a light amber liquid. A bottle of rum sat open on the counter. She recognized the Angostura label from when she had worked at the club. "I asked you a question, chica." Amy moistened her lips. She was still trying to process the news that Rachel might actually be here on the island. His features tightened. "Do not make me ask you again." Amy took a steadying breath. She'd had plenty of time to think of an answer to the question she knew she'd be asked. "My boyfriend brought me. We found out my sister was planning a trip to Belize. We thought if we came down here, we might be able to find her." "Your sister mentioned my name?" No choice but to continue to bluff. "That's right. She said a man named Ortega had a villa down here, and she was coming for a visit." "How did you find the island?" She swallowed, prayed she looked frightened, which she was, and sincere, which she wasn't. She didn't want to put the woman who had helped her in danger. "It was mostly just luck. A man in the village heard we were looking for a woman named Rachel Brewer. He said if we paid him, he would help us. We gave him money, and he told us about the island." Ortega's lips thinned. "Do you remember this man's name?" She shook her head. "He never told us. We never asked. We only wanted to be sure she was all right." "I see." He swirled the ice in his glass, took a slow sip as if he savored the taste. "Where is your boyfriend now?" I don't know. He was going to do some exploring, see what he could find out. He was supposed to come back for me, but he didn't." Ortega turned to the guards who had brought her. said something to them in Spanish, and they laughed. Clearly, they weren't afraid of the man she had come with. Amy thought of Johnny in his flak vest, automatic weapon slung over his chest, and black-painted face. Big mistake. Antoine, take a look around outside. Find out if the problem has been resolved. If not, you and the others take care of it. The black guard who had been standing by the door turned and disappeared out of the house. "Do you want us to go with him?" the man with the injured arm asked. "You two stay here, just in case." The guard nodded and positioned himself by the door. Down the hall, Amy could hear men's voices, what might have been those of women, and the occasional lewd remark coming from what appeared to be a row of bedrooms. She glanced around the living room, which was decorated with lurid paintings of naked women. There were carved erotic objects, phallic symbols, and people making love in different positions. Her stomach churned. Dear God, where was Johnny? Ortega sipped his drink. "So, you and your boyfriend came all the way out here alone?" Ortega continued, baiting her, hoping to catch her in a lie. "We just came to check things out, see if the information we got was true." "Is that so? Well, then, I think it is time you found the answer to your question." He walked over, stroked a hand over her hair, bent and wiped a smudge of grease paint off her cheek. "I believe once you are clean, you may be as beautiful as your sister." His feral smile made her stomach roll with nausea. "In the meantime, I am sure my men will find your friend and bring him here to join our little party." Ortega took a long, slow drink of his rum. "In fact, most likely, they already have." Chapter 27. Too fucking late. They'd been so close, just seconds behind Amy and the soldiers who had taken her. But close only counted in horseshoes. Instead, Johnny had reached the second structure just in time to see the men they had been following disappear inside the house, one carrying Amy over his shoulder. It took all Johnny's self-control not to charge in after them. At least she's still alive. Jake eased up beside where Johnny crouched in the foliage, watching the bungalow. There were windows in the front facing the sea, but they weren't big enough to see much of what was happening inside. Through the binoculars, every once in a while, he caught a glimpse of Amy, saw her bound and lying on the sofa. "We know the two we followed are inside," Jake said. "Might be more. Along with Ortega and his friends. That's right. And one of them looked like his bodyguard. Yeah. And now he knows someone's on the island. He'll be pressing Amy for answers. We've got to get in before he hurts her." Johnny started to move, but Jake caught his arm. "Not yet. Taking out the guards isn't the problem. The trick is getting in without getting Amy killed." Johnny's stomach clenched. All he could think of was getting to Amy, but he knew Jake was right. They couldn't rush in like a herd of stampeding bulls. They needed to check things out, move in slowly, make sure Amy was out of the line of fire. The front door opened, and a big uniformed black man, a local most likely, walked out of the house, jogged off down the trail. Johnny watched him disappear into the jungle, his nerves stretched thin as they waited for Slocum, hoping he had fresh intel. A few minutes later, the soft call of a bird let them know the seal was approaching. Silently, he slipped up beside where they were hunkered down in the jungle, not far from the house. "Ortega's inside," he said, "along with the men who came with him from the main house." His ice-blue eyes glinted, and his mouth lifted in a hard-edged smile. "You don't have to worry about the guard who just came out." So the big Belizean was out of commission. Slocum was good, Johnny thought. Damned good. "We found blood on the trail." Johnny shoved down a fresh stab of worry and fixed his attention on the bungalow, low-roofed, rectangular in shape. Soft interior lights illuminating what appeared to be a main room with a long hall running off it. He wished they could just charge in, shoot the bastards, and get Amy out of there. But it didn't work that way. "Ortega's two guests headed down the hall not long after they got here," Slocum said. "Looks like a row of bedrooms. Far as I can tell, the men are still in there." "Lots of folks," Jake said. Johnny's fingers tightened around the AR-15 slung across his chest. "Let's get close enough to find out what they're doing." Staying low and deep in the foliage, he moved off toward the house. Ortega motioned to his man. Amy's heart raced as the guard jerked her up off the sofa, lifted her into his arms, and strode off down the hall. She struggled against his hold, but with her arms bound behind her and her ankles tied, there wasn't much she could do. Ortega opened one of the bedroom doors, and the guard strode past him and tossed her onto the bed. Standing in the doorway, Ortega nodded, and the man pulled a knife from the sheath at his waist. Amy tried to scoot backward away from the blade, but the man just laughed. Reaching down, he cut the bindings on her ankles, turned her around, and freed her wrists. "There is a basin over there." Ortega pointed to a sink against the wall. "Use it to wash your face and cleanse yourself. Tonight, you and we are going to get much better acquainted." He smiled lewdly. Ortega glanced over at the dark corner behind the bed. "Perhaps your sister will join us." Her gaze shot to the corner. "Oh, my God! Rachel!" Ortega's smile widened. As Amy scrambled off the bed and rushed to the slender, dark-haired girl, curled into a ball on the floor, he stepped into the hall and closed the door. Amy's eyes filled. "Rachel! Oh, my God, what have they done to you?" Her throat closed up at the sight of her sister's pale face and vacant eyes. "It's me, Rachel. It's Amy." Rachel just stared. "Oh, Rachel." Amy gently shook her. "Look at me, sweetheart. It's your sister, Amy." She started to say that she had brought friends who were going to get them out of there, but Carlos Ortega was ruthless and powerful. There was every chance the room was bugged, a chance he was watching them, listening to every word. Nausea rolled through her. What if something had happened to Johnny? What if he and the other two men had been captured or killed? "He'll come for us," she told herself. "He heard the shot, and he'll come." She trusted Johnny to protect her, trusted him more than any man she had ever known. She thought of the heavily armed guards who had taken her prisoner, and fresh fear gripped her. Amy pushed it away. "Look at me, Rachel." She tipped her sister's head up, forcing Rachel's eyes to meet hers. But when she let go, Rachel's head slumped back down in her chest. The lump in Amy's throat grew bigger. She remembered the roofie Kyle Bennett had given her, and looked more closely at her sister. Rachel had clearly been drugged. She had lost weight, and her eyes were sunken and hollow. Dark circles marred the skin below her thick, dark lashes, and there was a bruise on her temple. Dear God, she had been here 2 months, obviously been beaten and possibly kept on drugs for weeks. Amy tried not to think what else Carlos Ortega might have done to her. But when she looked at Rachel, dressed in nothing but black lace underwear and a black push-up bra, she couldn't block thoughts of what her sister must have endured. Fresh tears washed down her cheeks. "I won't let him hurt you," Amy whispered, cradling her sister's head against her shoulder. "I promise I won't let him hurt you again." And since Johnny wasn't there to see her cry, she gave in to her terrible fear and the racking sobs she had been fighting to hold inside, and prayed that he would come. They split up, Johnny flattening himself against the wall at the front of the house, Jake and Ben going around to the back. Dim lights lit all 3 bedrooms along the front. The narrow windows at the top of each room weren't big enough to crawl through, but they weren't meant for escape. It was a setup he'd seen before, in brothels in Honduras and Guatemala. He clamped down on the fear and anger he struggled against. Moving swiftly, he crept along the row of bedrooms, listening for the sound of her voice. There weren't any screams, no shouts for help. Only men's laughter coming from 2 of the rooms, but it didn't sound much like a party. Someone was talking in the 3rd bedroom, her voice soft and low. Relief hit him so hard he felt lightheaded. Amy. He listened for a moment to be sure she was all right. Couldn't make out what she was saying, but thought she was talking to another woman. Whatever was happening, for the moment, she was out of the crossfire. "Just stay there, baby. I'm on my way." Johnny crouched and ran along the wall toward the front of the house. He spotted Jake moving toward him, signaled that Amy was in a safe place. Making their way toward the door, they moved in on the house together. Johnny checked his wristwatch, counting the seconds. Slocum was in position by now, ready to come in through the back door they had spotted earlier. Jake held up 3 fingers, 2, then 1. Together they spun and fired a burst of automatic rifle fire through the door, splintering the wood. Then Johnny kicked it open, and they swung back out of the way, the deadly return fire whizzing past them. A thunderous roar and dense rain of lead that battered the jam and sent bits and pieces of wood flying into the air. Jake tossed a flash grenade into the room. They covered their ears and closed their eyes against the blasts and blinding light. They were in the room an instant later, firing their AR-15s. Jake's shot taking one of the guards in the shoulder and spinning him around. The other guard fired wildly, blinded by the flash, the shot cutting the air past Johnny's ear. He ducked and rolled, dove and brought the man down as Slocum charged into the room. Johnny wrestled the gun from the guard's hand and tossed it away. Noticed the bloody rag wrapped around the guy's upper arm. Thought of the blood he'd seen on the path. Thought of Amy. That's my girl. He jammed his 9mm beneath the guard's chin, and the man's arm shot up in surrender. Across the room, the bodyguard stood in front of Ortega, hustling him backward, trying to get out the front door. He made the mistake of snapping off a barrage at Slocum, who fired 4 lethal rounds from his big Heckler & Koch in return. The shot took the bodyguard square in the chest, but the powerful slug kept going, slamming into Ortega, and both men went down. Both guards huddled on the floor with their arms raised. Ortega and the bodyguard were down and bleeding. "I've got this covered," Jake said. "Go get her." Johnny took off down the hall, Slocum right behind him. They each took a bedroom, kicked open the door. A young woman lay on the bed, Her eyes closed and her mouth slack. Johnny looked at the piece of shit excuse for a man beside her, naked and huddled on the floor, and forced himself not to pull the trigger. "Second man's in here," Slocum said. "Since he's wet himself, I don't think he'll be a problem. Get your woman, and let's get out of here." Johnny didn't hesitate. Just grabbed the door handle to the third bedroom, turned the knob, and shoved open the door. "Johnny!" Amy jumped to her feet and bolted toward him, threw her arms around his neck, and just hung on. "I knew you'd come. I knew nothing would stop you." "Nothing but dying, baby." And then he kissed her, hard and deep, and his heart throbbed painfully. And all the time he was thinking, "Man, I am so in love. And I've got to be the dumbest SOB on the planet." They were hurrying, anxious to leave the house. While Jake bound the guard's hands and feet with wire ties, Amy gathered what little clothing she could find and dressed her dazed sister in cut-off jeans and a T-shirt, shoved her feet into flip-flops. In a small closet in the bedroom, she found Rachel's purse. Inside was a comb and brush and small makeup kit. Next to it was her passport. One less problem. Amy breathed a sigh of relief. They left the house a few minutes later, heading off down the trail, Amy walking close behind Johnny, Ben Slocum carrying Rachel, whose head slumped against his chest. As they neared the boat, Amy saw Johnny pull the sat phone out of his pack. "Dietz, it's Riggs. We're on Ortega's Island. We've got a situation here. A couple of Ortega's guards wounded or otherwise disabled. 2 women drugged and raped. Ortega and his bodyguard are dead." Dietz said something Amy couldn't hear. "Yeah, we found her," Johnny said. "She's in pretty bad shape, but she's alive." Amy turned to look at her sister, and her heart squeezed. Dietz must have asked for the location of the island. Johnny rattled off the coordinates. "We'll need that plane in Placentia as soon as you can get it there." Apparently Dietz agreed. "I'll call Wheeler," Johnny said. "Fill him in. I'm sure he'll be in touch. In the meantime, we were never here." While Jake pulled the palm fronds and foliage off the boat, Johnny phoned the DEA agent who had been helping them and repeated the information he had given Dietz. When he finished, he shoved the phone back into his pack. "Wheeler's getting us a ride," he said. "Company jet should be at the airport by noon." "They want to debrief us," Slocum said. "You got it." Johnny turned and slid an arm around Amy's waist. "You doing okay?" She nodded. Thought that she was doing fairly well, considering. Jake jumped into the boat, reached up to collect Rachel, and settled her in one of the seats. Amy looked down at her sister, whose eyes were closed in a drug-induced stupor. I feel so sorry for her." Johnny cupped Amy's cheek. "If it weren't for you, Rachel would still be in that house. You saved her, baby. And now you'll do whatever it takes to make sure she'll be okay." Her eyes burned with tears. She managed a half-hearted smile. "Thank you for everything." Johnny made no reply, just jumped into the boat, reached up and caught her waist, and swung her down beside him. Slocum pushed the nose of the boat off the sand and jumped aboard, and Jake fired up the engines. In minutes, they were heading into the open sea. Amy looked at Johnny, sitting on the seat beside her. "I found her passport," she said. "If she knew she was leaving the country that night, why didn't she tell anyone?" Johnny drew her against him. "In time, she'll be able to tell us what happened. Till then, none of that is important. What's important is that your sister's alive, and that we're going home." He took the hem of his T-shirt and used it to wipe the remaining black paint off her face. bent and lightly kissed her. There, that's better. He wiped his own face clean, then leaned back against the seat. They were leaving Placentia as soon as the plane arrived. With Ortega no longer in control of his organization, which played a key part in the San Dimas cartel, none of them knew what would happen, and they didn't want a chance running into more trouble. And Rachel needed medical attention. They didn't want to risk taking her to a Belizean hospital, but as soon as they got back to L.A., she would get the care she needed. The good news was the DEA was sending a private jet to take them home. They wanted to know everything the men had found out about Ortega and what had happened on the island. As the boat skimmed over the water, Amy closed her eyes and let the warm wind rush past her face. So many questions remained unanswered. Why was Rachel in Belize? Who had arranged for her to be brought there? What was her connection to Ortega? Exhaustion washed over her. She didn't realize she had fallen asleep until the boat bumped into the dock in Placentia and her eyes popped open. "Come on, baby," Johnny said gently. "Let's get your sister someplace where she can sleep off some of those drugs. Maybe the rest of us can get a little shut-eye, too." She nodded. Still wary, the men took watches, standing guard. The next thing she remembered was waking up in a motel room near the tiny Placentia airport, lying on top of the mattress, asleep in her clothes, her sister asleep in the bed next to hers. Johnny dozed in a chair across the way. As if he had sensed her watching him, his eyes cracked open. A glance at the clock, and he was on his feet. "Time to go," he said, striding toward her. It was still dark outside, the sun not yet up. "Do I have time to shower?" she asked. "If you make it fast." He gave her a long, slow perusal. "Maybe we could save a little time by taking one together." Desire curled through her. Maybe it was the danger they had faced last night. Maybe just seeing him there in the room, remembering all the hard muscles beneath his black t-shirt and camouflage pants. Remembering how good it was when he made love to her. Amy glanced over at her sister, who looked more unconscious than asleep, and her heart twisted. "We'd better not. If Rachel wakes up, I need to be here." Johnny nodded. He tipped his head toward the bathroom. "Go on. I'll sit with her till you're finished." "Thanks." Amy started for the shower, cast a wistful glance back at Johnny. Forcing her mind in a safer direction, she walked into the bathroom, telling herself to think how good it was going to feel to be wearing perfume again, instead of bug spray. Chapter 28. Johnny turned his sat phone back on as the bureau jet taxied toward the executive terminal at the Houston airport, a stop on the return to drop off Ben and Jake, who were being debriefed by an agent in their area. Johnny looked at the phone, saw a message waiting. He recognized the number and returned the call from Dev Raines. "Hey, Johnny," Dev said. "You still in Belize?" It was amazing the way his friends always seemed to know his comings and goings. "At the airport in Houston," he said, "dropping Slocum and Cantrell." "Do any good?" "We found the girl. She's pretty messed up, but she's breathing." "That's good news. Listen, I called because your boy, Brody, found the chop shop, an abandoned warehouse in East L.A. We went in last night." "What the hell? I thought you needed backup." "Figured you might be busy for a while. Talked to Cantrell before he and Slocum left to join you. Besides, Brody's a Marine. Said he could handle the job, and he was right. He did real good, for a jarhead." Johnny smiled, though Dev couldn't see. Good to know. So the guys you busted, anyone I might know? The ring was being run by a guy named Arturo Vasquez. We think Jack Romano, the guy who worked in design at General Motors, figured out how to disable the alarms. The cops are on it. Sounds good. Here's the interesting part. All of the cars were late-model, high-end vehicles. Mercedes, BMW, Porsche. We even found a Lamborghini and an Aston Martin being stripped down and refitted. The thing is, one of the cars in the shop was older, not valuable at all, but completely redone. Looked like they were using it to run errands, stuff like that. It was a '98 Toyota Corolla, Johnny. Ring any bells? Oh, yeah. According to the police report, it was the kind of car Rachel was driving the night she disappeared. Brody says it fits the description of the car he's been looking for, the one owned by Rachel Brewer. And here's the rub. Arturo Vasquez rolled over on a guy named Hector Sanchez. Sanchez has been linked to Carlos Ortega. That fits. They took the girl and hid her car in plain sight. Interesting. By the way, it isn't for publication, but Ortega's dead. Dev whistled. I'm not asking how that happened. Tripped and fell on a 9mm. I'll just bet. Listen, I won't be in L.A. when you get back. I'm headed for Scottsdale. If you recall, I've got a wife and daughter waiting, and I'm in a damned big hurry to see them. Johnny chuckled. I don't blame you. Give my best to Amy. Johnny just grunted. He was way past the denial stage. Will do. He had no idea what to do about it. Knew deep down it could never work out. But for now, she was his, and he was going to enjoy every minute for as long as it lasted. He ended the call and looked up to see Amy watching him. Looks like they found your sister's car, he said. The jet was rolling to a stop. Amy straightened in the deep leather seat beside him. Where? Warehouse in East L.A. Been stripped and repainted. Numbers probably filed off. But it's her make and model, and there's a link to Ortega, so odds are it's hers. Amy looked over at her sister, asleep in the seat across the aisle. Why in the name of God would Rachel get involved with a man like Ortega? Good question, Johnny said. Just then the plane rolled to a stop, and a few minutes later the cabin door swung open. Cantrell and Riggs grabbed their gear and headed down the aisle. Jake paused next to Amy. Bye, sweet cheeks. Take care of him, okay? Amy came out of her seat, ducked into the aisle, and threw her arms around Jake's muscular neck. I'll never be able to repay you for what you've done. Never. He hugged her, and her eyes welled. Thank you. Jake just nodded and headed off down the aisle toward the door. Slocum came next. He got the same treatment, and for once his ice-blue eyes warmed up. I'm just glad we could help. Amy went up on her toes and kissed his cheek, which was dark with a night's growth of beard. I'll never forget you. You just get your sister home and well. Amy swallowed, nodded. Johnny followed the men off the plane. I owe you guys, big time. You need me, just let me know, and I'll be there. The men shook hands. Then Cantrell and Slocum started to cross the tarmac toward a lanky, dark-haired DEA agent named Richard Haskins that Wheeler had said would be debriefing them. They had all agreed to full disclosure, but no recorders. They had to maintain plausible deniability. With a final wave, Johnny returned to his seat next to Amy. Across the aisle, Rachel continued to doze off and on, never staying awake for more than a few minutes at a time. He hoped it was just the drugs, that she wasn't injured in some other way. Wheeler had promised to have an ambulance waiting at LAX when they got there. Amy had decided not to call her mother until her sister had been examined and they knew exactly what they were dealing with. For Amy's sake, as much as Rachel's, he prayed the girl would be all right. Amy sat at Rachel's bedside in the West Hollywood Medical Center. Though they had only been there a few hours, the room was filled with flowers. From Jake and Ben, from Dev and Lark Delaney, Molly and Clive Monroe. Johnny had bought the bouquet of pink roses, Rachel's favorite, that Amy had picked out at the gift shop downstairs. The flowers, with both their names on the card, sat in a vase beside her bed. She looked over to where her sister lay pale and sleeping, as she had since their arrival that afternoon. An IV tube dripped liquids into her arms, and a vitals monitor beeped, checking her pulse was normal. Rachel had been tested for HIV and other sexually transmitted diseases. Someone, she thought perhaps Agent Wheeler, had pressed for a rush on the results, and they had come back a few minutes ago. All negative, thank God. A rape kit had been done, but no signs of recent sexual intercourse had been found, which didn't eliminate the possibility of an earlier rape. Amy remembered the way Ortega had looked at Rachel as she huddled nearly naked in the corner of the bedroom, and didn't doubt for a moment he had intimate knowledge of her body. But he had only returned to Belize that day, to the island a brief time before they got there. Amy wondered if Ortega might have considered Rachel his personal property, which would explain why he hadn't invited his two sleazy friends to abuse her. Lieutenant Meeks had been in and out of Rachel's room. The policewoman had come to question her, but so far Dr. McMahon, a thin man with buzz-cut gray hair, had refused to let the woman anywhere near his patient. "She hasn't regained consciousness yet," he'd said. "Rachel's dehydrated and still under the influence of heroin and OxyContin and a couple of other prescription drugs. She needs time," Dr. McMahon had explained. Lieutenant Meeks had glanced over at the bed. "Call me as soon as she wakes up." She pressed a business card with her phone numbers into his hand. "I'll let you know," the doctor had promised. Agent Wheeler, who had helped them from the start, had also been at the hospital. In a private room, he had interviewed Johnny at length, then brought Amy into the room and questioned her as well. By the time he left the hospital, he had seemed satisfied with the information he had received. Amy looked up at the sound of a light knock at the door. Expecting to see Johnny, Amy was surprised to see Detective Vega standing in the open doorway. His olive complexion and near black eyes at odds with the bright yellow spring bouquet he held in one dark hand. Amy smiled and walked toward him. "Detective Vega, how nice of you to come." She stepped out of the way, inviting him into the room, and took the vase from his hand, setting it on the windowsill with the others. "I'm sure when Rachel wakes up, she'll be cheered by all the pretty flowers." His black eyes moved toward the bed. "How is she?" Amy's smile faded. "They aren't sure yet. She opened her eyes a couple of times, but only for a second, and she hasn't said anything yet." "She owes you her life, you and Johnny." Vega's gaze remained on the woman in the bed. "The police never came up with a thing. We still don't know what happened. We're hoping she'll be able to tell us when she wakes up." Amy's cell phone rang just then. She looked down at the number. It was Johnny. "Excuse me, I need to take this." She stepped out into the hall, leaving the detective still staring at Rachel. "Hi,"
Hi, baby. You holding up okay?
I'm okay.
How's your sister?
Still asleep.
Have you called your mother yet?
Not yet. She'd been waiting for word from the doctors. I was hoping I'd be able to tell her something besides her daughter is alive.
Call her. At least she'll have that much to hang on to.
You're right. I'll do it as soon as I hang up.
I've got a couple of more things to check out. I'll be down there as soon as I'm finished.
Detective Vega's here. He brought Rachel flowers.
I talked to him this morning. Rick's a good guy. I'll see you soon.
Amy hung up and dialed her mother, took a deep breath for the conversation ahead. Mom? Amy, thank God you called. I was really starting to worry.
She hadn't meant for that to happen. But considering everything that had been going on, there wasn't much she could do.
I've got news, Mom. Maybe you should sit down. Oh, my God. Amy's heart jerked. No, Mom. We found her. Rachel's alive, Mom. She's in the hospital. A lot has happened. There's a lot to tell you. She's alive? That's right. Her mother's voice broke. Then just tell me she's going to be okay. She is, Mom. We don't know how long it's going to take, but I'm coming to L.A., her mother said, her voice firming again. I'll be on the first plane out of Grand Rapids. Amy felt a rush of relief she didn't expect to feel. She was a grown woman, after all, but some things never really changed. Her mother was coming. Everything was going to be all right. Just let me know what time you're getting in, and I'll pick you up.
Of course, she didn't have a car, but she was sure Johnny would drive her.
Her mother's voice clogged with tears. Tell your sister. Tell her I love her. A lump rose in Amy's throat. I will, Mom.
Then the phone went dead, and Amy just stood there, fighting to pull herself together.
When she stepped back into the room, Detective Vega was standing at the foot of Rachel's bed, his gaze on Rachel's face.
Did you know she got that part she tried out for?
Vega turned to Amy. What part was that?
A new TV series, LAPD Blue. The director said she was perfect for the role she read for.
Amy's eyes filled. Oh, God.
Let her know, will you? After she went missing, they had to recast the part. But the director was really impressed. I think she'll have a good chance of getting something else.
The tears in Amy's eyes spilled onto her cheeks. She wiped them away with her fingers. I'll tell her. Amy watched the detective leave, her throat aching for all that Rachel had lost. As she turned to walk back to the chair next to the bed, Rachel's green eyes slowly opened. This time, there seemed to be more in them than hazy dullness. Rachel! Amy rushed toward her. Just take it easy. She reached out and took hold of her sister's icy hand. You're in the hospital. You're back in Los Angeles, and you're safe. Rachel blinked several times. She stared at Amy, her eyebrows drawing together. Los Angeles? That's right. Mom's on the way. Everything's going to be okay. Rachel just stared. Who are you? You don't know me? I'm your sister. It's me, Amy. Rachel swallowed, her head moving back and forth on the pillow. I'm sorry. I don't remember you. She looked up, and Amy could see the panic in her face. I don't remember anything. Not even my name. Chapter 29. Johnny stood with Amy and Dr. McMahon outside the door to Rachel's room. It was dark outside, getting toward the end of a very long day that had started early that morning, thousands of miles away. The bruise on her temple gave us some concern, but the CAT scan showed nothing that could account for the memory loss. "What about a concussion?" Amy asked. "No sign of anything like that." "Then what is it?" Johnny asked. "It may be nothing more than a form of post-traumatic stress. From what we know, Rachel was abducted, drugged, and probably raped. She's just beginning to feel the withdrawal symptoms of the opiates she was given on a daily basis. She may be blocking, unwilling to face the things that have happened to her." Amy's hand trembled where she held on to Johnny's arm. "Will the memory loss be permanent?" she asked, her face still pale. "It's possible, but not likely. Odds are, as time passes and she feels safe, her memory will slowly return." "When can she go home?" Amy asked. "Whether she's here or somewhere else, she'll have to deal with the withdrawal symptoms. The drugs she was on were opiates, so the recovery will be faster. But she'll still suffer periods of anxiety and insomnia. There'll be sweating, runny nose, then it will start to get worse. She'll experience nausea, abdominal cramps, diarrhea, vomiting. We've got medications that can help the withdrawal, but it won't be easy. It never is." Some of the color returned to Amy's cheeks, along with a look of determination. "So she can go home?" "If there's a place she can receive the proper care." "My mother's flying in. We'll find a place. Between the two of us, we can see she gets the care she needs." Johnny looked up just then to see his landlady, Ellie Stiles, striding down the hall in her usual jogging suit, silver hair neatly combed, a basket of violets in one hand. "I can help with that problem," Ellie said, having a knack for eavesdropping on other people's conversations. "Nobody can afford a long stay at the hospital these days, and I've got a great big house and no one in it. You can have the whole guest wing to yourselves for as long as you need." Amy looked stunned. "Oh, Ellie, that's so kind of you, but we couldn't possibly impose on you like that." "Why, yes, you can. Johnny's family. You're his girl, so you're family too. Family helps each other when they need it." Amy's eyes glistened. "I don't know. It seems like an awful lot to ask." "Go ahead," Johnny said. "I'd just as soon have Rachel close by until we figure out her connection to Ortega." He had hoped Rachel would be able to tell them how she'd wound up on the island, but for now, that wasn't going to happen. He figured with Ortega dead, any threat to her safety was slim. Still, he didn't have the whole story yet. He'd feel better after he tied up all the loose ends. He looked over at his landlady and friend, his mind returning to the part where Ellie had said that Amy was his girl. She was, sort of. But the more they were together, the harder it was going to be to let her go. And he'd have to. He was who he was, and she was who she was. A not-so-ex-Army Ranger and a kindergarten teacher. Just another of God's little jokes. Amy refused to leave the hospital that night, choosing instead to sleep in a chair one of the nurses brought into her sister's room. Johnny went back to the clubs on Sunset to do a little digging, see if he could pick up any rumors that might help him find out how Rachel Brewer managed to wind up in Carlos Ortega's jet on her way to Belize, but wound up with the same big fat zero as before.
He went home to get some sleep. It was funny how empty the house felt now that Amy was gone. No one to share a cup of coffee with in the mornings. No soft, sweet woman to share his bed. He hadn't noticed his lonely existence before. Now he did. He told himself he'd get over it, that things were just the way they were, and there was nothing he could do to change it. He figured in time he'd go back to normal. He showered and dressed, then heard a knock at the door as he headed for the kitchen and a last cup of coffee. In a pair of jeans and a clean white t-shirt, Tyler Brody stood on the porch. "I heard you were back. Thought I'd better check in." Johnny stepped back and let Brody in. "Want some coffee?" Johnny asked. "Sounds great." They headed for the kitchen. Johnny poured coffee into a mug and handed it to Ty, then emptied the pot into his own mug. Johnny took a drink. "I heard about the raid. Dev said you did real good. The thing was, we couldn't go to the police. We pieced enough intel together to know what was going on, but there wasn't enough evidence for a warrant. So you went in and took him down." "That's right." Ty shot him a boyish grin. "It was almost too easy." "Yeah, right." It was never easy taking down a gang of professional thieves, but the kid was still at the gung-ho hurrah stage of his life. Johnny had passed that phase long ago. "After we subdued the subjects," Brody continued with glee, "Dev made an anonymous call to the police explaining the situation. A couple of the cars hadn't had the VIN numbers filed off yet. We left the big roll-up doors open. The cop showed up and hauled the bad guys off to jail." Johnny took a drink of his coffee. "Dev needed backup, and I wasn't here. I'm glad you were able to handle it." The kid nodded, grinned. "So, have you got anything new for me?" "Maybe. I still haven't figured the connection between Rachel Brewer and Carlos Ortega. Rick Vega talked to Manny. He doesn't think Ortega's son was involved. At least not directly. Which leaves us pretty much where we were before you left. Except for the part where the girl came back alive. Yeah, that's really great. So, I'll start digging again, see if anything new turns up." Johnny nodded. "That's what I plan to do. Maybe we'll get lucky this time. Maybe." Ty finished his coffee and set the mug down on the table, calling over his shoulder as he left the house. "Thanks for the coffee." The door closed softly. Johnny drained his mug and headed for his car. During the morning, he ran a couple of errands, then returned to the hospital. That afternoon, he drove Amy to LAX to pick up her mother. He had tried to imagine what Hannah Brewer would be like, but couldn't come up with much of a mental picture. When the woman pushed through the United Airlines baggage claim door, he saw an attractive 50-plus woman, a little overweight, with Amy's blue eyes and golden blonde hair, cut in a shoulder-length style. Johnny grabbed her bag off the curb and tossed it into the trunk of the Mustang, while Amy made the introductions. "Mom, this is Johnny Riggs. He's the man who saved Rachel's life." Hannah turned to him and gave him a smile. "Well then, I owe you a very great deal. It's nice to meet you, Mr. Riggs." But the way she sized him up, his jaw already dark with an afternoon's growth of beard, he thought that she didn't think it was nice meeting him at all. "It's just Johnny, and it's Amy you need to thank. It was her persistence that saved your daughter. If it hadn't been for her, we never would have found her." He tried not to look at Amy, knew the heat in his eyes would be hard for a mother to miss. "Let's get you both back to the hospital," he said to distract her, "so you can get Rachel out of there and comfortably settled at Ellie's." Better to move the girl before the withdrawal symptoms got worse. And Ellie was right. Neither Amy nor her mother could afford the massive bills a long hospital stay would incur. The nurses had Rachel up and mobile by the time they arrived. She was sitting in a chair, talking, but not saying much. Amy and her mother watched from the open doorway. Hannah Brewer, eager to reach her daughter, yet beginning to understand the situation Amy had explained to her on the way from the airport. "So you're saying you don't remember anything?" Carla said. "Not how you got there, not what happened in Belize, nothing." "No. Not even who you are." Misery washed into Rachel's face, still pale and thin, but unmistakably beautiful. "No." The answer came out as a whisper, and Carla rolled her eyes. She planted her hands on her hips. "If that's all you're going to say, then I guess for now we're through. But make no mistake, I'll be back. And if it turns out you're lying, that's enough." Hannah Brewer charged through the door like a lioness protecting her cub. "If my daughter says she doesn't remember, then she doesn't remember." Carla's lips thinned. "I've got a job to do, Mrs. Brewer. Whether you like it or not, I intend to do it." Hannah stayed where she was, guarding the space between Meeks and her daughter. Turning, Carla strode across the room, casting Johnny a warning glance along the way, and disappeared out the door. Johnny breathed a sigh of relief. As soon as he'd returned to L.A., he had phoned the department and told them the story he and Wheeler had come up with. The DEA had found Rachel in Belize City and brought her back to the States. He didn't mention Ortega or the villa or the island or anything that had happened. It wasn't LAPD jurisdiction, and the DEA wanted it kept quiet. So did Johnny. Carla wasn't happy about it. When she pressed Johnny for more information, he referred her back to Wheeler, who told her the rescue was DEA business, and that was all she needed to know. By now, it was international news that Carlos Ortega was dead. According to word on the street, no one knew which man the cartel leaders would be putting in charge of his operation. Hopefully, the men would be more concerned with keeping their illegal businesses running smoothly and the cash flowing in than finding the men responsible for what had happened in Belize. Standing next to Rachel's chair, Hannah reached for her daughter's hand. "Sweetheart, I don't want you to feel bad if you don't recognize me, all right?" Rachel just nodded. "I'm your mother. I'm here to help you get back on your feet." Rachel swallowed. Her nose was running, her skin glistening with perspiration. She was clearly anxious, the withdrawal symptoms getting worse. Her mother plucked a tissue off the bedside table and wiped away the wetness beneath her nose. "I wish I could remember you," Rachel said. "I wish I could remember Amy, but I don't." Tears welled in her pale green eyes. "It's all just... everything is a blank spot in my mind." Hannah's smile never wavered. "You'll remember. It's just going to take a little time." "Amy told me you were flying out from Michigan. Thank you for coming." Hannah leaned over and kissed her daughter's cheek. "Oh, dear heart, of course I would come. Whether you recognize me or not, I'm your mother. I'll always come when you need me." Standing next to Johnny, Amy made a soft sound in her throat. "Come on," he said a little gruffly. "Let's give them some time. We'll go downstairs, finish the paperwork, and get Rachel out of here." Amy looked up at him. "I don't know what to say to you. How to thank you for everything you've done. I love you, Johnny. I know I shouldn't say it, especially not here.
I know I'm not what you need, and I don't expect you to say anything back. But you're just the most amazing man. And as hard as I tried not to, I couldn't help falling in love with you." Johnny just stood there. His throat moved up and down in an effort to form some kind of reply, but nothing came out. Instead, he pulled her into his arms and just held her. There was nothing to say. Amy was sweet and brave, intelligent and beautiful, and she was right. She wasn't what he needed. He didn't need anyone. He never had, and he never would. They were settled in the guest wing of Ellie Stiles' fabulous Hollywood Hills home. Apparently, in his day, her deceased husband, Harry, had been a big-time movie mogul, a producer with a long list of box office hits. Amy hadn't paid much attention to the house next door to Johnny's. It was kind of off down the hill, mostly just the rooftop showing. Like the guest house, it was contemporary in style, at least 8,000 square feet, with high ceilings, 12-foot doorways, granite floors, and massive plate glass windows that overlooked the rectangular swimming pool out into the valley. "It has pretty much everything I need," Ellie said as she gave them the tour, then guided them down the wide hall to a row of large, beautifully furnished bedrooms in the guest wing. "Except a gym, which is over at Johnny's." She grinned. "Gives me an excuse to go over and check on him." Amy smiled. She liked Ellie Stiles, liked that she looked out for Johnny. She knew he valued his independence, but everyone needed a friend who cared about him, and Ellie thought of Johnny as a sort of adopted son. 2 days slipped past, and still Rachel had no memory of her family or what had happened. Both days she had been violently ill, stomach cramping, diarrhea, nausea, and vomiting. But the drugs, clonidine and Subutex, that the doctor had prescribed, were helping, and Amy believed her sister was on the road to recovery, at least physically. The first and second days they were there, Lieutenant Meeks stopped by, determined to grill Rachel for information. But she still had no memory, and she was feeling so ill, the detective left her alone. On the third day, Rick Vega showed up at the house. This time he brought a prettily wrapped box of dark chocolates. He extended the chocolates to Amy. "I thought it might help with the craving once the nausea has passed." Amy smiled. "She's feeling a lot better today. Why don't you give them to her yourself?" Vega's dark features brightened. "She's sitting out on the deck. It's this way." "Beautiful house," he said, as they made their way down a wide hall to the huge sliding glass doors leading outside. Along the way, they passed a line of elegant Miro sculptures. A big, colorful Liechtenstein hung on one wall. "I've been at Johnny's a lot over the years," Vega said, taking in the glamorous surroundings. "Ellie was there off and on, but I've never been in her house." "Isn't it gorgeous?" Amy said. "Ellie says she gets lonely, though. I think maybe she should sell it, move into a retirement community, the kind of place where people get to know each other." "She does that," Vega teased. "Some guy will snap her up." Amy smiled, thinking how attractive the woman was at age 70. The smart, vibrant person she was, and figured he was probably right. Perhaps Ellie would find someone. Amy tried not to think of Johnny, to remember the moment she had told him she loved him. She tried not to wish he had said the words in return, told her he wanted them to be together. She had known from the start that wasn't meant to be. Amy walked Rick out onto the deck. A soft breeze lifted strands of her hair, and though a slight haze hung over the city, the view stretching out as far as the eye could see was spectacular. "Rachel, this is Detective Vega. He's with the LAPD. He was one of the people who helped us find you. He's also a friend." Rachel looked up at him from where she sat reading in a comfortable chaise lounge. "The pretty yellow flowers," she said. "Your name was on the card that came with them." "That's right." "They're still beautiful. I have them in my bedroom." She suddenly looked nervous. "Are you here to ask me questions?" Vega shook his head. In a perfectly tailored, fawn-colored suit, his black hair combed back, and with his intense black eyes, Amy thought he was amazingly handsome. "This is a personal visit, nothing to do with work. I did a lot of digging when we were trying to find you. In a way, I feel as if I know you. I hope that doesn't sound weird." Rachel smiled. "Not at all. Since I can't remember anything, maybe you could help me learn a little about myself. Do you have time to sit for a minute?" "Sure." As Rick sat down in the chair next to Rachel, Amy eased back toward the house, leaving them alone. Though Amy couldn't hear what he said, when Vega started talking, for the first time since they had come to the house, Rachel laughed. The sound was so sweet, it made Amy's heart hurt. Her mother came up beside where she stood watching her sister with the handsome detective. "Rachel's doing better every day," her mother said. "This morning she remembered something about Daddy. A trip we went on to the lake. She said the memory only lasted a couple of seconds, but I think it gave her hope." Her mother's eyes strayed to where Rachel sat on the deck. "It's hard to look at her and know she doesn't have the faintest idea who I am." "I know it is. But if a memory of Daddy came back, I think in time she'll remember everything. I really think she's going to be all right." Her mother's blue gaze swung to Amy. "What about you, honey? Are you going to be all right?" Amy looked up at her. "What do you mean?" "You and Johnny. It's clear you have feelings for him. It's also clear he isn't the man for you, and I think you know it." Amy ignored a stab of pain. "I love him, Mom. He's the most incredible man I've ever met. If I thought I could make him happy, there's nothing that could keep me away from him. But you're right. His life is just too different from mine, and there's no way I would want him to change." Her mother squeezed her shoulder. "You've always been the sensible one. I'm glad you're willing to see the truth." Amy made no reply. The truth was glaringly there for anyone to see. He wasn't for her, and she wasn't for him. It didn't make her love him any less. Rick spoke quietly to Rachel. She was even more beautiful than her pictures, with the color returning to her cheeks and her dark hair gleaming in the sun. And softer, more vulnerable. He couldn't imagine the woman in front of him dancing on stage at the Kitty Cat Club. From beneath thick-fringed lashes, she looked up at him. "Amy said I worked as an exotic dancer." Words that mirrored his thoughts. "She says my mother doesn't know. But you do, don't you?" "I've seen you dance. To tell you the truth, I was there on police business. At the time, I didn't pay that much attention." She seemed somehow relieved. Her shoulders relaxed and her pretty lips curved into a smile. "Wasn't I any good?" His mouth edged up in return. "There were other things about you I found more interesting. Not that you don't look great in a silver G-string." Rachel laughed. She let her head tip back against the chaise she was resting in. "So, what was it you found interesting about me?" "Well, you're involved in charity work at the Denison Children's Shelter. You often went to see a little boy named Jimmy, whose mother wasn't around very much. You were a very good actress, or so Marvin Bixler, the director I talked to, told me." "Amy said you told her I would have gotten the part in LAPD Blue if I hadn't... Rick reached over and gently caught her hand. "Take it easy. You've locked away the memories of what happened, but they're still in there, rolling around inside your head. In time, I think you'll remember. When you do, it's going to be painful. On some level, I think you know that." She swallowed. "Amy told me some of it. How they found me in that house on the island. I know I went to Belize with a man, a drug dealer. What kind of a woman would associate with a man like that?" "Not the one I know. I don't think you went willingly, Rachel. I think he forced you." Her eyes teared up, and she glanced away. "I guess somehow that makes it better." "We'll figure it out, Rachel. I promise you. Once you remember, you'll be able to tell us how you ended up with Ortega." Her gaze swung back to his. "You won't say anything about the rescue? I don't want to get Johnny and the men who saved me in trouble." "John Riggs is a very good friend. He's a bit of a renegade, but he's one of the best men I've ever known. What he tells me stays between him and me. It's the same with you, Rachel. You can say whatever you want, and you don't have to worry." Rachel squeezed his hand. "Thank you, Detective." "It's Rick, okay?" She smiled. "Rick." He noticed she was beginning to perspire, the withdrawal hitting her again. "I think I'd better go in," she said. "All of a sudden, I'm not feeling so well." "Here, let me help you." He eased her up from the chaise, then helped her cross the deck to the big glass doors. What possessed him to bend down and kiss her cheek as they stepped inside the house, he would never know. "You take care of yourself, all right?" "I will. Thank you for coming." "If it's all right with you, I'll stop by again." Her eyes met his. "I'd like that," she said softly. "I'd like that very much." Looking into that arresting face, Rick felt something he had never felt before. Something that made his chest feel tight and scared him half to death. Still, he'd be back. There wasn't a chance in hell he could stay away. Chapter 30. He sat in his wood-paneled office, the walls lined with gold-embossed diplomas and certificates. The door was closed, giving him the privacy he needed. His fingers tightened around the disposable phone he used for calls like these. "I can't believe this." "You shouldn't have let your conscience get in the way," said the voice on the other end of the line. "You should have done what Ortega told you. You should have let him kill her. He was supposed to get her out of the country, take her someplace safe and keep her there. Well, now she's back. What are you going to do about it?" He licked his lips, which suddenly felt bone dry. "You said she's lost her memory. If she doesn't remember anything, how can she be a threat?" "The doctors think it's only temporary. Just a matter of time till it all comes back." He took a deep breath, steadied himself, slowly released the air trapped in his lungs. Can you handle it? A moment of silence on the line.
I know someone who can. He'd weakened before.
He had feelings for Rachel Brewer. If she hadn't been a goddamn stripper, they might have had a future together. If she'd stayed in the bedroom that night, instead of walking into his study when he was in the middle of an important meeting, she wouldn't need to die. But life had a way of changing the best-laid plans. Dan clenched his jaw. "Do it," he said. The following night, Johnny sat at a table at the back of the Kitty Cat Club, sipping a bottle of Bud. Tate Waters spotted him and took a seat beside him. "Haven't heard from you or Angel for a while. What's going on?" Johnny set his beer down. "We found Rachel. I can't give you the details. The important thing is she's back, and the doctors think she'll be okay." Relief and then worry flickered in Tate's eyes. "How bad is she?" "She's in pretty rough shape, Tate. Until she's well enough to handle visitors. I need you to keep the news under your hat. Not even Babs can know." "Understood." "It's DEA business, so how it actually came down isn't going to be in the papers. Even if it was, running off at the mouth has never been my style." Johnny picked up his beer, took a long swallow. "Another thing. Angel's finished. She's nursing her sister. You'll have to find a replacement." Tate eyed him with speculation. "You don't have to look so damned happy about it. She was one of the customers' favorites. Maybe I should talk to her, offer her more money." Johnny set his bottle down a little too hard on the table. "Bullshit, it's over. Consider this her official resignation. She's out, and that's the end of it." Tate laughed. "I was kidding, all right?" Embarrassment burned the back of his neck. He was glad it was dark in the club. "Sorry." "No problem. She was a really nice girl. If I were you, don't say it. She's going back to Grand Rapids as soon as this is over." "That's too bad." Johnny looked over Tate's head. Honeybee was on the stage, jiggling her oversized breasts and tossing her mane of red hair. "Listen, I stopped by to fill you in, but there's something else. We still haven't figured the link between Rachel and Ortega. We know his men took her the night she disappeared, but we can't figure the why. You hear anything at all, you let me know. I'll keep my ears open." Leaving his beer half-finished, Johnny rose from the table and picked his way through the crowded club and out to the parking lot. He'd make his usual rounds, see if anything new turned up. Then he'd go home and climb into his empty bed. And do his damnedest not to think of Amy, knowing she was in the house next door and he couldn't touch her. Do his best to convince himself it was better to end things now. Just stay friends. Tell himself he didn't want her just as much as he had the first night he had seen her on stage, dancing as Angel Fontaine. Amy couldn't sleep. For a while, she lay beneath the sheets, staring up at the ceiling, thinking of Johnny, missing him, wishing things could be different, wishing she was in his bed and they were making love. With a sigh, she finally gave up and tossed back the covers, hoping a glass of milk would help. Pulling on her robe, she tied the sash and padded down the hall toward the kitchen. She passed her mother's room and paused at Rachel's door, thinking maybe she should pop in for a quick check on her sister to be sure she was sleeping all right. Quietly turning the knob, she eased open the door, and her breath caught. A man, dressed completely in black, slid open the glass door leading out to the deck and stepped into the bedroom. As he moved toward the bed, a sliver of moonlight glinted off the pistol in his hand, the barrel pointed at Rachel, soundly sleeping beneath the covers. Amy let out an ear-piercing scream and bolted toward the attacker, praying she could sidetrack the man long enough for her sister to get out of the way. Johnny pulled his Mustang into the garage and turned off the engine. As he cracked open the car door and reached beneath the seat to retrieve the 9mm Beretta he carried on nights like these, a shrill scream cut through the air. Cold fear washed over him. A rush of adrenaline had his instincts kicking in. Gripping the pistol in his hand, Johnny started running toward Ellie's house. He knew where that scream had come from. Knew it had to be an assault on Rachel. Damned himself for thinking the danger was over. Scanning the grounds for any additional threat lurking in the darkness, he raced toward the back of the house, bolted up the steps leading onto the deck, and ran for the guest wing. One of the sliders was open. Inside the room, he saw Amy struggling with a man in black, a ski mask over his face, fighting to wrench the gun out of his hand. She kicked a leg out from under him, and they landed hard on the carpet, the pistol going off with a deafening roar. "Hold it right there!" Johnny's pistol pointed directly at the gunman, but there was no way he could pull the trigger, not with Amy tangled up with his target. The gunman swung the barrel of his pistol up to Amy's head. "Back off, unless you want her to die." Johnny's fingers tightened around the grip of his weapon. If he'd had a clear shot, the guy would be dead. "Let her go," he said softly. "Let her go, and I won't kill you." The intruder hauled Amy to her feet, his gun pressed hard against her temple, an arm locked around her neck. "You're not the one in charge here." From the corner of his eye, Johnny saw Rachel, backed against the wall, tears streaming down her face. Even without looking their way, he knew Ellie and Hannah Brewer were standing in the open doorway. A shitload of women and a shooter in the mix. He wondered if things could get worse. Hannah gave a soft sob, and he thought, oh yeah, a whole lot worse. "Step away from the door," the gunman warned. Johnny did as he was told, easing backward out to the deck, opening what appeared to be a path of escape. "Look, just let her go and get out of here," he said. "By the time the cops get here, you'll be long gone." "Put down the weapon!" Johnny shook his head. Not gonna happen. If he did, people would be dead. He took another step backward, but kept the intruder in his line of fire. "All I care about is the woman. Just let her go, and you'll have a chance to get away." Not much of one, but he didn't say that. The gunman made the mistake of turning his pistol away from Amy and pointing it at Johnny. Her eyes locked with his an instant, before her hands shot out to the side, and she slapped her palms hard over the gunman's ears. "Fuck!" The man staggered and nearly fell. The women screamed as Amy dropped to the carpet and rolled out of the way. The gunman fired wildly, and Johnny fired back. 1, 2, 3 shots, dead center in the shooter's chest. The guy crashed backward onto the bedroom floor, twitched a couple of times, then lay still. Shit. He needed the bastard alive, but the guy hadn't left him any choice. The women burst into the bedroom, Hannah rushing to Rachel, Ellie moving quickly toward Amy. Johnny got to her first, hauled her up from the floor and straight into his arms. He could feel her trembling. His hold tightened. "Damn, you were good," he said. And when she gave him a wobbly little smile, he bent his head and kissed her, right there in front of her mother and Ellie.
Right there in front of God and the rest of the world, and he didn't give a rat's ass whether they liked it or not. Amy was clutching his shoulders when he came up for air. Ellie was giving him that look that said this wasn't the time, which he ignored. "I called 911, Ellie said. "The police are on the way." Johnny nodded. Amy looked dazed, her hair a tangled mess around her shoulders, her robe torn and hanging open, giving him a tantalizing look at her pretty little flowered shorty nightgown. He glanced away. I need to see if Rachel's all right," Amy said. She reached up and touched his cheek, her fingers gentle against the roughness along his jaw. Johnny stepped away, letting her go, though he didn't really want to. She straightened her robe, retied the sash, and went over to her sister. "Rachel, are you okay?" Rachel shook her head, her cheeks wet with tears. "No, but I will be. I need a minute." Her mother gave Rachel a heart-wrenching glance and turned her attention to Amy. "Sweetheart, are you all right?" "I'm okay, Mom. A little shaky, but I'm okay." Johnny thought she was more than a little shaky. The guy had knocked the crap out of her. He hadn't missed the bruise blooming on her cheek. Figured she'd be stiff and sore all over by morning. His jaw tightened. He wanted to shoot the prick all over again. Instead, as the echo of sirens drew near, he took a deep breath and went over to the intruder. A quick search of his pockets gave up a pack of Camels and a Bic cigarette lighter. No ID, no wallet, no cell phone. A silver money clip held a wad of $100 bills. Partial payment for the hit, Johnny figured. He lifted up the ski mask. Lifeless brown eyes stared back at him. White guy in his 30s, earrings in his ears. He tugged the mask a little higher, saw the guy's head was shaved. A skinhead. He'd been thinking gangbanger, someone Ortega's people might have on the payroll. Nothing about this case made sense. He made a quick check for tats, saw nothing but a couple of generic lightning bolts, dragons and skulls, and the rest of the usual bullshit all over his neck and arms, probably under his t-shirt. Police cars were careening up the drive. Ellie must have opened the gate because they came roaring up to the house. Digging his tiny LED light out of his pocket, he took off down the hill before they reached the front door. He needed to find out how the guy had gotten up to the house. Probably climbed up from the road below. The only fence was a 5-footer that separated the house from the neighbor's property, and there wasn't any perimeter alarm system. He'd been hounding Ellie to upgrade the 15-year-old system inside the house. Maybe now she'd listen. Of course, he couldn't say much since he didn't have an alarm system on his place either. He continued on down the hill, hoping to find the guy's car, find something inside that could identify the shooter. Picking his way between rocks and shrubs, he made his way to the road below. Of course, the guy could have had an accomplice who had already fled the scene, but Johnny didn't think so. In the bushes along the winding street, he found what he was looking for. Harley Davidson. Expensive custom job, blue and silver with skulls and dragons in the design work. Whoever did the painting was good, real good. And that kind of talent could be tracked. He dug out his cell phone, flashed his light on the fuel tank, and snapped a couple of photos. A black leather saddlebag hung across the back of the bike. Inside, he found a wallet and extra ammunition. The driver's license gave the name Wes Henley, with a home address in Anaheim. His cell was in the pouch. Johnny was only interested in the calls received since they brought Rachel back to the States, but the list was too long to check. The police would run the numbers. He'd get Vega to find out if anything turned up. He looked at the recent calls made.
The last two went to the same number. He hit the redial button, heard the sound of a young woman's voice on the other end. Girlfriend, he figured, and mentally stored the number. Johnny headed back up the hill. The cops wouldn't be happy if they knew he had tampered with a crime scene, which they'd figure out if they ran the wallet or phone for prints, which they probably wouldn't, since the info they needed was all right there. In the meantime, he had something to go on, something that could lead him to the man or men who wanted Rachel Brewer dead. If he was lucky, he'd also find the why. Amy sat next to her sister at the round, glass-topped table in Ellie's kitchen. It was still dark outside, but the first faint light of dawn had begun to purple the horizon. Ellie was brewing a second pot of coffee, its bracing aroma filling the air. Police still swarmed the house, which was now a homicide crime scene. The cops had found the motorcycle parked below the house, so they knew the assailant's name, something Johnny had already discovered. Being a homicide detective with the Hollywood Police Department, Rick Vega was working the case. He had arrived on the scene just minutes after the police cars started rolling up the driveway. "I heard the call on my scanner," he explained to Rachel as he sat down in a chair beside her. "When I recognized the address, I knew it had to be you, and it scared the hell out of me. I'm glad you're okay." Rachel's eyes filled. "I wish I could have done something. When Amy screamed, I was so scared I could barely move. I didn't even try to help her. If she hadn't gone after that man—" "Easy." Rick reached over and caught Rachel's hand. "You've already been through more than most people endure in a lifetime. You can't expect to be thinking clearly right now." "Detective Vega's right," Amy said softly. "You've suffered a terrible trauma. When that man came after you, part of you was reliving what happened before." Johnny walked up just then, apparently finished giving his statement to the police. He pulled out a chair, spun it around, and sat down facing the table. "Rachel's going to need protection," he said flatly. "After what happened tonight, until we figure out how she was involved with Ortega, her life is clearly in danger." Vega blew out a breath. "I thought with that scum out of the way she'd be okay. Obviously I was wrong." "You weren't alone," Johnny said darkly. "We need a safe house, someplace we can watch her 24/7. Vega shook his head. "I've already talked to the department. They aren't convinced the abduction and what happened tonight are connected." "What?" "That's crazy. Of course they're connected. Ortega abducts Rachel to get her out of the way. Now she's back and someone's trying to kill her. I figure she knows something she doesn't remember. They want to make sure she forgets. Permanently." A chill slipped down Amy's spine. She thought of that night on the island, the sort of men they were dealing with. Ruthless men who would stop at nothing to protect their own interests. "I think people in the department are pissed the DEA left them out of the loop," Vega said. "They're saying Wes Henley has a history of using and selling. They're working on the theory it was just a drug-related burglary gone bad. That's so much crap, and you know it. We both know it. But it's not going to change anything. Maybe the DEA will step in." Amy's eyes found Johnny's. She knew he could read the worry in her face. "I'll talk to Wheeler, see what he can do." The coffee pot chimed, signaling the pot was done brewing. Ellie poured a mug and set it in front of the detective, who wrapped his fingers around it. "In the meantime," Vega said, "who besides us knew Rachel was staying here?" "Yeah, that's what I've been asking myself. Johnny leaned back as Ellie bent over to refill his mug with some of the fresh-made brew. People at the hospital knew. We used Ellie's address on the release forms. Wheeler knew. He talked to her here a couple of times. So did several people in the department, Rick said, including me. It wouldn't be hard to figure. I talked to Tate Waters. He knows I've been seeing Amy. Guessing Rachel was here wouldn't be much of a stretch. You think Waters is involved? Not likely. He's a straight shooter, always has been. What you're saying is it could be anyone. Johnny took a sip of his coffee. Yeah, that about sums it up. Rachel stared into her untouched cup. I wish I could remember. Every time I try, my mind just shuts down. Vega took her hand and laced his fingers with hers. I don't want you to worry. I promised you we'd figure this out. I gave you my word. What happened doesn't change that. It just means we have to move faster. Rachel looked into his eyes. I believe you. I don't know why, but I trust you. Something passed between them. Something Amy could almost feel. Vega squeezed Rachel's hand. I won't let anything happen to you, Rachel. I swear it. And Amy thought that whatever undercurrents were moving between them, Rick Vega would lay down his life for her sister. Chapter 31. Johnny talked to Special Agent Wheeler early that morning about arranging DEA protection. If Rachel's memory came back, she could be a valuable asset in a grand jury investigation into the drug smuggling operation formerly run by Carlos Ortega. Or at least that was the premise Wheeler had used to get the okay. And after the attack last night, it was beginning to look like a real possibility. Rachel knew something. Unfortunately, even she didn't know what it was. The bad news was the agency's budget was stretched way too thin. Without any solid way to justify the expense, the DEA could only offer protection for a limited time. Unless Rachel's memory returned, unless she could provide some kind of evidence against Ortega's organization. 2, maybe 3 days was all Wheeler could guarantee. They needed to act fast. Needed a lead to follow that would break the case open. Johnny looked past the agent with the pale complexion and receding hairline. Along with Wheeler, another 2 agents were there at Ellie's house, sitting in a big black SUV, ready to drive Rachel and her family to the DEA safe house. As the ladies rolled their luggage down the front steps toward the car, Wheeler walked over to load their bags into the back. One of the agents got out to help. Johnny's gaze swung to Amy. He figured this would pretty much be the end for them. Ever since the night of the shooting, he had tried to steel himself. Unfortunately, from the dark mood he found himself in this morning, he knew it hadn't worked. He watched her now, wondering what he could possibly say that would let her know how special she was to him. He was surprised to see her tugging her little rolling bag past the other women, over to where he stood. With her hair swinging loose around her shoulders and a soft smile on her face, she looked so damn pretty. His chest tightened. Even with the bruise on her cheek, she was beautiful. He straightened, worked to slow the painful thudding of his heart. So I guess this is goodbye, he said, with a slight catch in his voice. At least for a while. Amy just smiled. I'm not going anywhere. Mom's going with Rachel. She's been telling her things about her life, trying to help her remember. She'll make sure Rachel's okay. We talked it over this morning.
And since no one's trying to shoot me, I'm not going with them. Worry filtered through him. You need to go to the safe house, baby. I'm not the one in danger. Probably not, but if I stay, I can help. And don't say I can't. I found the island, didn't I? I did the ear thing last night. I can help, and you know it. He tried not to smile. God, he wanted her to stay so bad he ached. Still, it was the wrong thing to do. Ellie's house is a crime scene. She's going to be living in a hotel until the police are finished. Amy just shrugged. Then I guess I'll have to stay with you. He ignored the way his heart was pounding inside his chest. He wanted to kiss her, just lean down and capture those plump pink lips. He wanted to drag her down in the grass, rip off her clothes, and bury himself inside her. Your mother wouldn't like it. That's the thing. I'm not a little girl anymore, so I don't have to worry about what my mom has to say. Besides, Rachel won't be safe until we find out who's after her. He gave it one last shot. We both know it's not a good idea. She looked him straight in the face. Don't you want me here? He told himself to lie. It was better if things ended now. I want you here. Hell, I just plain want you. Amy smiled so wide he felt like someone kicked him in the stomach. Then it settled. I'm staying. He couldn't think of anything to say, so he just pulled her into his arms and kissed her. Not as long and deep as he wanted, but that could wait until later. Fine, he said gruffly. Amy left her suitcase and walked back to the car to say goodbye to Rachel. You're sure you'll be all right? Amy asked. Rachel nodded. I need some time to get myself together. And this way, Mom and I can talk. Amy reached up and hugged her. I'll see you soon. Rachel wiped a tear from her cheek, and even from a distance, Johnny could see the sheen in Amy's eyes. She turned and hugged her mother, who cast Johnny a cool look over her daughter's shoulder. Next, Amy paused to hug Ellie, who was nodding and grinning. Women. He should have known from the start. He didn't stand a chance. Wheeler took off in his own car. The black SUV was getting ready to pull out when Amy spotted a maroon convertible pulling up the drive, a Chrysler Sebring, not that expensive, but a classy-looking car. The vehicle came to a stop, and the engine fell silent. Rick Vega cracked open the door and stepped out wearing a pair of perfectly pressed jeans and an Izod knit shirt instead of his usual tailored suit. The clothes looked really good on him. Amy and Johnny both started toward him. What's up? Johnny asked. They pulled me off the case. Said I was too personally involved. You gotta be kidding. They knew I was following Rachel's missing persons case, feeding you information. They found out I talked to Manny Ortega. They ought to be glad to have you on this. Truth is, in a way, I'm glad. I'm taking a couple of weeks of personal time. I talked to Wheeler. Told him I'd help his guys keep an eye on things at the safe house. He said he was stretched pretty thin, glad for the extra manpower. I have a feeling Rachel's going to feel better knowing you're there, Amy said. I hope so. I know I'll feel a whole lot better. Johnny eyed him with speculation. I think maybe for once the department is right. You are too personally involved. Maybe. But then so are you. So let's just leave it at that. Johnny flicked a sideways glance at Amy. I see your point. Across the drive, the SUV rumbled to life. As Vega walked over, the driver rolled down the window. "I assume Wheeler told you I'll be staying at the safe house," Rick said to him. The agent nodded. "I'll see you there in half an hour." "Make sure you aren't tailed," the agent warned. Vega cast him a glance. "You do the same." The car pulled away, and Rick walked back to where Amy and Johnny were standing. "Before I left, I took a look at Wes Henley's record. He's been in and out of jail, arrested for assault, charges dropped, and arrested for the murder of a drug dealer named Benny Camacho, but the prosecution couldn't make it stick. I knew last night the guy wasn't a pro. And if the hit had been ordered by someone in Ortega's circle, they wouldn't have sent just one man. If they had, it wouldn't have been a loser like Henley. My partner's running down the phone numbers on Henley's cell." Mitch Lansky, Johnny recalled, the older guy who transferred in a couple of months ago. The two men hadn't been working together long. Johnny wondered if Lansky would be willing to go against orders to help them. "The number you got last night off Henley's phone, the last 2 calls he made, belongs to a girl named Patty Wilkins. She does manicures at a salon in La Cienega called Epiphany. When I called her, she said she and Henley went out a few times, said he wasn't her type and she dumped him. He'd been hassling her ever since." "Sounds like a great guy." "Another thing, Rachel's passport was a phony. Her real one was logged as part of the stuff they found in her studio apartment." "Which means Ortega had a forgery made. Probably a hurry-up job. He'd know people who could handle that kind of thing." Amy looked up at Johnny. "Then Rachel had no idea she was leaving the country that night?" "No," Johnny said. "She definitely wasn't planning to take off with Ortega." "So who wants Rachel dead?" Rick asked. Johnny just shook his head. "I've got something I want to check out. If it comes to anything, I'll let you know." Vega nodded. "I'd better get going." He handed Johnny a slip of paper with a number written on it. "It's a throwaway. No way to trace the call to the safe house." Johnny pulled out his cell and entered the number. "I'll keep you posted. In the meantime, don't underestimate these jokers." "Find him, Johnny. Do that for me, will you?" "Count on it," Johnny said. As soon as Detective Vega left, Amy and Johnny headed for the guest house. "I need to find out who did the work on Henley's bike," Johnny said, as they climbed the front porch steps. But he was looking at her with those hot brown eyes, and she knew he was thinking about more than just the case. It seemed forever since they had made love. Nights she had lain in bed, yearning for him. They made it only as far as the entry when he turned her into his arms, and his mouth came down over hers. Heat, need, and desire all poured through her, collected low in her belly. "Johnny." Parting her lips, Amy deepened the kiss, gave in to the feel of his big, hard body pressing against her. Reaching down, she cupped the heavy bulge in his jeans, felt the power of him pulsing in her hand. "We don't have time for this," Johnny said against her mouth. "I know." But they were both past stopping, and Amy didn't want to. Johnny walked her backward into the living room. She came up against the sofa that looked out through the big glass windows. The next thing she knew, he was lifting her up and setting her on the couch, unzipping her jeans and pulling them down. Her sandals dropped onto the floor as he tugged the jeans down her legs, and her panties followed. "Next time, we'll go slow," he promised. She felt him stroking the wetness between her legs. Then he opened his fly,
and he was inside her. Amy breathed a sigh of relief. For several moments, Johnny just stood there, his hands on her hips, his hardness deep inside. God, I've missed you. Amy leaned in and kissed him. I've missed you too. He filled her completely, and when he started to move, she forgot everything but the pleasure, everything but Johnny and how much she wanted him, how much she loved him. It was impossible. Loving him was breaking her heart, but in that moment she didn't care. He took her fast and hard, and it was glorious. Amy felt a clenching low in her belly, and then she was coming, and so was he. They clung to each other, absorbing the pleasure, letting it swirl around them, then slowly drifting down. She ran her hands through his short, dark hair. We, forgot to use protection, she said. He just smiled. I'm safe, and I'm sure you are. She nodded, and he brushed a thumb across her cheek. If something happens, we'll deal with it. That something was a baby, and her heart squeezed. Nothing would please her more than having Johnny's child. He kissed her softly. I've got to go. I won't be long. Amy recognized the protective gleam in his eyes and preyed on it. I'm not sure I should stay here alone. I'd feel safer if I went with you. I'm riding my bike. Her eyes widened. Your Harley? He grinned. Maybe you're right. I'm not crazy about leaving you here. You like speed. Maybe you'd better come along. She had never ridden a motorcycle, but she was definitely game. Give me a minute, and I'll be right with you. Grabbing her jeans and panties, she dashed down the hall to the bathroom, then returned a few minutes later, her hair pulled into a ponytail and her clothes all back in place. Johnny caught her hand. Come on, let's go. Johnny set his spare helmet on Amy's head and tightened the strap beneath her chin. It was way too big, but it would protect her if something happened. He swung onto the bike, super-gloss black like his car, semi-custom, not too over the top since he used it for work, and he didn't want something easily recognizable. He pulled on his black helmet. Just hold on to me and lean the way I do. She nodded, slid her small arms around his waist. He could feel her breasts pressing into his back. Damn, the woman drove him crazy. Forcing his mind back onto the job he needed to do, he cranked the powerful engine to life. Hang on. Then he slammed his boot against the kickstand, gunned the accelerator, and they shot off down the drive. The police were still roaming the estate, so the gate was open. He pulled the bike into the street and headed down the hill. The first stop was a place he knew in Hollywood, a shop on a side street that specialized in custom paint jobs. Bill's Precision Auto Painting. Johnny left Amy outside with a bike and went in to question the owner, Bill Meadows, a longtime acquaintance. Bill shook his head at the photo Johnny showed him on his cell phone. Wish I could help, but the work doesn't ring any bells. I know a couple of other places you might try. Johnny thanked him and headed back outside. Any luck? Amy asked as he climbed onto the seat in front of her. Bill gave me a few more places to look. Shops that do the quality painting done in the photo. We're just getting started. They'd be riding the bike most of the day. Through her face mask, Johnny caught Amy's grin. She had figured the motorcycle ride would be great. She loved speed, and she loved Johnny, and the combination was potent. He was wearing a black leather jacket over the gun in his shoulder holster. Though it was early July, it was a perfect day. Sunny, not too hot, not too cold. Amy was going to miss the California weather when she went back home. Home. Back to Grand Rapids. She tightened her hold around Johnny's waist, pressed her cheek against his broad back. As he leaned into a turn, she told herself not to think about leaving, that the only important thing right now was finding the people who wanted her sister dead. The hours ticked past. The afternoon was waning when they pulled up in front of the fourth body shop on their list, which, like the last one, was in a less than respectable neighborhood. The buildings along the street were run down, some of the windows broken. Papers and trash filled the gutters, and loud rap music boomed from a car parked nearby with a man inside and the windows rolled down. "Come on, I'm taking you with me this time." Amy didn't argue, just pulled her helmet off and tucked it under her arm as he led her toward a building made of corrugated steel with the name Custom Paint and Airbrushing on the sign above the door. Just inside, she stopped next to Johnny, her nose wrinkling at the acrid smell of paint and thinner in the air. On the concrete floor, 2 cars, a van, and 2 motorcycles were in the process of being painted. The picture on the side of the van was spectacular. A desert scene, with ghosts hovering in a purple sky above. Ghost Rider was the name scrolled beneath the painting. "Hey, Johnny!" He looked over at the skinny black man walking toward him, his kinky hair graying at the temple. He wore a paint smock over a pair of worn, faded jeans. "How you doing, man?" "LaVon. Hey, good to see you, man. I didn't know you worked here." "Are you kidding? I'm in charge around here. The rest of them just amateurs." Johnny smiled. "You do the van?" "Course I did." "It's wonderful," Amy said, swinging LaVon's attention to her. "This your lady?" Johnny looked down at her, a warm, possessive gleam in his eyes. "She's mine, yeah. Amy, this is LaVon Jeffers. He's one of the best artists in the business." "You do beautiful work," Amy said, smiling up at him. "Thanks. Always nice to be appreciated." He turned back to Johnny. "So what do you need done, man? Your car? Put a nice design on the hood, make it look real special. Or maybe your bike. That baby could use a little something to spice it up. How about some orange flames on the tank? Or maybe a fire-breathing dragon?" Johnny just smiled. "Actually, I'm here on business." He pulled his phone out of his pocket and flashed the photo of Henley's tank, showing the silver skulls on the blue background. "I'm looking for the guy who did the work on this. Quality is way above average. I'd say the design is unique. Any idea who might have done it?" LaVon studied the picture, his thick eyebrows drawing together. "He ain't in any trouble, is he?" "No, nothing like that. I'm just hoping he might be able to help me with a little information." "I didn't do it, but I know who did. That's him right over there." Johnny turned, and so did Amy. "That's my son, Darius." He grinned. "Got him following in his old man's footsteps." He turned and called to the young man, working on one of the motorcycles, painting designs on the tank in red and gold. "Hey, boy, come over here a minute. I want you to meet some friends of mine." In his mid-20s, Darius Jeffers was taller than his dad and even skinnier. He wiped his hands on a rag, tossed it on the counter, and ambled over. LaVon made introductions. Darius stuck out his hand, and the men shook. Darius turned to Amy. "It's nice to meet you," he said. "Nice meeting you too," Amy said. Johnny showed Darius the photo in his cell. "You do this work?" Darius nodded. "I painted it." "Who for?" He flicked a glance at his dad, who nodded. "Guy named Wes Henley?" "What can you tell me about him?" Darius shrugged. "Not much. I did some work for a friend of his, a fella named Dickie Talbot. Talbot recommended me. I showed Henley some of my work, and I got the job." Johnny was frowning. "Dickie Talbot. Why do I know that name?" LaVon answered. "He's a punk ass from down in Orange County. Mid-level drug dealer, fancies himself a real player. Makes plenty of money, pretty well connected, I hear. Likes his toys. Pays us to make him look special." "Yeah, now I remember him." "Anything else?" Johnny asked. LaVon shook his head. "I ain't seen neither of 'em in a while." "Well, you won't be seeing Wes Henley. I shot him last night when he tried to take out a friend of mine. What I'm trying to find out is who paid him to try to kill her." LaVon's eyes widened. He scratched his woolly head. "Could have been Talbot, I guess, if he had a reason to want her dead. Like I said, he's got plenty of cash, and he's connected." "Who to?" "That I don't know." Johnny stuck out his hand. LaVon and his son both shook. "Really appreciate your help." LaVon grinned. "Think about what I said. Black is beautiful, but black and red is mean, man." Johnny laughed, and Amy smiled. They left the shop. "So you know this guy, Talbot?" Amy asked as they reached the bike. "I know who he is. I need to talk to Wheeler, see what the DEA knows about him, see if there's some way to connect him to Ortega. First, I'd like to talk to Patty Wilkins, the girl Henley was calling the night he died." "She works at Epiphany, right? Vega said it was on La Cienega." Johnny checked the time. "Too late to catch her. Shop will be closed by now." He cast Amy a glance. "Neither of us got any sleep last night. What do you say we go home?" Home. Amy's heart pinched. The word shouldn't have sounded so right, but it did. Her gaze found his. She recognized the heat, but there was something more, something that made her heart beat faster. "Sounds good to me." Amy hung on to Johnny as he cranked up the bike, and they roared off down the street, toward the house on the hill that felt way too much like home. Chapter 32. The night sky was streaked with intermittent clouds, so only a trace of moonlight streamed through. Inside the small suburban track home the DEA was using as a safe house, Rick Vega sat in the living room. George Henderson, one of the agents assigned to guard Rachel, patrolled the perimeter of the house. An agent named Freddie Flores was getting some sleep before it was time for his shift. The house was basic. Besides the living room, just a kitchen, 3 bedrooms, and 2 baths. The decor was equally simple. A sofa and chair, end tables, lamps, and a coffee table sitting on a brown shag carpet. Framed posters of palm trees running along the streets in Beverly Hills, and of a sunset on Santa Monica Beach hung on the walls. Rick sat with his iPad in his lap, a gift he had bought himself for his 36th birthday. He slid his finger across the screen, turning the pages of Time magazine he was only half reading. The TV was on, but no one was watching. He glanced toward the kitchen, where Hannah Brewer was saying goodnight to her daughter. Hoping to jog Rachel's memory, She'd been telling her stories about her life in Michigan as a young girl before she had moved to L.A. Hannah had even admitted that at times the two of them had had trouble getting along. "I didn't want you to go to Los Angeles," Hannah had said. "I wanted you to stay home and finish college. It was such a long way from home and such a big city. I was afraid something bad would happen." Rachel glanced away. "Looks like you were right." Hannah shook her head. "I was wrong. You were looking for something you couldn't find back home." Her mother smiled sadly. "Amy said you would have gotten that part you wanted in a new TV show. You would have succeeded, Rachel, just the way you always thought you would. It may take a little more time, but I'm convinced you'll do it again." Rachel's answering smile looked forlorn. "Thank you, Mom." They were getting to know each other all over again, and Rick thought that when this was finished, Rachel and her mother would be closer than they had ever been before. He watched the older woman heft herself out of the kitchen chair where she had been sitting. All of them were exhausted, and the brief naps the women had taken that afternoon hadn't been nearly enough. "Are you sure you aren't ready to go to bed?" Hannah asked her daughter. "You didn't get much sleep last night." Rachel managed to smile. "Not quite yet. I'll be there in a little while." Hannah nodded and walked away. As soon as she was gone, Rick went into the kitchen and sat down at the table next to Rachel. "You doing okay?" he asked. She looked up at him for several long moments. Then her eyes filled with tears. "I guess so, but no, not really." Rick felt a tightening in his chest. "I know how hard this must be. Why don't you tell me what's going on?" Her eyes remained on his face. She picked up the glass of water in front of her and took a drink. "Last night, after that man broke into my room, I remembered something about what happened." Beneath his breastbone, he could feel his heart beating faster. "You ready to talk about it?" He kept his voice even, hoping she would open up to him, wishing she didn't have to. She moistened her lips. He noticed that they were trembling. "I remembered being in this room. I think it was the bedroom Amy found me in on the island. I remembered—" She broke off, took a steadying breath. "Just take your time." She shifted in her chair. "I remembered waking up. I was lying on a bed. The sheets were all rumpled around me, and there was this man. He was on top of me. He was raping me." She swallowed, and the tears in her eyes spilled over onto her cheeks. "Easy. You don't have to say anything until you're ready. I want to tell you. Maybe it will help the police find out what happened." He nodded, reached out and took hold of her hand. Her skin was cold, and faint tremors moved through her body. He hated the agony he saw in her lovely green eyes. "Do you remember what the man looked like?" She took a sip of water. "Dark skin, dark hair touched with gray. I might have thought he was handsome if he hadn't been. She bit her lip and glanced away. "It's all right. Take as much time as you need." Rachel breathed deeply. He could see she was fighting for control. "I remember I tried to push him off me, but my arms and legs felt too heavy. Just moving seemed impossible. I tried to scream, but when I opened my mouth, no sound came out. I started crying, and he slapped me. He told me to shut up if I wanted to live. She looked up at him, her eyes filled with a sorrow that touched him deep inside. I don't remember much about the attack. I think he raped me more than once, but they were giving me drugs every day, and most of the time I was more asleep than awake. They were giving you heroin, among other things. That's what the doctor said. She managed to smile through her tears. I'm feeling better now. Rick squeezed her hand. Your withdrawal symptoms are over. You're a strong woman, Rachel. You'll get past all of this. I remember one more thing. I remember talking to the other women in the house. They said the man's name was Ortega. They said when he chose a woman, he kept her for himself until he got tired of her. Then he shared her with his friends. Fresh tears pooled in her eyes. The night Amy and Johnny found me, I knew he'd returned. I knew he would come to my room and rape me again. If they hadn't gotten there when they did. Her voice broke, and she started crying. Rick came up from the table, lifted her into his arms, and carried her into the living room. He sat down in an overstuffed chair, cradling her in his lap, her head on his shoulder. It's over now, Rachel. Ortega is dead. He can't hurt you any more. I know. He handed her a handkerchief, and she dabbed it against her eyes. I haven't told anyone what happened. I can't tell my mother. Rick forced himself to smile. I'm glad you chose me. After what happened, I should be afraid of any man who comes near me. But there's something about you. I knew I could trust you the first time I saw you. I won't hurt you, Rachel. I'd never do anything to hurt you. He lifted dark strands of hair away from her face, gently looped them behind an ear. Rachel laid her head back down on his shoulder. I'm beginning to remember my childhood, she said. Scenes flash into my mind, memories of my mother and my sister, stuff about my dad. He hated to press her, but her life depended on finding answers. Do you remember anything about the night you were taken? Or maybe something that happened during the weeks before it happened? She shook her head. I don't even remember working at the Kitty Cat Club. Does the name Danny mean anything to you? She sat up in his lap. Danny? She bit her lip, her dark brows pulling together. She shook her head. Just for a second, something flashed in my mind, but it's gone. It's all right. It's all going to come back. It's just going to take some time. I don't think I'll ever remember much about what happened after they started giving me drugs. And maybe it's better that way. Yes, I think so too. She eased herself out of his lap, and Rick stood up beside her. I didn't mean to cry all over you. Her hand shook as she wiped away the last of her tears. I know you're just doing your job. Rick ran a finger gently along her jaw. I'm way past just doing my job. I'm here for you, Rachel. Any time you need me, I'm here. She leaned over and brushed a soft kiss on his cheek. The faint scent of her perfume filled his senses. Thank you for everything. He just nodded. "Good night, Rachel." "Good night, Rick." Turning, she walked off down the hall. Rick watched the place she had been long after she disappeared inside the bedroom. It was almost 10 in the morning. Seated behind the desk in his walkout basement office, Johnny grabbed his cell phone as it started to ring. "Riggs." "Hey, buddy. Just thought I'd check in, see how things are going." Jake Cantrell's deep voice boomed over the line. "Not so good at the moment. Night before last, someone broke into the house and tried to kill Rachel." Jake whistled. "She okay?" "She's fine. Believe it or not, Amy helped me bring him down." Johnny could almost see Jake's grin. "Pretty amazing lady you got there." "She is that. I'm really gonna miss her." "From what I saw, it looked like you two had a pretty good thing going." "Yeah, well, I'm lousy husband material." "Maybe. Maybe not." An instant of silence, and then Cantrell asked, "So, what's the deal? I figured with Ortega dead, Rachel would be safe." "We all did. Intruder was a guy named Wes Henley. Unfortunately for Wes, I was next door when he got there. He won't be a problem anymore. But someone else might be. Yeah. Wheeler's got her in a safe house while I'm trying to figure out who the hell wants her dead." "What about the cops? They come up with anything?" "Vega's off the case, and the police are calling it a burglary gone bad." "That's nuts. Don't I know? Doesn't sound like they're going to be much help. Anything I can do?" "I don't know. Maybe. I got a name, Dickie Talbot, mid-level drug dealer. Might be the guy who hired Henley. He's got to have a rap sheet an arm long, but with Vega out of play, I can't get access to his file. I don't suppose the whiz kid. He can do it. The question is, can he do it and stay out of jail? I'll find out and get back to you." "Thanks, Jake." Johnny ended the call and looked up to see Tyler Brody coming down the stairs. "Hey, boss." "Hey, kid, what's up?" "Heard about the shooting. Nice work. Word on the street is a guy named Dickie Talbot paid one of his dealers to take out the Brewer girl." "Wes Henley. Heard he and Talbot were friends. Probably the guy who hired him. The question is, why? You wouldn't have any idea where I can find Talbot." "That's what I came by to tell you. I was able to dig up his address. He's got an apartment up in the hills off Franklin. I figured you'd want to talk to him, and if so, you might need some backup." Johnny nodded. Grabbing his shoulder harness off the back of his chair, he headed for the stairs, Brody right behind him. As they made their way down the hall, Amy walked toward him across the living room. "What's going on?" she asked, her gaze going to Brody. "Ty Brody, meet Amy Brewer." "Hi, Amy." "Hi, Ty." "Listen, baby, I've got an errand to run." "What kind of errand?" "Just a guy I need to talk to." He turned to Brody. "Okay if we take your truck?" Ty shrugged. "Sure." Amy's eyes widened when Johnny tossed her his car keys. "You've been wanting to go see Mrs. Zimmer, visit little Jimmy." "You're letting me use your Mustang?" "I figure you can make it that far without wrecking it." Amy closed the distance between them and threw her arms around his neck, gave him a smacking kiss on the mouth. Her big blue eyes sparkled with mischief. "I'll show you how grateful I am when I get home," she whispered in his ear. Hell, even if she demolished the damn car, it would be worth it. "Stay out of trouble," he said gruffly, trying not to think of the last time he'd said that and how she had gone to the village and started asking dangerous questions. I will, I promise. Johnny just grunted. All of them walked outside. Johnny started toward the passenger side of Ty's snazzy little red Toyota pickup, a Texan's idea of a city car, but stopped before he got there. He turned to look at Amy, his mind filling with worry. I changed my mind, he said, suddenly recalling Wes Henley's gun barrel pointed at her head. There's always a chance whoever's behind this might try to use you to get to Rachel. I'll be fine, Amy argued, clutching the keys against her breast as if they were solid gold. Johnny turned to Ty. I'm just going to ask Talbot some questions. You stay here with Amy. Amy's pale eyebrows shot up. Wait a minute. I want you safe, Johnny said. I don't want to leave you alone. Amy tossed him the keys, turned, and stormed back into the house. Ty eyed him strangely. Dev said you really liked her. Said his wife liked her too. Looks to me like you're in love with her. Johnny just shrugged. Doesn't matter. It wouldn't work out. Amy's smart enough to know that. Sometimes smart isn't all it's cracked up to be. Johnny couldn't think of anything to say, so he just kept his mouth shut. I've got an idea, Ty said. Why don't I take Amy over to visit her friend? That'd be great. Make her happy and keep her busy till I get back. Hey, Amy, Ty called out to her. Come on, we'll go see that friend of yours. He winked at Johnny. I'll even let you drive my truck. Amy raced back outside, her gaze shooting to Brody's hot little pickup. You mean it? Johnny trusts you to drive his Mustang. Ty tossed her his keys. I guess I can trust you with my truck. I'll let you drive another time, Johnny grumbled, not liking the way she was smiling at Ty. Amy nailed him with a look. I'm going to hold you to that. Johnny turned and started walking. He had almost reached his car when he heard feminine footsteps racing up behind him. When he turned, Amy threw herself into his arms. Be careful, okay? I'm always careful, he said a little gruffly, and kissed her quick and hard. Then she was running back to the pickup, holding up the keys and jiggling them in the air. Johnny watched her drive away, trusting Ty to take care of her. As the truck disappeared, he forced his mind away from Amy and focused on finding the man who wanted her sister dead. On a street above Franklin, Dickie Talbot's duplex apartment was built into the side of a hill overlooking the city of Glendale. It was only noon on a workday, but a bright yellow Stingray sat in front of the single-car garage attached to Dickie's unit. As Johnny climbed out of his Mustang, he noticed a brown, unmarked police car parked on the opposite side of the street, a little ways down the block. Looked like the cops were there. He'd only made it halfway to the door when a series of gunshots shattered the quiet and sent him into action. Johnny yanked the pistol out of his shoulder holster and cautiously made his way toward the apartment. A guy in a brown suit, young and blond, ran around the corner of the house. "Police officer!" he shouted, his gun pointed at Johnny's chest. "Put down your weapon!" Johnny raised his hands, his Beretta dangling from his fingers. "John Riggs, I'm a P.I. Very slowly, he bent and rested his pistol on the sidewalk, straightened, and lifted his hands into the air. "Your partner might need help. Let me get my ID." The young detective kept his gun pointed straight at him, but his gaze swung toward the house. "Kick the pistol away and get down on the ground." Johnny used the toe of his boot to slide the weapon out of reach. "Just let me get my ID, and you can go help him." The kid glanced anxiously toward the door. "Go ahead." Reaching into the pocket of his jeans, Johnny eased his identification out of his pocket and flipped it open. The young cop breathed a sigh of relief. "Looks okay. I gotta go." "I'll go round back," Johnny said, as the kid turned and ran to the door. Retrieving his pistol, Johnny took off toward the back of the duplex. But before he reached the side yard, Mitch Lansky, Vega's partner, walked out of the house. He looked even thinner than the last time Johnny had seen him, and the little fringe of gray around his bald head did nothing to improve his skeletal appearance. Johnny holstered his weapon. "What's going on, Lansky?" "Talbot was a suspect in a homicide. He resisted when I tried to bring him in for questioning. Pulled a gun on me. I didn't have any choice." "Tell me he's not dead." "Afraid so." Johnny clamped down on his temper, but not quite enough. "God damn it." Lansky's young partner came out of the house and walked toward them, relaxed now that the incident was over. "Gun is still in his hand. Won't be any doubt it was a righteous shooting." "Riggs, this is Detective Brian Mears," Lansky said. "We met," the kid said. "Why didn't you go in with Lansky?" Johnny asked, trying to put the pieces together, and when he did, not liking what he saw. "Mitch sent me round back. I planned to come in from the rear, but then I spotted you coming up the walk." On the surface, that made sense. Not much else did. "You need me to make a statement?" Johnny asked the older detective. "Not at the moment. I've called it in. Uniforms will be here any minute. If we need you, I know where to find you." "Mears filling in for Vega?" he asked, because it was obvious the young detective was as green as grass. "That's right. Anything else you'd like to know?" "Yeah. I'd like to know why the hell Dickie Talbot wanted Rachel Brewer dead." "That's what we came to find out. Looks like it's a moot point now." "Yeah," Johnny said darkly. "Just like everything else." Chapter 33. The muffled sound of a cell phone ringing drew Dan's attention. He grabbed his laptop case off the floor and set it on his desk, unzipped the side pouch, and dug out the disposable phone. He was expecting this call. He pressed the phone against his ear. "Give me some good news." "The good news is the secondary problem is resolved. They can't get to you through Talbot." "I never had any connection to Talbot." "No, but I did. And if I go down, you're going with me." Beads of perspiration popped out on Dan's forehead. "We need to get rid of the girl," said the voice on the other end of the line. "So far, everything that's happened to her points to Ortega. They'll think his people wanted to keep her quiet. Once she's out of the way, we're in the clear." "How do you figure?" Dan asked. "Talbot has no connection to Ortega, and he's the one who hired Henley." "Talbot's a lowlife. He was shot resisting arrest, and it was only speculation that he had anything to do with the attempt on Rachel's life." "What about Henley?" "Henley dealt drugs. He could have been one of Ortega's underlings. We just need the girl out of the way." "Where is she?" "DEA has her stashed someplace safe." "Then how do we get to her?" "That's the good news. Like everybody else, the agency hasn't got much money. They won't be able to protect her for long. At least not unless her memory returns." "So we just sit around and hope it doesn't?" Dan didn't like where this was going. "Unless you can figure some other way to get to her." Dan's stomach churned. Could he use his position to find the girl?
without raising suspicion he was somehow involved? Think about it. Either way, with any luck, it'll only be a couple more days until our problems are over. Dan's jaw tightened. You'd better hope so. That warning you gave me goes both ways. The caller hung up the phone. Amy sat in the kitchen of Mrs. Zimmer's cozy little Culver City home, Ty seated across from her. Since Amy couldn't tell Mrs. Zimmer about Rachel's safe return, Angel had offered to take little Jimmy to the Baskin-Robbins a few blocks away. Jimmy likes to go just about anywhere, the gray-haired woman said. It doesn't seem to matter. He just loves riding in the car. Ty grinned. He's not the only one. He tipped his head toward Amy, who just smiled. Mrs. Zimmer's lips twitched. After introductions had been made, she had brewed a fresh pot of coffee and poured each of them a cup. I'll get Jimmy ready to go. She reached down and took hold of the little boy's hand. You'll find some chocolate chip cookies in the jar. Help yourself. Amy brought Ty a couple, and he finished one of them off in a couple of bites. Man, I'm liking this job better all the time. He polished off the second cookie in record time and drained his coffee mug. Amy walked over and set their empty mugs in the sink. Jimmy's really excited about going to the ice cream shop. You don't mind taking us? I like kids. Not a problem. A few minutes later, Mrs. Zimmer led Jimmy back into the living room. Dressed in clean blue jeans and a yellow T-shirt with a hot rod on the front, he dashed across the room toward Amy. She caught hold of his small hand. Are you ready? Jimmy grinned and vigorously nodded. Wait till you see Ty's truck. You're going to love it. Jimmy tore loose and raced toward the door. When he saw Ty's snazzy red pickup, his eyes widened. Can I drive? He asked. Ty laughed. Not quite yet, buddy, but someday you'll be old enough. He swung the boy into the air, propped him against his shoulder, and they headed out the door. At Baskin-Robbins, they placed their order, then sat at a small round table, licking double-scoop ice cream cones. Ty lapped at a mint chocolate chip, while Amy and Jimmy ate Rocky Road. I love ice cream, Jimmy said. This is so good. Ty reached over and ruffled the little boy's red hair. It sure is, partner. When his cell phone started ringing, Ty stood up and dragged it out of the pocket of his faded jeans. Hey, Johnny. He started frowning, and then he was nodding. When the call ended, he didn't look pleased. Amy grabbed his arm. Is it Johnny? Is he all right? He's fine. Ty glanced down to make sure Jimmy was busy with his cone and spoke quietly. Talbot's dead. Cop shot him for resisting arrest. Johnny doesn't like the way things are coming down. He wants us to head back home. Amy's nerves kicked up. She turned to the little boy. We're going to take these home with us, okay? Ty looked at the sloppy cones they would be taking in his nice, clean truck and grimaced. Amy laughed. You let me drive, so I owe you. I'll clean up the truck. Deal, Ty said. It didn't take long to reach the Zimmer house. With the amount of napkins Amy had taken from the ice cream shop, the mess was minimal. By the time she led Jimmy up the steps and across the porch to the door, the boy was finished eating. While Ty waited on the porch, Amy took Jimmy inside and washed the chocolate off his hands and face. I've got to go, but I'll be back, she told him. I promise. Mrs. Zimmer walked into the kitchen, catching Amy's attention, and Jimmy dashed away. Something's come up, and I have to go, Amy said. I think Jimmy enjoyed the ice cream.
Mrs. Zimmer smiled. I'm sure he did. Tell him goodbye for me, will you? Oh, look, here he comes. Grinning, the little boy raced toward her. Something clutched in his hand. I got you a present. Shyly, Jimmy held out his hand. Amy's eyes widened when she saw it was a cell phone. She looked at Mrs. Zimmer for an explanation, but the older woman looked as surprised as she was and just shook her head. Amy knelt in front of Jimmy. Where did you get this, sweetheart? I found it on the floor by the sofa. I think it's Rachel's. Amy's pulse kicked up. She gently took the phone from the little boy's hand. Thank you, Jimmy. I'll take very good care of it until Rachel gets home. She looked up at Mrs. Zimmer. This could really be important. Take it. Maybe it will help them find her. Amy leaned over and hugged the older woman, bent down and hugged little Jimmy. Thank you for the present, sweetheart. I'll see you again soon. So excited her heart was racing, Amy ran out onto the porch. Ty, Jimmy found Rachel's cell phone. We need to find a Verizon store and buy a battery charger. Ty shoved away from the railing, grinned, and pulled out his iPhone to find the nearest location. No problem. A few minutes later, they were flying down the street, Ty behind the wheel, driving even faster than Johnny. Johnny had a stop to make on his way home. The call he had wanted to make last night. Patty Wilkins, the girl Wes Henley had called the night he died, a manicurist who worked at a salon called Epiphany. The bell above the door at Epiphany Salon rang as Johnny shoved it open, and the smell of ammonia hit him. The sound of hair dryers merged with the chatter of women. He walked over to a buxom blonde who was cutting a woman's wet black hair. I'm looking for Patty Wilkins. You know where I can find her? The woman turned, eyeballed him top to bottom, flashed him an interested grin, and pointed to a redhead with pretty blue eyes. That's her, right over there. Patty smiled at his approach. You're in luck. I just had a cancellation. She grabbed his hand and examined his nails, which she kept short and fortunately were clean. You want a full manicure, or would you rather just have a buff? Johnny eased his hand away. Thanks, but not today. He pulled his ID out of his pocket. I'm John Riggs. I'd like to talk to you about Wes Henley. Her gaze shot to his face. Wes is dead. The police called me already, a detective named Vega. You know you were the last person Wes talked to the night he was killed. That's what the cop said, but at the time I didn't know. Wes called me twice that night, but the truth is we hardly knew each other. That's what I told the detective. We went out a couple of times, and I broke it off. I'm not really into his type. What type is that? I don't know. Guys who shave their heads and cover themselves with tattoos to make them feel macho. A man whose favorite topic is himself. So what did you and Wes talk about that night? Not much. That's what I told the police. But later, I got to thinking. I remember he told me he was into something big. Said he was going to make a nice chunk of money. I had a feeling it was something illegal. He wasn't worried about getting caught. I asked him that. He said he had it covered. Said the guy who was paying him had connections, so he didn't have to think about that. What did you say? I said if I'd had any doubt he wasn't my type, I didn't anymore. And then I hung up. Johnny pressed a 20 into her hand, along with a business card. Thanks, Patty. If you think of anything else, give me a call. She smiled, stuffed the 20 and the card into the pocket of the smock she wore over her jeans. "Call me when you're ready for that Manny." He smiled back. "Yeah, I'll do that." Johnny was halfway home when his cell phone started ringing. He recognized Amy's number and pressed the phone against his ear. "We've got Rachel's cell." Excitement rang in her voice. "Little Jimmy found it on the floor at Mrs. Zimmer's. We're charging it in the truck on the way back to the house." "Oh, baby, that's good news. I'll meet you there." Johnny closed the phone and stepped on the gas. They all poured into the house together. They went straight to the kitchen, pulled out the chairs, and sat down around the table. "It should be charged enough to use. Where do we start?" Amy handed Johnny the phone. "We could look at the calls Rachel made the night she was abducted," Ty suggested. "Vega should be able to track down who they went to." Johnny flipped open Rachel's phone. "First, let's take a look at her address book. Most call lists go by first names. Let's see if we can find a Dan listed in there." "Great idea," Amy said excitedly. "Maybe he's right there in her phone book." Jumping up from her chair, she came around to lean over Johnny's shoulder as he brought up Rachel's address book and started looking through it. All of a sudden, the name appeared. Danny Turner. "Oh my God, there he is!" "Only one number listed," Johnny said. "Probably his cell." "Jesus," Ty said. "You think this is the Danny we've been looking for? Can't be that easy." "Call him, Johnny. If Rachel's number is in his cell, he'll think she's the one who's calling." "I guess we'll find out." Johnny pressed the send button, and the phone started ringing. When a man answered, he handed the phone to Amy, then leaned close so that both of them could hear. Amy took a deep breath. "Hello, Danny?" A long pause. The tension on the other end of the line seemed almost tangible. Who is this? Who's calling?" "This is Rachel. I've missed you, Danny." "Rachel?" The man's voice rose a notch. "You don't sound like yourself. Is this really you?" Amy looked up at Johnny. He nodded for her to continue. "Why did you do it, Danny? You knew the way I felt, how much I cared about you." I can explain everything, sweetheart." His voice firmed. "Why don't we meet someplace and talk things over? We'll straighten everything out." When Amy paused, Johnny reached over and took the phone from her hand, broke the connection. "He's our guy. He didn't come forward when Rachel disappeared. Now he figures she's got her memory back and he's screwed." Johnny pulled out his phone and called Rick Vega at the safe house. "We found Rachel's cell. The name of the guy she was seeing is Danny Turner. We need a GPS location for the call he just received." Johnny rattled off the number. "I'm on it," Vega said. "I'll call you right back." The line went dead. "It may be a disposable," Ty warned. Johnny shook his head. She was just a girl he was dating. At the time, she wasn't a threat. Until he got that call, he probably didn't even remember he was in her address book. "He knows we're on to him now," Amy said. "What if he tries to run?" "He might," Johnny said. "But if he's the link to Ortega, he's high enough on the food chain, he's got a lot to lose. I think he'll make a last-ditch effort to get rid of the problem." The minutes ticked past. When everyone began to fidget, waiting for Rick's call, Amy got up and grabbed some soft drinks out of the refrigerator. Pop-Tops cracked open all around. Then Johnny's phone rang. The call went to 210 North Figueroa, Rick said. That's the DA's office, my friend. Organized Crimes Division. Daniel Turner's a deputy DA. You don't fucking say. Johnny blew out a breath. That's it then. Turner was in Ortega's pocket. Rachel found out something she wasn't supposed to know, and Turner handed her over to Ortega. We've got to be careful with this, Vega warned. Ortega's dead, but his reach may go a whole lot deeper than Turner. If that's the case, anyone involved will be trying to save his ass. I don't know if you've heard, but your partner just blew away the one guy who might have been able to lead us to Turner. Lansky? Damn. It's possible he's involved, I guess. We've only been working together a couple of months. I know his wife left him for another guy. He was always talking about winning her back. Maybe he figured the money he made from Ortega would do the trick. Johnny's jaw hardened. I want Turner. He flicked a glance at Amy, thought of all she and Rachel had suffered. I want him bad. Vega's voice roughened. We both do, but the evidence just isn't there. Let me talk to Rachel. Her memory's been coming back in bits and pieces. Let's see if Turner's name rings any bells. Johnny's fingers tightened around the phone. Do it. Chapter 34. Rachel sat on the sofa, staring at a game show on TV. Rick didn't think she was actually watching. Hannah was in the kitchen, busy chopping onions and tomatoes, some of the groceries she had convinced one of the agents to get for the lasagna she wanted to make. Rick had called Johnny from the bedroom so Rachel wouldn't hear. Afterward, he had used his iPad to dig up as much information as he could on Daniel Turner. He wasn't looking forward to the task ahead. He just prayed it would work. Rachel. Her gaze swung to his, and for the first time seemed to actually focus. Yes? I need to talk to you a minute. It'd be better if we could speak in private. She flicked a glance at her mother, who was busy working away, and walked over to where he stood in the entry. Rick took her hand and led her down the hall into the bedroom he was using. She stopped and looked up at him. What is it? You look worried. He urged her to sit down on the bed, then picked his iPad up off the dresser and sat down beside her. Actually, I'm hopeful. I think we may have found something that will help us end all of this, and there may be a way you can help. Her eyes found his. She had the loveliest pale green eyes he'd ever seen. What can I do? He set the iPad in his lap. You've been remembering things. This morning you remembered a little about being on Ortega's plane. It was just a glimpse, you said. So far you haven't remembered anything that happened before your abduction. I know. I'm sorry. I think maybe it's just too painful for you to recall. But the thing is, we need to know why Ortega took you to that island. He turned the iPad so that she could see the photograph on the screen. A picture of Deputy District Attorney Daniel Turner in a newspaper article he found on the internet. Do you know who that is? She studied the photo, and her breathing grew shallow. I'm not sure. Does the name Daniel Turner mean anything to you? You called him Danny. The color leached out of her face. Her lips trembled. She ran her tongue across them. Danny? She looked back down at the screen. Danny! Oh, my God! Danny!" And then she burst into tears. Great sobs shook her, and a keening sound broke from her throat. Rick's chest clamped down so hard he could barely breathe. He reached for her, eased her into his arms. "Rachel, honey, it's all right. Everything's going to be okay." He held her, let her weep against his shoulder, made no effort to stop her, just tried to absorb the shaking of her body and lend her the comfort of his own. They sat that way for several minutes, until her crying began to ease, then finally subsided. She took the handkerchief he pulled out of his pocket, wiped her eyes, and blew her nose. A few moments later, she started talking. "I remember. I was in love with him," Rachel said. "At least I thought I was. I thought he loved me, too." She swallowed. "We were going away together. He had a friend, he said, a man who owned a villa in Belize. It was beautiful, he said, and I was so excited. But Danny worked in the district attorney's office, and I was an exotic dancer. I was going to quit my job at the club, but until I found something more respectable, we had to keep our relationship secret." She paused, wiped away fresh tears, and dragged in a shaky breath. "Go on, honey," Rick softly urged. "I used to stay the night at his house whenever we could make our schedules work. But I always left early so no one would know I was there. Then one night, it was late and something woke me, and Danny wasn't in bed. I could see a light under the door coming from down the hall. So I put on one of his shirts and wandered down the hall toward the study. When I realized he wasn't alone, I stopped just outside the study door." Rick took her hand and gave it a reassuring squeeze, urging her to continue. "There was a mirror on the wall inside the room, and I could see 2 men inside. Danny was talking to them. It took a minute for me to realize they were discussing a shipment of drugs that would be coming into the harbor. They were worried about the DEA." Her throat moved up and down. "They said they needed to know if there was a raid coming down. They needed Danny to warn them so they could make adjustments. That's what they called them. Adjustments." "What did Danny say?" She looked up at him, and those beautiful green eyes flooded with tears. "He said they didn't have to worry. He'd make sure to get them the information they needed. When he told them it would cost them extra, they laughed. One of them said money wasn't a problem." The tears spilled over onto her cheeks. She mopped them up with his handkerchief. "That's when I knew the truth about him. I must have made some kind of sound because the next thing I knew, the men were grabbing me, dragging me into the study, and telling Danny they would have to kill me." "But they didn't," Rick said. His jaw clenched so tight it was hard to speak. "Danny didn't want them to kill me. They talked about it, decided what to do. Danny gave me to Ortega instead." She leaned toward Rick, slid her arms around his neck. "I would rather have been dead." Rick wrapped her in his arms and just held her, his heart aching for all she had suffered. He knew if he got the chance, he would kill Dan Turner with his own bare hands. As soon as the call came from Vega, relaying his conversation with Rachel, Johnny called Kent Wheeler. "I've got what you need. Where can we meet?" "You're at home?" "That's right. I'll be there in 20 minutes. The lanky agent arrived right on time, and Johnny led him into the kitchen. Amy made a pitcher of iced tea and poured glasses for Wheeler, Johnny, Ty, and herself. They sat back down around the table. "So what have you got?" Wheeler asked, taking a drink of tea. Johnny told him about finding Rachel's phone and making the call to Turner, repeated Vega's conversation with Rachel, explained that her memory was returning. He told Wheeler the reason for her abduction, who was behind it, and why. "Sounds like we've got more than enough for search warrants for Turner's home and office," Wheeler said. "If we're lucky, we'll find enough to link Danny Boy to Rachel's abduction. We've been looking for a leak for weeks. We never thought it would be so close to the top. I'll talk to the district attorney myself." "It doesn't stop with Turner," Johnny said. "I think Mitch Lansky's involved. I heard about the shooting. Lansky's been on our radar since before he was transferred out of missing persons. He always seemed to be in the wrong place at just the right time. I wonder how Lansky hooked up with Turner. Seems like an unlikely partnership. We'll figure it out." Wheeler turned to Amy. "I don't want you to worry about Rachel. We'll keep her in protective custody till all of this is straightened out." Amy smiled with relief. "Thank you. You've been wonderful about everything." Johnny caught Amy's hand, brought her fingers to his lips. "It's almost over, baby." Wheeler drained his iced tea and set the glass down on the table. "I've got lots to do. I'll keep you posted." "Thanks, Kent." "I've got to run, too," Ty said, finishing his tea and carrying the glass over to the sink. Johnny walked the men out the front door. By the time he returned, his phone was ringing again. Jake Cantrell's deep voice boomed over the line. "Saul got into that police file. Got the info you wanted on Dickie Talbot. Talbot's dead. Police shooting. Detective named Mitch Lansky. Claims Talbot resisted arrest. Pretty convenient?" "Too convenient. Good chance Lansky's involved." "I'll take a chunk of that wager. We found Rachel's connection to Ortega, a deputy DA she was dating named Daniel Turner. So we were right. Rachel overheard something she shouldn't have, and Turner got rid of her. Yeah, Turner was in love, so he wouldn't let them outright kill her. Nice guy. You might be interested to know there's nothing in Talbot's file that connects him to Ortega. He was arrested a half-dozen times, drug dealing mostly. Served time for that. Once for assault, once for attempted kidnapping. Charges were dropped." "Kidnapping?" "Yeah. Why?" "Missing persons would have been involved in that. Lansky was transferred to homicide out of missing persons. That must be how he knew Talbot. Actually," Johnny could hear paper shuffling, "a lieutenant named Meeks was in charge of the investigation." And with that last bit of information, the puzzle pieces all fell together. "Listen, I gotta go. Thanks for the info." "Keep me posted." "Will do." Johnny hung up the phone. He stood up, pulled Amy into his arms, and kissed her. "Guess who Dan Turner was working with?" "I thought you said it was Lansky." "Not exactly. Carla Meeks handled Dickie Talbot's case. Got him off an attempted kidnapping charge in exchange for his services. When Rachel came home, Meeks went to Talbot for help, and he hired Henley to kill her. When that went bad, the lieutenant had to get rid of Talbot so no one would make the connection between the two of them." "What about Lansky?" "Meeks was Lansky's boss.
He's her stooge. Meeks was paying Lansky out of the money she was getting from Turner. Meeks is the reason your sister's disappearance was being glossed over by the department. The lieutenant works for Turner. Turner needed to get rid of Rachel because she found out he worked for Ortega. Oh, my God. Johnny phoned Wheeler. He gave the agent all the information without saying how he'd found it, since he didn't want the whiz kid going to jail. I'm not telling you I've seen Talbot's file, you understand. I'm just saying if you look at it, you'll find the connection isn't Lansky. It's Lieutenant Carla Meeks. I'm on it. With Rachel's cell phone and her statement of what went down, along with Lansky shooting Talbot, we've got enough to bring them in. Good work, my friend. Keep me posted. Johnny hung up the phone. He turned to Amy. Wheeler's going to let us know as soon as they've been taken into custody. In the meantime, I'll call Vega and bring him up to speed. So it's finished? Just about. Amy gave him a half-hearted smile. That's really great news. She glanced away, but not before he caught the resignation in her face. He knew she was happy for her sister. Rachel would be safe, and all of this would be over. But it would also be over for them. Johnny figured the sadness in Amy's pretty face was reflected in his own. For now, they were together. But a few days from now, she would be heading back to her life in Grand Rapids. He looked at her, and his insides tightened. Love for her echoed in his very bones. If they just weren't so different. If they weren't so damn far apart. But they were. And it would never work between them. He knew it, and so did Amy. He spent most of the next hour tying up loose ends, making calls, then waiting while Amy talked to her mother and sister. She was smiling, but he could see she was fighting back tears. When she hung up the phone, he went to her, eased her into his arms. She was so tiny, she fit well beneath his chin. He wanted to tell her how much she meant to him, how much he cared. But it wouldn't be fair to either one of them. Instead, he bent his head and very softly kissed her, hoping he could show her without words the feeling in his heart. Amy went up on her toes and kissed him back. He could feel her trembling and drew her more tightly against him, kissed her even more deeply. A noise sounded behind them, finally penetrated the haze of his growing need, and he broke away. Well now, isn't that touching? Carla Meeks stood in the kitchen doorway. Her Glock 9mm pointed at Johnny's chest. Johnny silently cursed. He should have counted on Turner tipping Carla off to their phone call. Should have known she wouldn't go down that easy. Johnny eased Amy behind him. What's this about, Carla? As if he didn't know. The woman hated his guts. She'd been willing to kill to keep her secrets. And now she was there to kill him for destroying her life. Carla sneered. Don't give me that crap. You know what's goddamn going on. Dan called. He told me he got a call from Rachel, but I knew it had to be you and your little whore. I take it you found Rachel's phone. We found it. Turner's going down, and so are you and Lansky. It's over, Carla. You might as well put down the gun. He had to keep her talking. He needed time to think, try to find an angle. His knife was in his boot, but getting to it wouldn't be easy. He eased toward her.
hoping he could get close enough to knock the pistol out of her hand before she could get off a shot. "Hold it right there." Her fingers tightened around the trigger. "Move again and I'll fucking kill you." He'd only made it a couple of inches. It wasn't enough. "What are you doing, Carla? Along with everything else, you want to face murder charges too." "I don't care. If I'm going to prison, killing you might just make it worthwhile." The gun wavered. She steadied it. "This is all your fault. You and that little tramp of yours. If you'd just left things alone, just let Rachel Brewer disappear, everything would have been fine." "Fine, Carla? You think people being kidnapped and raped, taking drug money from criminals for not doing your job, you think that's fine?" "Why shouldn't I have it? It's not like I'm stealing it from someone. People want drugs. They're willing to pay for them. That isn't going to change." "Let me have the gun, Carla." He started forward, stopped at the vicious gleam in her eyes. "Just keep coming," she taunted. "We'll make this end right now." Amy was right behind him. If he didn't do something, Carla Meeks was going to kill them both. He heard the front door swinging open. "Yoo-hoo! Johnny, are you and Amy in there?" For a heartbeat, Carla's gaze swung toward the door, and Johnny launched himself across the kitchen, taking her down, the gun flying out of her hand and slamming into the wall as she hit the tile floor beneath him. She struggled like a wildcat, tried to claw his face, tried to knee him in the groin. But he had her by at least 70 pounds, and with his training, had her pinned in seconds. Amy rushed forward.